Chapter 1. The Eagle's Assistant begins. A thrilling slaughter. I am a remnant of the bygone era, destined to meet my end. Zuo Zhu gazed at the screen of his mobile device, where his controlled character, Eagle Assistant, was caught in a devastating combo executed by the esteemed yellow ape, his eyes gradually dimming with despair. This calamity, it seems, I cannot escape. The darkened avatar of Eagle Assistant, adorned with a crimson cross, compelled him to cover his forehead, releasing a self-deprecating sigh. Opposite him, patting head.jpg. Having already failed the trial of the Super Shadow, Zuo Zhu finally succumbed to his frustrations upon witnessing the mocking expression across the screen. Brother, what power do you even possess? Damn your insolent head patting. What audacity do you possess to mock me? Yellow ape, purple dog, and Jiebian. In a fit of rage, Zuo Zhu hurled his newly acquired Xiaomi 14 Pro against the wall with great force. Thud. Yet to his astonishment, the robust Xiaomi phone did not shatter, but instead rebounded with a remarkable precision, striking Zuo Zhu squarely on the forehead. Crack! A sharp sound echoed from his forehead, as though a bone had fractured. As consciousness began to fade and vitality swiftly ebbed away, he found himself collapsing helplessly to the ground. In his final moments, Zuo Zhu beheld the unscathed Xiaomi phone lying on the floor, alongside the dimmed avatar of Eagle Assistant on the screen, extending his hand in a gesture of longing, eyes filled with unyielding regret. Curse it! I have yet to guide you to Super Shadow. I am unwilling to accept this fate. A.S.'s arm fell limply, the world around him dimmed, mirroring the desolation of the Eagle Assistant's avatar. Zuo Zhu, age 22, passed away to live a life of mediocrity, unable to ascend to Super Shadow, and died an even more pitiful death, slain by his mobile device. In the Marvel Universe, within a timeline that was far from sacred, in 2008, in New York, USA. In the unassuming Hell's Kitchen, deep within a shadowy alley. A striking young man with black hair, resembling Sasuke himself, struggled to rise from the ground. Zuo Zhu pressed his throbbing forehead, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings and the distinctly foreign architectural style, unable to suppress a bitter retort. Damn it! How did this Xiaomi phone land me here? Is this still the homeland? Before he could ponder his whereabouts further, footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. A brazen, rough voice called out from behind him. Oi, little lady, you seem a bit fiery out alone in the dead of night, seeking excitement. Are we? Startled, Zuo Zhu turned sharply towards the alley's mouth, his pupils narrowing in alarm. What the hell? Before him stood 5 African-American men, casually whistling and grinning wickedly. Zuo Zhu's heart sank with dread. He was utterly convinced he had transcended into another realm. After all, the city he inhabited bore no resemblance to this place, not only in terms of architectural aesthetics, but also in the absence of any African Americans. Yet, if he had indeed crossed over, what kind of hellish scenario was this to begin with? Is there a system? Someone please rescue me. Host, I am here. How may I assist you? Zuo Zhu subconsciously shouted in his mind, only to be surprised that a voice actually echoed in his head. The sound was astonishingly familiar. Wait, is that Xiao AI? Wasn't that the intelligent voice assistant from his Xiaomi phone? The force of that golden headshot from the Xiaomi phone was so fierce that it had literally implanted the voice assistant into his brain. However, he could hardly concern himself with that at present. As he observed a group of individuals clad in West Coast fashion, exposing half of their backsides. Drawing ever closer, he could distinctly perceive the blatant malice in there. Gazes Xiao AI, hurry. Do you have any American-style swords? Just give me one, I need to empty my magazine. Ding. Apologies, host. This system is the Naruto card system and does not offer modern weaponry for sale. However, you have one chance for free draw. Would you like to use it now? Upon hearing that there were no modern weapons available, Zuo Zhu was initially taken aback. Yet upon hearing about the free draw, he disregarded what the card's effects might be and urgently shouted in his mind. Use it, quickly. If he didn't act soon, he would meet a grim fate. Initiating draw from the beginner's unrestricted card pool. Please hold on. Oi, girl, I'm talking to you. Why so silent? Are you mute? The leading black man grasped Zuo Zhu's shoulder and shook him, only to realize that this girl possessed an astonishingly handsome visage, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be a male. This revelation only heightened his excitement. Thanking the heavens for such a gift, he found himself quite fond of this type. Hey, look at this delicate yellow-skinned monkey. Brothers, today we're in for some fun, huh? The leader, exposing his foul-smelling, drug-addicted black teeth, laughed boisterously while eagerly extending his hand towards Zuo Zhu's backside. But before he could succeed, a powerful hand gripped his wrist like an iron clamp. The black man looked on incredulously at the yellow-skinned monkey, who in his mind should have been too cowardly to resist. A glint of cold light flashed in Zuo Zhu's eyes as the voice of Xiao AI echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The draw was successful. You have obtained a grade complete card, Uchiha Sasuke, Manjiki Sharingan. Would you like to fuse it immediately? Fuse! The instant he uttered those words in his mind, Zuo Zhu's entire demeanor transformed. He became cold and confident. His physique underwent a dramatic change, and his mind was suddenly filled with several skills he was intimately familiar with. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, how dare you defy me? If I don't make you crawl out today, I won't bear the name Ode Biao. As Ode Biao spoke, he reached into his pants to brandish his prized possession, intending to intimidate Zuo Zhu. Zuo Zhu's gaze turned frigid, and a bloodthirsty smile curled his lips. How could he allow himself to be bullied after just acquiring such power? Armed with deadly weapons, his murderous intent surged. A glimmer of cold light surged forth. Swish! Ode Biao stared in bewilderment at the pixelated image soaring through the air. That tattooed, magnificent member looked increasingly familiar. Before he could continue to ponder, a glimmer of cold light nearly blinded him. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the yellow-skinned monkey, who, unbeknownst to him, had raised a glistening long knife high above his head. He could see this moment. Ode Biao was truly gripped by terror, and he instinctively began to plead for mercy. No, I was wrong, Yet, upon hearing his pleas, the left assistant's murderous intent remained undiminished. Wrong? No. You merely comprehend that your demise is imminent. With a swift motion, the left assistant wielded the Kusanagi sword, cleaving downward, and in an instant, Ode Biao was transformed into a bisected bride. The corpse split apart, blood gushing forth, as steaming entrails littered the ground. The remaining 4 dazed black men stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their minds clouded by the effects of marijuana, momentarily unable to react. How could their leader, Ode Biao, not even have begun to revel in his pleasures before the precious treasure was already annihilated? In fact, it had been obliterated to the point where steaming equipment had scattered all around. Wait a moment. Obliterated? Damn it. It was indeed obliterated. What's happening? He killed Ode Biao. Open fire, quickly. One of the slightly dazed black men widened his eyes, being the first to react. Their leader had not merely been indulged, he had been brutally slain. Chapter 2. The Hokage card system. As a seasoned member of the Mafia, he made a swift decision. Promptly retrieving his weapon from his trousers and drawing the fragrant handgun to execute an American-style draw against Zuo Zhu. In the land of opportunity, the United States. One seldom fires a weapon. However, when the trigger is pulled, the magazine is invariably emptied. The awakened African-American, too, was unfazed, immediately discharging his Glock towards Zuo Zhu. Heedless of the consequences. Bang, bang, bang. 17 Zuo Zhu's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. The bullets, which should have been imperceptible to the naked eye, now traced a clear trajectory towards him. Clang, clang, clang. 1717 crisp sounds echoed as Zuo Zhu effortlessly deflected all the bullets with his blade. He caressed the blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan, a smile of exhilaration gracing his face as he aimed his long blade at the gunman. Too slow, my friend. The other African-Americans, jolted by the thunderous gunfire, regained their senses. Witnessing Zuo Zhu's astonishing display of deflecting all projectiles evoked an overwhelming sense of dread within them. It felt as if a great danger had emblazoned itself upon their foreheads. This was a harbinger. Their ancestors were beckoning them to the underworld to toil in the fields of despair. He is a monster. Run. In that moment, the primal instinct for survival surged through the 4 men, driving them to abandon their cumbersome West Coast trousers and flee towards the alley's exit with the agility of apes. Their starting stance would have made even Bolt envious. Thinking of escape? Humph. Zuo Zhu scoffed, flicking his wrist as the Kusanagi sword flew from his grasp. Whoosh. Thud. The Kusanagi plunged with lethal precision into the heart of one unfortunate soul, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zuo Zhu advanced with remarkable speed, appearing above the fallen body in an instant, his toe poised upon the hilt of the embedded Kusanagi. With a deft flick, the sword soared into the air, and Zuo Zhu delivered a powerful kick, sending it hurtling to the right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Kusanagi spun rapidly, cleaving through a prominent head before embedding itself into the stone wall with relentless momentum. Zuo Zhu's feet barely touched the ground as he lunged forward, retrieving the Kusanagi from the wall and executing a horizontal slash. Another head fell. In mere seconds, 5 African Americans dwindled to a single fortunate survivor, the one who had sprinted the fastest. Tears streamed down the survivor's face as he beheld the alley's exit, knowing that freedom lay just beyond. Alas, fate had not smiled upon him this day. Amaterasu. With a thunderous roar behind him, an eerie black flame erupted around the survivor, swiftly engulfing his being. As the burning man collapsed, he was consumed entirely, vanishing from existence in an instant. Zuo Zhu exhaled deeply, waving his hand as the Kusanagi sword disappeared from sight. As he beheld the gruesome scene of bodies strewn across the alley, he felt no revulsion typical of a murderer. Rather, he experienced an exhilarating rush. He clasped his blood-stained kaleidoscope, now transformed into a six-pointed star, and emitted a laugh reminiscent of Sasuke's, ascending from a low chuckle to a thunderous guffaw. Ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. This is utterly delightful, truly delightful. Is this the power Sasuke possesses? Remarkable indeed. Who dares to claim that Hawk Sasuke is weak? He is simply magnificent. Whether in strength, speed, or the Sharingan, his prowess is astonishing. And as for why he would employ Amaterasu on mere mortals, is that not akin to using a cannon to swat a fly? Are you not concerned that overuse of the kaleidoscope might render your vision impaired? Left Sasuke declared. Amaterasu. 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 The six-pointed star in Sasuke's left eye spun wildly, unleashing a barrage of Amaterasu to incinerate the remaining four corpses. To possess the power of two pillars yet cower from wielding such divine strength renders one unworthy of it. Amaterasu is meant for use. Even a passing dog deserves to feel its wrath. If my vision fails, I shall simply draw another Sasuke card and continue the frenzy of Amaterasu. However, it seems I have forgotten to scavenge the spoils. Once the excitement subsided, left Sasuke gazed at the black marks left upon the ground, falling into contemplation. It dawned upon him that he had traversed into a new world. And he bore no currency. Even if he had, it would likely be of no use. But fear not, for justice must be served. With a grand gesture, he donned the classic black robe adorned with red clouds. Since he had drawn the complete Hawk Sasuke card, he had inherited everything associated with it, including the exquisite Akatsuki robe. The choice to wear it or not was his to make. When not adorned, it would reside within the confines of the system space. Much like the Kusanagi sword that had appeared and vanished in his hand through the system's storage. As night fell, crimson light descended. Now was the time for the hunt. Time passed swiftly, and soon a night had elapsed. Left Sasuke welcomed the first rays of sunlight in this new realm. At this moment, he sat atop a church steeple, savoring a sandwich he had just purchased, while mentally perusing the functions of his system. Last night, in his fervor to execute justice, he had neglected to examine the system's introduction, having earned his first fortune after traversing worlds. As the sun rose, signaling the start of the day and the symphonic overture of the city awakening, he emerged from his reverie of slaughter. After purchasing several sandwiches from a roadside shop, he found a charming church roof to enjoy his meal while investigating his system. The system was aptly named Hokage Card System. As the name suggests, left Sasuke could draw character cards from the world of Hokage, thereby obtaining the skills possessed by the characters on those cards. The Hokage card system is fundamentally simple, comprised of two main components. The concepts of card pool and tasks are paramount. Firstly, let us delve into the card pool, which is stratified into four tiers, C, B, A, and S, arranged from the lowest to the highest. To partake in the card pool draws, one requires a currency known as gold points. The gold points necessary for each tier of draw vary significantly. Specifically, the gold points needed for a single draw from each tier are as follows: 100 for C tier, 1,000 for B tier, 10,000 for A tier, and 100,000 for S tier. The characters drawn from the reward pool are selected at random, yet they are guaranteed to correspond to the respective tier of the card pool. Each character card possesses 3 fundamental skills, and some may also feature derived sub-skills or combination techniques. While one can acquire the skills of the ninja represented by the drawn card, it does not equate to directly transforming into that character from the anime or embodying their persona. Chapter 3. The Card Pool and Mission Systems. For instance, the Novice Reward A-Rank card for Zuo Zhu, Uchiha Sasuke, features the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. While he is capable of utilizing the 3 skills inscribed on the card, Lightning Release, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Blade, and Amaterasu, as well as the Jinjutsu inherent to the Sharingan and the basic Fireball technique, he remains unable to employ the plethora of other ninjutsu he possesses in the anime, including the Susano'o associated with the Kaleidoscope, unless he acquires another Sasuke card with the corresponding abilities, such as Uchiha Sasuke, Susano'o. This bears a striking resemblance to a certain tapping game from a former life. Ultimately, he only acquires the skills listed on the card, rather than the essence of the ninja himself. This presents a clear disadvantage. However, it is accompanied by notable advantages. Each card drawn is supplemented by a corresponding level of energy akin to chakra, and the execution of all skills consumes this energy. This includes Amaterasu. Consequently, although he possesses the card of the Kaleidoscope Sasuke, he is free from the hindrance of impaired vision when unleashing Amaterasu, effectively granting him the capabilities of an eternal kaleidoscope. Provided his chakra energy is sufficient, he could ignite the entire world. Mother need not worry any longer about my excessive use of the kaleidoscope leading to blindness. Of course, with merely an A-rank card, he certainly lacks the chakra required to engulf the entire earth in flames. Furthermore, The consumption of chakra is determined by the power and range of the skills he deploys, rather than the one-time depletion seen in games when casting a significant move like Amaterasu. Unless he were to unleash Amaterasu across an entire street, the chakra provided by the A-rank card would suffice for an extended period. Lastly, and most importantly, although the cards he acquires do not grant him immediate access to all the abilities of a character, any new ninja cards he subsequently obtains can seamlessly integrate into his being, becoming an intrinsic part of his strength. Moreover, there will be no conflicts arising between them. This means he could simultaneously activate Sage Mode in the 8 gates, wielding Kamui and Amaterasu without any issue. Additionally, the chakra possessed by each newly acquired ninja will continuously accumulate within him, once he gathers a sufficient number of ninja cards. Igniting a star with Amaterasu will no longer be a mere fantasy. Do not question his obsession with Amaterasu, simply know that his name is Sasuke. With the introduction of the card pool and the ninja cards therein complete, we now transition to another crucial component of the system, missions. This serves as the sole avenue for acquiring gold points and new character cards. The rewards for system missions are categorized into 3 types. The first reward consists of standard gold points, which are self-explanatory and are utilized for drawing from the card pool. The second reward offers random ninja-level fragments. These fragments hold significance as they represent the only means, aside from the reward pool, to obtain new ninja cards. 10 C-rank fragments can be randomly combined to form a complete C-rank ninja card, while 20 B-rank fragments can be similarly combined to yield a complete B-rank ninja card. A-level cards. 40 A-level fragments can be randomly combined to form a complete ninja card. S-level cards. 100 S-level fragments can be randomly combined to create a complete ninja card. Reward 3. The mysterious item, which is enigmatically described with a single, all-encompassing introduction, living up to its elusive name. Beyond the rewards, there are 2 types of tasks. First, regular tasks. The system will randomly assign tasks, providing corresponding gold points and ninja-level fragments based on the task's difficulty. The host may choose whether or not to accept the task. There are no penalties for declining or failing. Second, interaction tasks. The host can obtain random-level ninja fragments by engaging with significant figures in this world, with a certain probability of acquiring mysterious items. These tasks do not yield gold points. The first type, regular tasks, is quite straightforward. One can decide to accept or decline based on the circumstances. If a task proves too difficult or cumbersome, one can simply refuse, as there are no consequences. The second type, interaction tasks, is even simpler. Merely interacting with important individuals in the world grants fragments, akin to receiving a gift, even if one cannot overpower them. Making contact should not prove overly challenging. However, one must first ascertain the nature of this world. Having grasped the system, Zuo Zhu rose from the tower's pinnacle, resolved to gather information about this world. After acquiring the abilities of Eagles Wa the previous night, he had been so caught up in the ensuing chaos that he had forgotten this crucial task. Reflecting on it now, he acknowledged his impulsiveness. Initiating conflict without understanding the world could lead to dire consequences should he encounter a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, recalling that he possessed the Sasuke card, a sense of calm washed over him. Indeed, if the second pillar were not audacious, what true second pillar would he be? The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and rejuvenated. Zuo Zhu prepared to leap from the tower's summit. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from behind. Zuo Zhu swiftly pivoted, evading the ambush as he fell backward from the tower. Chakra enveloped his feet, allowing his body to twist, landing face up. His feet nearly parallel to the edge of the bell tower. His dark eyes instantly transformed into a 6-pointed star, poised to unleash a close-range Amaterasu upon his assailant. However, upon recognizing the familiar red and blue figure, his pupils constricted, and he retracted the kaleidoscope. Oh my, you are also a superpowered individual? The little spider landed atop the tower, observing Zuo Zhu, who stood at the edge in a manner reminiscent of his own spider abilities, filled with both astonishment and delight. He was startled to see someone perched on the tower's edge, mistakenly believing they intended to leap off, prompting him to swing over with his web to save them. Just a second before he could grasp the individual, they seemed to possess a spider sense of their own, evading his hand and plummeting downwards. Yet, to his astonishment, the falling figure not only remained aloft but could also stand against the wall, much like himself. Could it be that this person was a kindred spirit? The little spider, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, "I sincerely apologize, sir. I mistakenly assumed you were about to leap from the building, which prompted my intention to save you. It appears I was mistaken. However, may I boldly inquire if you sensed my movements in advance? Do you possess the ability to foresee danger as well? Moreover, how is it that you can stand upon the wall? Have you, too, acquired the same spider-like powers as I? Good heavens, I must say, this is utterly astonishing. I have never encountered anyone with abilities akin to mine. It feels as though we are long-lost brothers from different parents." With a grace that belied the heights, Zuo Zhu returned to the pinnacle of the tower, his dark eyes scrutinizing the incessantly chattering little spider. And he began to comprehend the nature of this world, a Marvel universe fraught with challenges and tribulations. Chapter 4, Little Spider, Peter Parker. It remains unclear whether this pertains to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the comic universe, or perhaps a hybrid of both. One can only hope it is not the comic universe. For the strength of the Naruto characters may be insufficient within that realm. Even if his Naruto cards can continuously enhance their power, they would ultimately surpass the abilities of the original characters. Yet, the mere thought of the events in comics that often lead to the annihilation of entire universes, or even multiverses, causes him considerable distress. Nevertheless, pondering such matters is futile. One must simply accept the situation at hand. Zuo Zhu furrowed his brow, not due to the complexities of the Marvel universe, but rather because the incessant chatter of the little spider brought forth painful memories of his own struggles with learning English in a past life. Although his English was satisfactory, he found himself growing increasingly impatient with the little spider's incessant verbal barrage, exclaiming, "Peter, please be quiet." Upon detecting the annoyance in Zuo Zhu's tone, the little spider promptly ceased his flood of questions, instinctively apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir. It's just that I've never encountered anyone with abilities like mine before." Suddenly, the little spider's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zuo Zhu. "Wait, how do you know my name? I haven't told anyone besides Gwen." Before Zuo Zhu could respond, the little spider continued to express his concerns. "Oh no, my identity as Spider-Man might be compromised. What if Aunt May and Gwen are in danger because of this? Those gangsters I've crossed and the supervillains I've imprisoned, will they come after Aunt May? What on earth should I do?" Zuo Zhu felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. While he found the little spider's verbal sparring with villains amusing in the films, experiencing it firsthand made him understand precisely why the villains found his incessant chatter so intolerable. Once he started talking, he couldn't seem to stop, buzzing in your ear like a relentless fly. "Peter, your identity has not been exposed. However, if you continue this incessant chatter, I shall reveal to Aunt May that you are Spider-Man." This tactic proved effective, striking at the little spider's core, prompting him to immediately cover his mouth. Yet, the curiosity gleaming in the little spider's eyes could not be concealed, even by his mask, as he gazed intently at Zuo Zhu. "I will keep watching you." Zuo Zhu sighed wearily. "There is no need to worry about your identity. It remains safe for now. As for how I know, consider it a manifestation of my unique abilities, much like your own Peter's instincts." He continued, "There is no need for further inquiries. Simply lend me your phone for a moment." Though still puzzled, the little spider exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing that his identity was secure and nodded in agreement. "Brother, you truly startled me just now. You have no idea how panicked I felt, my heart racing so fast. Don't you have a phone? Are you trying to call your family? It would be prudent to avoid international long-distance calls. Otherwise, my phone bill may not suffice." The optimistic little spider retrieved his mobile phone from his backpack and handed it to Left Assistant. Left Assistant gazed at the antiquated device Peter offered, lost in contemplation. He did not take it, but instead raised his head in perplexity and inquired, "What year is it now?" The little spider scratched his head, puzzled as to why the other party was unaware of such a basic fact. Could he be an extraterrestrial? Nevertheless, he answered earnestly, "It is March 15th, 2008. Left Assistant suddenly understood. No wonder the little spider was using such an outdated phone. He had traversed the timeline so early. In 2008, smartphones had only just begun to emerge. Certainly, someone of the little spider's modest means could not afford one. The little spider perceptively noticed Left Assistant's bewilderment and quickly deduced that he had likely intended to borrow a mobile device capable of internet access. A bit embarrassed, he suggested, "You wish to go online for information, right? Why not come to my home? I have a computer where you can look up whatever you need." Left Assistant contemplated this and readily agreed, saying, "Thank you for your kindness." His acquiescence stemmed from two factors. First, he was new to the Marvel universe, feeling rather out of place, and visiting someone like the little spider, whom he knew relatively well, seemed relatively safe. Second, as a significant character in the Marvel universe, the little spider was likely to trigger contact mission rewards, allowing Left Assistant to explore what mysterious items might be obtained. Moreover, the little spider often found himself surrounded by formidable adversaries, presenting an opportunity to see if those villains could also provide him with rewards. Concluding his thoughts, Left Assistant produced a thick wad of cash from his pocket, not bothering to count it, and pressed it into the little spider's hands. "I am new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings. If possible, I would like to stay with you for a while. May I?" The little spider stared at the pile of cash in his hands, incredulously thinking, "Dude, you just shoved this money into my hands and then ask if that's all right?" He could tell without counting that the sum exceeded $10,000. This was an amount he had never encountered before. Such a sum could alleviate Aunt May's burden significantly after Uncle Ben's passing. However, the kind-hearted little spider hesitated and eventually returned the money to Left Assistant. "Sir, I cannot accept this. It is simply too much." Left Assistant furrowed his brow. "So, Does that mean you are refusing my request for accommodation? The little spider quickly shook his head. No, that's not it. What I meant was, if you need a place to stay, I can discuss it with Aunt May, but the money is unnecessary. Left assistant did not accept the money the little spider offered back. Instead, he reached into thin air and pulled out a large bag filled with cash. Take it. This is for your hospitality and meals. I am not short of funds. If it is insufficient, feel free to take more from it. The little spider was astonished by the substantial sum left assistant had conjured from seemingly nowhere, exclaiming, "Is this money legitimate?" Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu felt displeased and coldly snorted, What do you mean by proper or improper? This is all earned through my own hard work. Of course it's proper. I have carved it out piece by piece, day after day. How could it be deemed otherwise?" The little spider, merely asking out of instinct, noticed that Zuo Zhu appeared entirely sincere and began to believe him. Reflecting on her aunt's hardships, the little spider ultimately accepted the money but still stated, "As for the matter of staying over, I will discuss it with Aunt May. But consider this money as a loan from me to you, and I will repay you once I find work." Zuo Zhu was somewhat speechless at this excessively kind little spider, yet he did not resent such kindness. Instead, he retorted with a hint of pride, I never take advantage of others without paying back. Even if you return this money to me in the future, I will not accept it. It is yours now." Chapter 5, The Amazing Spider-Man, A Chaotic World? Little Spider listened to the somewhat haughty tone of Left Assistant, feeling a warmth in his heart. He extended his hand towards Left Assistant and said, "All right, since you put it that way, I shall not be courteous any longer. From now on, we are friends. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peter Parker." Left Assistant, seeing the eager little spider, reciprocated with his hand and grasped it firmly. Surname, Left. Given name, Assistant. Left Assistant. Contact task triggered. Engage with S-Class individual Peter Parker, the Amazing Spider-Man. Reward distribution, S-Class Fragment X10. Mysterious item by Ishinshin X1. Left Assistant's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid turn of events. He had already gathered a tenth of the S-Class new ninja cards, which felt astonishingly effortless. Moreover, he had acquired a Bai Ishinshin, an item of remarkable potential if utilized wisely, truly a divine artifact. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he regarded little spider with a now more amiable gaze. Indeed, this young man was his lucky star. In Queens, at the Parker residence, a woman of enduring charm peeked her head into the room and called out to Left Assistant, who was engrossed in research at Peter's computer. "Left, you've been at that computer for quite some time. You ought to take a break and enjoy some freshly baked cookies I made." Left Assistant smiled and nodded at May, saying, "Thank you very much, May. I happen to be a bit hungry. I will come right away." Once May left, however, Left Assistant's expression turned solemn. This was not due to any dissatisfaction with May. After bringing him home, Peter had concocted a simple excuse, claiming that Left Assistant was his friend who had recently arrived in New York and needed a temporary place to stay. May had welcomed him without hesitation. For Left Assistant's appearance certainly added to his appeal. He bore no resemblance to a villain, thus raising no suspicions about his identity. Upon handing over the money Left Assistant had given him to Aunt May, Peter had to leave for school. Initially, May was reluctant to accept the money. But after Left Assistant's persuasion, she reluctantly agreed, promising to take care of his meals and living arrangements during his stay. Consequently, he found himself quite fond of Peter's amiable and gentle aunt. The reason for his frown lay in the disarray of this world. Initially, after his encounter with Little Spider, he had received a prompt about the Amazing Spider-Man. He was merely puzzled. For the Garfield version of the Amazing Spider-Man should have been quite young in 2008 and not yet transformed into Spider-Man. However, he dismissed the thought. When he observed Aunt May's youthful appearance, which starkly contrasted with that of the Amazing Spider-Man, a vague sense of foreboding washed over him. As he continued his research, he stumbled upon Stark Industries and Oscorp. Well, Iron Man was involved too, indicating that this was indeed the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Not just a simple realm of the Amazing Spider-Man. This revelation was not overly concerning, at worst. It merely escalated the difficulty level compared to the singular universe of the Amazing Spider-Man by 100-fold. But then, he found himself questioning, what on earth was the What Group's Super 7? And what was that mysterious colossal shadow from Skull Island? Was this still part of the Marvel Universe? Where did all this come from? This is merely the information accessible online. One cannot fathom how much remains undiscovered. His sole consolation lies in the fact that the adjacent DC universe, with its Crimson Cape deity and the universe rebooting speedster, has not been unearthed. To clarify, they do not exist in reality, although the DC comics still inhabit this universe. What? Skull Island? Well, that should pose no significant problem. Zuo Zhu's merits are few. Optimism is one, as he soon finds a way to cope, excluding gaming moments. If a mixed universe is to be, then so be it. This will indeed open more avenues for rewards, enhancing his strength. When challenges arise, one must confront them, for there is no cause for alarm. The superhumans of what company are merely a cadre of oversized super infants. The towering beauties of Skull Island. Once I summon the complete Susano'o, I shall pin it to the ground. Currently, the utmost priority remains the enhancement of his own power. Power is paramount, with sufficient strength. Even if Superman from DC were to arrive, he would have to address him as Brother Zuo. Zuo Zhu stroked his chin, contemplating the swiftest means to augment his abilities within his current limits. Merely encountering the villains surrounding Spider-Man would prove inadequate. Although there are numerous adversaries in Spider-Man's vicinity, they do not appear daily. It is impractical for him to linger by Spider-Man's side, waiting for villains to manifest. Where then? Can he trigger more missions and interact with new, significant Marvel characters daily? Lost in thought, Zuo Zhu suddenly glanced out the window, his pitch-black pupils swirling into blood-red eyes adorned with 3 black tomo. A bald man wielding binoculars atop a nearby skyscraper came into focus from a distance of 1,000 meters. Ah, intriguing surveillance upon me? Zuo Zhu smirked coldly, rising nonchalantly to stride toward the living room. May, I'm stepping out for a bit. I shall eat the cookies upon my return. May, who was placing freshly baked cookies on the table, promptly handed him the key she had prepared. Take this key. Should I not hear your knock upon your return, you may enter directly. Certainly. Zuo Zhu replied with a warm smile as he accepted the key, though they had only known each other for less than a day. May's unreserved gesture warmed his heart. Be safe. Return swiftly, May said gently. Do not worry. I shall resolve matters promptly. Zuo Zhu shut the door, his once gentle smile transforming into something sinister. Surveillance upon me? You have sealed your fate. The target had vanished. No sign of him was detected in any of the residence's rooms. Report, Team 1, where has he gone? On the top floor of the skyscraper, Zitwire, clad in a black suit, stared at the empty space where Zuo Zhu had been visible through the binoculars, urgently querying via the intercom. Team 1 reports, no sighting of the target at the front entrance of the building. Team 2 reports, no sighting at the rear entrance either. Zitwire's brow furrowed. Neither entrance yielded results. Could it be that he has taken flight? Flight? Cittervale suddenly realized, shouting, Wait, where is Agent 3 on the rooftop? You will soon meet him in hell. A cold, indifferent male voice, unfamiliar to Cittervale, emanated from the intercom, followed by a sudden disconnection of the communication with Agent 3. On the apartment rooftop, Zuo Zhu, draped in a black and red cloak, felt a surge of lightning in his palm, instantly reducing the intercom in his grasp to charred remains. Beneath his feet lay a corpse with a gaping, charred hole in its chest. Zuo Zhu's cold gaze turned downward towards the front and rear entrances of the apartment building, where 2 agents, holding intercoms, had their eyes spiraling into 6-pointed stars. Amaterasu. 2 plumes of infernal black flames erupted, incinerating the agents in black suits guarding the entrances before they could even scream, leaving nothing but ashes. The sudden self-ignition of these 2 individuals naturally sparked panic and screams among the passing residents. Ignoring the chaos below, Zuo Zhu waved his hand, summoning the Kusanagi sword into his grasp. The sweet course before the meal has concluded. It was time for the main dish. Chapter 6. S-H-I-E-L-D. Hydra. He gazed at the towering edifice that had previously sparked his senses. In an instant, with a flash of lightning beneath his feet, he leaped 100 meters into the air, after deftly landing on the rooftops of several apartment buildings. He appeared before the glass windows of the skyscraper in a fleeting moment. The azure chakra emanating from his feet illuminated the glass walls as he ascended towards the highest floor with effortless grace. On the top floor, Sitwell had yet to recover from the shock of Agent 1, 2, and 3 perishing within mere seconds. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a demon, appeared outside the window. Could this be the target? With a resounding crash, as the glass shattered, he entered with the Kusanagi sword crackling with electric energy in his grasp. The ominous sounds of firearms being readied echoed through the air. A dozen fully armed figures clad in black surrounded him, their weapons trained on the intruder. With a single command, they could transform him into a Sith. Yet, he merely smirked, dismissing their modern weaponry as inconsequential. Instead, he scrutinized the occupants of the room as though appraising prey. In the presence of those blood-red eyes, a bizarre notion took root in the minds of the room's inhabitants. It was not they who had encircled him with their firearms. Rather, it was he who had ensnared them in his grasp. Indeed, for these ordinary agents, he represented a dimensional annihilation. Now, he was the hunter. Should these prey fail to meet his expectations, he would not hesitate to reduce them to ashes for their audacity in monitoring him. However, among the crowd, he recognized 2 familiar faces, granting these individuals a temporary reprieve. His gaze fell upon a bald man, visibly shaken, alongside a heavily armed giant. If memory served him correctly, these 2 were high-ranking agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, or rather, Hydra. S-H-I-E-L-D Level 6 Agent, Information Division, Gasper Sitwell. S-H-I-E-L-D Level 8 Agent, Special Operations Team Leader, Brock Rumlow. As he regarded them, an intriguing thought struck him. How amusing. Should I address you as S, H, I, E, L, D, or Hydra? At these words, the pupils of all present dilated in terror, their focus shifting solely to the imperative of eliminating the target. Yet, the next moment, they found themselves unable to squeeze the triggers of their weapons. In a horrifying realization, they discovered they were no longer within the confines of the skyscraper. Nor did they possess any firearms. Instead, they were kneeling in a sea of corpses and blood. Before them, atop a mound of bones, sat a young man draped in a crimson robe with black clouds, upon a throne of blood. Above the throne, a mesmerizing blood moon spun, adorned with a captivating hexagram. All present stood agape, entranced by the surreal spectacle before them. Was this a divine miracle? Leaning on the armrest of the throne, with his chin resting on his hand, he peered down at the kneeling agents and spoke with a calm demeanor. Speak now. Were you dispatched by S, H, I, E, L, D to surveil me? Or is it Hydra? Upon hearing these words, everyone fell into a profound silence. This was a question they could never hope to answer. Sidwell attempted to struggle, forcing a rather unattractive smile as he remarked, You see, perhaps there is a misunderstanding between us. We are not Hydra. We are agents of the Department of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Our surveillance is not directed at you, but rather at Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Zuo Zhu raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing they were already aware of Peter Parker's identity as Spider-Man. However, it was not entirely unexpected, whether it was the covert S, H, I, E, L, D, or the Hydra lurking in the shadows, they would undoubtedly have taken notice of Parker, a brazen superhero who gallantly fought for justice every day. Both S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra possessed the capability to locate and monitor Peter. Yet, Zuo Zhu found it utterly implausible that they were not surveilling him. It was likely due to his recent violent outburst or his contact with Spider-Man, which had exposed his unique circumstances and drawn their attention. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Exposure was inconsequential, for he had already devised a plan. Regardless of whether it was S, H, I, E, L, D, or Hydra sending agents to monitor him, he possessed something in his possession that could decisively alter the situation. However, he faced a choice. Should he utilize that item against Hydra or S, H, I, E, L, D? Beep. Optional task activated. Option 1. Join S, H, I, E, L, D, and become an agent. Reward: 1,000 gold points, 10 random level ninja shards. Option 2. Join Hydra and become an agent. Reward: 1,000 gold points, 10 random level ninja shards. Option 3. I want it all. Join Hydra and infiltrate S, H, I, E, L, D. Reward: for 1,000 gold points, 40 random level ninja shards. Listening to the system's voice, Zuo Zhu allowed a smile to grace his lips. Ah, an unexpected delight. However, the notion of joining was rather amusing. It was they who should aspire to join him. He chose Task 3. Task accepted successfully. Corresponding rewards will be issued upon completion. Initially, he had hesitated on whether to employ the one-time use divine weapon against Nick Fury of S, H, I, E, L, D, or Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra. Now, he had made his decision. It would be you, fortunate Alexander Pierce. For while Nick Fury was formidable, overall, he was not as powerful as Pierce, especially considering S, H, I, E, L, D, had long since been infiltrated by Hydra. Moreover, Fury himself might even be a Skrull, a race capable of genetic replication. Although he could likely discern the truth using his Sharingan's illusion, locating the genuine Nick Fury could prove difficult, as he might not even be present on Earth. This rendered any attempts at control potentially futile. In contrast, one of the heads of Hydra, Alexander Pierce, differed significantly. Though merely one of many Hydra leaders, it would not be an exaggeration to declare him among the most powerful of them all. The Hydra he leads has infiltrated the entirety of S, H, I, E, L, D, ensuring that over half of its personnel are indeed Hydra operatives. He has directly seized control of the most formidable intelligence organization in the world. Furthermore, within the upper echelons of various national governments, Pierce has numerous undercover agents embedded. He himself is currently the direct superior of Nick Fury, serving as the Minister of the World Security Council, thus securing a prominent position within the United Nations. The Hydra operatives under Pierce's command have effectively become a quasi-regular army. All of this is beyond the capabilities of other rogue factions. Additionally, Pierce's position remains quite clear, as he spends the majority of his time at S, H, I, E, L, DS headquarters in the Triskelion. Having made his decision, Zuo Zhu no longer intends to engage in further trivial discourse with them. Enough of this. I have no inclination to converse with you, as you are unworthy of my words. Take me to your leader, Alexander Pierce. I wish to speak with him personally. The Hydra agents kneeling below experienced a jolt of astonishment. How could this individual not only be aware of their identity as Hydra, but also know the name of their leader. Chapter 7. The God of the Sky. Controlled Pierce. Ultimately, it was the psychologically resilient Crossbones, Rumlow, who first emerged from the shock. With a reluctant tone, he addressed Zuo. I apologize, but we lack the authority. I need to consult Director Pierce regarding your request. This statement was not indicative of Rumlow's disloyalty to Hydra, but rather a necessity given the circumstances. The opposing party had clearly discerned their vulnerabilities. Their futile defiance would serve no purpose, rather than allowing their leader to be blindsided in the future. It was more prudent for him to inform the boss of the situation at hand, allowing for a decisive response, even if they did not meet. Preparations could be made in advance. Zuo saw through Rumlow's intentions but chose not to expose them. The outcome would remain unchanged regardless. A sigh of annoyance escaped his lips as the crimson six-pointed star behind him shifted, draining the world of its color. In an instant, everyone found themselves back in reality. The firearms returned to their hands as if they had never been relinquished. However, despite the weapons being back in their grasp, Rumlow and the others, having witnessed the disparity in strength with Zuo, lost all inclination to resist. Without further ado, Rumlow produced a secure phone and dialed a number in Zuo's presence. Once the call connected, Rumlow succinctly reported the situation and conveyed Zuo's desire to meet Pierce. A voice, deep and resonant, responded from the other end. If the guest wishes to meet, there is no reason to decline. I look forward to our encounter, Mr. Zuo. The line went dead. Mr. Zuo, please, we shall take you to Minister Pierce. With Pierce's consent, Rumlow nodded at Zuo and gestured for him to proceed. Zuo cast a glance at him before stepping out, thinking to himself, Mr. Zuo? Tomorrow, you shall call me Boss Zuo. Rumlow signaled to the others, who promptly followed suit. Washington S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Triskelion Building. On the top floor, within the World Security Council, under the escort of the Special Forces, Zuo arrived safely at his destination. Pushing open the door to the council chamber, he beheld a figure clad in a gray suit, standing quietly before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Without formality, Zuo approached the window and stood alongside Pierce, gazing out at the scenery. Pierce cast a fleeting glance at the composed Zuo, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. It had been quite some time since a young individual had dared to stand before him with such unflinching confidence, even among those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Mr. Zuo, what do you think of this country? Pierce inquired in a neutral tone, as if it were a casual question. With arms crossed, Zuo surveyed the bustling panorama of Washington, his voice dripping with disdain, a purveyor of war masquerading as a champion of peace and freedom, yet steeped in chaos and vice. Upon hearing this, Pierce glanced at Zuo Zhu once more, somewhat astonished by the young man's profound insights. However, Zuo Zhu's disdain for this nation was, to him, a positive indication. It suggested that their objectives did not conflict with those of Hydra, presenting a significant opportunity for collaboration. Contemplating this, Pierce smiled at Zuo Zhu and remarked, Mr. Zuo, you are indeed correct. The world's foremost power has succumbed to decay, now ruled by the very Jewish capitalists who should have been eradicated by us Hydra long ago. This is patently unjust. Not only America, but the entire world is rife with errors. It may appear tranquil on the surface, yet beneath lies a brewing storm. While nations maintain a delicate balance, none can guarantee the permanence of this peace. As Pierce spoke, his gaze intensified, fixating on Zuo Zhu's calm eyes, his tone laced with temptation. Thus, we must rectify this flawed world. It should not be so fragmented. It ought to be a cohesive entity. It requires a singular rulemaker, the one and only architect of its laws, and that architect shall undoubtedly be us, Hydra. A glimmer of madness flickered in Pierce's eyes as he extended his hand towards Zuo Zhu. Mr. Zuo, come join us. Let us become part of the architects of this world's regulations together. Zuo Zhu regarded the seemingly elegant yet undeniably deranged elder with an unblinking gaze. Such eloquent rhetoric boiled down to Hydra's desire for global dominance, did it not? His eyes flicked to the special forces that had escorted him in, who remained at the entrance, their weapons subtly raised. He also noted the armed personnel hidden throughout the room and let out a cold laugh. Join. Is Minister Pierce's method of invitation to press a gun to someone's head? Such rudeness from your local gang is quite unbecoming. Pierce noticed where Zuo Zhu's gaze had wandered and realized he had discovered the ambush lurking in the shadows. After a brief silence, he donned a genial smile and waved his hand. Rang Luo, dismiss the special forces. In the presence of Mr. Zuo, should he wish to harm me, I doubt you could change the outcome. Rang Luo hesitated momentarily, but recognizing their utter helplessness before Zuo Zhu, he gestured for the concealed special forces to withdraw. Once everyone had exited, the spacious room was left with only Zuo Zhu and Pierce. Pierce continued to present himself as a benevolent elder, extending his hand once more in invitation. Mr. Zuo, I trust one have demonstrated sufficient sincerity. It is now just the two of us. Will you join our family? Zuo Zhu regarded the still unrepentant elder with a playful smile, unabashedly glancing at the hidden door in the wall behind Pierce. So, is the Winter Soldier concealed behind that door your courage to face me alone? Upon hearing this, Pierce's pupils abruptly constricted, instinctively attempting to retreat. However, it was too late. Zuo Zhu seized Pierce's outstretched hand, and his dark right eye transformed into a kaleidoscope of crimson, shaped like a four-cornered windmill. The god of the unseen. Zuo Zhu's right eye flashed with a red light, causing Pierce's eyes to suddenly lose their color. His consciousness was being altered at its very core by Zuo Zhu. Simultaneously, the Winter Soldier, sensing Pierce's peril, burst through the wall, his iron fist rushing towards Zuo Zhu's head with a resounding force. Zuo Zhu calmly observed the rapidly approaching fist, not even blinking, showing no intention of evasion whatsoever. Stop. Just as the fist was a mere 3 centimeters from Zuo Zhu's forehead, ruffling the strands of hair there with its wind. A voice commanded the Winter Soldier's iron fist to freeze in place. Pierce rubbed his brow, casting a look filled with complexity towards Zuo Zhu, and finally sighed deeply. He then bent slightly towards Zuo Zhu, speaking with a tone of utmost respect, "My lord." Chapter 8. Is the Water Group also affiliated with Hydra? His will had not been significantly altered. He remained the same Hydra leader, the ambitious Alexander Pierce, who aspired to change the world. Yet, deep within his consciousness, his once absolute loyalty to Hydra had been forcibly redirected. He transformed from being entirely devoted to Hydra to being wholly loyal to Zuo Zhu. Pierce was oblivious to the shift in his own will, as if he had always been meant to pledge allegiance to Zuo Zhu. All thoughts unfavorable to Zuo Zhu silently vanished from his mind, leaving only unyielding loyalty. Zuo Zhu touched his graying right eye, blinked, and instantly, his eye returned to its normal black hue, followed by a satisfied smile. The system's products indeed promised excellence, controlled by the enigmatic deity. He could clearly sense Pierce's current thoughts. Every psychological nuance and action was within his perception. It was as if Pierce's mind stood before him, utterly exposed, devoid of any secrets. When necessary, he could even seize control of Pierce's thoughts, rendering him an unconscious puppet under his command. With matters resolved, Zuo Zhu felt elated as he casually moved aside the silver fist that loomed near him. He stepped a few paces to Pierce's desk and took a seat in his boss's chair. He gestured toward the opposite seat, encouraging, "Sit down, make yourself at home." No need to be formal. Pierce, though somewhat at a loss for words, complied and sat in the chair meant for guests. He glanced at the Winter Soldier and inquired of Zuo Zhu, "Shall I send the Winter Soldier back to the Hydra base, my lord? After all, this is S.H.I.D.L.D., and he is not suited to remain here for long." In truth, had it not been for the covert operational footage that Rumlow had discreetly sent back, revealing Zuo Zhu's uncanny abilities, subduing several Special Forces members in an instant, he would not have dared to summon the Winter Soldier to S.H.I.E.L.D. for protection. It was worth noting that several agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. had already faced off against the Winter Soldier. Prolonged exposure would inevitably raise the risk of recognition, particularly from the stunning yet lethal Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Winter Soldier. A vendetta that rendered her unable to ever don a bikini again. Zuo Zhu held little interest in the Winter Soldier, dismissively waving his hand. "Do as you wish. The fundamental affairs of Hydra will remain your decision." He understood his own capabilities, while he possessed some intelligence. Directly managing the vast Hydra branches under Pierce was beyond his scope. He was not Colonel Chu Xian, endowed with extraordinary intellect. Thus, it was wiser to let Pierce, now entirely under his control, continue to serve as the superficial leader. Meanwhile, Zuo Zhu would operate from the shadows, gradually familiarizing himself with and ultimately consuming Hydra until he completely absorbed the organization. Pierce nodded and addressed the Winter Soldier. "Soldier, return to Base 1 and stand by." The Winter Soldier's gaze remained as frigid as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon receiving his orders, he strode forth without hesitation. Zuo Zhu casually picked up an apple from the fruit bowl on the desk and began to munch on it, inquiring, "Now, let us discuss the current status of your subordinate, Hydra." Pierce nodded, organized his thoughts, and commenced his account. As Zuo Zhu listened attentively to Pierce's detailed report on Hydra's influence, his mind wandered to the rewards bestowed by the system, multitasking effortlessly. He had just encountered 2 significant figures from the Marvel Universe, which meant the system had successfully triggered 2 contact missions. It was now time to unveil the rewards. Contact mission triggered. Encountered S-Class individual, Alexander Pierce, one of the leaders of Hydra. Rewards dispensed. S-Class fragments X10. Mysterious item scroll of mastery X1. Contact mission triggered. Encountered A-Class individual, Bucky Barnes Winter Soldier. Rewards dispensed. A-Class fragments X10. Zuo Zhu gazed at the rewards in mild surprise. He had not anticipated that Pierce would hold greater value than the Winter Soldier. It appeared that the system's assessment of reward levels also accounted for the social influence of those encountered. While the Winter Soldier undeniably surpassed Pierce in personal strength, in terms of power and influence, he fell significantly short. Thus, overall, the Winter Soldier was considerably inferior to Pierce. The rewards from Pierce were quite commendable. Not only did they bring him a step closer to his S-Class card objective, but they also yielded a life-saving scroll. The Scroll of Mastery allowed for a one-time restoration of 20 health, which could prove invaluable in critical moments. As for the Winter Soldier's rewards, 10 A-Class fragments were rather unremarkable. Zuo Zhu stroked his chin, pondering that the mysterious item was not guaranteed to drop. Rather, the drop rate was notably higher with S-Class individuals. Just as he was contemplating, Pierce continued, in addition to Hydra agents infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. and various governments, I covertly control a superhero faction known as the Water Group. Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu snapped back from his reverie, his eyes widening with surprise as he looked at Pierce. Wait, did you just say you control what? The Water Group? The one associated with the superhero team? Zuo Zhu's expression was one of bewilderment. How could the Water Group possibly be connected to Hydra? Were these two factions truly compatible? Although this Marvel universe was rife with unexpected intersections, such as the Water Group's ties to that charismatic figure on Skull Island, the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Pierce, evidently misinterpreting Zuo Zhu's reaction, assumed he believed that a superhero conglomerate like Water should be fundamentally opposed to a villainous organization like Hydra. Thus, he began to clarify. In truth, the Water Group and its affiliated superheroes are not as noble and virtuous as they appear on the surface. In truth, they were not born with superpowers. Rather, they were injected with a substance known as Compound V during their childhood, which can only be regarded as an experimental product. Consequently, their abilities are often flawed, and their psyches are rather distorted. Some heroes engage in actions that are even more nefarious and perverse than those of our Hydra. Zuo interrupted Pierce's explanation with urgency. Stop. I am well aware of the grotesque reality of the Vought Group, and I recognize that the Seven are merely a bunch of superstars who haven't even weaned yet. He continued, what I mean is, why does Hydra have any association with the Vought Group? Pierce found Zuo's question peculiar and responded with an air of nonchalance. Why? There is no reason. We are Hydra, and thus they have no choice in the matter. This force capable of producing superheroes has been under our scrutiny from the beginning, offering them only two paths, to join Hydra or to face annihilation at our hands. Zuo inhaled sharply, surprisingly finding Pierce's rationale quite compelling. The origin of Vought's superhero initiative traces back to World War II, which coincided with Hydra's zenith. It would be astonishing if Vought's ostentatious introduction of superhero soldiers did not attract Hydra's attention. Indeed, that makes sense and is very Hydra-like, he conceded. However, there are recent disturbances within Vought. The members of the Seven seem to be growing increasingly restless, and I find this matter quite bothersome. Pierce rubbed his temples, clearly perturbed. The powers bestowed by Compound V are entirely random. Some are formidable, while others are feeble, and some may even be grotesque, devoid of any superhuman abilities. Undoubtedly, the Homelander is the epitome of perfection in terms of power awakening within the Vought Group. Yet, his abilities are so flawless, akin to a demigod from the comics, that Hydra cannot allow him to remain so. The Homelander must possess a conspicuous psychological flaw. Thus, Hydra ensured that he spent his formative years within the laboratory, subjecting him to psychological manipulation. Chapter 9. The special education identity of the Seven. The character known as Homelander has been instilled with a psychological flaw rooted in a lack of affection, cultivating an incessant desire for external validation since childhood, thus encasing him in an invisible shackle. This predicament has rendered him particularly sensitive to his public image, fostering a reliance on the maternal role orchestrated by Hydra, embodied by Vice President Madeline. Simultaneously, he harbors a certain trepidation towards the authoritative paternal figure, President Edgar. However, the recent absence of members within the Seven has ignited a flicker of rebellion within him, igniting aspirations to form a unique iteration of the Seven that belongs solely to him. This development is unwelcome to both Hydra and Pierce. While Homelander possesses formidable strength and basks in the limelight, amassing both fame and fortune, he is not permitted to command his own faction or subordinates. Yet, due to the overwhelming power of Homelander, Pierce has yet to devise a viable countermeasure. Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu contemplated momentarily, his eyes alight with realization. Indeed, he had nearly overlooked the Seven. Though these individuals are mere pretenders, their superhuman abilities and influence are undeniably tangible. They should be capable of triggering engagement in missions. At the very least, the members of the Seven, along with the principal figures in the Black Cloaks, should be eligible. With this thought, a smirk crept across Zuo Zhu's face as he turned to Pierce, decisively proclaiming, "Very well, no need to dwell on it. I shall take charge of Homelander's affairs. I will ensure he becomes a compliant and obedient dog." Pierce, upon hearing this, was filled with delight, harboring no doubts about Zuo Zhu's capabilities. He respectfully responded, "Then I shall trouble you, Master. I will arrange for you a special education identity at the Water Group, specifically to train those disobedient beasts. What do you think?" Zuo Zhu pondered. After all, he was going there to mentor Homelander. The identity of a special educator seemed quite fitting. All right, let us go with that identity. And in the future, refrain from calling me master, simply refer to me as Zuo or Mr. Zuo. The Qing dynasty has long since perished, so there is no need for distinctions. We are all friends. Pierce smiled and nodded. Then I shall call you Mr. Zuo. Is there anything else you wish to instruct? Zuo Zhu raised a finger. Indeed, there is one more matter. Please arrange for me a suitable identity within S-H-I-E-L-D. Zuo Zhu had not forgotten his mission to infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D as part of his assignment with Hydra. Now that Hydra had allied with him, it could be deemed as joining forces. The first half of the mission had been accomplished, and only the second half penetrating S-H-I-E-L-D remained. Pierce refrained from inquiring why, instead earnestly contemplating a fitting position within S-H-I-E-L-D. Although Zuo Zhu had not explicitly stated it, the fact that Zuo Zhu was now his master was an unalterable reality. Therefore, the identity assigned to him within S-H-I-E-L-D could not be of lowly status. Otherwise, it would not only tarnish Zuo Zhu's reputation, but also that of Hydra. What would it say if Hydra's leader were to serve as a mere agent within S-H-I-E-L-D? It would be a source of ridicule. Yet, after much deliberation, Pierce found no position worthy of Zuo Zhu's stature, unless he were to dismiss Nick Fury and elevate Zuo Zhu to the role of director. Although it is not impossible, it would expose Hydra to unnecessary risks, rendering the effort fruitless. Thus, Pierce directly inquired of Mr. Zuo, "Do you have any requirements regarding the position?" After a moment's contemplation, Zuo indeed had a specific request. He preferred a role that would allow him to engage more with supernatural events. Upon hearing this, Pierce's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Zuo's words immediately brought to mind a most suitable position. "What do you think of the role of the Minister of the Special Warfare Department?" The Special Warfare Department stands as the most formidable division within the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau, specifically tasked with addressing supernatural incidents. Most importantly, all members of this department are affiliated with Hydra, thus enabling you to command with greater ease. Listening to Pierce's proposal, Zuo found it quite feasible. "Very well. Proceed with this arrangement. By the way, my identity in this world is that of an unregistered individual. Please handle that as well." Pierce promptly nodded. "No problem. I can resolve your identity issue today, ensuring that all information and documentation are in your hands without a single flaw. However, the role of minister will require a few days' wait. I need to apply to the 5 council members. Nevertheless, with the credentials I will forge for you, I believe you will assume the position swiftly." Zuo was unperturbed by the delay. He was not in a rush. "All right, a few days' wait is acceptable. I shall use this time to address matters concerning the Walter Group." Pierce nodded again. "That is certainly manageable. I will inform Edgar, the president of the Walter Group, immediately. You can proceed under your special education identity tomorrow." Zuo was quite pleased with Pierce's methodical arrangements and patted him on the shoulder. "Excellent. I appreciate your efficiency. Take good care of Hydra for me, and should you perform well, I may bestow upon you divine gifts, allowing you to transcend your mortal form." Upon hearing this, Pierce's eyes widened in astonishment and fervor. "Thank you, Master, for your affirmation. I shall strive even harder to lead Hydra effectively." The transformation bestowed upon him by the divine left no room for doubt regarding Zuo's words. If the Master spoke of divine gifts, they would surely come to pass. Zuo, sensing Pierce's fervent faith, felt a sense of satisfaction. This worker could indeed be nurtured. Furthermore, the divine gifts he spoke of were not mere illusions. He was genuinely capable of bestowing such powers. The new ninja cards he drew could not only be integrated within himself, but could also be granted to others as he desired. Zuo had already formulated a plan. Cards of C rank, which offered minimal or no enhancement to himself, could be utilized to forge an army of superhumans of his own. Starting with an A-rank card like Eagle, he found himself somewhat disdainful of lower-tier cards. At the very least, C-rank cards, aside from a few exceptional cases, held little appeal for him. He aimed to pursue excellence. If he were to merge, he would merge with the strongest. A-level is merely his starting point. S-level is his current aspiration. Zuo Zhu casually tossed the fruit pit into the trash bin, wiped his hands, and rose to his feet. "That will be all for today. I shall take my leave now." Pierce promptly stood as well, saying, "Allow me to see you off. I will have Rumlow drive you home." "Very well." Zuo Zhu did not decline. After all, he had yet to officially join S-H-I-E-L-D, striding out alone. He would likely be mistaken for an undercover agent by S-H-I-E-L-D operatives. Upon exiting the conference room, Pierce's demeanor shifted back to that of an unyielding superior. "Rumlow, this is your new department head for the Special Operations Division, Mr. Zuo. From now on, the division will fall under his command." "Understood," Rumlow nodded, displaying little reaction. He merely assumed that Zuo Zhu had joined Hydra, and was consequently promoted to the head of the Special Operations Division, a recognition of Zuo Zhu's formidable capabilities. Chapter 10. The Special Education of the Hydra Group. Pierce leaned closer to Rumlo's ear and whispered, Mr. Zuo is also the new leader of our Hydra faction. Treat Mr. Zuo as you would treat me, do you understand? Rumlo, taken aback by the revelation, turned sharply to look at Zuo, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Before he could dwell on his shock, Pierce's aged hand landed heavily on his shoulder, his voice stern. Mind your attitude, Rumlo. From this day forth, you are Mr. Zuo's second in command. He is your supreme officer, and you must obey his every command. Even if it means sacrificing your life, you must execute his orders without hesitation. Do you comprehend? Snapping back to reality, Rumlo's loyalty to Hydra and to Pierce dispelled any lingering doubts. He affirmed resolutely, understood. From this day forward, Mr. Zuo is my supreme officer, and I shall carry out all his commands. Pierce nodded with satisfaction, gently patting his shoulder, adding with a knowing tone, excellent. Rest assured. You will soon realize how fortunate you are to be following Mr. Zuo. In Pierce's mind, Zuo was akin to a deity. The divine had promised blessings, and those in proximity to such divinity would undoubtedly have greater opportunities to receive those blessings. Were it not for his advanced age and frailty, Pierce would have aspired to be Zuo's second-in-command himself, unwilling to relinquish this fortuitous opportunity to Rumlo. Observing how easily Pierce had manipulated one of Captain America's formidable adversaries, Crossbones, Zuo couldn't help but silently commend him. This old fox was indeed skilled, adept at persuasion, and thoroughly deserving of his esteemed position within Hydra. Such a self-serving worker stirred even the heart of this callous employer. Once he procured a suitable new subordinate card, he vowed to reserve it for this old fellow. He could not allow such a valuable worker to suddenly perish due to age. You must live well, for I wish to reward you by having you as my lifelong subordinate. Zuo casually patted Rumlo's shoulder. Let us go, my second-in-command. Take me back to Queens. Mission triggered. Encountered B-Class character, Brock Rumlo Crossbones. Rewards being dispensed. B-Class fragments X10. Zuo withdrew his hand, his heart devoid of any tumult. This was hardly more rewarding than Winter Soldier. The rewards could only be described as marginally beneficial. Rumlo bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. After bidding farewell to Pierce, Rumlo escorted Zuo down in Pierce's exclusive elevator to the underground parking lot. Once Rumlo opened the car door for him, Zuo indulged in the luxury of being treated like a boss, settling into the plush back seat. With the roar of the engine, they departed with style. As the vehicle left, from a shadowy corner of the underground parking lot, a slender figure emerged gracefully. How intriguing. Even Rumlo must show deference to this new significant figure. Natasha narrowed her eyes, contemplating as she observed the departing SUV. As the captain of the Special Forces and an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Rumlo holds a rank superior to her current standing. Few individuals command such respect from him. The woman's intuition warns her that the tides within S.H.I.E.L.D. are shifting. As night descends and day breaks, another day passes. In New York, at the What Group, the What Tower stands majestically. A black SUV halts before the imposing edifice. Rumlo steps out from the driver's seat and approaches the rear door, opening it. A figure clad in a black suit, Assistant Zuo, emerges from the back. Almost immediately, the door on the opposite side swings open, and a lithe figure in a red, form-fitting suit stealthily slips out of the vehicle. The young Spider-Man inhales deeply, attempting to calm his racing heart, nervously glancing at Assistant Zuo. Oh my gosh, Zuo. I'm really on edge right now. I'm just a street-level hero, and now I'm about to meet real superheroes. I feel like I shouldn't be here. Assistant Zuo gives a dismissive shove to the anxious Spider-Man, pushing him toward the What entrance, retorting, what are you so nervous about? Compared to them, you, my friend, are the true hero. And don't forget what I told you yesterday. Taking comfort from Zuo's words, Peter manages to quell some of his anxiety, replying, of course. I remember. You said you would bring me to the What Group for a part-time job, so I could help others while earning some money to ease Aunt May's burdens. Zuo corrects him. No, I did not refer to a mere part-time job. I meant to invite you to join the 7 superheroes. It's not merely about making things easier for Aunt May. It's about ensuring she lives a good life. Peter chuckles awkwardly at this, feeling hesitant to respond. Given their skills, it seemed plausible for him and Zuo to join the What Group. However, the idea of directly joining the 7 superheroes felt utterly implausible to him. Who does he think he is? The head of the What Group? Just as Peter contemplates this, 3 familiar figures, whom he often sees on television, approach the What Group's entrance. They are Edgar, the president of the What Group, Madeline, the vice president, and Ashley, the head of public relations. Edgar extends his hand to Zuo, smiling. You must be the special instructor sent by the council, Mr. Zuo. Greetings, I am Stan Edgar of the What Group. Zuo regards the man with a nod and shakes his hand. Mr. Edgar, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Taking advantage of their handshake, Edgar leans in slightly. whispering reverently, "Hail Hydra, boss." Zuo responds quietly, swiftly withdrawing his hand. He then discreetly glances at Peter, who appears astonished by Edgar's arrival. It seems Peter did not overhear anything he shouldn't have. Zuo internally scoffs at Hydra's peculiarities. Why must they proclaim Hail Hydra in public? Don't they realize we live in an age dominated by superpowered beings? There are numerous individuals with extraordinary hearing abilities. Even a whisper could expose them. For instance, the small spider nearby, if not in a state of astonishment, might have been able to overhear their hushed conversations. Edgar, oblivious to Zuo Zhu's internal musings, continued to introduce. "This is Madeline, our vice president at the Water Group, and this is Aili, our head of public relations. They will be the ones to escort you to meet your instructors, the Super Seven." Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu nodded and shook hands with Madeline, the caretaker from his homeland, and Aili, the formidable public relations officer of water. None of the three could be considered significant figures, at least not within this amalgamated universe. Thus, even Edgar, the president of water, was merely a B-level character, possessing a mere 10 fragments of B-level essence. Madeline and Aili, on the other hand, were relegated to the lowest tier of C-level characters, each possessing a paltry 5 fragments of C-level essence. However, together, they conveniently amounted to a complete C-level ninja card. Chapter 11. The arrogant left assistant Edgar and Ramlo's 2 sets of 10 B-grade fragments coincidentally allowed for the synthesis of a complete B-grade new ninja card. Left assistant silently intoned in his heart, "System, synthesize the C-grade and B-grade fragments into a new ninja card. Beep. Random synthesis in progress. Please wait. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully synthesized a C-grade card. Naruto Shikamaru, congratulations. Host, you have successfully synthesized a B-grade card. Uzumaki Naruto Shippuden." Left assistant raised an eyebrow. "Oh. I see that the 7th Hokage and the 8th Hokage? One in his youth, the other still in his adolescence. System, fuse the B-grade Naruto card. Fusion in progress, successfully fused B-grade card. Uzumaki Naruto Shippuden." As the system's voice faded, left assistant distinctly felt an enhancement in both his physique and chakra. Additionally, 3 new skills emerged in his mind: Shadow Clone Technique, Rasengan, and Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Although this random card was rather ordinary, the trio of skills proved to be quite practical, making it a favorable outcome overall. As for the Naruto Shikamaru card, left assistant had no intention of fusing it. This C-grade card was rather mediocre. Perhaps he would reserve it as a reward for the diligent worker, Pierce. The fusion process concluded in mere seconds. After exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly moved on to the main topic. Edgar welcomed left assistant and the small spider into the grand doors of Wada Tower, ascending in the elevator. While in the elevator, left assistant casually inquired, "I heard the lantern man from the 7-man team has retired, leaving a vacancy." Edgar nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, due to personal reasons. The lantern man has stepped down from the Super 7. Left assistant acknowledged this with a nod, gesturing to the small spider beside him. "Well then, let us fill that vacancy with him." Before Edgar could respond, Aili, responsible for recruiting new members for the 7-man team, instinctively interjected, "The position was already filled yesterday. She should be attending today's meeting." Upon uttering these words, Aili noticed that, aside from the small spider, everyone else in the elevator was gazing at her with indifference. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn." Aili quickly slapped herself, lowering her head in trepidation. The president and vice president remained silent. What right did a mere calamity have to interject? Edgar redirected his gaze towards the small spider, smiling. "Of course, friendly neighbor Spider-Man, I have heard much about you. If you can join the 7-man team, it would be our honor at Wada Group." Peter, taken aback by this unexpected compliment, quickly replied, No, I'm just dabbling in small matters, nowhere near the heroic feats of the Super 7. If there's already a better candidate for the position, then perhaps I shall forego the opportunity." After uttering these words, Peter felt a sense of relief wash over him. The sudden suggestion from left assistant to allow him to join the 7-man team had startled him immensely. After all, it was the Super 7, a coveted position that every superhero yearned for. What is most absurd is that the president of the Water Group actually consented to this. What a jest. He was utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Rather than surprise, he was enveloped in shock. Edgar refrained from responding to Peter, instead directing his gaze towards Assistant Zuo. Only he and Madeline were aware that she was truly the one in charge. Her words echoed not only the sentiments of the Hydra behind the Water Group, but also represented undeniable truth. Assistant Zuo stroked his chin, recalling the new member that Isolai had mentioned. The new member? Could it be Starlight? Perhaps it is best to retain her for now. Peter's inclusion could simply transform the 7-member group into an 8-member ensemble. Starlight is also one of the protagonists in the Black Cloak, and her engagement rewards would likely rival Edgar's. It is prudent to keep her around until we have thoroughly reaped the benefits. Upon hearing this, Edgar nodded without hesitation, understood. If you require it, We shall adapt to an 8-member group. Among the 6 individuals in the elevator, wore expressions of indifference, seemingly unfazed by the news. However, Little Spider and the downcast Isolai were utterly astonished, especially Isolai, who was responsible for public relations within the 7-member group. It is crucial to note that the status of the Super 7 has always been comprised of 7 members, a tradition that has remained unchanged since World War II. Now, it seems that a mere utterance from a young man could directly alter this long-standing arrangement. Who on earth is this individual? Isolai's gaze flickered as she lowered her head. Had she discerned his identity? It was that of the formidable ally she would seek to align with in the future. Ding. As the elevator doors opened, they arrived at the floor designated for the 7-member group. Mr. Zuo, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you. With Madeline and Isolai here, feel free to direct them as needed. Assistant Zuo nodded. Very well, President Edgar, please attend to your duties. After speaking, Assistant Zuo was the first to step out of the elevator. The ambitious Isolai promptly followed, eager to lead the way. Mr. Zuo, allow me to guide you. I have already informed the 7-member group of your arrival. They should be awaiting you in the conference room. Indeed, Zuo replied with a casual glance. Isolai had left quite an impression on him during their encounter in the Black Cloak. An ordinary individual managing to survive in a superpower group, especially among the capricious compatriots, is no small feat. One must acknowledge that Isolai possesses a certain prowess. At the very least, in terms of public relations and perceptiveness, she has reached the limits of what an ordinary person can achieve. This individual could potentially evolve into a valuable asset within the water group. Isolai, noticing that Zuo seemed not to be averse to her attentive demeanor, felt a surge of joy. She bent even lower, opening the door to the conference room for him. However, as her eyes fell upon the opened room, her expression shifted dramatically, contorting into one of distress. The Super 7's conference room now hosted a mere 4 individuals: Queen Maeve, the Locomotive, the Deep Sea, and the newly inducted Starlight. Yet, the other members, the Compatriot, the enigmatic Xiansei, and the Invisible Man, were conspicuously absent. This will undoubtedly displease Mr. Zuo, the protagonist of today's meeting, whom she has just decided to align herself with. Aishili turned around and, upon witnessing Mr. Zuo's expression grow colder as he surveyed the situation in the conference room, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She hastily attempted to remedy the situation, saying, Mr. Zuo, the representatives from our homeland must be dealing with some urgent matters, which has prevented them from returning in time for the meeting. I will call them immediately to urge their swift return. Please bear with me for a moment. Mr. Zuo, with an impassive demeanor, pressed the button on Aishili's hastily produced phone and unceremoniously took the seat reserved for the 7-member group, which was originally occupied by the representatives from the homeland. The 4 individuals in the conference room were taken aback by this turn of events. However, upon noticing that Vice President Madeline, positioned behind Mr. Zuo, remained silent, they too withheld their discontent. Mr. Zuo casually placed his feet on the conference table and remarked, Vice President Madeline, please inform the 3 who have yet to arrive that if they are not present within 10 minutes, they will be promptly expelled from the Super 7. Chapter 12. Brother, you are quite pretentious, but you still need practice. Madeline, standing behind Zuo Zhu, was momentarily taken aback by his words. After a brief hesitation, she decided to disseminate the information. By doing so, she would offend the citizens of her homeland, but at most, she would only need to compensate him with a couple of servings of warm milk. Should she choose silence, however, she would incur the wrath of the Hydra behind Zuo Zhu, a consequence that could endanger not only herself but also those associated with her. The remaining 3 elders of the Super 7, along with Isolai, were not merely astonished, they were terrified. How dare he utter such defiance towards the citizens of his homeland? Did he truly not understand the gravity of his words? Isolai's expression was one of utter dismay. After all, how hard one it had been to secure a powerful ally, only to discover that this ally lacked any semblance of common sense. In the Walter group, aside from Edgar and Madeline, who would dare speak openly to the citizens of their homeland? Moreover, to suggest expelling someone from the Super 7 group was an act of sheer audacity. Even Edgar and Madeline would likely refrain from such reckless declarations. This was akin to lighting a candle in a lavatory, an invitation to disaster. The citizens of the homeland would surely be enraged upon hearing such insolence and would tear him to shreds. Indeed, as Isolai feared, the citizens, suspended outside the Walter Tower, wore expressions akin to someone who had just consumed something repugnant, eavesdropping on Zuo Zhu's brazen remarks within the conference room. Upon learning yesterday that the United Nations Security Council intended to dispatch a so-called special instructor to guide their group, he was nearly unable to contain his fury. Had it not been for Madeline's soothing words and personal reassurances, he might have already taken action against this so-called special instructor. Today, he had originally planned to afford Madeline some grace and spare this foolish instructoress life. He intended to let the instructor arrive, allow him to languish for a while, and then administer a small lesson before sending him on his way. To his astonishment, this audacious instructor had the audacity to speak out in his absence. Exclude him from the Super 7? Excellent. Congratulations, my dear fellow, you have successfully captured the attention of the citizens of your homeland. The citizen's face twitched slightly as he forced a rigid smile, his inner fury escalating. With a resounding crash, the conference room's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows shattered. A tall figure, draped in the American flag, entered with his back to the sunlight, hands clasped behind him, gliding slowly into the room. The sunlight cast a shadow over the citizen's figure, obscuring his expression in a mysterious veil akin to that of a deity, evoking an overwhelming sense of pressure. The grand entrance, meticulously orchestrated by Azu, was undeniably impressive. Most would likely be intimidated by it. Yet, among them, Zuo Zhu, inheritor of the king's power, remained unfazed. Brother, you are quite pretentious, but you still need practice. Zuo Zhu reclined against the citizen's chair, hands behind his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Ah, is this not the illustrious citizen of the homeland? As your future instructor, I must point out that your tardiness on your first assembly is rather disconcerting. However, as the first instructor to arrive after the delay, I have chosen, in a moment of benevolence, to allow you to remain temporarily within the Super 7, considering that you have not exceeded a 10-minute tardiness. Nevertheless, lateness must incur a penalty. You shall stand aside and listen during today's meeting. As the words left Zuo's lips, a collective gasp echoed throughout the conference room, creating an atmosphere as frigid as a nest of cobras. The forced smiles of the representatives from the homeland faltered, their lips trembling, and the shadows cast by the sunlight obscured their features, igniting a fierce anger within their eyes. Representatives from the homeland, Mr. Zuo embodies the United Nations Security Council. Do mind your demeanor. Just as the representatives were on the verge of erupting, Madeline's voice, laced with warning, interjected. Upon glancing towards her, seeing her standing respectfully behind Zuo and casting him a cautionary glance, their fury only intensified. Madeline belonged to him and him alone. The audacity of her standing behind an outsider, advocating for him, was intolerable. What had initially been a thought to eliminate the yellow-skinned intruder instantly transformed into a desire to prolong his suffering, both mentally and physically, before delivering the final blow. He would make this intruder comprehend the depths of the peril he had provoked. Drawing a deep breath, the representative from the homeland donned a mask of feigned politeness once more. Truly, an envoy from the United Nations, he thought, observing the decorum and grandeur displayed by Mr. Zuo. As he descended gracefully to the ground, he applauded and approached Zuo step by step. I admire this punctuality exhibited by our esteemed envoy. One must face consequences for their misdeeds. Even if I am the mightiest superhero in the world, having saved countless lives, I too must adhere to this principle, he continued, addressing each member of the Super 7 as he passed, inquiring if they shared his sentiment. Those questioned could barely muster a response. Their heads lowered nearly to the level of the table, trembling in fear. They dreaded inciting the ire of the representative from the homeland, fearing they might share in his wrath. Damn it, why did this envoy provoke the representative from the homeland upon arrival? Did they truly believe he was some benevolent figure from a comic book or the lofty ideal portrayed in the news? He was a merciless demon. Now, they had stirred his anger and would suffer the consequences alongside him. Observing the three veteran members of the Super 7 shivering in trepidation, the representative placed his hands on the shoulders of the newcomer, Starlight, gently kneading them, and with a low voice inquired, "Do you agree with my assessment, Starlight? Even I must face punishment, mustn't I?" Though Starlight was a fresh recruit on her inaugural day with the Super 7, the image of the representative from the homeland remained impressively illuminated in her memory, akin to a figure of grandeur under the spotlight. Yet, despite her naivety, she discerned the repressed fury simmering within the heart of the patriotic citizen, realizing that provoking him could ignite an explosive reaction. With a quaver in her voice, she nervously replied, I believe that is not the case. As the mightiest superhero in the world, the patriotic citizen dedicates his days to rescuing others, having saved countless lives, embodying the heroism we all admire. Even if he is delayed, it must be due to an urgent matter that warrants his attention. This is entirely understandable. One should not cast blame upon such a magnificent superhero for this reason alone. Upon hearing the praise from Starlight, a wave of relief washed over the patriotic citizen, transforming his forced smile into one of genuine warmth. Instead of crushing her shoulder, he contentedly patted her back, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. You must be the newly appointed Starlight, correct? I am not as grand as you suggest. While I am indeed the strongest hero in the world and an idol to many, I must adhere to the rules of every community. If everyone disregarded the rules, society would descend into chaos." As he spoke, his tone shifted dramatically, the smile vanishing as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Zuo Zhu. However, while in water, one must abide by the rules of water and of my own. Would you not agree, Special Officer? The implication of threat and bravado was unmistakable. Zuo Zhu observed the patriotic citizen's self-indulgent display with an impassive expression. Boy, did I grant you permission to wander freely? Go to the corner and stand there in punishment. Chapter 13. The bewildered patriot. The patriot was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly contorting into a grotesque snarl. You dare seek your own demise. Initially, he had intended to psychologically dismantle the left aide before gradually inflicting physical torment upon him. Yet, at this moment, the patriot could no longer contain his fury. While his opponent remained psychologically unscathed, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. He yearned to tear apart this despicable wretch, piece by piece, to alleviate the seething hatred within him. Madeline's heart raced uncontrollably, yet under the indoctrination of the Hydra, she attempted once more to pacify the patriot. Please, don't act impulsively. Mr. Zuo is a representative of the United Nations. If you kill him, your heroic journey will come to an end. However, the patriot had completely lost his composure. Disregarding Madeline's words entirely, he pointed a finger at her, cursing, "Wretched creature. Get out of my way. I am a patriot. I shall do as I please. What can the United Nations do to me?" Zuo, maintaining a detached gaze, regarded the impotent rage of the patriot as one might observe a mere jester. This dismissive look only fueled the patriot's wrath, prompting him to hasten his pace, eagerly anticipating the sound of this foolish dog's agonized pleas for mercy. Before Zuo could make a move, however, Langlo and Little Spider positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Langlo acted out of duty, while Little Spider stood firm simply because Zuo was his friend. Though he couldn't fathom why someone as admirable as Zuo would provoke the patriot so incessantly, he would not allow anyone to harm his friend. Zuo must have had his reasons. He had to trust in his ally, the patriot. Observing the two figures blocking his path, scoffed derisively. A mere armed civilian and a small insect, was this their audacity to incessantly bark at him? The patriot deemed them unworthy of his direct attention, dismissing them as insignificant pests. Xuanza, if you do not enter soon, the identity of the only masked ninja among the seven will be usurped by that red-clad brat. Indeed, from the moment Zuo and his companions stepped into the Wada Tower, every action of theirs had been under the scrutiny of the patriot. He had heard whispers of Little Spider's intention to join the seven, and even that Edgar might alter the group's name to the 8 as a result. Bang! The conference room door was kicked open, and Xuanza, clad entirely in black combat attire, strode in. A man of few words and fierce demeanor, he immediately launched a series of darts towards Zuo, Little Spider, and Langlo. Langlo, having been injected with a second-rate super serum, although not as formidable as Captain America, was considerably stronger than an average person. He deftly evaded the darts, rapidly discharging his pistol to shoot down the incoming projectiles. Little Spider, utilizing his spider sense, not only dodged the darts aimed at him with ease, but also managed to ensnare the ones directed at Zuo with his webbing. With all his darts rendered ineffective, Xuanza showed no hesitation. Blades sprang from his arms as he charged toward Little Spider. While darts were his hobby, close combat was his true talent. Then, with a resounding thud, the figure known as Shinsei was sent flying by a single kick from the Little Spider, crashing against the wall before slowly sliding down. His chest caved in, leaving his fate uncertain. The Little Spider himself was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Oh my goodness! I swear I did not use my full strength. I truly did not intend to. I simply did not expect him to be so weak. In the Little Spider's mind, the Super 7 represented the mightiest heroes in the world, each presumed to be far more powerful than he. To his astonishment, Shinsei could not withstand even a single kick. This revelation shifted the Little Spider's perception of the Super 7. They were not as formidable as the tale suggested. The patriotic hero, known as the Countryman, was equally astonished. Shinsei had been defeated so swiftly? He possesses some strength, but before me, it remains insufficient. With a disdainful snort, the Countryman shattered the ground beneath him and charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Peter's head. Peter's spider sense went into overdrive, and instinctively, he raised his hand to catch the Countryman's fist. Wow, buddy, your punch is quite powerful. The Countryman stared in disbelief at the Little Spider, who, despite struggling, still had the breath to speak. Undeterred, he increased the force of his blow. Perhaps that was a bit too much. Though the Little Spider managed to hold the Countryman's fist, the increased pressure soon became overwhelming. Switching from one hand to both, he still found himself being pushed down towards the ground. Observing this, the Countryman regained his confident smirk. Casting a scornful glance at the unfazed Sasuke, "Is this all you've got? Your bravado will not save your life." After watching for a considerable time, Sasuke rose from his seat, adjusting his crumpled attire. My bravado? It has never relied on others, but rather, in an instant, a flash of lightning enveloped Sasuke, causing him to vanish from sight. With a piercing crack of thunder resembling a bird's shriek, a hand, crackling with blue electricity, landed forcefully on the Countryman's face. Slamming his head against the wall, Sasuke chuckled darkly. I am my own greatest source of strength. The Countryman felt the immense force on his face, coupled with the tingling burn of electricity, leaving him in a state of shock. What in the world? This is no ordinary person. With a fierce effort against the numbing burn of the lightning, the countryman shook his arms free from Sasuke's grip. He then reached out, attempting to crush Sasuke's head. Yet, surrounded by crackling energy, Sasuke merely tilted his head slightly, evading the countryman's grasp. With a missed swipe, the countryman clenched his fists and launched a barrage of powerful punches. Sasuke activated his three-tomo Sharingan, effortlessly dodging each of the countryman's attacks while taunting. Is this really it? You are truly disappointing. You are far too weak, my little patriot. Though endowed with immense power and speed, the countryman's combat skills resembled those of a child, devoid of any real technique. Nevertheless, Sasuke could empathize with the countryman's perspective. The title of the world's foremost superhero has led the citizens of the homeland to neglect the practice of combat skills. They rely solely on sheer strength and the invincible power of laser vision to resolve conflicts. What need is there for technique? While these two abilities may suffice in overwhelming situations, their shortcomings become glaringly apparent when faced with adversaries whose strength and speed can match their own. This scenario is reminiscent of the moment when DC's Superman first encountered a Kryptonian, despite being superior in almost every aspect. He was mercilessly defeated by his underpowered Kryptonian female subordinate. This underscores the significance of combat experience and fighting prowess. Although the left assistant is significantly outmatched in raw strength compared to the homeland's hero, the stimulation from lightning has allowed him to match the speed of his opponent. More crucially, he possesses invaluable technique. By inheriting the combat experience of Eagle and Naruto, his expertise in battle far surpasses that of the homeland's champion. The straightforward approach of the homeland's hero proves futile, as even before a punch is thrown, the left assistant, with his Sharingan, has already predicted its ultimate trajectory. It can be said that the homeland's hero cannot even lay a finger on the left assistant. After a brief engagement, the left assistant has discerned the extent of the homeland hero's abilities. Although there are similarities to the powers of Superman, the disparity in actual combat effectiveness is substantial, rendering him little more than a low-tier version of the Man of Steel. Bored with the encounter, the left assistant muttered a cryptic remark. Before the homeland hero could comprehend its meaning, he felt a sudden numbness in his jaw. A hand crackling with blue lightning gripped his chin, forcefully slamming him against the wall once more. Chapter 14. The Dog Training Master, Sasu. The patriot raised his hand, intent on striking again, but as he did so, a searing pain coursed through him, rendering his arm immobile. Turning, he discovered that his palm was impaled against the wall by a long blade crackling with electricity. Sasu, with a cold smirk, twisted the blade in his grasp, causing the patriot to sweat profusely from the excruciating pain. The Chidori blade, infused with lightning chakra, greatly enhanced its penetrating and lethal capabilities. Even the skin of the patriot, impervious to missiles, could not withstand the sharpness of the Chidori blade, which pierced through effortlessly. Gazing at his bloodied hand, the patriot felt a surge of panic. This was the first time since becoming an invincible figure that he had been breached. He reluctantly acknowledged his fear. He was not truly invincible, and he could bleed. In his desperation, he turned to the conference table and called out for help. Engine, assist me in repelling him, quickly. In the conference room, Engine, one of the 4 members of the beleaguered 7-person team, could scarcely believe the turn of events. Pointing uncertainly at himself. Me? You want me to confront Sasu? What? Are you out of your mind? You can't handle this terrifying being. And you expect me to face him? Seeing Engine's hesitation, the patriot erupted in anger. Fuck you. If you do not intervene, I swear I will kill your brother and his 2 sons. At this, Engine's expression changed drastically. The patriot had successfully hit upon his sole vulnerability. He could sacrifice anything. But not his brother and nephews. They were his only family. Cursing under his breath, Engine glanced at Sasu, who appeared to be unarmed, and deemed the situation manageable. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least endure a beating. With a resounding thud, Engine vanished from his seat, transforming into a blue blur as he lunged at Sasu from the side. Time seemed to slow for Engine, the movements of others appearing as sluggish as snails. Victory was within reach. His heart soared with joy at the proximity of Sasu. Indeed, speed was the ultimate superpower. I am the fastest. Just as the elation surged within him, he suddenly noticed Sasu's blood-red eyes coldly fixed on him. Engine's heart sank. He could keep pace with my speed. Sasu chuckled disdainfully. Speed? Huh. You had better be faster than lightning. Chidori spear. In an instant, a blue-white lightning spear erupted from Sasu's left hand, ensnaring the advancing Engine. With a swift motion, Sasu lifted his hand, sending Engine, enveloped in electricity, soaring into the sky before crashing down with tremendous force. The ground shattered. Rocks and lightning scattering in all directions as Engine, already dark-skinned, became even more charred. Lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, he resembled a half-cooked duck. There was nothing more to say. Engine had fallen, obliterated in a single strike. Sasu cast a disdainful glance at the charred figure on the ground. My dear brother, you are swift, yet there remains room for improvement. The citizens of our homeland were utterly astonished. They had initially intended to deploy the fastest locomotive to restrain the left-hand assistant. However, to their dismay, this lad proved as ineffective as Shinsei, falling victim to a single strike. Blasted! What utter incompetence these two are. Meef, lend me your aid. The citizen beseeched Queen Meef, the strongest among them, extending a hand not bound by nails. Yet, to his astonishment, Queen Meef merely cast a glance his way before bowing her head. What an absurd international jest. I have long harbored disdain for you. Why should I assist? Go eat dirt. The citizen, in despair, glanced at the bowed Queen Meef, then turned his gaze toward the deep sea. Without awaiting a response from the deep sea, he dismissed it entirely. That waste, incapable of even catching up to a steaming pile of dung, is utterly useless. Relying on the deep sea would be akin to contemplating suicide. Ultimately, he directed his gaze toward the newly arrived Starlight. Starlight, bewildered, instinctively rose, unsure of how to proceed. As the captain of the Super 7, it was her duty to provide assistance, yet I simply cannot. Before Starlight could further agonize over the dilemma, Queen Meef, seated beside her, firmly urged her to sit back down. Bow your head, do not look, do not invite trouble upon yourself. Queen Meef whispered a warning, pressing Starlight's head firmly against the table. Observing all this, the left-hand assistant tightened his grip around the citizen's neck and lifted him slightly. Unable to stifle a laugh, poor Azu, it appears your leadership has been utterly disastrous, as even your team members are reluctant to assist you. Why not plead for mercy from me, call me daddy, and perhaps I shall show you mercy. After all, even a tiger does not consume its young. Does it not hold true? Each word from the left-hand assistant pierced the citizen's heart, reddening his eyes. The left-hand assistant continued his mockery. What's the matter? Is our big boy on the verge of tears? No, that's merely the glow of laser eyes. But the redness is not limited to just the citizen. Azu, I have heard your laser eyes can obliterate anything. Then gaze directly into my eyes and give it a try, you wretch. The left-hand assistant's eyes, adorned with 3 tomo, spun wildly, transforming into a kaleidoscope that met the citizen's crimson gaze. A flash of red light ensued. The brilliance in the citizen's eyes dimmed before the kaleidoscope of the left-hand assistant, causing him to lose all vitality in an instant. When the citizen regained his senses and attempted to unleash his laser eyes once more, he found himself utterly incapable. Moreover, he discovered that not only was his pinned left hand immobile, but his entire body had succumbed to paralysis. When did this happen? He was astonished to realize that his limbs had been firmly affixed to a colossal cross. The formidable power and unparalleled laser eyes that once resided within him had vanished. He now resembled an ordinary individual, struggling helplessly and ineffectually. In terror, the citizen surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself in a scene as foreign and hellish as could be. The same crimson pool of blood, the same boundless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the same throne of blood piled high with bones. And there, still seated upon the throne, was the young man in a black robe beneath the red clouds. Behind Zuo Zhu, a colossal 6-pointed star eye fixated intensely on the crucified figure of the homeland inhabitant. This horrifying spectacle brought the already terrified individual to the brink of psychological collapse. He gazed at Zuo Zhu, perched upon the towering throne, his voice trembling as he pleaded for mercy. I am sorry. Please spare me. You are the instructor. You are the special educator. I concede. I beg you, let me go? Zuo Zhu observed the once proud figure of the homeland inhabitant, now groveling in submission, yet he was not satisfied. He came to tame a dog, to mold the homeland inhabitant into a compliant creature. Merely acknowledging him as an instructor was insufficient. He must be the master, and the homeland inhabitant must be the dog. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Zuo Zhu's lips. Instructor? That simply will not do. As his words faded, numerous manifestations of Zuo Zhu, each brandishing a sharp blade, abruptly surrounded the homeland inhabitant. One of the Zuo Zhus plunged a knife into the poor soul's side, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Zuo Zhu coldly regarded the anguished figure and inquired, What should you call me? Enduring the excruciating pain, the homeland inhabitant, with tear-filled eyes, hesitated before responding, Instructor? Thud. On the opposite side. Another Zuo Zhu stabbed into his other side. Incorrect. Continue. What should you call me? Father? Thud. Continue. Father. Thud. Uncertain hours slipped by. The homeland inhabitant was now riddled with blades, resembling a porcupine, his eyes vacant, blood and saliva trickling from his lips as he muttered incoherent phrases. Zuo Zhu, sensing the time was ripe, stood from his throne and approached the homeland inhabitant step by step, grasping his chin to lift his gaze. Now tell me, what should you call me? The soulless eyes of the homeland inhabitant met Zuo Zhu's blood-red gaze, a flicker of an inextinguishable fear shimmering deep within. He murmured, Master. Master. Having received the desired affirmation, Zuo Zhu smiled widely and patted the homeland inhabitant's cheek. Good boy. Chapter 15. Subduing the patriotic ones. As the celestial hexagram blood moon rotated, the world began to fade. In the realm of reality, Zuo Zhu, with a hand crackling with thunder, released the patriotic one, who had been pressed against the wall, now devoid of consciousness and rendered almost catatonic. He swiftly extracted the Kusanagi sword embedded in the patriotic one's palm, casually flicking away the blood on its blade before it vanished. Zuo Zhu paid no heed to the patriotic one, who collapsed weakly to the ground after being freed. He leisurely returned to his seat at the head of the table, propping his feet haphazardly on the surface. In this assembly, no one dared to voice a single objection to Zuo Zhu's uncouth demeanor, who could claim that his actions were anything but civilized. The seven-member group trembled, instinctively drawing their heads inward, too frightened to even meet Zuo Zhu's gaze. They were utterly intimidated. They had always been the bullies, never the bullied. It was unfathomable that even their strongest, the patriotic one, had been reduced to a state of helplessness. The sheer terror of Zuo Zhu's might was overwhelming. It was as if crushing them would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Observing the seven-member group, resembling turtles retreating into their shells, Zuo Zhu frowned and commanded, "Why is everyone looking down? Raise your heads." The group, unable to defy his order, reluctantly lifted their gazes towards him, yet their eyes betrayed their inner fear. Zuo Zhu remained indifferent to their apprehension. It was, in fact, beneficial for him. Their fear ensured his leadership, compelling them to comply. Casting a glance at the unconscious forms of the train head and the dark figure against the wall, he noted their chests rising and falling slightly, indicating they were still alive. Their abilities were mediocre, but their defensive capabilities were commendable. It seemed that the superhumans produced by the fifth chemical had decent resilience. The dark figure, being a melee-oriented superhero, possessed a degree of self-healing and physical strength, while the train head, as a speedster, boasted superior physical defenses compared to most natural superhumans, far surpassing the fragile speedsters among them, like the Marvel Universe's Quicksilver, who could be felled by a mere bullet. Zuo Zhu assessed that as long as he maintained his dominance over them, one being highly efficient and the other swift, they could still prove useful. For now, he decided to keep them around, contemplating their elimination only when they no longer served a purpose. Glancing at the useless Deep Sea, he pointed to the train head and the dark figure, instructing, "Deep Sea, place those two worthless beings back in their seats." Startled at being called, Deep Sea recoiled slightly. Nodding cautiously, "Why yes." He quickly rose to drag the unconscious dark figure and the charred train head back to their respective positions. Finally, Zuo Zhu turned his attention to the still dazed patriotic one, chastising him in a tone reminiscent of reprimanding a pet. "Azu, why are you still dawdling? Come here and stand properly." The patriotic figure trembled, fear evident in his eyes as he hastily scrambled to his feet and swiftly approached his companion, the left assistant. Like an obedient child, he stood at attention, but upon realizing his position was precariously close to the edge, he offered an awkward smile to the little Spider-Man and Ramlo, who also stood beside the left assistant, and said, "Excuse me, would you mind shifting a bit to make room for me?" "Thank you." Ramlo glanced at the patriotic figure but remained motionless, his gaze toward the left assistant's retreating form becoming fervent. He began to believe Pierce's assertion that the left assistant could indeed bestow divine gifts. Even the world's mightiest superhero, the patriotic figure, was effortlessly subdued and tamed by him. What, then, could be deemed impossible for the left assistant? Noticing Ramlo's unwavering stance, the patriotic figure refrained from voicing any objections, now filled with reverence for the left assistant and all that surrounded him. He felt utterly unworthy to speak aloud to the ordinary individuals he had once deemed insignificant. However, the kind-hearted Spider-Man quickly stepped aside, creating a space for the patriotic figure. The latter cast a grateful glance at Spider-Man and murmured his thanks. "Thank you." Spider-Man, however, felt his perception of the patriotic figure shatter completely today, although it was indeed shocking to witness the superhero's defeat at the hands of the left assistant. What astounded him more was the fact that the patriotic figure had submitted so readily. Even after such a humiliating defeat, it seemed excessive to adopt such a sycophantic demeanor. After all, he was the mightiest superhero. How could he lack such fortitude? Alas, Spider-Man was oblivious to the torturous experiences the patriotic figure had endured in the realm of the mind, which might have fostered a deeper understanding. The left assistant paid no heed to the shy demeanor of the patriotic figure standing behind him, instead methodically pointing at each member of the seven. Maeve, Starlight, Deep Sea, Train, and Shinsei. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He glanced once more at the patriotic figure. 6. A smile graced the left assistant's face as he gently inquired, "So, can anyone tell me why, in this illustrious seven, we currently have only 6? And where is the 7th? The 6 members of the 7 collectively shuddered, sensing the ominous portent looming above them. Inwardly, they cursed the invisible man. That fool who was perpetually tardy and had a penchant for lurking in the restroom. Once again, he had dragged them into a predicament. In a moment of clarity, the patriotic figure scanned the conference room and suddenly brightened, pointing to a corner. "Master, I have located that rascal, the invisible man. He is hiding in that corner. Upon hearing this, the invisible man, who had been crouched in the corner and cloaked in invisibility, widened his eyes in shock. Not again, buddy. It turned out that the invisible man had curiously followed Xian into the meeting room, but upon entry, he witnessed Xian being flung backward, and then saw the patriotic figure receiving a beating from the left assistant for his tardiness, which deterred him from revealing himself. The battle raged on with such intensity that he dared not stealthily reopen the door to escape, fearing that the formidable special instructor, who mercilessly punished the compatriots, would notice his tardy presence. Thus, he resolved to remain hidden until the terrifying instructor departed, at which point he could seize an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. However, the compatriot, with his prominent brows and piercing gaze, unwittingly betrayed himself. After witnessing the formidable prowess of Zuo Zhu, the invisible man found himself devoid of the courage to flee, ultimately forced to awkwardly reveal himself in all his nakedness. This embarrassing spectacle compelled the relatively innocent little spider and Starlight to instinctively shield their eyes. The invisible man, swaying as he walked, attempted to explain to Zuo Zhu. Special instructor, please, allow me to elucidate. There is a reason for my actions. Stand still. Do not move. Zuo Zhu interrupted him with a finger pressed to his lips, turning his gaze toward Langmula. How long has it been since I mentioned 10 minutes? Langmula glanced at his watch and, with an impassive expression, replied, Boss, it has been 11 minutes. 11 minutes, you say? My sincerest apologies. You are dismissed. Zuo Zhu remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the invisible man. Does that mean I am free to leave? The invisible man exhaled with relief. Losing his position in the 7-man team was preferable to remaining in the presence of this terrifying special instructor, who was far more fearsome than any compatriot, and whose wrath could claim his life at any moment. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of Zuo Zhu's mouth. Yes, go ahead. And take heed in your next life. Chapter 16. The Tragic Demise of the Invisible Man and the Frightened 7. Thank you. The invisible man instinctively expressed gratitude upon hearing the first half of the sentence, only to be struck by the latter part. Wait, next life? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he hastily attempted to salvage the situation. Hold on, Zuo Zhu. Spare my life. I can be loyal to you. I can become. Unfortunately, Zuo Zhu was quite strict with the concept of time, and thus, Amaterasu. A terrifying black flame erupted from thin air, instantly engulfing the invisible man in its dark embrace. The invisible man, who should have been impervious to harm with his high-strength carbon fiber skin, was now engulfed in searing black flames. The black fire clung to him like a parasite, inescapably wrapping around his form, rendering his desperate attempts to extinguish it futile. Yet, due to the unique properties of his skin, the invisible man was not immediately consumed by Amaterasu's fiery wrath. Thus, he wailed in anguish for a full 30 seconds before. In a despairing scream, he was reduced to a pile of charred remains, the dreadful black flames dissipating alongside him. The invisible man was expelled from the ranks of the 7, stripped of his very existence. An eerie silence descended upon the air. The act of expulsion from a special class bore a literal and profound significance. All eyes were fixed in terror upon the ashes left behind by the invisible man, their fear of Zuo Zhu deepening. After all, he was among the most formidable in terms of defense within the 7, second only to the patriotic one. To have been reduced to mere charcoal in such a brief moment was alarming. If Zuo Zhu wished to incinerate them, it could be accomplished in an instant. One must tread lightly around this special class. Even the already subdued patriotic one found himself unconsciously swallowing hard, contemplating whether he could endure if his master were to unleash that terrifying black flame upon him. Soon, he arrived at an answer. He could withstand it, but only for a fleeting moment. His skin was significantly tougher than that of the invisible man, so he might endure for a bit longer. Surely, he could last over a minute, right? Perhaps. Yet, that was the extent of his confidence. He had no certainty of surviving under such terrifying flames. In light of this, he realized that his master's treatment towards him had been rather lenient. Zuo Zhu glanced at the vacant spot left by the invisible man and turned his attention to Spider-Man. Raising his chin in a gesture of invitation, "What are you waiting for? Our new member of the Super 7, Spider-Man, take your seat." Spider-Man pointed to himself, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He had never imagined he would one day become a member of the Super 7. However, after witnessing the day's events, he found the allure of the 7 greatly diminished, resulting in a tempered excitement. He silently nodded at Zuo Zhu and took the vacant position left by the invisible man. Zuo Zhu surveyed the fully occupied Super 7 and stood up. "Excellent, all seats are filled. This is truly wonderful." Zuo Zhu clapped his hands and slowly walked past each member of the Super 7. "Today, although our initial meeting was not entirely flawless, it brings me great solace that all 7 members of the group have finally gathered. However, I earnestly hope that during our next assembly, each of you will arrive punctually, without any instances of tardiness or absence. Is that understood? Otherwise, as your instructor, I shall be quite displeased, and as you well know, displeasure may lead to consequences. Zuo Zhu's voice echoed throughout the conference room, his hand lightly brushing against the necks of those he passed, with the exception of Xiao Zhu. This gesture sent a chill down the spines of the seven, as if they were on the brink of losing their heads. Zuo Zhu halted, his hands resting upon the shoulders of the unfortunate Deep Sea, addressing the group. So, tell me, do you wish to face punishment? The seven members straightened in their seats, their gazes resolute, akin to fervent party members, replying, No, we shall never be late again, instructor. Good children, that's the spirit. Zuo Zhu paused, exerting a gentle pressure on Deep Sea's shoulder. Oh, and there is one more matter. As your future instructor, it is imperative that I address the internal dynamics within your ranks. Henceforth, I do not wish to hear of any instances of coercion among you. Do you understand? Zuo Zhu imparted this with a meaningful glance towards Deep Sea, who was known for his less than honorable behavior, often bullying newcomers such as Starlight. Before any quarrels could arise between Deep Sea and the newly appointed Starlight, Zuo Zhu deemed it necessary to issue a warning. He had no desire for his seven-member group to devolve into a chaotic den of vice. Deep Sea, sensing the weight of the warning, felt a shiver run through him. Barely daring to breathe too heavily for fear of disturbing Zuo Zhu behind him, he resorted to gasping for air through his sides, summoning just enough courage to respond. I understand, instructor. I promise to adhere strictly to all your commands. From this day forth, I shall be your loyal dog, ready to bite whomever you command. Recognizing Deep Sea's awareness, Zuo Zhu released his grip and chuckled. Ha ha ha. I appreciate your sentiment, but I already have a good dog within the group. I have no desire to raise a hybrid fish dog. Upon hearing this, Guo immediately puffed out his chest and barked twice. Yes, yes. I am the only dog of my master. Woof woof. After speaking, he cast a disdainful glance at Deep Sea. Do you really possess the strength to bite? Within our group, only I have that capability to defend my master. Zuo Zhu was quite pleased with Guo's obedient demeanor. It seems I truly have a knack for being a dog trainer. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. This is indeed delightful. Look at us. We are getting along quite harmoniously and joyfully. The purpose of today's gathering was primarily to meet one another, allowing us to become acquainted. Now that we have made these pleasant introductions, there is nothing further to discuss, so I shall not take up any more of your valuable time. Moving forward, I encourage each of you to strive diligently to create greater value for what, Hydra, let us not allow ourselves to become the next invisible man. With that, today's meeting comes to a successful conclusion. The session is adjourned. As the assistant concluded, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The members of the seven were moved to tears. How wonderful it is that this torturous meeting is finally drawing to a close. The assistant smiled and nodded at the seven, but as he turned to leave, his expression became impassive, and he walked out. Rumlow and Peter followed closely behind. The seven, unwilling to linger any longer, were not the only ones. The assistant too wished to distance himself from this incompetent group. He feared that prolonged exposure might taint him with their aberrant qualities. The Patriot quickly caught up, slightly bowing with a sycophantic smile, saying, Master, allow me to escort you. The assistant halted, gazing at the Patriot, who held no animosity in his eyes, only reverence. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, No need for that. Just ensure you take good care of the seven and what? Among all at what? I have the utmost faith in you. Do not let me down. After giving the Patriot a reassuring pat on the shoulder, the assistant departed with his entourage. The Patriot stood there, staring vacantly in the direction the assistant had vanished. Lost in thought for a long while, the assistant's parting words echoed in his mind. I have the utmost faith in you. A somewhat morbid smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Chapter 17. The brainwashed little spider within the depths of his heart, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction arose. His spirits soared as if he were a child basking in the approval of a revered father. Simultaneously, clarity dawned upon him. No wonder the master initially instructed him to call him daddy and forgave his tardiness. No wonder the master struck himself instead of others. No wonder the master had incinerated the late invisible man, yet merely inflicted countless wounds upon him. Three no wonders illuminated the mind of the patriotic one, revealing that the master's actions were laden with profound significance. It was because the master held him in such high regard that he employed a strategy of rigorous discipline under the guise of filial piety. With this newfound understanding of the left assistant's earnest intentions, the patriotic one straightened his back with renewed confidence. I, the patriotic one, even if subjected to blows, am still the most exceptional one apart from the master. As his thoughts spiraled, he resolved to surprise his newly acknowledged father. The master, no, father trusts me. And I must not disappoint him. I must ensure the well-being of what in the seven. No, I must completely seize control of the what group in the seven. In that moment, the flicker of paternal fear he held towards President Edgar dissipated entirely. That man was just an ordinary individual. Why should he instill fear in me? Only a formidable presence like the left assistant could be deemed his father. Only someone like the left assistant could reign as the king of superheroes, the president of what? Thankfully, the left assistant had already departed. Otherwise, if he had overheard Azu taking his earlier jest of calling him daddy seriously, Azu might have followed the path of the invisible man. In the black SUV, the left assistant reclined in the back seat, eyes closed in repose. The atmosphere among the three occupants was thick with an eerie silence. After a considerable time, the left assistant opened his eyes and turned to the now reticent little spider, who had grown silent since he had dispatched the invisible man. Peter, what I said earlier was merely directed at the others in the seven. You need not take it to heart. Just attend your classes normally, and occasionally check in at what for your salary. There is no need to overthink it. Peter paused, momentarily taken aback, then nodded quietly, falling once more into silence. The left assistant observed Peter, whose red hood could not conceal his troubled demeanor, and found it somewhat amusing. All right, I sense you have many questions. Feel free to ask directly. Unable to contain his mounting confusion any longer, Peter ripped off his mask, revealing his youthful, handsome face. With an air of suppressed turmoil, he inquired, I indeed have numerous questions. I wish to know, are you truly a special agent dispatched by the United Nations? Why have you undergone such a drastic change in temperament today? Why have you consistently provoked the patriotic one, and even harmed him? More importantly, why did you so ruthlessly kill the invisible man? Why do you treat the members of the seven as if? Peter's heart was heavy with turmoil, yet the final words eluded his lips. Zuo Zhu had no hesitation. He directly articulated the unspoken words Peter had left hanging. So, you are like an evil villain, aren't you? Peter fell silent for a moment, then nodded quietly before pressing on with his inquiries. But I don't understand. You are such a good person. What has brought you to this point today? Surely, you must have your reasons, correct? Although Peter was questioning, his final words were, in truth, a form of self-comfort. Even now, he still held faith in Zuo Zhu and in his own instincts. His intuition told him that Zuo Zhu was not a bad person. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely 2 days, Zuo Zhu exuded an aura of a seemingly cold, yet warm-hearted older brother. From offering him a substantial sum for lodging and insisting he accept it despite his tough demeanor, to his amiable interactions with Aunt May, Peter could discern that Zuo Zhu was not difficult to approach. On the contrary, he was quite affable. If one assisted him, he would undoubtedly reciprocate. For instance, Peter had only provided Zuo Zhu with a place to stay and lent him a computer to look up some information. Yet Zuo Zhu had not only rewarded him with money, but also secured him a lucrative position with the Super 7 team. Although the process of obtaining this job was not particularly pleasant, it did not diminish the fact that this part-time work had lifted their family from the brink of poverty and alleviated Aunt May's daily struggles for survival. Observing Peter's silence, Zuo Zhu felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that the boy would concoct an excuse for him. He reached out and ruffled Peter's tousled hair, gazing intently into his eyes. Peter, look at me. At this, Peter lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zuo Zhu's dark orbs. In that moment, their contrasting eyes, one dark, one blue, met. Zuo Zhu perceived a myriad of emotions swirling within Peter: frustration, sorrow, disappointment, and conflict. Yet, there was no animosity directed towards him. To be candid, Peter's demeanor today had taken Zuo Zhu by surprise. From the outset, Peter had steadfastly stood by his side, fearlessly shielding him even in the face of formidable adversaries. When Zuo Zhu had taken decisive action against the invisible man, Peter had refrained from impulsively intervening. Zuo Zhu felt a sense of satisfaction. His kindness towards the young spider had not been in vain. This young spider was no mindless do-gooder. He was worth nurturing further, destined to evolve into a valuable ally. Zuo Zhu cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression as he began to explain, or rather, persuade. Peter, the reason I brought you to water today was not solely to help you find a part-time job. I also wish for you to experience growth. Peter looked puzzled. Growth? Zuo Zhu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Tell me, what have you learned from the Super 7 today? Was it their unwavering sense of justice or their fearlessness in the face of adversity? Peter found himself at a loss for words. Justice? As the captain, the individual from the homeland was besieged by a multitude, with not a single teammate willing to offer assistance. The only locomotive among them was compelled to act solely through the threat of family. Is this justice? Is this fearlessness? The members of the seven were so intimidated by left assistant that they resembled timid children, utterly unwilling to resist. Is this truly fearlessness? Is this a lack of trepidation in the face of adversity? After enduring a beating from left assistant, the individual from the homeland obediently submitted, even referring to left assistant as master in a manner reminiscent of a dog. This hardly suggests a lack of fear towards difficulties. Among the 3 fundamental qualities of a superhero, Peter found none reflected in the Super 7 today. What he observed was merely a fade of strength, a tendency to bully the weak, and a disturbing nature. Noticing Peter's silence, left assistant recognized the turmoil within him and proceeded to unveil his next revelation. He handed Peter a tablet, stating with deliberation, Peter, this world is not merely black and white. The justice you perceive may not truly embody righteousness, and the evil you witness may not genuinely represent malevolence. Justice lies not in appearances but in actions. You will comprehend this upon further reflection. Peter found left assistant's words both compelling and perplexing, yet he accepted the tablet. Upon examining it closely, he discovered a series of superhero profiles from the Watt group. Documents that were marked as highly confidential. Was he truly permitted to view such sensitive information? Nevertheless, driven by curiosity, Peter clicked on the profile of one of the members of the Seven. Chapter 18. The thoroughly brainwashed little spider. Peter clicked on the file of the train head. And in the next moment, a sense of foreboding washed over him as his pupils dilated. Upon opening the file, he was confronted with a slew of action video thumbnails, most of which were drenched in blood. For instance, the latest video from the train head depicted the figure standing in the street, entirely covered in blood. With a heavy heart, Peter clicked to play the video. The footage was evidently captured from a roadside surveillance camera. However, the opening scene did not feature the train head as the protagonist, but rather a couple locked in an embrace by the roadside. The man stood on the sidewalk while the woman was barely half a step away on the street. Their tender kiss was filled with joy and laughter. A moment of bliss that shattered abruptly. Suddenly, a blue shadow hurtled through the girl, obliterating her into a grotesque spray of flesh and blood, leaving a long crimson streak on the pavement. The once pristine road transformed into a nightmarish scene of carnage. Only the blood-soaked train head remained, while the man stood frozen, clutching the remnants of the girl's hands in shock. After offering an insincere apology, the train head sped away, leaving the man to wail in despair. Peter watched the video in disbelief, struggling to regain his composure, and turned to his companion, left assistant, feeling utterly lost. I've seen this news report before, but I recall it stating that the train head's actions were an unfortunate accident caused by his urgent pursuit of a robber, with the girl standing in the middle of the street. But this, his faith in superheroes wavered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Left assistant replied coolly, I have told you before, the world is not merely black and white. One must look beyond the surface, examine the detailed records of the incident. At left assistant's urging, Peter glanced at the action report beneath the video, his expression darkening further. On that day, there were no robberies reported in the vicinity, nor had the train head received any official mission. The incident was solely the result of his personal failings. Fury surged within Peter as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. If this was a personal failure of the train head, why is the Walter Group stepping in to exonerate him, even fabricating evidence in the news? He took a life. He should pay the price for his actions. Why should he remain unscathed when he ought to be imprisoned? Left assistant gazed at the young Peter and quietly raised two fingers for two words: self-interest. As long as the train head can generate value for the Walter Group, they will absolve him of all misdeeds, regardless of right or wrong. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief as he opened his mouth to protest, yet found himself rendered speechless, as if a colossal weight pressed down upon his chest. Left assistant, already aware of the truth, was far less naive than Peter. Peter remained unmoved by the gruesome images presented in the video, as he continued to absorb the insidious indoctrination targeted at his tender psyche. This was merely a trivial incident among the fatalities caused by the superheroes of the Water Group. One could peruse the profiles of other heroes and be astounded by the revelations therein. With a heavy heart, Peter's fingers trembled as he clicked through the action files of various superheroes, his shock intensifying with each video. Ultimately, despair filled his eyes, shattering his once cherished belief in the noble facade of the Water Group and the Seven. He had naively thought that the Water Group was a bastion of superheroic ideals, the most righteous organization in the world. Little did he know that beneath its shining exterior lay a darkness more vile than that of any villainous faction. The notion that joining the Seven had been his life's ambition now struck him as preposterous. This band of scoundrels was an affront to the very essence of heroism. Peter even began to doubt his own aspirations of being a superhero. Observing Peter's despondent demeanor, Zuo Zhu realized that his mental defenses were teetering on the brink of collapse. This moment was ripe for a psychological breakthrough. After sufficient despair, it was time for my own glimmer of hope to emerge. Zuo Zhu firmly clasped Peter's shoulders, jolting him back to reality with a sharp pain. With a chilling tone, he remarked, Do you now understand the severity of my actions against them? For it is only through the trials of the wicked that one can truly confront evil. In this world of gray, pure white cannot counterbalance the darkness that lurks beneath a radiant facade. For those with genuine goodness, like you and your Aunt May, I shall extend my gentler side to forge friendship. However, to those whose hearts are twisted with malevolence, I will become their most dreaded nightmare. I am neither wholly white nor entirely black. I embody the gray in between, the gray that can simultaneously balance both light and dark, combating all that threatens peace. Zuo Zhu observed the shift in Peter's gaze as he spoke, his words laden with significance. Thus, I, this shade of gray, have come to the only superhero collective on this planet, for it requires my intervention, and you too need me for transformation. Releasing Peter, Zuo Zhu extended his hand, his tone rising with persuasion. Peter, this is why I wish to bring you to water and to join the seven. This transformation cannot rely solely on my strength. I need a companion. And you, my friend, are my first ally since my arrival. You are my aid. I believe you can assist me in rectifying water's misdeeds, in altering the hypocritical image of the seven, and even in transforming this flawed world of heroes. We must reshape water into a genuine hero organization and elevate the seven into a true fellowship of champions. So, come, Peter, join me in this grand endeavor of change. In the fervent words of Lefty, Peter's once dormant heroic spirit, dimmed by the corruption of Vortex and the Seven, was reignited with fervor. Although a powerful desire to join in the fight for change surged within him, the enormity of the task left him feeling uncertain as he questioned, "Can I truly do this? I am merely a humble street hero. Can I really alter the course of Vortex and the Seven? Change the world's perception of a flawed hero?" Lefty recognized that Peter was stirred, and now only a final push was needed. He picked up the mask Peter had removed, placing it back upon his face, allowing him to regain his confidence beneath the spider visage. With encouragement, he proclaimed, "Hey, Peter. Be confident. You are Spider-Man, my friend, the beloved neighbor of all New York. Even if you doubt yourself, do you not trust in me? Do you not believe in those who admire you? You can do this. You are capable. You are extraordinary." With Lefty's final triumphant words, Peter's heart raced. His eyes gleaming with newfound confidence as he raised his fist and exclaimed to Lefty, "Indeed, I believe in myself, in you, and in all those who cherish Spider-Man. I can do this. I am capable. I am exceptional." Chapter 19. A Bounty of Riches, Unveiling the Mystery Box. Left. I now feel invigorated, brimming with ambition. And I can hardly contain my eagerness to instigate change. Where shall we commence? The internal corruption within what? The distorted psyches of the Seven? Or should we directly rectify the misguided notions held by all the superheroes across the globe? Assistant Left gazed at the brainwashed little spider before him, a mischievous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Excellent, just like that, full of spirit. Then let us begin with a click. The car door swung open, and Assistant Left unceremoniously propelled Peter out into the world. "School is starting, Peter. I recall you have classes in the afternoon. Off you go. Behave and attend." Without awaiting a response, Assistant Left ordered Ramlo to drive away. The objective of brainwashing had been achieved, leaving the poor little spider to fend for himself. Peter stood, dazed, watching the retreating taillights, absorbing his surroundings, only to realize that the vehicle had inexplicably arrived near his school. A wave of dismay washed over him. "Left. You've stirred my blood, ignited my fervor, and now you tell me to go to school. How can I possibly focus on academics now? What kind of person does this?" He longed to pursue them, but alas, it was futile. Peter seethed, hopping in frustration, extending his hand to launch a web and chase after them for an explanation. Suddenly, a melodious voice called out from behind him, "Peter, what are you doing here?" Peter froze, slowly turning to face the striking figure of Gwen, her golden locks shimmering in the light. "Gwen. Ha ha, how delightful." Assistant Left, observing through the rearview mirror, could hardly contain his laughter at the sight of the flustered little spider discovered by his beloved. Indeed, he had anticipated Gwen's appearance, deliberately positioning Peter in her path to witness this charming surprise encounter between the young couple. It was rather entertaining to tease Peter, such a naive soul, in high spirits. Assistant Left jested with Ramlo at the wheel. "How does my recent brainwashing and motivation of Peter compare to your former boss, Alexander Pierce?" Ramlo, without turning his head, replied, "First and foremost, Minister Pierce is no longer my superior. You are my true leader now." A smile crept across his rugged face. "However, your recent oration was indeed remarkable, rivaling even Minister Pierce's. Were I not your subordinate and aware of your true identity as the leader of Hydra, I might have believed you to be a noble hero selflessly striving to amend a flawed world." Assistant Left, feigning seriousness, retorted, "What do you mean might have? I am indeed a great hero dedicated to transforming this erroneous world. I am a true hero." Ha 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 ha. As he concluded his statement, Assistant Left could not suppress his laughter. Changing the world? Perhaps. But for the sake of justice? Ha ha ha. That is debatable. Even in transformation, it was merely for his own betterment. A hero? He was far from it. He is merely an ordinary individual, driven by his own whims and moods. If he finds someone displeasing, he acts against them. If anyone causes him discomfort, he retaliates. His actions are dictated solely by his emotions, irrespective of notions of justice. Even when it comes to forces or individuals he has chosen to subdue, his methods are dictated by his mood. He disdains the Super Seven, thus he reprimands them. His impression of Hydra is neutral, leading to a more lenient approach. He holds a fondness for the young spider, resulting in a greater degree of tolerance and kindness towards him, acting on impulse, governed by caprice. This is Zuo Zhu. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes. It was time to assess today's second harvest. The first was the acquisition of the Super Seven and the young spider as his capable subordinates. The second was the rewards obtained from his encounters with the seven. Contact task triggered. Encountered S-class character of this world, countryman. Rewards dispersing. S-class fragments, X10. Mysterious item spirit communication, slug X1. Encountered A-class character of this world, starlight. Rewards dispersing. A-class fragments, X10. Encountered B-class characters of this world, Queen Maeve. The Homelander, rewards dispersing. B-class fragments, X20. Encountered C-class characters of this world, the Deep. Invisible Man, rewards dispersing. C-class fragments, X10. Ding. Congratulations, host. First trigger of group contact task. All members of Super 7 encountered. Group special rewards dispersing. S-class fragments X10, A-class fragments X20, B-class fragments X20, C-class fragments X40. Mysterious item secret scroll. Timespace X5. Goodness. What a tremendous windfall. Not to mention the lengthy list of individual contact rewards, even the final group reward alone justifies his efforts. However, has he truly encountered the Invisible Man? He distinctly remembers the rather shocking image of the Invisible Man, completely nude, flaunting his private parts, which led him to incinerate him with Amaterasu. Ding. Esteemed host, Amaterasu is also a part of you, thus its targets are equivalently considered as yours. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zuo Zhu's eyes lit up. Is that really permissible? How splendid. He had been pondering whether he would have to personally engage with repugnant individuals like the Invisible Man for the sake of rewards in the future. Now it seems he merely needs to use Amaterasu to make contact. Henceforth, when encountering those he detests, he can simply incinerate them with Amaterasu. This way, he earns rewards without subjecting himself to distasteful encounters. It's a veritable win-win. He can triumph twice over. With a buoyant spirit, Zuo Zhu cheerfully inquired, System. Please tally how many fragments I currently possess? Calculating. S-class 40, A-class 40, B-class 30, C-class 50. Zuo Zhu raised an eyebrow. Had he amassed so many ninja fragments? He could synthesize 1 A-class complete card, 1 B-class complete card, and 5 C-class complete cards. The S-class fragments were nearly half complete. Furthermore, with the previously merged novice reward A-level Eagle Assistant, along with the synthesized complete cards of B-level Naruto and C-level Shikamaru, I have, within a mere 3 days of arriving in this world, managed to collect 10 complete ninja cards. This achievement surpasses the ease with which I acquired ninja cards in my previous life through a certain game. However, my initial excitement quickly subsided as I reflected on the reasons behind my rapid accumulation of rewards. A significant factor was undoubtedly my fortunate circumstances. The nine-headed serpent presented itself, allowing me to directly control one of its heads, thereby granting me access to water and the Super 7. It is unlikely that I will replicate such a bountiful acquisition of fragments in the future. At least, triggering the team rewards that yield the most rewards seems quite improbable. Nevertheless, there is no need to dwell on such thoughts. It is now time to revel in the joy of opening blind boxes. Great deities, Sanshin, Jade Emperor, Tathagata, Jesus, Satan, Odin, Dormammu, grant me the fortune of gold. System, please synthesize 1 A-level card, 1 B-level card, and 5 C-level cards. Received. Synthesizing. Please hold. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-level card. Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo. Congratulations, host. You have obtained B-level card. Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden. Congratulations, host. You have obtained C-level cards. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura, Tenten, Hyuga Hinata, Zuo Zhu. Have I stumbled upon Sasuke's lair? Although my name is Zuo Zhu, it hardly seems fair to receive all 3 types of Sasuke cards at once. Chapter 20. The Complete Kaleidoscope, Power Surge. Including Eagle Zuo, he now possesses 4 Sasuke cards. Is this some kind of innate Sasuke divine body? Zuo Zhu felt a slight headache from the thought. Nevertheless, he found himself rather pleased with the cards drawn this time. He was especially satisfied with the A-rank card, Susanoo Sasuke. Although this card, like the Eagle Zuo, merely possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, it boasted 2 critically important skills. The ability of the right eye of the Manjiki, Kagutsuchi, which can alter the form of Amaterasu, and the first and second forms of the third power, Susanoo. By merging the Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo card, he finally comprehensively acquired all the skills associated with Sasuke's Sharingan, significantly enhancing his strength. The B-rank Sasuke card was also commendable. Although it lacked new abilities concerning the Sharingan, it still granted him 2 formidable new skills, Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique, and Sasuke's original Lightning Technique, Kirin. Both of these techniques covered a wide area and possessed astonishing attack power. For him, aside from Amaterasu, he now had 2 more impressive and practical skills, which was quite delightful. As for the C-rank cards, they were not worth much discussion. The only 2 that caught his eye were the Sasuke card and the Hinata card. He cherished the Sasuke card because he could never bestow it upon anyone else. In this world, there could only be one Sasuke. Even if the Sasuke card were utterly worthless, he would still merge it. The Hinata card intrigued him due to her Byakugan, which provided him with a 360-degree unobstructed view and the ability to see through objects, capabilities that even the Sharingan did not possess. System, merge the A and B Sasuke cards, as well as the C-rank Sasuke and Hinata cards. Ding. Received. Merging. Successfully merged 4 ninja cards. As the system's voice faded, Zuo Zhu felt a rapid surge in his physical attributes, chakra, and mental acuity. Power surged forth ceaselessly. Upon completion of the fusion, Zuo Zhu opened his eyes, and the kaleidoscope with a white-bordered hexagram unconsciously activated. Wow, this vision is truly incredible. The world through Zuo Zhu's eyes became not only clearer, but he could now even see the scenes behind him, and he could peer through vehicles to witness the outside world. Everything appeared to be devoid of concealment in his sight. Is this the Byakugan? It is far more useful than I had imagined. Gazing into the rearview mirror at his own eyes, he noted that they only bore a faint white ring compared to before, devoid of the bulging veins characteristic of the original work, which he found quite satisfactory. As Zuo Zhu, one must embody elegance. He had no desire for a visage marred by grotesque veins. Most gratifyingly, the system had not deceived him. The fused abilities exhibited no rejection between the bloodline limits, allowing for complete and harmonious utilization. For instance, he could now simultaneously activate both the Sharingan and the Byakugan, employing their respective abilities concurrently. Naturally, he could also opt to use only one at a time. For instance, whether utilizing the singular Sharingan or Byakugan, the expenditure of chakra would be somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, given his current chakra reserves, even when activated simultaneously, he would have ample energy to squander. Ultimately, as he clenched his fist, reveling in the explosive power coursing through his physique, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The augmentation of physical strength brought him far greater delight than the unique enhancement of vision afforded by the Byakugan. The sense of security stemming from a robust body is irreplaceable by any other ability. In terms of sheer physical prowess, he likely stands on par with the likes of Spider-Man. Coupled with the stimulating amplification of lightning, he could easily subdue adversaries with mere hand-to-hand combat. Some might perceive this as an exaggeration, questioning how ninjas, known for their fragile physiques, could experience such significant physical enhancement. However, this reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of the Naruto universe. Most individuals assume that ninjas are characterized by high offense and low defense. In truth, this is far from the case. Even excluding the exceptionally powerful taijutsu practitioners, the physical capabilities of ordinary ninjas are not to be underestimated. Their strength, speed, and resilience often surpass that of ordinary humans, comparable to that of Captain America. Not to mention, figures like Sasuke and Naruto, the destined children, would hardly qualify as fragile. If they were indeed so weak, they would have been annihilated by the myriad of dazzling ninjutsu long ago, rather than persistently surviving like cockroaches. Therefore, now endowed with the cumulative physical strength of 6 ninja cards, he could modestly claim that his physical attributes rival those of Spider-Man. In a direct confrontation, Spider-Man may well find himself outmatched. Speed, strength, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, both ranged and close combat. Unbeknownst to him, he was evolving into a multifaceted warrior. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before he becomes invincible. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and he, Zuo Zhu, marches on. Ramlo glanced at the rearview mirror, unsure if it was merely his imagination, but he felt that his boss seemed to have grown even stronger. The oppressive aura emanating from him had nearly materialized. Noticing Ramlo's gaze, Zuo Zhu reined in the chakra fluctuations that had unconsciously surged forth. Only then did Ramlo sense the suffocating atmosphere dissipate, and with a tone of respect, he inquired, "Boss, where shall we head next? Would you like me to introduce you to the other members of the Special Operations team?" A hint of admiration sparkled in Ramlo's eyes. Completing the formidable task of subduing the unruly compatriots in less than a morning, while simultaneously conquering the entire Super 7, was nothing short of a miracle within Hydra. He could hardly contain his eagerness to introduce the brothers of the Special Operations team to their new, godlike leader. Propping his chin upon his hand, Zuo Zhu gazed out the window, grinning as he replied, "Ramlo, there's no rush to meet the brothers. We can wait until my formal induction. We have only just completed one mission, and it is essential to balance work and relaxation. Therefore, for the next few days, we shall embark on a journey." Ramlo paused, taken aback. A journey? Zuo Zhu gazed out the window at the towering skyscrapers rushing by, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, travel, worldly exploration. In his previous life, while engrossed in studies, he lacked both the time and the means to embark on such journeys. After finally escaping the confines of academia, the pressures of life tethered him in place, making it arduous to advance. Now, with both time and opportunity at his disposal, he resolved to fulfill this childhood aspiration. He yearned to witness the world with his own eyes. 7 days later, in Greece, at Shipwreck Bay, one of the 10 most beautiful beaches in the world. In the crystalline blue waters, an inflatable float gently bobbed along. Zuo Zhu, wearing sunglasses and beach shorts, his upper body as sculpted as an ancient Greek statue, reclined leisurely atop the float. Hey, Zuo, aren't you coming down to join the fun? The surroundings are absolutely splendid. Mei, clad in a revealing bikini, swam over from the sea, perching on the edge of Zuo Zhu's float with an alluring smile. Zuo Zhu glanced at Mei and, with a sunlit grin, replied, "Never mind. I prefer basking in the sun over swimming. It brings me warmth." Mei blinked playfully. Do you truly relish warmth? Perhaps there are other sources of warmth beyond the sun. The atmosphere suddenly turned a tad suggestive. Zuo Zhu removed his sunglasses to meet Mei's gaze, poised to respond when, abruptly, boom. The water erupted like a deep-sea bomb, sending a spray of water soaring 3 to 4 meters high, drenching the inflatable float, Zuo Zhu, and Mei alike. Peter emerged from the depths, arms outstretched, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, Zuo, we're at the ocean. What is the point of not swimming? Come on down. With a mischievous grin, Peter seized Zuo Zhu by the ankle and yanked him into the water. Ha ha ha. This was certainly not retribution for Zuo Zhu having thrown him in front of Gwen a week prior. Rather, it was Peter's way of ensuring Zuo Zhu did not squander this rare opportunity for adventure. Chapter 21 Leisure Time with the Stacy family. Peter, you little rascal. You're done for. Caught off guard, the left assistant emerged from the sea, glaring fiercely at Peter, who was still chuckling mischievously. Enjoying yourself, are you? Water escape technique, splashing you with water. With a swift motion of his arm, a small wave surged forth, engulfing Peter entirely. Of course, this was not a ninjutsu technique. It was merely the left assistant's sheer strength creating a miracle. Now, it was Peter's turn to swallow a mouthful of seawater. Just as he expelled the salty liquid from his mouth, he noticed the left assistant raising his hand once more. Outmatched and overwhelmed, Peter quickly realized the disparity in their abilities, prompting him to flail his arms and flee like a nimble fish into the distance. Huh, you think you can escape? No way. The left assistant was not about to let this mischievous brat get away so easily and pursued him with determined strokes. The two left a trail of frothy waves in their wake, racing against each other. Even the world swimming champion would have been astonished by their speed, exclaiming in disbelief. Mei, reclining on an air mattress, observed the chase with a contemplative gaze. During their travels over the past few days, she had already sensed something unusual about the two. The left assistant and Peter, whether through their inadvertent displays of extraordinary strength or their astonishing speed and agility, had piqued her curiosity. There was even the time when the left assistant conjured a fireball from his mouth. All these occurrences had led her to realize that both possessed something extraordinary. Though the left assistant nonchalantly dismissed the fireball as mere trickery, Mei was no naive college student. Having experienced the world, she understood that both the left assistant and her nephew harbored secrets unknown to others. However, she chose not to confront or inquire about these mysteries. As long as the left assistant bore no ill intentions toward her or Peter, she was content to remain uninformed. No matter how unique Peter was, he would always be her nephew, and no matter how extraordinary the left assistant was, he would always be a friend to both her and Peter. That was sufficient. Help? Gwen, the left assistant is after me, Peter shouted as he swam towards a nearby yacht. On the deck of the yacht, Gwen, clad in a bikini and exuding confidence, removed her sunglasses and waved at Peter with a playful grin. I can't help you with the left assistant. Good luck, Peter. Beside Gwen, Sheriff Stacy, who was fishing, scoffed. He should let the left assistant teach that blonde brat a lesson, or else he'll keep pestering girls with his boundless energy. Gwen, exasperated, covered her face and glanced at her father, who was visibly jealous. She defended her boyfriend, saying, Dad, Peter ranks second in school, just behind me. He's not irresponsible. Upon hearing Gwen's defense of Peter, Sheriff Stacy's expression darkened further. It seemed his little girl was now siding with an outsider. Next, that blonde troublemaker might just set off some mischief right outside their home. Sheriff Stacy felt increasingly agitated, casting a defiant glance at Rumlow, who was also fishing nearby. Old Lang, he exclaimed, what merits does that lad Peter possess? He is not even remotely exceptional in any aspect. So what is he so proud of, right? Initially content and relishing the leisurely life of a fisherman, Rumlow perked up upon hearing his boss's name mentioned. Straightening his posture, he proudly declared, Indeed. My boss is undoubtedly the finest. That young lad Peter pales in comparison, utterly outclassed. Sheriff Stacy nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Gwen, however, turned away in exasperation, no longer wishing to engage with the childish banter of the two elder men. Observing Gwen's silence, Sheriff Stacy couldn't help but smile victoriously. As for why he and Gwen found themselves present at this moment, the tale traces back 7 days. A week prior, Peter, the young man with the golden locks, had audaciously taken Gwen out of school under the pretense of embarking on a global adventure. As a devoted father, Sheriff Stacy was instantly unsettled and wished to protest. Yet, upon witnessing the gleam of anticipation in Gwen's wide eyes, he found himself unable to voice his objections. Thus, He begrudgingly decided to forfeit his precious vacation time and prepared for a substantial financial outlay to accompany the duo on their worldly escapade. Of course, the journey was secondary. His primary aim was to keep a vigilant eye on Peter, ensuring his beloved daughter remained safe from any untoward advances during their travels. To his surprise, the true initiator of this trip was not Peter at all, but rather a young man named Zuo Zhu, hailing from the east. The idea of a global expedition organized by a stranger made Sheriff Stacy even more apprehensive. Consequently, he utilized his authority as sheriff to conduct a background check on Zuo, only to discover that this young man from China was indeed quite remarkable. The documentation presented a dizzying array of impressive credentials: a graduate of a prestigious institution, an outstanding researcher, a renowned entrepreneur, and a young philanthropist, among others. Such exaggerated and seemingly implausible achievements only heightened his concern. How could someone of such caliber associate with that scruffy, impoverished lad Parker? Hence, Sheriff Stacy resolved to join the journey, ensuring that neither Gwen nor Peter would proceed without his accompaniment. In truth, Sheriff Stacy, despite his outward disdain for Peter, harbored a deep sympathy for the young man, who had lost his parents in childhood and suffered the sudden loss of his uncle later in life. As sheriff, he felt a profound obligation to protect this unfortunate soul from potential deception. Initially, he feared that his abrupt decision to join the travel group would irk Zuo. However, much to his astonishment, Zuo not only welcomed him but also generously invited his entire family to join the expedition, covering all their travel expenses. This unexpected generosity left Sheriff Stacy feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he initially claimed he would cover the travel expenses for himself and Peter, the assistant revealed that all the arrangements and accommodations had already been finalized. When he presented the astronomical bill that amounted to a staggering 7 figures, Sheriff Stacy fell silent. Goodness, after years of service as sheriff, he had never amassed such savings. The cost of this single trip could render him bankrupt. Thus, he reluctantly accepted this harsh reality and enjoyed the journey at no cost. During the trip, he discovered that the assistant's intentions were purely to take them on an excursion, devoid of any ulterior motives. Moreover, the assistant's demeanor resonated well with him. His confident and composed behavior, coupled with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, set him apart from the typical brash offspring of wealth. He could be regarded as the ideal candidate for his daughter as suitor. Regrettably, despite his subtle hints to his daughter on several occasions, Gwen expressed that while the assistant was indeed remarkable, her Peter was equally commendable, and she currently harbored no romantic interest in the assistant. She and Peter were merely friends, nothing more. Ultimately, Sheriff Stacy could only resign himself to this reality. Chapter 22. The idyllic moments conclude. A new task from the system. As Sheriff Stacy was lost in her reminiscences, Peter emerged from the sea, climbing aboard the yacht. Upon his arrival, he enveloped Gwen in a twirling embrace, showering her with affectionate kisses. This display provoked Sheriff Stacy, who clenched her fists, struggling to suppress the urge to wield her fishing rod and strike Peter across his insufferable face. Zuo Zhu, utilizing chakra beneath his feet, glided across the water's surface as if it were solid ground, effortlessly leaping onto the yacht after Peter. Alas, this astonishing spectacle went unnoticed by the Stacy family, save for May and Ramlo, who had been closely observing Zuo Zhu. Sheriff Stacy's attention was fixed on her blonde son-in-law and her daughter's intimacy. Meanwhile, Mrs. Stacy and her 2 sons busied themselves in the cabin, preparing lunch. The meal consisted of freshly caught fish, a delightful bounty from Sheriff Stacy and Ramlo's fishing endeavors, promising unparalleled freshness. Zuo Zhu, standing on the deck, accepted a towel from Ramlo, drying the droplets of water from his hair. Leaning in, Ramlo whispered to Zuo Zhu, "Boss, Minister Pierce called half an hour ago. Your position as the Minister of Special Forces has been approved by the Security Council. You may officially commence your duties at S.H.I.E.L.D. at any time." "Ah, understood," Zuo Zhu replied, pausing momentarily, a smile creeping onto his lips. Had he finally accomplished his inaugural routine task? At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing your first routine task. Infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. as a member of Hydra. Reward distribution in progress. For 1,000 gold points, 40 random ninja fragments S10, A10, B10, C10. Not bad." He had now amassed half the S-grade fragments. The completion of an S-grade card was within reach. As for the fragments of other ranks, he could now draw a B-grade ninja card and a C-grade ninja card. System. Synthesize a B card and a C card. Received. Synthesizing. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have acquired B-grade card. Gara, congratulations, host. You have acquired C-grade card. Choji Akimichi Gara. Not too shabby. Integrate it with me. Integration complete. Zuo Zhu's attributes had marginally strengthened, gaining Gara's ability to manipulate sand. As for the C card, Choji Akimichi, what a worthless piece, relegated to the warehouse to gather dust. After synthesizing all available fragments, He found himself left with 50 S-grade fragments, 10 A-grade, 10 B-grade, and 5 C-grade fragments, a stark contrast to his previous holdings. Oh, right. The remaining 10 B-grade and 5 C-grade fragments were rewards obtained from Sheriff Stacy and Gwen. Gwen provided 10 B-grade fragments, while Sheriff Stacy contributed 5 C-grade fragments. As for the other members of Sheriff Stacy's family, they were not even eligible for the lowest tier of rewards, rendering them mere NPCs without any significance. However, bringing the Stacy family along on this journey was motivated by more than just the pursuit of reward opportunities. Primarily, in this world, his acquaintances were exceedingly few, and having more companions would surely enliven the expedition. After all, he was not one to revel in solitary wanderings as a lone wolf. Humans are inherently social beings, and so was he. As for the exorbitant expenses incurred during the journey due to the multitude of people, to him, they are merely a string of numbers. The S-H-I-E-L-D has an abundance of funds at its disposal. Eventually, Pierce will concoct an excuse to authorize these expenses on S-H-I-E-L-D's account, allowing for an extravagant business trip. Zuo Zhu glanced at the 4,000 gold coins in his account balance. This sum was sufficient for him to draw 40 C-grade ninja cards or 4 B-grade cards. However, after some contemplation, Zuo Zhu decided against drawing any cards. His current strength was already adequate. Most C-grade ninja cards offered little enhancement to his abilities, while B-grade cards were a gamble. Some might bestow new powers, but others could yield only a handful of worthless skills and minimal boosts. Thus, even if he were to draw them all, the overall benefit would likely be negligible. He resolved to wait until his points reached 10,000 to draw an A-grade card, or to accumulate a staggering 100,000 points in hopes of obtaining an S-grade card. However, reaching 100,000 gold coins seemed an unattainable goal. Zuo Zhu sighed inwardly. Ultimately, the system had been rather stingy with its task distribution. Having been in this world for nearly 10 days, he had received only a single task, making it exceedingly difficult to earn gold coins. If the neighboring system were to overhear, they might mistakenly believe his system was incapable of issuing tasks. As if responding to his grievances, the system echoed melodiously within his mind. Ding. Routine task triggered. Save Tony Stark, Iron Man. This task is unique and may be declined. The final reward will be distributed based on the duration and completion level of saving the destined child, Tony Stark. Task rewards: 1,000-10,000 points. 20 C-grade ninja fragments, 20 S-grade fragments. Upon viewing the new task, Zuo Zhu felt a twinge of surprise. Intriguing. It appears that routine tasks are not limited to a single type. The previous task was multi-optioned with fixed gold coin rewards. Only the ninja fragments were a random 40 pieces of varying levels. However, this task was singular, with rewards based on completion levels. He understood the concept of completion levels. If he were to return with the same flamboyant playboy, Tony Stark, he would undoubtedly receive the minimum reward of 1,000 points and 20 C-grade fragments. Conversely, should he return with the transformed Iron Man, the rewards would peak at 10,000 gold coins and 20 S-grade fragments. The disparity in rewards was nothing short of astronomical, and the difficulty varied greatly. Bringing Tony back was straightforward, yet transforming him into Iron Man was no small feat, especially with a time constraint. Although the system did not specify a precise timeline, Zuo Zhu could easily deduce that the longer he delayed, the lower the score would be. Thus, a conflict arose with this task. In the original narrative, Tony had been confined for a full 3 months before completing the initial Iron Man suit. And it was only through Ethan's sacrifice that he fully embraced the Iron Man persona. However, if Zuo Zhu were to wait 3 months before rescuing Tony, the extended duration would likely result in a disappointing score. However, had he rescued Tony earlier, Tony's mindset would not have fully transformed, and the design of the Iron Man suit would not have materialized in his mind. Consequently, the mission score would undoubtedly be subpar. Thus, it is essential to test whether Zuo Zhu can simultaneously extricate Tony within a limited time frame while facilitating his evolution into Iron Man. Nevertheless, this challenge does not daunt Zuo Zhu. He has devised a plan. System: accept the mission to rescue Soldier Tony. Mission accepted with everything meticulously planned in his mind. Zuo Zhu turned to Langmulo. Steer the ship towards Mena. We are preparing to return. Although the journey around the globe was only halfway through, Zuo Zhu had lost interest. He yearned to expedite the mission of rescuing Tony and obtain the rewards. Langmulo swiftly navigated the vessel closer, retrieving Mei from the airbed onto the ship. After Zuo Zhu expressed the urgency of a pressing matter that required his immediate attention, the Parker family and the Stacy family conferred and decided to accompany Zuo Zhu back to New York, although they felt a lingering desire to continue their global adventure. And Zuo Zhu had assured them that the subsequent itinerary was already arranged for their enjoyment. They could not shake the unease of being without Zuo Zhu, their unwavering anchor. Thus, The 9 of them returned to New York in a cohesive manner. Chapter 23, Decisive Actions, authorized by the Council. After bidding farewell to the crowd in New York, Rumlow, accompanied by Agent Sitwell, headed towards the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Washington. At this moment, in the Triskellion's top floor, the World Security Council convened. 2 figures, one standing and one seated, faced off in the conference room. Nick Fury leaned heavily on the table, his expression dark enough to evoke a storm, demanding, "Pierce, can you explain why a minister from the council has been parachuted into the Special Operations Division of S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Pierce sat calmly, unfazed by the imposing aura of the so-called King of Agents. He replied with composure, "This is the council's decision. S.H.I.E.L.D. has no right to question or refuse it." Fury was not swayed by this rationale, fixing his one eye intensely on Pierce. "But you do, Pierce." His tone softened. "As a minister of the council, you could, as before, intervene to prevent the council from placing unrelated personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce remained unmoved by Fury's appeal. "Nick, I have already shielded you from the repercussions of your numerous troubles far too many times. The council has long been dissatisfied with this. Their stance on intervening in the Special Operations Division is resolute. Even I cannot change that." Fury, undeterred, sought any justification for his argument. "But how can the council appoint a mere 22-year-old youth to lead the most capable operational unit of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Does he possess the requisite abilities?" Pierce's brow furrowed, displeased with Fury's remarks, preparing to counter when suddenly, the doors of the council burst open. With a thunderous crash, Agent Sitwell, clad in the black combat attire of the Special Ops team, strode in, flanked by a cadre of operatives. "You ask on what authority? Let me enlighten you. It is due to your incessant creation of messes, forcing the Special Operations team and Minister Pierce to clean up after you. It is due to your clandestine misappropriation of UN funds to construct your dilapidated safe houses across the globe. It is due to your abuse of power, undertaking numerous actions beyond your jurisdiction. Decisive actions, authorized by the Council. The Special Operations Division is now under my command. If you have any objections, you may voice them, but I shall not heed them." Crossing his arms, his demeanor frosty, Sitwell stepped before Fury, coldly asserting, "Director Fury, do you require me to present tangible evidence of your various infractions? For instance, the mistakes you made during the alien invasion in 1995. I can submit the evidence directly to the Council for their handling. Do tell me, do you need it?" Fury's eye widened in shock, his finger pointing at Sitwell, speechless. You. He yearned to retort, but found himself silenced. For all that Sitwell had uttered was undeniably true. Yet, how could this be? How could anyone unearth his clandestine secrets? The establishment of safe houses by individuals around the globe, conducted in secrecy, is troubling enough when investigated. However, in the realm of high-ranking officials, who has not misappropriated funds? Moreover, for someone of his stature, the leader of a world-class espionage organization, creating personal sanctuaries is utterly commonplace. Even if he has constructed a few more than necessary, what does it matter? He is, after all, the king of spies, who has made immense contributions to global peace. This is his rightful entitlement. What astonished him, even instilling a sense of dread, was the mention of the alien invasion incident in 1995 by Agent Hill. That event marked the arrival of Carol and the Skrulls on Earth, a closely guarded secret of his. Yet, upon assuming the role of director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had meticulously erased all records and evidence pertaining to it. How, then, did this child, who was playing in the mud back in 1995, come to know of it? Nick Fury's expression darkened. He dared not wager whether Agent Hill truly possessed evidence. Even the mere knowledge of the incident, devoid of any proof, was sufficient to instill considerable apprehension within him. After all, he had clandestinely allowed a highly threatening extraterrestrial race to remain on Earth, which could be construed as a heinous act of treachery against humanity. And to think he had left the shape-shifting Skrulls here. If the United Nations were to uncover this, the repercussions would be dire. The least of his worries would be resignation. It was highly probable that his ancestors would also bear the brunt of his misdeeds, their graves disturbed for further scrutiny. Agent Hill, noticing Fury rendered speechless by his retort, patted his grim face and scoffed, If you wish for the Special Operations Division to clean up your mess in S.H.I.E.L.D., you must first submit a report to me, and only upon my approval can you proceed. Do you understand?" Mission triggered. Encounter with S-Class individual, Nick Fury. Reward distribution, 10 S-Class fragments. Agent Hill's gaze flickered. It appeared that Nick Fury was indeed his true self. Yet, lacking any extraordinary artifacts, he was evidently of little worth. Fury's fists clenched beneath his trench coat, his nails digging into his flesh as he gritted his teeth. Do you comprehend the significance of the responsibilities borne by the Special Operations Division of S.H.I.E.L.D.? H-I-E-L-D. Do you truly possess the capability to serve as its director? Hill chuckled at this. You speak of capability? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Tony Stark was attacked and went missing in Afghanistan a few days ago. S-H-I-E-L-D has been tasked with locating him, correct? Fury fell silent for a moment, then raised his eyes to Hill. What are you implying? Tony Stark, as America's foremost arms dealer and a brilliant scientist in high-tech weaponry, could be presumed dead without much consequence. However, his disappearance posed a grave concern. Should the terrorists in Afghanistan acquire Stark's advanced technologies, it would represent an immense threat not only to the United States but to the entire world. Thus, following a United Nations meeting, the pressure inevitably fell upon S-H-I-E-L-D, our premier global espionage organization. At the earliest opportunity, both the United States and the United Nations Security Council assigned the task of locating and confirming the fate of Tony Stark to S-H-I-E-L-D. However, nearly a week has elapsed, and the agents dispatched by Nick Fury have yet to obtain any useful information. Of course, Zuo Zhu is well aware of this. After all, in the original narrative, Tony was imprisoned in a cave for a full 3 months, ultimately escaping by crafting his own suit of armor. During this time, both S-H-I-E-L-D and the U.S. military have proven utterly inept in locating him. With arms crossed, Zuo Zhu continued to provoke Nick Fury with a tone of disdain. You wish to witness my abilities, and coincidentally, I am equally eager to assess the prowess of the so-called king of agents. Let us see who can locate the missing Tony Stark first, and thus gauge each other's capabilities. Surely, you are not afraid, are you? Surely not. Nick Fury narrowed his single eye at the taunting tone of Zuo Zhu. After scrutinizing the self-assured young man for a prolonged moment, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, ultimately transforming his contemplation into a resolute confidence. Having served as a secret agent for several decades, commanding countless elite operatives, he could not fathom being outmatched by a mere novice. Chapter 24. The wager with Nick Fury. Despite the fact that this young upstart commanded a special operations unit, he remained unperturbed. After all, the special operations unit was merely a combat division. A task requiring the collection of extensive specialized information could hardly be compared to his array of professional agents. Contemplating this, Nick Fury's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he began to ensnare his counterpart. So, Minister Zuo, are you suggesting we engage in a wager? If so, I am certainly open to it. But as with any wager, there must be stakes to make it worthwhile. Are you prepared to present your stakes? Observing the cunning old fox transform the proof into a wager, Zuo Zhu, the equally crafty young fox, revealed a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The mission to rescue Tony had already been assigned by the system. Leveraging this task to extract some advantage from Nick Fury was an opportunity too good to pass up. As for the stakes, certainly. If I lose, I will return the Special Operations Unit to you, and I guarantee that the Security Council will no longer interfere with S-H-I-E-L-D-S Special Operations. Satisfied? Now what will your stakes be? Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a bold move from Zuo. Initially, he merely aimed to compel Zuo to make concessions, retaining his direct access to the Special Operations team. Given the Security Council's firm stance on controlling the unit, he had never envisioned ousting Zuo, the newly appointed minister, directly. Yet here was Zuo, proposing it himself and even assuring that the Security Council would refrain from meddling with S-H-I-E-L-D-S Special Operations. This nearly elicited a laugh from him. Indeed, this inexperienced youth was completely naive, so easily provoked into a high-stakes gamble. How utterly foolish. Fury scoffed inwardly, feeling victory assured. Since you are so forthright, feel free to state your demands for the wager. I can accommodate anything within my authority. He was unconcerned with whatever requirements Zuo might present. Ultimately, the young man was bound to lose. Seeing the fish hooked, Zuo knew it was time to reel it in. My demands are modest. Merely to have a few personnel assigned to my Special Operations Unit. Who? Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, and Phil Coulson. Upon hearing these names, Nick Fury's heart sank. Damn it. All three are my most trusted agents. 2 of the finest operatives, and 1 is slated to be my successor. Noticing Fury's hesitation, Zuo taunted. What's the matter? Is the esteemed director suddenly reluctant to wager? I've put forth my level 9 ministerial authority against 2 level 7 operatives and 1 level 8 operative. And yet you hesitate? Fury's expression fluctuated between contemplation and frustration. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied gravely, Coulson is off the table. I can only offer Natasha and Clint as my stakes. To his surprise, Zuo did not hesitate for a moment and promptly declared, okay, it's a deal. Fury was left dumbfounded. What just happened? Why did he agree so readily? He had intended to engage in some back and forth with Zuo, possibly even wagering Coulson if needed. Yet Zuo had accepted without a hint of negotiation. The unexpected ease exhibited by Zuo Zhu invoked an ominous premonition within Nick Fury. Nevertheless, having spoken his words and buoyed by his own confidence, he harbored no regrets. Zuo Zhu, on the other hand, held little regard for Coulson. He proposed the wager partly to secure a reward for engagement, and partly to systematically deplete Nick Fury's resources. In comparison to the illustrious Black Widow and Hawkeye, who were among the founding members of the Avengers, Coulson was rather unremarkable. Aside from his social acumen, his abilities paled in comparison to those of the two. Hence, Coulson was merely an inconsequential addition to the wager. Zuo Zhu turned to Pierce. Minister Pierce, you shall serve as a witness. The terms of my bet with Director Fury are hereby established. Pierce nodded with a gentle smile. Very well, I shall be the witness to your agreement. With Pierce as a witness, Nick Fury would think twice about reneging on the bet. Zuo Zhu cast one last glance at Fury, whose expression fluctuated between dark and light. And with a cold smirk remarked, good luck, dear Director. Your two ace agents have little time left to assist you. With that, Zuo Zhu turned with his special forces and departed the conference room in grand fashion. Once Zuo Zhu had left, Nick Fury's grim visage swiftly returned to a placid state. His previous countenance had merely been a fade intended to mislead Zuo Zhu into believing he lacked confidence, thereby lowering his guard to prevent any regrets. However, I am destined to win this game, my young friend. Fury felt a swell of pride and nodded at Pierce before striding out. Upon returning to his office, he retrieved his phone and dialed his espionage expert. Natasha, we have a mission. In 3 days, Afghanistan. A terrorist base. Please, spare me. No, in the rudimentary base, amidst the swirling sands. A terrorist dangled from an iron frame, emitting heart-wrenching screams. Before him, the impassive Langlois wielded a sharp military knife, methodically shearing away the flesh from the terrorist's legs. One leg was reduced to a bloodied bone, while the other had been stripped of half its flesh. In a short span, the terrorist succumbed to shock from excessive blood loss, his head lolling lifelessly. Zuo Zhu reclined with one hand cradling the back of his head, lying atop a pile of missiles emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo, while idly tossing a grenade in his other hand. Without even glancing at the lifeless figure of the terrorist, he nonchalantly stated, proceed to the next one, until someone reveals the location of the 10 Commandments gang. As Zuo Zhu's words echoed, Langlois unhesitatingly discarded the corpse as if it were refuse and brought forth another terrorist, kneeling with hands clasped over his head, ready to be executed. Among the group of terrified terrorists, one could no longer contain his dread and spoke up. A man clad in a white scarf, appearing to be a minor leader, raised his hands and began to babble in an incomprehensible tongue. At the side of Zuo Zhu, a special forces translator immediately began to translate. Minister, he claims to know the location of the 10 Commandments gang's base and is willing to guide us. Zuo Zhu's vacant eyes sparkled with a flicker of interest as a colossal purple skeletal hand materialized out of thin air, crushing a hand grenade that had been tossed into the air. Boom! A vibrant orange flame erupted within the grasp of the purple skeletal hand. Yet it failed to elicit even the slightest tremor from its grip. Not a single spark from the explosion escaped the skeletal claws. The fully armed Special Forces members, far from being taken aback, gazed at Zuo Zhu with admiration. During their days in Afghanistan, they had been thoroughly captivated by this new minister's godlike powers. A mere glance from him could reduce a terrorist stronghold of hundreds into a nightmarish inferno. The towering purple half-giant, impervious to tanks and missiles, and the prowess of a purple arrow that decimated a multitude of tanks instilled in these warriors an instinctual reverence for Zuo Zhu, swiftly earning him their heartfelt allegiance. Zuo Zhu reveled in the adoration of those around him. Yes, worship me, submit to me, and align yourselves with me. Since acquiring the power of Susano'o, Zuo Zhu had grown somewhat reliant on this formidable third force. With an abundance of chakra at his disposal, he found delight in utilizing Susano'o for all his endeavors. Just like now, feeling lethargic, he merely extended his purple skeletal claw, effortlessly pulling the terrified terrorist leader before him. Now, take me to the 10 Commandments gang, he commanded. The translator promptly conveyed Zuo Zhu's words to the turban-clad leader. Gripped within the skeletal claw, the terrorist leader was on the verge of fainting from fear. Was this truly a power that humans could wield? Yet, he understood that to survive under such might, he must comply, and he immediately began to ramble hastily. The translator respectfully relayed, Minister, he says he can lead you to the 10 Commandments gang's territory, but you must guarantee that he will not be killed afterward. Zuo Zhu's expression softened into a benevolent smile as he nodded. Rest assured, I shall not kill this wretch. You will take care of that later. The Special Forces translator comprehended and nodded in agreement, smiling at the leader. The boss has assured you, he will not kill you, so you can relax. Upon hearing this, the terrorist leader's face transformed into one of relief, expressing gratitude towards Zuo Zhu. Thank the Almighty. Thank you. I promise to lead you to the 10 Commandments gang. Zuo Zhu, unable to understand, casually tossed him into the passenger seat of the first vehicle in the convoy and snapped his fingers. The special forces, recognizing the signal from their boss, immediately raised their weapons. Subsequently, the sound of silenced gunfire echoed as one by one, the terrorists fell, their heads exploding in a gruesome display. They returned to the embrace of their almighty. Zuo Zhu pressed his skeletal arm against the ground, leaping into the back seat of the vehicle, where he pressed the terrorist leader back down just as he attempted to rise upon hearing the gunfire. I have stated that I shall not take your life. However, your subordinates are not as fortunate as you, regardless of whether he comprehends or not. I issued the command. Let us proceed. It is time to rescue our dashing playboy. The special forces promptly and efficiently boarded the vehicles, igniting their engines. A lengthy convoy set forth, stirring up a cloud of golden sand in the desert. Chapter 25, The Unprecedented Misfortune of Tony Stark. 6 hours later, at the pseudo-base of the Ten Rings. After days of inhumane torment, our once proud genius scientist and former playboy, Tony Stark, has now cast aside his once invincible arrogance. Shaking hands with the terrorist leader and agreeing to construct the Jericho missile for them. With an outwardly cheerful demeanor, Tony turns to Ethan and quietly remarks, "They will not spare us. Once the missile is completed, it will mark our demise, will it not?" Ethan, wearing a similarly joyous smile, responds, "Yes, indeed, we are doomed." Tony. The two engage in a conversation filled with the darkest despair, their smiles betraying the gravity of their situation. On a distant hillside, the left assistant, equipped with binoculars, shares a mirthful expression. "Nick Fury, you have lost." Behind him, the terrorist guiding him, having confirmed the base of the Ten Rings, hastily interjects, "I have brought you to the Ten Rings. You have verified its authenticity. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and let me go?" The left assistant dismissively waves his hand. "What nonsense is this fool babbling? Get rid of him." Upon the assistant's command, the translator standing beside the terrorist leader swiftly draws a knife and slits the man's throat, ensuring his silence. The leader, clutching his gushing neck, collapses helplessly. The left assistant has honored his promise. He himself did not kill the man, but the translator did. Lamlo approaches the left assistant, seeking guidance. "Boss, we have confirmed Tony Stark's location. Should we proceed now?" The left assistant tosses the binoculars to Lamlo and replies, "No. You all remain on standby. I shall enter first and assess the situation. Await my command before taking action." He needs to ascertain whether Tony has resolved to become Iron Man. After all, he is aiming for the highest rewards, not just the minimum. Lamlo nods in understanding. The sand beneath the left assistant's feet ripples slightly as he sinks into the ground, disappearing into the yellow sand. Deep within the cave. After agreeing to manufacture missiles for the Ten Rings, Tony's life has improved significantly. Although his freedom remains confined within the small cave, at least he is no longer subjected to constant beatings. Moreover, the terrorists have managed to procure all the materials he requested, eager for him to expedite the creation of the Jericho missile. Yet, as Tony observes the various Stark Industries weapons being brought in by the Ten Rings, he falls into a somber silence. These past few days have been the most humiliating of his life. Not only was he captured by his own missiles attack, but now he must dismantle the very weapons he designed to create his latest masterpiece for the terrorists. Ha ha ha. How utterly ridiculous. Others have used his weapons against him, and now he must use his own designs to aid the assailants in producing even more formidable weapons. Ha ha ha. Is it not amusing? He feels like a fool, completely at the mercy of others. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Tony's forehead throbbed with tension. His fists clenched in a quivering rage. Deep within, he contemplated detonating the weapons, wishing to perish alongside those wretched terrorists. Ethan, perceiving Tony's distress, placed his slender hand upon Tony's shoulder, offering solace and counsel. "Hey, Tony, calm down. This is not the time to relinquish hope. We still have a chance. Remember, you are Tony Stark. Giving up is not in your nature. Rally yourself." With Ethan's comforting words, Tony inhaled several deep breaths of the stale cave air, suppressing his self-destructive inclinations. "You are right, Ethan. I cannot simply abandon hope. I must find a way to escape this dreadful place with you. There is so much left to accomplish." As he spoke, Tony's gaze shifted to the pile of materials intended for the Jericho missile, and a change flickered across his expression. "Perhaps, apart from missiles, I can repurpose these items for something else." A spark of inspiration ignited within Tony's mind. Who said these were only meant for missiles? He had designed them himself. He could craft another masterpiece, one that would facilitate his escape from this prison, an unparalleled creation. Without hesitation, he grabbed a sheet of paper and began sketching his visionary design. Zuo Zhu, standing atop the cave's ledge with arms crossed, observed Tony's creative process with a smirk. It seemed that the idea of constructing an armored suit had taken root in Tony's mind. How to transform him into Iron Man was no longer a concern. Once he conceived the notion of the suit, only a psychological shift remained. He possessed ample means to achieve that transformation. Thus, it was time to extricate Tony from this dire situation. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the cave. Both Tony, engrossed in his designs, and Ethan, who was curiously watching by his side, turned swiftly, fearing the return of the terrorists. To their surprise, they beheld a young man clad in black tactical gear. Tony instinctively glanced at the securely locked iron door, quickly realizing something was amiss. The wrench he had used to secure the door was still in place, indicating that this individual had not entered through that entrance. Moreover, the exquisite tactical attire he wore was certainly not something these disheveled terrorists could possess. Eyeing Zuo Zhu with caution, Tony inquired, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Zuo Zhu did not respond, instead making his way to the table, casually picking up several of Tony's partially completed sketches and layering them together. Observing the rough concept of the armored suit, he remarked, "Such a crude design. However, given the circumstances in this cave, you can only cobble together this heap of junk, making it the most suitable armor for your current predicament." "Who exactly are you?" Tony demanded, his pupils narrowing in suspicion. What was going on? He had barely begun sketching, and he had done so separately to avoid alerting the terrorists. This enigmatic figure discerned the correct manner to unveil the blueprint at a mere glance and recognized it as a suit of battle armor. "Who am I? To you. I am a deity. I am Jesus. I am your savior." Zuo Zhu placed the design sketch down and extended his hand towards Tony with a smile. "I am Zuo Zhu, the director of the Special Operations Division of S.H.I.E.L.D., here to escort you home." Upon hearing this, Tony felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Although he was unfamiliar with the agency Zuo Zhu mentioned, the prospect of returning home delighted him. Observing Zuo Zhu's outstretched hand, Tony hesitated momentarily, but ultimately grasped it. At such a juncture, the arrival of someone to rescue him outweighed his peculiar aversion to engaging with strangers. Contacted an S-class individual in this world, Tony Stark Iron Man. Reward distribution in progress. 20 S-class shards, mysterious item spirit summoning. 10,000 serpents 1. Mysterious item artifact. Uchiha fan 1. Zuo Zhu inhaled sharply. Was this reward reasonable? This bounty was already double that of other S-class individuals. And it even unveiled new mysterious items. The Uchiha clan's artifact, the Uchiha fan, along with the spirit beast once possessed by Sasuke, the king of injuries, 10,000 serpents. Chapter 26. No JJ book. Tony observed the suddenly silent left assistant, yearning to withdraw his hand, yet the latter's grip was as unyielding as a vice. He could only inquire, "Hey, buddy, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Left assistant, roused from the surprise Tony had bestowed upon him, vigorously patted the disheveled little mustache before him. "Of course I'm fine. I'm better than ever. Seeing you fills me with immense joy. You are truly my lucky star, Tony." His exhilaration was entirely understandable. The fact that Tony could provide him with a trifecta of benefits was already enough to elate him. Regular tasks, contact missions, and Nick Fury's wager. Now, with the contact mission's reward being doubled, it was akin to a quadruple benefit, making it impossible for him to suppress his happiness. Once Tony completed this assignment, it was likely he could amass his first S-rank complete card. Even Tony's grimy visage began to appear increasingly pleasing to him. Truly, the Marvel Savior embodied the qualities of a great emperor. Bang, bang, bang. Before Tony could recover from the sudden sting of being slapped, a violent banging erupted from the iron door. "Open the door, Tony Stark. What is happening inside? Who is that person?" A torrent of incomprehensible language accompanied by the sound of kicking resonated from beyond the iron door. Startled, Tony was grateful that he had secured the door with a wrench while drafting his blueprints. Otherwise, it might have been forcefully breached at that very moment. However, he understood that they must have spotted the unexpectedly arrived left assistant on the surveillance. Tony hastily asked, "Left, how did you get in? Can you help us escape in the same manner?" Left assistant's enthusiasm was dampened by the abrupt commotion at the door, his expression turning grave. "Don't worry, buddy. I can certainly lead you out, but we are not escaping." He patted Tony's shoulder and slowly advanced toward the iron door, his body gradually revealing a purple skeletal structure. "I will lead you in a charge." To the astonishment of Tony and Ethan, left assistant's entire form became enveloped in purple ribs, and a robust skeletal arm extended from his right arm. The purple arm lifted and forcefully struck the iron door. With a resounding boom, the iron door caved in and was propelled outward, crashing violently into the mountain wall at the tunnel's end. Regrettably, the terrifying assailants who had been kicking the door did not fare as well. They were not as resilient as the door and were reduced to a gruesome mess. Scattered throughout the cavernous tunnel, Tony peered out from the now unguarded entrance, gazing at left assistant's formidable skeletal arm, then surveying the bloody scene within the tunnel. "Good heavens. Buddy, I must say, your superpower is absolutely incredible." Simultaneously, he silently resolved that once they escaped, he too would acquire a similarly powerful steel arm. Not for any other reason than the mesmerizingly cool appearance that no man could possibly resist. Left assistant turned to glance at Tony, who was peeking cautiously around the door, shaking his head with a smile. "Superpower? This is not some sort of superpower. What he possesses is the bloodline limit, the Manjiki Sharingan's ability, which hardly qualifies as supernatural. Upon hearing this, Tony paused, glanced at Zuo Zhu's face, and then recalled his name, suddenly enlightened. It's not a superpower, I understand now. This is the ancient Eastern martial arts of your Huaxia. I have heard that martial arts can be acquired through practice. Do you think I could master your impressive external bone arm technique? Zuo Zhu cast a sidelong glance at the self-satisfied Formodo beside him and retorted, this is not martial arts, and even if it were, at your advanced age, you would be unable to practice it. Martial arts demand that one begin training from a young age, along with innate talent. Unyielding. Tony placed his hands on his hips and declared, while it's true that I missed the opportunity to start young, I believe I possess ample talent. Surely, there must be martial arts that do not require early training and can be learned simply through high aptitude? Zuo Zhu, upon hearing this, sized up the inexplicably confident Tony and nodded with a mischievous grin. If you truly wish to learn, there is indeed a technique that relies solely on talent and is not bound by age. Tony inquired eagerly, what is it? Zuo Zhu replied, the evil repelling sword manual. Tony was taken aback. In Huaxia language? I don't understand. Can you speak in English? Zuo Zhu responded, no JJ book, understand? Tony was perplexed. Observing Tony, who was covering his lower body and sweating profusely, Zuo Zhu decided to cease the teasing and pressed the earpiece in his ear. Rang Luo, you may proceed. Eliminate all the rebels. Upon receiving the command, the special forces outside immediately commenced their assault. The sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted, prompting the terrorists, who had initially been drawn to the commotion from Tony's side, to rush out to confront the threat. This transformation rendered what was once the most perilous cave into an oddly secure refuge. Great genius and Dr. Ethan, let us prepare to embrace your freedom. With that, Zuo Zhu was the first to stride out of the cave, followed closely by Tony and Ethan. After witnessing Zuo Zhu's formidable prowess, they could only feel an absolute sense of safety behind his purple skeletal frame. As Zuo Zhu led them out, the already chaotic Ten Commandments gang base lay in utter disarray. The ground was strewn with the bodies of terrorists, along with shattered vehicles and debris from the explosions. Amidst the yellow sand stood armed personnel clad in black combat gear, their weapons raised. Beneath their feet, alongside the corpses of the Ten Commandments terrorists, the surviving terrorists knelt on the ground, hands clasped over their heads. As Zuo Zhu emerged from the cave, all members of the special forces turned their fervent gazes upon him. Boss. Tony and Ethan, following closely behind Zuo Zhu, gulped nervously, questioning whether Zuo Zhu might be some sort of cult leader. After all, a legitimate organization would not allow such fervor among its ranks. Zuo Zhu waved his hand, and his deputy, Rang Luo, promptly stepped forward. Who is the leader? Bring him to me. Rang Luo nodded and gestured to the kneeling terrorists. Beneath the shadow of Ramlo, a dark silhouette swiftly extended from the shadows, darting towards the feet of a kneeling bald man. The shadow ensnared his ankle, forcibly drawing him into the air. Suspended before the left aid. This was a divine boon granted to Ramlo by the left aid, essentially the C-card of Shikamaru. It endowed Ramlo with the power to manipulate shadows. As his subordinate, he could not be weak, hence the left aid casually bestowed the Shikamaru card upon him. This was granted only after Ramlo had demonstrated his loyalty over time. The left aid recognized his steadfastness before bestowing such a gift. This also explains the fervent loyalty of the members of the Hydra's special forces towards him. He was the one who received the divine blessing from the left aid in the presence of all the special forces. Moreover, he painted a grand vision for them. With such a divine gift, as long as one was genuinely loyal, the opportunities were immense. This further solidified the already existing loyalty of the special forces to their new leader within Hydra. After all, regardless of who led Hydra, loyalty was loyalty. The serpent leader capable of granting them extraordinary powers was undoubtedly superior to those who merely commanded them to act. Chapter 27. The Art of Spirit Communication. Slug, of course, aside from Rumlow, his most capable worker, Alexander Pierce, was also graced by divine favor. Zuo Zhu was generous, bestowing upon him the C-card of the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. This was primarily due to Naruto's exceptional physique, which could rejuvenate Pierce's aging body, allowing this loyal servant, once controlled by the gods, to live a little longer and serve him for a few more years. Moreover, Naruto's Rasengan and Shadow Clone technique were particularly suited for Pierce, the king of undercover operations. The Rasengan provided him with a degree of self-defense, while the Shadow Clone technique enabled him to create multiple clones to assist him in various tasks. It was simply perfect. Returning to the present, while Rumlow used shadow manipulation to hang the bald man upside down, he thoughtfully formed a dark shadow throne behind Zuo Zhu. Zuo Zhu, without hesitation, took his seat upon the throne. Tony, who followed behind Zuo Zhu, was left momentarily stunned. Come on, do you have to look this cool, brother? Standing behind you makes me feel like a mere sidekick. The #1 handsome guy in America. Unaware of Tony's envious gaze, Zuo Zhu reached into the void to draw out the Kusanagi sword. As he nonchalantly groomed his nails with the sword, he inquired, "I've heard you are from the Ten Commandments gang? Where is your leader, Masterman?" The bald man, hanging upside down with blood rushing to his head, muttered defiantly, "What Masterman? I don't know him. I am the leader of the Ten Commandments gang." Stubborn? Zuo Zhu lifted his gaze, his eyes turning icy. With a swift motion, a glint of cold light flashed, and one of the bald man's arms fell to the ground. "Next will be your other arm. If your answer fails to satisfy me again, you will lose a limb, until all 5 are severed, leaving you a mere human stick." The bald warrior, seasoned in battle and unafraid of death, felt a chill within. Losing his limbs? It would be better to die outright. I truly am the leader. This is not the real Ten Commandments gang. I merely borrowed their name to exert influence in this area after hearing of their past glory. Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu lost interest. He had initially considered that if the Ten Commandments gang was genuine, even if merely a splinter group, he could trace the leader man's whereabouts and personally seek him out. As a formidable rival to Iron Man in the comics, Master Man possessed both strength and influence, which could provide him with a rewarding opportunity. Moreover, the Ten Commandments in Master Man's possession were highly coveted. However, to Zuo Zhu's disappointment, this so-called Ten Commandments gang was merely a sham, with no connection to Master Man's gang whatsoever. It was a complete waste of effort. Casually tossing the Kusanagi sword to Tony behind him, he said languidly, "This is now in your hands. You can take your revenge personally and attempt to extract some information from him. I believe he will surprise you with his answers." Tony accepted the blade, a sinister smile gradually creeping across his face. In perfect accord with his intentions, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the bald man, accompanied by an array of pressing inquiries yearning for answers. As a weapon dealer, he was no stranger to ruthlessness and was not averse to employing brutal methods to extract information. "So, you relish the idea of bombing me with my own missiles, do you? You take pleasure in submerging me in water and electrifying me, don't you? Now, it seems the tables have turned, old man." Ha ha ha. Tony, wielding a long knife, approached the bald man with a sinister laughter reminiscent of a villain. The situation had shifted dramatically, and the bald man, overcome with terror, cried out, "No, no, don't come any closer." If begging for mercy had any efficacy, history would not be littered with the blood-soaked remnants of weaponry. 10 minutes later, the bald leader, suspended upside down by shadows, was now riddled with wounds and on the brink of death. Tony plunged the grass-cutting sword into the yellow sand and reclined against the shadow throne occupied by Zuo Zhu, panting heavily. "This bastard has a remarkably tough mouth. I've slashed him dozens of times, yet he refuses to utter a single word." Zuo Zhu, propping his head with one hand while watching the scene unfold, cast a peculiar glance at Tony. "Is it possible that this is because you haven't asked him anything?" Tony, who was in the midst of gulping down water handed to him by Lang Mu, froze mid-sip. "Did I not ask?" He could hardly believe it as he looked at the speechless Zuo Zhu, then at Ethan, who was also encircling the bald man and occasionally delivering kicks for added enjoyment. Ethan halted his vigorous assault and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What did you expect to ask? Were you not simply torturing this bastard?" He had assumed that Tony was merely seizing the opportunity for revenge, given that he had spent 10 minutes mercilessly hacking at the bald leader, nearly reducing him to shreds. Ethan, unable to resist, joined in on Tony's sadistic torment and delivered a few kicks himself. Tony, disregarding everything else, swiftly pulled Ethan away from the hapless figure, shaking the now dazed bald man with fervor. "Damn it, tell me who hired you to attack me. How did you come to possess so many Stark Industries weapons?" Strangely enough, the bald leader regained a semblance of consciousness from his near-death state through Tony's aggressive shaking. He glared fiercely at the man who had inflicted countless wounds upon him, deliberately avoiding the vital spots, rendering his suffering unbearable. "Want to know? Go to hell, Tony Stark. You will never uncover the truth. I should have shown no mercy and killed you outright." With that, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Having lost too much blood, he sensed that his time was short, and thus he relinquished all desire for survival. Now it was Tony who grew frantic. How had he allowed his hatred to cloud his judgment, forgetting to inquire about the crucial mastermind behind it all, focusing solely on vengeance and gratification? Panic surged within him. This might be the singular opportunity to unearth the traitor within Stark Industries. Without acquiring that vital information, who could say what other weapons might next rain destruction upon him? This time, fortune smiled upon him, sparing him from a fiery demise, and he encountered Ethan, who had pulled him back from the abyss, along with his rescuer, Zuo. However, there was no guarantee that luck would favor him again next time. It was possible that the first missile would obliterate him without a second thought. In the end, Tony could only cast a desperate gaze towards Zuo, who was watching the scene unfold. "Zuo, do you have any means to assist? This rascal is on the brink of death. If he perishes, the truth about the traitor within Stark Industries will be buried alongside him." Zuo nonchalantly replied, "If he dies, so be it. In fact, I could simply tell you who the mole in Stark Industries is." Upon hearing this, Tony fell silent for a moment before lifting his head to meet Zuo's gaze earnestly. I still wish to hear the answer directly from his lips. Consider it another favor owed to you, Zuo. I implore you. Given the multitude of benefits Tony had previously bestowed upon him, Zuo decided to indulge him this once. Very well, I find myself at your mercy. With that, Zuo clasped his hands together, pressing them to the ground. Black talismans began to spread out across the earth. Summoning technique, slug. A loud bang echoed as the talismans erupted in a cloud of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a massive, 2-meter-long blue and white slug materialized beside Zuo. It was the healing slug of Princess Tsunade, though not in its complete form. This was merely a portion of its summoned essence. Otherwise, the complete slug granted by the system would reach an impressive 60 meters in length, not the size of slugs in the Naruto world, but rather the singular size awarded by the system. Nevertheless, for the bald man's superficial injuries, the 2-meter slug was more than sufficient. The slug, displaying a hint of sentience, nodded at Zuo before enveloping the bald man's entire body. After a series of undulating sounds, when the slug released him, the man's wounds had healed completely, save for the arm that Zuo had severed. The entire assembly, including the healed bald man, stared in astonishment at the slug. Was this slug truly so extraordinary? As a part-time doctor, Ethan exclaimed that this was nothing short of a miracle. Zuo turned to the slimy bald man and stated calmly, "Speak the information you seek, or I can subject you to a cycle of injury and restoration until you do." Chapter 28. The Transformation of the Mind. Tony, upon hearing this, the bald man shuddered violently. The mere thought of it was enough to render one in a state worse than death. Faced with Tony's fierce assault, he quickly became obsequious, exclaiming, "I will talk. I will reveal everything." Without uttering a word, the assistant gestured with his chin for him to speak to Tony directly. The bald man turned to Tony and, in the next moment, uttered a name that left Tony's mind utterly blank. Obadiah Stane. It was he who funded our attack, provided the routes for your safety, and sold us the weapons. Tony staggered back in disbelief, nearly collapsing to the ground, but fortunately, Ethan was quick to support him. In a daze, Tony mumbled, how could it be him? He had suspected everyone, yet he had never doubted the uncle who, after his father's death, had shouldered Stark Industries during his time of grief. He had trusted him so completely, entrusting the entire Stark Industries to him. But why would you do this, Obadiah? The assistant stood up, drawing the Kusanagi sword that Tony had plunged into the ground, and with a single stroke, dispatched the bald leader, recently healed from a slug's treatment. He turned to Langlois and coldly remarked, "These individuals are of no further use. Eliminate them all." With a series of muffled gunshots, the remaining terrorists were systematically dispatched. The assistant observed the distraught Tony and felt it was time to administer a potent dose of truth, propelling him toward his transformation into Iron Man. He patted Tony on the shoulder and began to impart a bitter pill of wisdom. "I told you that you would uncover answers that astonish you. But this is not the most astonishing revelation. Obadiah has concealed far more from you than this. Would you like to learn of even more astonishing truths?" Tony, jolted from his stupor, inquired, "More surprises? Are they also related to Obadiah?" The assistant nodded affirmatively. "Yes. First, do you know how many terrorists Obadiah has sold Stark Industries weapons to?" Tony furrowed his brow and pondered. The export of Stark Industries weapons is strictly regulated. Even if Obadiah sold some privately to terrorists, it should only be a small fraction. The assistant chuckled, glancing at Ethan. "Dr. Ethan, please enlighten him about the volume of Stark Industries weapons in Afghanistan." Ethan sighed deeply and replied slowly, "Many. While I do not know the exact number, Stark Industries weapons are highly sought after in Afghanistan. Virtually all major factions have acquired superior arms produced by Stark Industries. This is a widely acknowledged fact among the Afghan populace, with the exception of Tony, the former playboy who never paid attention to company affairs." The assistant nodded and added, "Indeed. However, what Dr. Ethan did not mention is that due to the exceptional quality of Stark Industries weapons, the casualties they have caused are also the highest among all weaponry. For instance, the hometown of Dr. Ethan, Gumara, is one of the places that has been ravaged by the artillery of Stark Industries, wielded by terrorists." Subsequently, Zuo Zhu slowly uttered the most brutal truth for Tony. Dr. Ethan's family, along with countless innocent townsfolk, perished amidst the chaos. Tony abruptly lifted his gaze towards Ethan. Genuine panic reflected in his eyes for the first time. Although he felt profound sorrow upon discovering his betrayal by Obadiah Stane, it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Upon hearing Ethan's revelation about Stark Industries weapons being sold into the hands of innumerable terrorists, Tony experienced guilt, but it was predominantly guilt over his negligence towards the company. Ultimately, when he learned from Zuo Zhu that his weapons had been used against Ethan's family, the horrific consequences of his creation struck uncomfortably close to home. He was overwhelmed. This time, it was the family of his savior, Ethan. What if it were someone else next time? Pepper? Or Rhodey? No, that simply cannot be allowed. He would not permit such atrocities to transpire. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of responsibility weighing upon him. This was all his fault. The burden rested squarely on his shoulders. He must rectify these wrongs, safeguard all that he cherished, not solely for the innocent lives lost, but for those dear to him as well. Zuo Zhu observed the palpable shift in Tony's demeanor, a smile gradually forming on his lips. He could almost envision his mission score soaring skyward. He couldn't resist fanning the flames further, his voice dripping with malevolence. And what of your parents' demise? Do you truly believe they perished in a mere car accident? Zuo Zhu gestured, and Ramu immediately produced a document that had been meticulously prepared. This was the S.H.I.E.L.D. autopsy report regarding your father. You may peruse it yourself. Zuo Zhu had specifically requested information about Howard's cause of death from S.H.I.E.L.D. prior to their departure. As one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., an investigation into Howard's death was inevitable. They knew that the Starks did not die in an accident, but rather in a premeditated attack. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. opted to conceal the truth from Tony, fearing he might spiral into extremism. Tony had already begun to piece together the grim reality. He accepted the document from Ramo, its few thin pages feeling as heavy as lead. Observing Tony's trembling hands, Zuo Zhu took it upon himself to reveal the contents. And the report detailing the deaths of Howard and Maria Stark came into focus. Howard Stark died from multiple blunt force traumas to the head. Maria Stark succumbed to crushed trachea and cervical spine. Tony's eyes blazed crimson, his heart seemingly bleeding. It dawned on him that his parents did not die in a mere accident. Their deaths were a cruel act of malice, far more agonizing than any accident could entail. Zuo Zhu did not offer solace for Tony's shattered expression. Instead, he continued, as the figurehead of Stark Industries, Howard's every endeavor was as closely guarded as your own. Apart from a select few, no one could possibly know the truth. Do you not find it intriguing that there exists a certain parallel between the leakage of your route and the attack you encountered? Tony mechanically turned his head, his eyes devoid of light as he gazed at Zuo Zhu. Are you implying that my parents' demise was orchestrated by Obadiah? Zuo Zhu neither affirmed nor denied, but rather guided the conversation. Who besides Obadiah and yourself was privy to your father's secure route? Whose interests were most served by your father's death? If not Obadiah, could it be you? Tony inhaled deeply. The vacant expression in his eyes inexplicably transformed into a peculiar calm as he fixated on Zuo Zhu. Lastly, why do you feel compelled to divulge this information to me? What is your true intent? Chapter 29. The first S card, Uchiha Obito. Zuo Zhu approached Tony and pointed at the miniature reactor embedded in his chest, responding candidly, because I need you to change. I need a person with a heart of steel to emerge from here, not the frivolous playboy who once occupied your mind solely with research and indulgence. Tony gazed into Zuo Zhu's clear eyes, remaining silent for a considerable time before forcing a rather unappealing smile. Do you truly believe that a notorious arms dealer, a playboy, would make such a transformation? Zuo Zhu replied with conviction. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I exerted so much effort to rescue you? For altruistic reasons? I tell you this because you are not beyond redemption. I am willing to believe in you. Your future should not be one that ends upon your own weapon or in the bed of some woman. Your path should be far more glorious. Tony fixed his gaze upon Zuo Zhu, as if something within him was awakening. Such as? Zuo Zhu smiled broadly. Such as? The path of a hero? As the final word escaped Zuo Zhu's lips, Tony's expression underwent a profound transformation. The sprout rising within him instantly grew into a towering tree. In that moment, he shed his earthly concerns and completed his metamorphosis, fully embracing the iron heart within his chest. At that moment, a voice echoed in Zuo Zhu's mind. Detection of routine task has reached the highest scoring standard. System automatically submits task. Rescue Soldier Tony, score 99. Rewards being distributed, 9,999 gold points, 20 S-class fragments, simultaneously. In the Himalayas, at Kamartosh. In one of the ancient, quaint rooms, a green magical array filled the entire space. Clad in a yellow wizard's robe, the Ancient One sat cross-legged, fingers forming intricate seals. Suspended in the center of the array. It has changed again. The Ancient One observed the green temporal array continuously converging and alternating in the air. A hint of turbulence surfacing in her otherwise serene eyes. As time flowed, the vast temporal array encompassing the room gradually condensed and shrank. Ultimately, what remained before the Ancient One was a solitary, resplendent green timeline. Intriguing, this chaotic universe, which even the TVA refused to acknowledge, has begun to exhibit order due to the arrival of this young man. It is truly astonishing and piques my curiosity as to how far you might go in the future. As the guardian of the Time Stone, the Ancient One was well acquainted with the nuances of time. Driven by curiosity, she could not resist taking a glimpse. With a flicker in her eyes, she gently traced the brilliant timeline before her, and visions of the future flashed vividly in her mind. Amidst the ruins, humanity wails in the black flames. The awe-inspiring blue giant looms over the earth. Terrifying meteors rain down from the sky. And finally, the dark-haired youth seated upon a high throne. The youth seems to sense something, and his fearsome violet gaze turns towards her void. The future vision is abruptly severed, and the verdant timeline before the Ancient One shatters, dissipating into specks of light. A trickle of blood, born from the backlash, escapes from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she pays it no heed. Instead, a flicker of relief glimmers in her eyes. Hope and destruction converge within her, bringing hope to the earth while bestowing ruin upon its adversaries. That is sufficient. To the earth, he symbolizes hope, and that alone brings her solace. As for the humanity on earth, apologies, but that falls beyond her purview. The Ancient One closes her eyes, the dark mark upon her forehead materializing, drawing forth the energies of the dark dimension to mend the wounds inflicted by the temporal backlash. Dormammu, damn it. The left assistant remains unaware that he has caught the attention of an inquisitive old nun who revels in peering into others' futures. At this moment, he is aboard a specially designed S.H.I.E.L.D. transport, returning with Tony, who has undergone his transformation. The spoils of this venture are immense. It is time to unveil the blind box. An S-grade blind box. System, review my total gold points and fragments. Querying, S-grade fragments 100, A-grade fragments 10, B-grade fragments 10, C-grade fragments 5, gold points 13999. Although he had already calculated in his mind, the sight of 100 S-grade fragments still left the left assistant gasping for breath. This is the first S-grade ninja card he has painstakingly gathered. After nearly half a month of toil, he has finally amassed the S card. Taking a deep breath, the left assistant fervently wishes, a good card, away with the trash cards, away with the trash cards. With his wish completed, the left assistant speaks with resolve. System, synthesize the S-grade ninja card for me. Received. Synthesizing, please wait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-grade card, Uchiha Madara Edo Tensei. Oh my goodness, Madara. The left assistant is taken aback as an unimaginable surge of power wells up within him. The overwhelming chakra, the unparalleled strength, and the new cataclysmic skills flooding his mind all contribute to his heart racing wildly. The chakra amount is at least tenfold that of before, and his physical strength has tripled. Yet, the most significant enhancement is not merely the increase in chakra and physical prowess. It lies in the formidable skills bestowed upon him by this S-card. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Susano'o's 3 forms, Susanoo Skeleton, Half-Body Susanoo, Complete Body Susanoo. Wood Release, Advent of the Tree Realm. Rinnegan, Universal Pull, Heavenly Deva Path. This S-card has bestowed upon him 4 new abilities, or rather, 5 new skills if we disregard the skeletal framework and half-body Susanoo he has already mastered. There is, in fact, one more capability that Zuo cannot quite categorize as a skill. He now possesses the ability to transform his physical form into that of an Edo Tensei. It is important to note that he has not truly mastered the Edo Tensei technique. Rather, the nature of this S-card allows him to shift freely between his corporeal self and the Edo Tensei form. This alone is extraordinarily formidable. Without any practitioner as Edo Tensei, he essentially enjoys a form of immortality, although not genuinely impervious to death in the Marvel Universe. Even an Edo Tensei can be annihilated by certain powerful entities. For instance, Thanos' S-snap or assaults targeting the soul and the very fabric of reality can indeed terminate such beings. However, when it comes to physical attacks, the Edo Tensei stands nearly invincible. At the very least, the only threat that nuclear weapons once posed to him has now diminished significantly. Even if he were to be reduced to ashes, his Edo Tensei form would soon regenerate, should he survive an attempt on his life. His current strength would spell utter catastrophe for his adversaries. Can you fathom how swiftly my complete Susanoo can obliterate an entire city? And how little time it would take to utterly annihilate a nation? Chapter 30. Alas, Tony has truly outwitted me. Zuo Zhu was immensely satisfied with his first S-card. This card, unmatched in its prowess within the game, would undoubtedly rank among the most formidable S-cards in the realm of reality, particularly due to the sheer might embodied by the name Uchiha Madara. With a deep exhale, Zuo Zhu opened his eyes, roused from the exaggerated surge of power bestowed upon him by Madara. Under his careful control, there had been no leakage of chakra following the explosive increase in strength. Had there been, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Madara's enhancement could have caused the aircraft to plummet from the sky. Consequently, Tony and the other members of the special forces aboard the transport plane remained oblivious to Zuo Zhu's extraordinary transformation. At this moment, Tony and Ethan reclined in their seats, enveloped in a slumber akin to that of infants. After their harrowing experiences in the Cave of the Ten Rings, where each dawn brought the dread of not witnessing the sun rise again, they now found solace in a deep, restful sleep. Zuo Zhu, too, felt his strength surge and his spirits lift, succumbing to the embrace of delightful dreams. As time passed imperceptibly during their slumber, half a day later, the specially designed transport plane finally touched down. Having received prior clearance, the aircraft landed directly in the bustling heart of New York City. coming to a grand halt in the spacious plaza before Stark Tower. Now clad in a dapper suit, having shed the ragged attire of the cave, Tony was the first to disembark from the plane, exuding an air of sophistication. Security personnel, initially astonished by the audacity of someone daring enough to park a transport plane at Stark Tower's entrance, had their hands poised on their electric batons. However, upon recognizing their long-missing boss, rumored to have disappeared in Afghanistan, emerging from the aircraft, their eyes widened in disbelief. News of his return spread like wildfire throughout Stark Tower, igniting a flurry of excitement. Rather than entering his own company, Tony leaned against the transport plane, awaiting the gathering crowd of onlookers. Moments later, high-ranking executives from Stark Industries, led by Obadiah, rushed out of the building. Upon seeing Tony unharmed, Obadiah's eyes narrowed slightly, concealing his astonishment and malice behind a veneer of warmth. "Look who's back. Our brilliant prodigy, Tony. I knew you wouldn't go down so easily," he exclaimed, extending his arms for an enthusiastic embrace. Tony remained silent, his expression dark and brooding. As Obadiah released him, a look of relief washed over his face. "You have no idea how worried I've been during your absence. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't have known how to explain it to your late father, my dear friend." At the mention of his father, Tony could no longer restrain the fury boiling within him. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful punch to Obadiah's unguarded abdomen. "You scoundrel! How dare you speak of my father in my presence?" The bodyguards flanking Obadiah, witnessing their boss being struck, instinctively reached for the firearms concealed at their waists, prepared to retaliate against Tony, regardless of his stature as the head of Stark Industries. In the next instant, the bodyguards froze in their tracks. Behind Tony stood 30 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, their assault rifles raised in unison, aimed directly at them. The indifference reflected in the eyes of the adversaries left no doubt in the minds of the bodyguards, should they dare to draw their handguns. The soldiers would not hesitate to fire. Not only the bodyguards of Obadiah, but even the Stark board members accompanying him found themselves under the threat of the soldiers' guns. Tony stood resolutely in front of the Special Forces with Obadiah kneeling at his feet. He commanded the room like a dragon king returning in all his majesty, instilling fear in everyone present. The situation had indeed escalated beyond control. To the side, Lefty leaned against the cabin door, while Ethan beside him munched on a bucket of popcorn, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. As for why the Special Forces had aligned themselves with Tony, the reason was straightforward. Tony wielded financial power. Upon confirming Obadiah's treachery, Tony resolved to settle the score. However, his Iron Man suit was still in the making, preventing him from confronting Obadiah directly. Thus, he turned once more to Lefty for assistance, employing his financial prowess to hire all 30 Special Forces members involved in his rescue at a rate of $100,000 each. Now, the Special Forces operated under Lefty's command. He had no qualms about ensuring his men were well compensated and waived any intermediary fees, allowing Tony to pay the soldiers directly. This arrangement also reassured the Special Forces that they could accept this lucrative side job without concern. Lefty would take responsibility should any complications arise. This action further solidified Lefty's rapport with the Special Forces. Tony seized Obadiah by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury and sorrow. "Do you realize? Just a day ago, I never suspected the traitor within Stark Industries would be you, my most trusted uncle." Obadiah's heart sank, yet he forced a smile and attempted to feign innocence. "I don't know what you're talking about, Tony. I was worried sick about you during your absence. Perhaps you've heard some rumors, but you must believe they are merely attempts to sow discord between us, who are like father and son." Like father and son. Tony's eyes turned crimson, rage overwhelming his grief, as he raised his fist in a fit of madness. "You bastard. Not only did you attempt to kill me, but you also murdered my parents, and now you dare speak of being like family." Bang, 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 with every punch. Tony unleashed his full fury until Obadiah lay on the ground, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. It was only when Tony, utterly exhausted with bloodied fists, finally stepped back from the nearly lifeless Obadiah that he noticed the cacophony of sirens and the blinding flashes of cameras surrounding him. The plaza of Stark Tower was swarmed by police and reporters, yet not a single soul could intervene to halt Tony's violent retribution, as the 30 Special Forces formed an unyielding barrier, isolating him from the chaos beyond. In that moment, Tony harbored but one thought: this $30 million was indeed worth every penny. The officers outside found themselves utterly helpless. Equipment pales in comparison to theirs. Status is also inferior to theirs. Upon their arrival, they immediately displayed credentials from the Bureau of Territorial Strategic Defense, Offense, and Logistical Support. After layers of reporting, this absurdly lengthy bureau name turned out to be a genuine entity. The police superiors insisted that these officers fully cooperate with them. This left them merely as spectators, watching in disbelief as Tony Stark assaulted his uncle in broad daylight. Oh, and they were also tasked with maintaining order to ensure that no one interfered with Stark's aggression. Is this even rational? The police are compelled to assist the assailant in securing the scene. Where's the rule of law? Where's justice? Chapter 31. Peter and Gwen have disappeared indeed. The authority of the powerful prevails, and they embody the law. Tony Stark, having caught his breath, regained his composure. He surveyed the Stark Tower Plaza, which was teeming with onlookers, and felt no trace of panic. With an air of nonchalance, he rose, adjusted his disheveled collar, and gestured towards Pepper in the upper levels. Pepper, momentarily stunned by the barrage of firearms aimed at her, instinctively navigated through the gap created by the special forces to reach Tony's side after noticing his beckoning hand. Tony leaned closer to her, whispering a few words. Pepper, taken aback, nodded and swiftly made her way into the building, with a steady gaze fixed upon the multitude of flashing cameras. Tony appeared less reckless and more composed than before. He began, I understand that many of you harbor numerous questions. I recently encountered some rumors online regarding my disappearance in Afghanistan. Allow me to clarify, these are not mere rumors. I indeed suffered an attack while in Afghanistan. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. The journalists, momentarily cowed by the armed special forces, surged forward like sharks sensing blood, desperately clutching their microphones in a fervent attempt to secure this sensational story. Observing the tumultuous crowd, Tony's resolute demeanor remained unshaken. Shortly thereafter, Pepper emerged from the building. Clutching a laptop, Tony accepted the device from her, stepping boldly towards the eager reporters. He approached the wall of special forces, seized a microphone from a journalist at the front, and directed the laptop screen towards the cameras. The screen displayed a harrowing scene of Tony bound to a chair by terrorists. I know you all wish to learn what transpired in Afghanistan. I shall reveal everything, he proclaimed. I was struck by my own missile, and the terrorist base that attacked me was brimming with weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. All of this is thanks to my dear uncle, Obadiah Stane, who not only hired these terrorists to assault me but also illicitly sold my weapons to them. He continued. Now, he lies as merely the beginning of my retribution. My vengeance will not cease. Obadiah Stane shall spend eternity in prison. And to the terrorists wielding my weapons, prepare yourselves, for I will hunt each of you down. You have relished my creations, and soon you will experience the terror of my latest innovations firsthand. I swear it. With a fierce declaration, Tony returned the microphone emblazoned with the Daily Bugle logo to the awaiting reporter and gracefully turned to leave, leaning against the transport aircraft. His assistant observed the unfolding drama with contemplative eyes. It seemed that the world was veering towards increasingly unpredictable horizons. Tony had been rescued from the 10 rings ahead of schedule, and Stark Industries' weapons division remained intact under his command. Before the emergence of Obadiah, the Ironmonger, it appears that an early exit is in order. While Tony finds himself devoid of a formidable rival, he simultaneously faces an overwhelming number of adversaries due to his public declaration of war against terrorists. All of this stems from the seemingly minor alteration of rescuing Tony ahead of schedule. Zuo, however, remains indifferent, even somewhat disdainful of these developments. Is this the butterfly effect? How intriguing. Might this world offer even more explosive transformations? With a casual remark, Zuo uttered a yes, but the very next moment, following the completion of his mission to save Tony, his newly activated phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw May calling and promptly answered. Zuo, thank heavens you finally picked up. I desperately need your help right now. Zuo raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous premonition, looking at the still bustling scene before him. He reassured her, May, don't panic. I'll be back shortly. We can discuss it further at home. After exchanging a few brief words with May, Zuo gestured for Langmuir to approach. I need to handle something first. Take the Special Forces team and assist Tony in resolving matters efficiently. Ensure it's executed flawlessly. If complications arise, I'll back you up. Don't hesitate. Understood? Langmuir nodded in immediate comprehension. Understood. We will deal with Obadiah thoroughly. Pleased, Zuo nodded, patting Langmuir on the shoulder. A worthy mini indeed. To keep a figure of Obadiah's stature imprisoned indefinitely is nothing short of fanciful thinking. If he cannot become the Ironmonger, then his existence is rendered unnecessary. A useless individual should not occupy the precious resources of my world. Having given his instructions, Zuo turned and swiftly vanished into the crowd. At the Parker residence, as Zuo opened the door, May rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. He gently patted her back until her visibly shaken form regained a semblance of calm. What has happened? Please tell me. Zuo's voice possessed a calming charm that steadied May's frantic heart. He guided her to the sofa and poured her a glass of warm water. After taking a sip, May released the first breath she had held for days. Peter, it's Peter. He has gone missing, just 2 days ago at this revelation. Zuo furrowed his brow. His immediate reaction was the fear that Peter had become embroiled in yet another supervillain incident. It was not uncommon for Peter, as Spider-Man, to encounter difficulties that left him unreachable for days, whether in comics or films. However, the next statement from May took Zuo by surprise. I know Peter is Spider-Man. I also recognize that you are extraordinary in your own right, which is why I can only think of you to help me find Peter. Zuo did not contest her assertion but continued to inquire, since you are aware of Peter's identity, please share what you know about his disappearance. Just as Mei was about to respond, a rapid knocking resonated at the door. Zuo raised a finger, signaling Mei to wait, and stood to open the door. Upon opening it, he found Sheriff Stacy, clad in her uniform, anxiously standing on the threshold. Upon seeing Lefty, Sheriff Stacy exclaimed with great joy, "Lefty, I require your assistance." Lefty replied, "This phrase sounds remarkably familiar, as if I had just heard it moments ago. So could it be that Gwen has also vanished?" Sheriff Stacy was taken aback. "How did you know? Gwen has indeed disappeared just like Peter did not long ago." Lefty fell silent. Could he admit that he had merely made a casual remark? He had never anticipated that it would turn out to be prophetic. Wait, are you implying that she has disappeared, not just gone missing? Lefty suddenly grasped the significance of Sheriff Stacy's words. Chapter 32. The disappearance of the extraordinary. Unlike Aunt May's absence, Sheriff Stacy spoke of a disappearance. Upon entering, I implored him to recount the entire sequence of events surrounding the vanishing of Peter and Gwen. I kindly ushered Sheriff Stacy inside and poured him a cup of warm water. Once seated, he hesitated, casting a glance at May before finally turning his gaze to me. This concerned some personal secrets of Peter's, and I was uncertain whether May ought to be privy to them. I understood his unspoken concern. Yet since May was already aware that Peter was Spider-Man, there was no longer any need for hesitation. Rest assured, May is already aware that Peter is Spider-Man. You may speak freely, I assured him. Sheriff Stacy looked at May in astonishment, then shifted his gaze back to me, his expression one of realization. After discovering Peter's identity as Spider-Man a couple of days prior, he surmised that my close association with Peter implied my own significance. Hence, following Gwen's disappearance, he sought my assistance. Now, with my candid declaration of Peter's identity, he was thoroughly convinced of my own importance. Noticing their curiosity regarding my identity, I decided to reveal my credentials from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Their eyes widened in surprise as they beheld the badge. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Director of Special Operations. As a senior sheriff in New York, Stacy was somewhat familiar with this agency, having recently received reports of its operatives causing a ruckus at Stark Tower, corroborated by his subordinates' documentation. He quickly discerned the authenticity of the badge. Astonished to learn that I was indeed affiliated with that agency and held a significant position as the Director of Special Operations. While he did not fully grasp the agency's specific functions, it was evident that its involvement could only signal considerable influence, enabling collaboration with the American police in such chaotic affairs. I casually explained, "You might consider this agency as one dedicated to overseeing supernatural occurrences on Earth, of which I am the head of the Operations Division." Upon hearing this, Sheriff Stacy and May's expressions brightened with astonishment. Peter and Gwen's disappearance certainly fell within the realm of supernatural events. How fortuitous that I was an expert in this very field. Truly, we had found our savior. May turned to Sheriff Stacy, stating, "Sheriff Stacy is likely more aware of Peter's situation that day. Perhaps he could elaborate on the specifics." Sheriff Stacy nodded, took a sip of his warm water to clear his throat, and began his account. The events unfolded 2 days ago. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Half an hour later, I had gleaned from Sheriff Stacy the details of the incident. In essence, the plot resembling that of the first Spider-Man film had transpired. 2 days prior, Peter had engaged in a fierce battle with Dr. Connors, who had transformed into the Lizard. As per the original narrative, Dr. Connors released a toxic gas in the heart of New York City, resulting in the special police unit dispatched to apprehend him being transformed into lizard creatures, plunging the city into chaos. However, Dr. Connors was not content with merely his current endeavors. He yearned to utilize Oscorp's apparatus to disseminate the lizard serum throughout New York City, transforming it entirely into a city of reptiles. This would inevitably plunge New York into dire calamity, prompting Peter, as Spider-Man, to exert every effort to thwart him. A reckless pursuit unfolded between Peter and Dr. Connors across the bustling streets of New York, and the police could not remain passive. A significant force was dispatched to apprehend the two, led by none other than Sheriff Stacy of the New York Police Department. Thankfully, it was Sheriff Stacy at the helm. During the chase, Peter unfortunately fell victim to the police's intervention, sustaining injuries to his leg, and his mask was forcibly removed by Sheriff Stacy. Had it been another officer, Peter would have been arrested on the spot. Fortunately, this individual was his father-in-law, Sheriff Stacy. Although Sheriff Stacy was taken aback by Peter's identity as Spider-Man, he shielded Peter from the gaze of others, ensuring the revelation of his true identity remained concealed. Subsequently, Sheriff Stacy learned from Peter that his daughter was still at Oscorp, working on the lizard serum, while the transformed Dr. Connors was en route to the Oscorp building. Thus, he reluctantly decided to spare Peter for the time being and proceeded to Oscorp to rescue his daughter. In the course of his endeavor, Sheriff Stacy successfully located Gwen and obtained the lizard serum she had concocted, just as Peter was on the brink of being slain by Dr. Connors. Sheriff Stacy arrived just in time. A barrage from his shotgun temporarily subdued Dr. Connors, granting Peter the opportunity to release the lizard serum. Yet, conventional firearms proved to be of limited efficacy against such a supernatural being. Sheriff Stacy quickly exhausted his ammunition. Infuriated, Dr. Connors rose to strike down the diminutive Spider-Man. Just as Sheriff Stacy braced for his own demise, Dr. Connors' claws became ethereal, passing harmlessly through him without inflicting injury. In moments, Dr. Connors himself became insubstantial, ultimately vanishing entirely. Before the bewildered Sheriff Stacy could fully process the surreal event, Peter, having successfully administered the antidote, came to his aid. As Sheriff Stacy began to recount the extraordinary spectacle he had just witnessed, Peter, too, transformed into an illusion before his astonished gaze, subsequently fading from existence. The disappearance of the lizard was one matter. He was, after all, a notorious criminal, and his absence was a relief to society. However, Peter was different. Despite his role as Spider-Man and his vigilant efforts across New York, which often irritated Sheriff Stacy, it was undeniable that Peter was a good soul who had saved many lives. Most importantly, he was also the boyfriend of Sheriff Stacy's daughter. Gwen would undoubtedly be devastated upon learning of Peter's disappearance, and indeed, her father's concerns were not unfounded. Upon discovering Peter had vanished, Gwen resorted to every conceivable means to locate her beloved. For 2 days, she had scarcely slept, tirelessly employing various instruments to scan the area where Peter had last been seen. This predicament left Sheriff Stacy in a state of distress, yet he felt utterly powerless. He could not simply tell Gwen that with the old gone, the new must take its place, and that with Peter's absence, there was still left to rely on the likes of Lefty. Such a sentiment was foreign to his character. Today, as on the previous days, Sheriff Stacy ascended to the rooftop of Oscorp, the very spot where Peter had vanished, to deliver a meal to Gwen. However, upon opening the rooftop door, he was met with the ethereal silhouette of Gwen. As he lunged towards her in terror, she dissipated completely, leaving him grasping only at the emptiness of the air. In that moment of desperation, he recalled Peter's extraordinary friend, Lefty. Shortly thereafter, while seeking assistance from May, he fortuitously encountered Lefty. Chapter 33. The New Universe, 1999 Universe? Zuo Zhu furrowed his brow, pondering the situation at hand. Everything had seemed quite ordinary up until now, following the storyline of the Extraordinary One. However, ever since the disappearance of Dr. Connors, the narrative had taken a peculiar turn. Zuo Zhu made an effort to recall whether there were any similar plots within Marvel Comics or films. As Zuo Zhu was lost in thought, the panicked voices of May and Sheriff Stacy reached his ears. "Oh no, Zuo, your hands." Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu glanced down at his hands, realizing they had begun to take on an ethereal quality unbeknownst to him. This illusion was gradually spreading from his hands to encompass his entire body. After a moment of introspection regarding his condition, he murmured thoughtfully, "Is this some form of spatial teleportation ability?" So that's it. The spatial fluctuations emanating from his body were evidently attempting to transport him elsewhere. Yet, he remained unfazed, for he possessed a solution. By activating his corpse of filth and employing Amaterasu to incinerate it, he could eliminate any markers for the teleportation, thus preventing himself from being whisked away. However, he chose not to act on this, allowing the spatial force to envelop him completely. He was curious to discover who possessed the audacity to abduct his subordinate, and who sought to take him along as well. Just wait until I find you." Zuo Zhu addressed the bewildered Sheriff Stacy and May with a calm demeanor. "Do not worry, simply remain patient. I shall retrieve Peter and Gwen." With that, Zuo Zhu vanished completely before their eyes. 1999 Universe. The Sacred Timeline? As Zuo Zhu's surroundings blurred, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. Before he could fully assess where he had been transported, a pumpkin bomb rapidly expanded before him. Zuo Zhu. Boom. The pumpkin bomb erupted violently in front of Zuo Zhu, sending a crimson figure flying. Amidst the flames, Zuo Zhu remained unscathed, encased in a purple skeletal form, observing a familiar silhouette beneath him with contemplation. It was May. He seemed to understand the reason behind Peter's disappearance and the universe's timeline. Coincidentally, the small spider charging recklessly towards him confirmed his suspicions. Without moving, Zuo Zhu's enormous purple claws ensnared the approaching spider. Gazing at the youthful face before him, starkly different from Garfield's Spider-Man, Zuo Zhu spoke in a gentle tone. "Peter, relax, I am not your enemy. Let Peter go." At that moment, May beneath him regained consciousness, weakly grasping Zuo Zhu's pant leg. After battling several supervillains, Peter, with bloodshot eyes, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Aunt May was unharmed. "Aunt May, thank goodness you're safe." Yet, Zuo Zhu's brow furrowed as he directed his gaze towards May's abdomen. Through his Sharingan, he could distinctly see a fatal penetrating wound there. "Do not move." Zuo Zhu softly addressed May. extending his hand towards her abdomen. Before May could react, Peter began to struggle violently, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? Bastard! Don't touch Aunt May." However, the strength of the Susano'o's bone claws was far beyond what this exhausted little spider could escape from. No matter how hard Peter fought, he remained firmly suspended in midair, unable to move. Zuo Zhu paid no heed to the flailing spider, recognizing his impulsive nature, which is why he did not immediately release him. "Trust me, May." Under Zuo Zhu's gentle voice, May felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the person before her, causing her body to relax involuntarily. As she eased, she became aware of a gaping wound in her abdomen, continuously bleeding. Weakness overtook her, and she was about to collapse to the ground. Zuo Zhu bent down, supporting May's shoulders. "Oh no, May, no. How could this happen? Oh my God, please, sir. Quickly call for an ambulance." Simultaneously, Peter, suspended in the air, noticed the wound on Aunt May's abdomen and was so frightened that tears streamed down his face. Zuo Zhu seized Peter's clawed hand, silencing him by covering his incessant chatter, forcing him to remain quiet. With one hand supporting May, he conjured a palm-sized slug and pressed it against her wound. Instantly, May felt a warm sensation emanating from the injured area, her strength gradually returning. Once Zuo Zhu confirmed that May was out of danger, he released Peter, and the external Susano'o framework dissipated. Peter landed, oblivious to Zuo Zhu's actions, and charged recklessly at him. Zuo Zhu slightly sidestepped, causing Peter to lunge into thin air and tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Before Peter could rise, the second round commenced. The recovering May quickly intervened. "Peter, stop. He is not a bad person. He saved me." Realizing that Zuo Zhu posed no threat to Aunt May and had merely applied a peculiar slug to her wound, Peter stammered, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. Tonight has been so awful. I'm a bit on edge." Peter relaxed and then noticed the pain coursing through his body, choosing to sit on the ground instead of getting up, while apologizing to Zuo Zhu. "It's all right. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a sign of a good child." Zuo Zhu smiled as he approached Peter, placing a hand on his shoulder and setting a slug upon it for his healing. Feeling the comforting warmth enveloping him and witnessing the visible recovery of his injuries, Peter laid aside his guard against Zuo Zhu, overwhelmed with an impulse to embrace him and cry. Who could fathom the turmoil he had faced since the Mysterio incident revealed his identity as Spider-Man? The people of this world disregarded all the good he had done as Spider-Man, fixating solely on the rumors of him having killed Mysterio. Meanwhile, those from other worlds either sought to kill him or desired to do so. He had endeavored so earnestly to assist them, yet the fickleness of ordinary people, along with the treachery of those from another realm who had imprisoned Dr. Strange in the mirror dimension to save their own lives, had nearly shattered him. The man before him was the first and only individual to emerge from that alternate universe, bringing with him a warmth that soothed Peter's weary soul. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Peter could no longer contain the grievances that swelled within him. He embraced Lefty, resting his head against his waist, and spoke in a muffled tone, "Thank you. I am truly grateful to you. This is the first time in days that I have felt the warmth of humanity. I am immensely thankful, sir." Listening to Peter's voice tinged with unshed tears, Lefty gently ruffled the boy's unruly hair. "No need for gratitude. You have already sacrificed enough for this." His impression of this universe's Peter was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. Although this Peter often meant well, yet achieved ill results, he was not a concern for Lefty, as he belonged to a different universe. Chapter 34. When in crisis, as the voice of the system resonated in his mind, Zuo Zhu's mood was remarkably delightful. Contact task triggered. Encountered an important figure from another world. Peter Parker, Marvel Spider-Man. Rewards distribution. S-Class Fragment 20. Mysterious item Flying Thunder God Kunai 5. Indeed, even prominent figures from parallel worlds could bestow upon him contact rewards. Thus, his means of obtaining these rewards was no longer confined to his own universe, but could extend to others. Just imagine the multitude of rewards from significant figures across countless parallel universes concentrated within him. How formidable would he become? It was almost unimaginable. Simply terrifying. Moreover, the rewards acquired from this universe's Peter surpassed those from the extraordinary little spider of his own universe by a staggering double, nearing the highest contact rewards of Tony. It was truly astonishing. Was this the intrinsic value of a pivotal figure in the main universe? As Zuo Zhu marveled internally, May's wound had entirely healed under the care of the slug. She awkwardly returned the slug, which had fallen from her injury, to Zuo Zhu and addressed Peter, who was still holding Zuo Zhu. "Ahem, Peter, I believe you should release this gentleman. It is quite impolite to cling to others." Upon hearing this, Peter was jolted from the warmth Zuo Zhu provided and hurriedly let go, apologizing. "I am terribly sorry, sir. I did not mean to. It was involuntary." Zuo Zhu interrupted him. "No worries. When dealing with children, I do not mind exercising a bit more patience," he added silently, "especially for a child like you who brings abundant rewards." Peter relaxed and did not take offense at being referred to as a child. Curiously, he inquired, "Sir, Were you sent to this universe because of me? Zuo Zhu shook his head. Indeed, it is because of Peter, but not due to you. I was entrusted to find someone. Both Peter and May asked with intrigue. Who? Zuo Zhu pointed to May. You. May incredulously pointed to herself. Me? Zuo Zhu nodded. Yes. But not the present you. Rather, the you from about a decade ago. May was even more astonished. She could not recall ever having met such a handsome young man years ago. Before May could grasp that it was her parallel universe counterpart who had commissioned the search. Zuo Zhu remembered that aside from May, there was another, Sheriff Stacy, who had also entrusted him with locating someone. As the extraordinary Spider-Man, Peter, even when transported to an unfamiliar universe, would likely face minimal danger due to his powers. However, for Gwen, an ordinary person, the situation was precarious. In a strange universe, encountering any trouble could truly pose a threat. For instance, upon his initial crossing, he had directly faced 5 formidable foes. He had been fortunate to awaken the system and turn the tables on them, but Gwen lacked such a system. Reflecting on this, Zuo Zhu decided against prolonging the conversation with the two. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Peter. Here, take this. Once you locate the new Peter, do inform me. Zuo's assistant placed a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique into Peter's hand before turning swiftly to exit the dilapidated apartment building. Wait, sir. You haven't provided me with your phone number. How shall I reach you? Peter reached out in an attempt to stop him, but it was too late. Zuo's assistant was remarkably swift, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Reluctantly, Peter secured the only dart left behind and joined May to convene with MJ and Ned, strategizing on how to confront the fleeing individuals. Meanwhile, Zuo's assistant, having departed, was navigating through the towering skyscrapers with astonishing agility. His speed was such that ordinary eyes could scarcely perceive a trace of him. His method of searching was straightforward, yet ruthless, activating both the kaleidoscope and Byakugan. He soared between buildings, utilizing the extraordinary vision of his Sharingan and the penetrating sight of the Byakugan to scan the streets and structures below. He recalled the events of Spider-Man 3, No Way Home, remembering those who had been transported to this universe because of Peter, that could not be far from him. Certainly not exceeding the distance of a single city. With his velocity, along with the 360-degree perspective granted by the kaleidoscope and Byakugan, it would not be long before he turned New York upside down in his search. Fortune favored Zuo's assistant today. Not only had he struck a jackpot upon arriving in this universe with Peter, but he also soon discovered Gwen's presence in an alley. However, it seemed Gwen's luck was rather unfortunate. She found herself in one of Marvel's infamous locales, Hell's Kitchen, as the epicenter of crime in the Marvel Universe. This seemingly modest area of 8 streets harbored malevolence that even 8 Satans could not rival. For someone as innocent as Gwen, wandering into this place was akin to leaping directly into the jaws of a wolf. At this moment, Gwen was fleeing from several gang members who appeared to be of Mexican descent. Exhausted, she reached the dead end of an alley, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. 3 hours prior, she had been abruptly transported from Oscorp Tower to this unfamiliar universe. Clever as she was, she quickly surmised that Peter might have been transported in a similar manner. By examining the date on a newspaper and piecing together fragmented information around her, she confirmed that she had indeed arrived in a brand new universe. Simultaneously, she sensed many unwelcoming gazes directed her way. Recognizing the danger, Gwen attempted to vacate the area. Yet, within that brief span, she had already caught the attention of several tattooed Mexican men who relentlessly pursued her. They deliberately obstructed her path, forcing her to seek alternate routes. As dusk descended, their advances grew increasingly brazen. Sensing their intent to strike, Gwen had no choice but to flee with all her might. But being new to this universe, even if it was still New York, how could she possibly compete with local gangs that had thrived here for decades? Moreover, within her own universe, she had never set foot in the realm of Hell's Kitchen, rendering her unfamiliar with the terrain. Ultimately, Gwen found herself utterly exhausted, cornered in a dead end, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. With no avenue of escape from the heavens or the earth, the dim alleyway was left with only a pair of despairing blue eyes and 5 pairs of malevolent ones. Unbeknownst to Gwen, a pair of blood-red eyes from a towering building was observing the scene, alongside a spider that had mysteriously descended upon her neck. Chapter 35, Spider-Gwen. Hey there, darling, wandering alone in the dead of night. Are you seeking thrills? Chuckled the burly Mexican man, leering as he advanced towards Gwen. The words resonated with an unsettling familiarity, capturing the attention of Zuo Zhu atop the towering building. Gazing down, Zuo Zhu was reminded of the nefarious encounters he faced upon his arrival in this realm. The same phrases, the same Hell's Kitchen, the same shadowy alleyways, and the same petty thugs. A chill flickered in Zuo Zhu's eyes. How intriguing. Since this is a familiar recipe, what awaits you is merely the same. Kusanagi soared. With a flash of cold light from the heavens, a long blade descended, embedding itself deeply into the ground. The leading Mexican steps halted, his grin frozen in place as half his head slowly toppled to the ground. A crimson and white substance spilled forth, pooling around him. Clad in an Akatsuki robe, Zuo Zhu landed gracefully, deftly stepping upon the hilt of the Kusanagi to avoid tainting himself with the filth below. Gwen, initially steeped in despair, gasped in surprise upon recognizing the familiar silhouette atop the Kusanagi. Zwa. Turning slightly, Zuo Zhu replied softly, "It's all right, Gwen. All right, my foot. You dare to kill our boss? Damn you, die." The remaining members of the Mexican gang seethed with anger. Having slain their leader, they could not tolerate being disregarded while he flirted with his quarry. "You really think so little of us?" They snarled, drawing their firearms with intent. Yet, before they could pull the trigger, a flash of blue light illuminated the alley. The gang members felt a sudden chill in their hands, realizing they could no longer squeeze the triggers. Startled, they presumed their guns had vanished. Upon closer inspection, they discovered their hands were missing. Shock coursed through them. They believed their weapons had simply disappeared. Wait, something's amiss. Before they could collect their thoughts from the abrupt severing of their limbs, a massive blue blade pierced through their chests, skewering them together like a string of candied fruit. Without a backward glance, Zuo Zhu swung the enormous weapon held by his skeletal blue arm, tossing the gang members aside as if they were mere refuse. This time, it was not Sasuke Susanoo that he wielded, but rather Madara's. The distinction between the two seemed minimal, aside from the additional massive blade attached to Madara's skeletal form. From the depths of the alley, Gwen stood in awe, gazing at Zuo Zhu, who, while displaying a gentle smile, obliterated several foes with effortless grace. Yet, she felt no revulsion towards the bloody scene. Instead, her heart swelled with gratitude for Zuo Zhu's intervention. As the daughter of the sheriff, she understood all too well the depths of depravity these men embodied, and the horrific fate that awaited her had they captured her. Their demise at Zuo Zhu's hands filled her with relief and appreciation, thankful for his timely arrival and the salvation he provided. Gwen smiled brightly and dashed to the left, intent on embracing her savior. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her neck. Gwen felt a rush of wind beside her, and left assistant had already reached her side. He deftly removed a lifeless red-striped spider from Gwen's neck, his brow furrowed in concern. He had been preoccupied with the gang members and had failed to notice the little spider on Gwen. Gwen, realizing that the spider was the very culprit that had bitten her, feigned indifference to alleviate left assistant's worries, waving her hand dismissively. "It's merely a small spider, don't worry." Before she could finish her sentence, her blue eyes rolled back, and she collapsed into left assistant's arms. He caught her with one hand, and the previously absent white in his eyes reappeared. Through his enhanced vision, left assistant observed that Gwen's body was rapidly heating up and undergoing some form of transformation. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. Contact task triggered. Encountered A-class individual from this alternate world. Gwen Stacy Ghost Spider. Reward dispensing 20 A-class fragments. Left assistant paused. Is this Spider Gwen? And has the contact reward been triggered again? But hadn't he already received a reward from her once before? The fact that it could trigger a second time was astonishing. And the reward was not only a tier higher than the previous encounter but also exceeded that of other A-class individuals by a significant margin. Could it be due to her being bitten by an anomalous spider from another world? Unexpectedly, Peter and Gwen's disappearance had led to so many surprises. Not only had they traversed into another parallel universe, but Gwen had also been bitten by a bizarre spider, resulting in her mutation. Fortunately, it appeared to be a benign transformation, akin to Peter's. Had it been a transformation similar to a certain Peter from a comic, morphing into a six-legged, eight-eyed monstrosity, both Gwen and Peter would likely have been utterly devastated. For now, he resolved to find a quiet place and await Gwen's metamorphosis. Left assistant cradled the unconscious Gwen and leapt into the enveloping darkness of the night. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the small spider. Peter, the one from Holland, successfully reunited with Aunt May, MJ, and Ned. However, this gathering included not 4, but 6 individuals. Holland's Peter stared in bewilderment at the 2 unfamiliar figures beside MJ and Ned, one of whom donned a costume strikingly similar to his own spider attire, triggering an uncontrollable resonance in his spider sense. The 3 simultaneously inquired with a silent understanding. "Who are you?" They all answered in unison. "Peter Parker." They exchanged glances, feeling an odd mix of familiarity and strangeness. Ultimately, it was through MJ and Ned's explanations that Holland's Peter grasped the situation. It turned out that MJ and Ned had seen news reports about a battle at Happy's apartment, where Peter had taken Green Goblin and others to concoct an antidote, resulting in a collapse. They had been unable to reach Peter since then. In a moment of desperation, Ned inadvertently triggered the mystical ring of Doctor Strange adorning his hand. After several attempts, he intuitively unlocked the arcane secrets and, merely by invoking Peter's name, opened 2 portals that summoned alternate versions of Peter from parallel universes. One was the iconic Spider-Man, portrayed by Tobey Maguire, and the other was the extraordinary Spider-Man from Andrew Garfield's realm. However, at this moment, Garfield's Spider-Man had not endured the trials depicted in his original narrative and was only slightly older than Holland's version. Upon hearing the general circumstances relayed by Holland's Spider-Man, his countenance turned a shade of green, realizing that the three of them not only had to confront the lizard, who had recently given them considerable trouble, barely escaping a lethal encounter thanks to his timely father-in-law's intervention, but also contend with formidable foes such as the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Electro, and Sandman. Good heavens, how had this universe's Peter managed to stir such chaos? Chapter 36. The Power of a Name. Garfield Spider grimaced. These individuals sound formidable just by their names. I fear that even our newly formed Super 7 might find it challenging to contend with them. Let alone the fact that this universe lacks a Super 7. Holland Spider echoed the sentiment with a frown. Indeed, if the Avengers were still on Earth, these ruffians would not dare to be so brazen. Unfortunately, most of them are currently absent from the planet, and the mightiest among them, the Sorcerer, is confined within the mirror dimension by my hand. Toby Spider, bewildered by their cryptic conversation, interjected, "What are you two talking about? What is this Super 7 and Avengers alliance? Have you joined some sort of band?" Garfield Spider and Holland Spider exchanged curious glances before responding. "It is an organization comprised of numerous superheroes. Is there none such in your universe?" Scratching his head, Toby Spider replied, "As far as I know, they're ISNT. I have always fought solo." Impressed, Holland Spider and Garfield Spider simultaneously gave Toby Spider a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are the true embodiment of a man. We cannot fathom the chaos of a world with only one superhero." Toby Spider chuckled awkwardly, steering the conversation elsewhere. "Discussing this is futile now. Our immediate concern is to resolve the issues with Dr. Otto and his associates." Sighing at the mention of the predicament, Garfield Spider lamented, "If only Left were here. He could easily defeat even the strongest of foes and surely handle this situation." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Holland Spider's mind as he recalled the words of the individual who had rescued him and Aunt May, "Notify him upon finding new Peter." Could these two be new Peter? Holland Spider eagerly inquired of Garfield Spider, "What does the Left you mentioned look like?" After pondering for a moment, Garfield Spider could only conjure a single word, "handsome." Holland Spider immediately recognized the truth, confirming that the rescuer was indeed Left. One word, "handsome," was sufficient proof. Quickly retrieving the kunai given to him by the rescuer, Holland Spider presented it to Garfield Spider, saying, "I believe I have identified the Left you speak of. He appeared in our time of crisis and saved both Aunt May and me. He mentioned that Aunt May had asked him to find someone and gave me this shuriken, instructing me to notify him upon encountering new Peter. You must be the one he referred to." Garfield Spider, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "It must be Left. Aunt May sent him to find me. This is wonderful. We are saved." He eagerly accepted the kunai, turning to Holland Spider, "How does one use this?" Holland Spider's expression faltered, "You don't know?" Garfield Spider responded, his face equally perplexed, "Should I know?" Holland Spider retorted, "Didn't you say he came to find you?" Garfield Spider countered, "But I've never seen him utilize this tool." The two stared at the kunai in silence. Ultimately, the more composed Toby Spider devised a plan. "Gentlemen, it appears we must rely on ourselves. Why don't we first attempt to concoct an antidote and find a way to restore them to their normal selves?" Peter from Holland and Peter from Garfield have now found themselves with no other option but to acquiesce to this plan. Meanwhile, in the heart of New York City, within the confines of a luxurious five-star hotel, Zuo Zhu leaned against the balcony railing, smoking a cigarette while gazing at the breathtaking night view of the New World, releasing a long plume of white smoke. Inside the room behind him, Gwen lay in a deep slumber on the bed. In truth, he had sensed the extraordinary presence of the little spider through the kunai in Peter's possession long ago. However, since Gwen had yet to awaken and no skirmish had commenced on Peter's end, he felt no urgency to rush over. He intended to wait for the three Peters and the five supervillains to converge before reaping the rewards. He was already anticipating the delightful surprises that this gathering would yield, particularly the prospect of a splendid team reward from the trio of bugs. Suddenly, Gwen murmured softly, stirring from her unconscious state. Upon seeing Zuo Zhu smoking on the balcony, she attempted to prop herself up to greet him. However, as she placed her hand on the bedside table, it unexpectedly crumbled beneath her weight. Gwen stumbled, nearly losing her balance, instinctively extending her foot to steady herself on the floor. The sound of cracking would echo as she observed the fissures and a deep imprint left by her foot. Panic washed over her face as she grappled with the bewildering situation. Zuo Zhu flicked away the spent cigarette and entered the room. Surveying the damage caused by Gwen's unintentional mishap, with a teasing tone, he remarked, "It seems this five-star hotel is rather poorly constructed, especially considering I paid $10,000 for a night here. I suppose I should file a complaint tomorrow, shouldn't I?" Gwen, gazing at the approaching Zuo Zhu, felt her initial panic subside, replaced by a charming smile as she replied, "I suppose you should. You certainly must complain. But dear Zuo, could you please enlighten me about what has happened to my body? I believe you possess some knowledge." Zuo Zhu casually pulled a chair and seated himself opposite Gwen. Noticing her hesitance to move, fearing further destruction, he gestured toward the bed behind her. Relax a little, Gwen. Sit down and speak slowly. There is no need to worry about causing any damage. Trust me, even if you were to reduce this entire room to rubble, I could cover the expenses. Encouraged by Zuo Zhu's playful banter, Gwen gradually allowed herself to relax, settling onto the bed as she looked at him with wide, questioning eyes, awaiting his explanation. Zuo Zhu, having decided to dispense with the teasing, directly inquired, "Do you recall the spider that bit you before you lost consciousness?" Gwen, quick-witted and perceptive, instantly grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that it was responsible for the changes in my body? That spider, Peter." As she trailed off, a realization struck her. Peter, too, had been transformed into Spider-Man after being bitten by a spider. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, are you saying that I am also a Spider-Man now?" Zuo Zhu crossed his arms, chuckling softly. "That interpretation is not entirely inaccurate, though I believe Spider-Woman or perhaps Spider-Gwen would be more fitting titles for you." Upon receiving Zuo Zhu's affirmation, Gwen clasped her hands over her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Having traversed this extraordinary experience, her purpose was to find her little boyfriend, Spider-Man Peter. The individual has yet to be located, yet he has inadvertently become Spider-Man. This left assistant, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. Since the Peter was nearing completion in the creation of the antidote, rising from his chair, he said, "Gwen, let us reserve our astonishment for the future. For now, I shall teach you how to harness your powers." An hour later, at the New York Statue of Liberty, the Spider-Man trio engaged in a fierce battle against the nefarious Sinister Five. Chapter 37, Spider-Gwen to the rescue. Or rather, being brutally beaten, the three Spider-Men, despite standing among the elite T1 class of Earth's superpowered beings, find themselves challenged by formidable foes. Look at Sandman and Electro. Do they even resemble humans anymore? They have been utterly elementalized, forcing Garfield's Spider-Man and Toby's Spider-Man to confront them head-on. Toby is somewhat better off. He has faced Sandman before. However, Garfield's encounter with Electro is a future version, leaving him without any prior experience against this foe. Electro, transformed into a monstrous figure, nearly zapped Garfield's wits away, plunging him into a perilous situation. The other two Spider-Men are powerless to assist him, while Toby has experience with Sandman. That was either when he was enhanced by Venom or fighting alongside his buddy, Harry Osborn. Alone against Sandman, he too finds himself in dire straits. As for Holland's Spider-Man, he manages slightly better, but simultaneously battling Green Goblin and Lizard leaves him overwhelmed. Garfield is ensnared in the air by Electro's electric currents, as Electro, with a chest adorned with an arc reactor, approaches him menacingly and removes his mask. With eyes aglow in golden electricity, he glares at Garfield, laden with complex emotions. "Do you know, Peter? You were once my greatest hero. You said you needed me, and I believed you. Yet, in the end, you betrayed my trust." Struggling against the searing currents coursing through him, Garfield grits his teeth and retorts, "I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't recognize you at all." Upon hearing this, the tumult of emotions in Max's eyes morphs into pure rage. "You've forgotten me once more? This insignificant pawn is unworthy of being remembered by the great Spider-Man. Is that it? Very well. Last time you killed me. Now it's my turn to take your life and exact my revenge." With that, Max conjures a spear of electricity, thrusting it towards Garfield's heart. In the nick of time, a dazzling white figure intervenes, kicking Max away. She then deftly catches Garfield as he falls, landing gracefully. Once steady on his feet, Garfield gazes at the white-hooded female Spider-Woman who saved him, astonishment evident in his expression. He stutters, "Thank you for saving me. I had no idea there were other Spider-Men in this universe, and a female one at that." All his shock morphs into confusion. And he can't help but ask, "You can't be Peter too, can you? In another universe, did I become a girl? Is this even possible? What is the difference between this and other universes with a black Spider-Man? It's simply unbelievable." Gwen crosses her arms, intrigued by her boyfriend's array of expressions. Teasingly remarks, "Peter, I never realized your face could be so expressive, with such a vivid imagination." Upon hearing the familiar voice emanating from beneath the mask, Garfield's eyes widen in realization. Gwen removed her hood, revealing her exquisitely familiar visage to Spider-Man. With a playful flutter of her large eyes, she asked, "Did you miss me, my darling?" Overwhelmed with joy, Spider-Man could not resist lifting Gwen into his embrace, and they shared a passionate kiss. After what felt like an eternity, the reunited couple finally parted. Gazing at Gwen in her spider suit, Spider-Man, still in disbelief, queried, "Gwen, how did you arrive in this universe? And how did you become Spider-Woman? This makes no sense." Gwen, noticing Peter's inquisitive demeanor, interrupted his musings, saying, "It's a long story. But now is not the time for that. We have 5 adversaries to contend with. We 3 should assist the other 2 Peters." Taken aback, Spider-Man caught the pivotal phrase, "We 3? Who else could there be? Did Gwen bear his spider offspring? But they had yet to engage in such intimate affairs. Unbeknownst to him, Gwen was amused by his errant thoughts, and with a mysterious smile, she pointed into the darkness. A crisp sound of footsteps accompanied by a voice laden with familiarity emerged from the shadows. 3? Not necessary. I alone suffice. The crimson glow of eyes and a blue skeletal figure materialized. It was. Spider-Man gasped. Left. The Susano'o's arm is grasping the struggling Electro. The figure held in hand the photograph capturing the moment Gwen and Spider-Man shared their kiss. A significant scene indeed. For Spider-Man, Gwen's demise in his previous life had always been a profound regret. Now, in this lifetime, he could rectify that sorrow, having devoted so much effort. Even hastily commissioning a spider suit for her. The training left provided Gwen and her spider abilities had only taken 10 minutes. The remaining 50 were spent on fabricating the battle attire. Do not question the rapidity of its creation. It was a testament to Left's financial prowess. As for the source of the funds, the Sharingan's illusion would reveal the answer. With excitement, Spider-Man dashed toward Left, embracing the Susano'o's arm. Left playfully pushed him away. Lifting the captured Electro, and quipped, Apologies. I have cargo in hand and cannot spare the time for embraces, nor do I wish to share a kiss with you. Spider-Man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It seemed Left had witnessed his intimate moment with Gwen. No wonder their conversation had gone uninterrupted by Electro. Left glanced at the Electro in his grasp before turning to Spider-Man, asking, What do you think of him? Spider-Man was puzzled by the question but harbored no fondness for Electro. Their initial encounter had been hostile, with Electro attacking him relentlessly and spouting incoherent remarks. Had Gwen not intervened in time, he would have sustained a grievous injury. Therefore, Garfield Spider candidly remarked, Not much. He is nothing but a complete scoundrel. Zuo Zhu nodded, his tone growing colder. Today, I shall impart to you the second lesson. For such a villain, whose conscience is obscured by power and is beyond redemption, one ought to simply crush him. Boom. With the final word from Zuo Zhu, the blue Susano'o's skeletal claws exerted their force. And golden lightning along with crimson mist erupted violently from between the bony fingers. The lightning man is dead. Zuo Zhu's gaze was devoid of warmth. He felt no sympathy for Max, a treacherous and ungrateful wretch, weak of mind and fond of betrayal. Chapter 38. The swift demise of the Green Goblin and the Sandman. Upon witnessing the Electric Man being crushed, Garfy Spider felt a moment of shock. Yet tranquility soon enveloped him. After all, Zuo Zhu had demonstrated his capability to eliminate even the most formidable of superheroes, the Invisible Man, with a mere flick of his hand. It was entirely within the realm of expectation for Zuo Zhu to dispatch the pure villain, Electric Man, unbeknownst to Garfy Spider. He had succumbed to a subtle brainwashing, gradually losing any resistance to Zuo Zhu's ruthless actions against criminals, to the point where such brutality felt almost justified. The extraordinary little spider was veering towards another direction, while Gwen, standing by, harbored no dissent regarding Zuo Zhu's conduct. Her life had been saved by him. And from that moment forth, she ceased to question any of his decisions. The young couple may have been unperturbed by Zuo Zhu's lethal measures. But this did not imply universal acquiescence. For instance, the temporary allies of the Electric Man were far from indifferent. The Green Goblin, observing Zuo Zhu's formidable entrance, felt an unsettling anxiety creeping within. He hurled a pumpkin bomb, sending the approaching Dutch spider flying, before gliding towards the Lizard and Sandman. Let us set aside these two little spiders for now. We must first deal with this formidable foe. Both the Sandman and Lizard had witnessed the demise of the Electric Man and, in a moment of shared despair, acquiesced to the Green Goblin's proposal. As for Dr. Octopus, the Green Goblin chose to disregard the lethargic figure entirely. He had discerned early on that the now rejuvenated Dr. Octopus harbored no desire to oppose the Spider-Man. In fact, Octopus had been covertly awaiting an opportune moment to betray his comrades and assist the Spider-Man. The Green Goblin, though not the most powerful of adversaries, was undoubtedly one of the most tenacious. His keen perception, stealth, cunning strategies, and a plethora of combat intelligence made him a formidable opponent. Toby Spider and Dutch Spider were not inclined to allow the Green Goblin and his cohorts to launch an assault on their reinforcements unchallenged. Each of them could at least hold off one of the Green Goblin's trio. However, the Green Goblin had anticipated this very dilemma. 2 pumpkin bombs appeared in his hands, a sinister smirk curling upon his lips. Peter, you may be unafraid of explosions, but what of them? His gaze shifted towards MJ and Ned, 2 ordinary individuals atop the Statue of Liberty. Toby Spider and Dutch Spider's pupils dilated in alarm as they sensed impending doom, racing towards the Green Goblin in a desperate attempt to thwart him. Yet, the Green Goblin denied them the opportunity with a flick of his wrists. He launched the 2 pumpkin grenades in divergent directions. Whoosh, whoosh. Toby Spider and Dutch Spider unleashed strands of white webbing, attempting to ensnare the pumpkin bombs. However, before their webs could seize the explosives, the Sandman-esque reins and the Lizard-esque claws severed their strands. Boom, boom. The pumpkin bombs, aimed at MJ and Ned, did not detonate directly upon them, yet exploded beneath their feet, sending them plummeting from the heights with terrified cries. Toby Spider and Dutch Spider had no choice but to swing into action on their webs to rescue the falling duo. With their swiftness, they could save the two and still return to provide support without significant delay. Yet, the Green Goblin had once again foreseen this eventuality. With a thunderous crash, they had just rescued MJ and Ned when the colossal Statue of Liberty began to topple towards them, burying them beneath the ruins. It turned out that the Green Goblin had thrown another pumpkin bomb at the base of the statue, luring the two young spiders into his meticulously crafted trap. The Green Goblin, fearsome indeed. This predicament would not confine these two troublesome spiders for long. First, they must eliminate that menace. The Green Goblin bellowed, his sinister gaze fixed upon the indifferent left assistant. Garfield Spider and Gwen, standing resolutely behind left assistant, stepped forward without a hint of fear. You are not the only trio here. We have our own, declared Garfield Spider. Left assistant, I shall confront the lizard. Gwen added, left assistant, I will deal with the one hurling bombs. The two instinctively left the most formidable Sandman for left assistant. But did left assistant seem like one to make compromises? He wanted them all. You two stand back. These three are mine. With a gentle sweep of his Susano'o's arm, he sent them flying backwards. In the next moment, several pumpkin bombs descended around left assistant. The Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs were each comparable to C4, and the explosion of multiple bombs was catastrophic. A deafening series of blasts erupted, illuminating the scene with fiery chaos, resembling the aftermath of a missile strike. Garfield Spider and Gwen, having been swept to safety by the Susano'o's arm, clenched their fists in concern. Even with faith in left assistant, they could not help but worry. Such explosions promised dire consequences for them. Yet, before their anxieties could linger, the flames from the explosions began to undulate violently, as if a terrifying force was awakening from within. In the next instant, 3 serpentine flames surged forth, engulfing the Green Goblin, the Lizard, and the Sandman. With a commanding gesture, left assistant unleashed his technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon technique, dispersing the residual flames around him, shielded by his Susano'o. Not even the hem of his garment was singed. The Green Goblin and the Lizard were left charred and lifeless on the ground, while the Sandman, made entirely of sand, suffered only a gaping wound but soon began to regenerate. Seeing his 2 fallen comrades, now singed to a medium doneness, the Sandman felt a surge of fury. We merely wish to survive. What is wrong with that? He roared. The surrounding yellow sands, piled around the under-construction Statue of Liberty, suddenly surged to life. Like a sand tornado, they began to whirl around the ruins of the statue with ferocious intensity. At the eye of this sandstorm stood left assistant, arms crossed, as he allowed the immense suction comparable to a black hole to tug at his Susano'o without budging an inch. Is this all you have? The Sandman, realizing the futility of his previous assault, swiftly altered his strategy, gathering all the sand into his own form. If magic could not breach defenses, he would prevail through sheer strength. The already massive figure of the Sandman experienced a monumental growth spurt. 20 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. He had achieved it. The Sandman has successfully shattered records, transforming into a colossal giant of sand, towering in at 100 meters. This overwhelming presence left Garfield, Gwen, and the global audience watching the live broadcast utterly astonished. Indeed, aside from the Spider faction and the villains, there were numerous reporters, eyes of various factions, as well as police and military personnel present. With such a significant commotion, it was impossible for 3 Spider-Men to engage in a carefree duel against 5 supervillains as depicted in films. The area surrounding the event was already tightly sealed off. Those relentless reporters, eager for headlines at any cost, had already initiated a global live stream. I must survive to return to my daughter. I cannot perish. As the Sandman's form was fully realized, he let out a thunderous roar, his massive fist imbued with earth-shattering power, crashing down upon the diminutive blue-boned creature beneath him. The sight of a 100-meter giant delivering a full-force punch to an insignificant human sent shockwaves of terror through everyone watching on their screens. They couldn't help but ponder. What if that fist were to descend upon them next? They would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 39, Absolute Power, completes Susano'o unlike the fear that gripped everyone else in the presence of the Sandman. Zuo Zhu merely scoffed disdainfully. You dare compare sizes with me? Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the third force. The blood-red kaleidoscope began to spin wildly, and a terrifying ocular energy surged incessantly into the skeletal framework of Susano'o. Boom! In a cataclysmic tremor that shook the heavens and the earth, a colossal blue figure rose from the ground. A massive blue arm reached upward, effortlessly catching the Sandman's fist, and began to lift it skyward. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters. Only when it surpassed 200 meters did the blue giant cease its ascent. Yet, this was not the end. From the arm that grasped the Sandman's fist, blue armor gradually enveloped the entirety of the giant's form. By the time the armor was fully adorned, The blue titan had grown to an imposing height of nearly 250 meters. The 100-meter Sandman appeared as a mere child before the armored behemoth. In the face of the Sandman's terror-stricken gaze, Zuo Zhu's complete Susano'o began to forcefully press down from the arm that held the Sandman crash. Under the overwhelming might of the complete Susano'o, the Sandman was rendered incapable of even the most basic resistance, crushed down from head to toe, disintegrating into a cloud of fine sand. The instantaneous obliteration of the 100-meter Sandman nearly caused the minds of those watching the live broadcast around the globe to short-circuit. Even as Zuo Zhu utilized the complete Susano'o for the first time, a proud smile crept across his lips. What on earth is absolute power? This is true absolute power. Beneath this overwhelming force, all flamboyant displays were rendered futile. The scattered sand slowly began to swirl again as the Sandman's consciousness returned. Yet this time, he dared not revert to his humanoid form, fleeing instead into the distant sky as mere sand. Zuo Zhu, observing the escaping sand from the head of Susano'o, remarked impatiently. Elemental users are such a nuisance. Their lives are as tenacious and hard to extinguish as cockroaches. Without the ability to seal, it truly becomes a hassle when they are intent on fleeing. However, how unfortunate it is that regardless of the elemental power one possesses, it had to be sand. A massive gourd appeared in Zuo Zhu's right hand, Gar's gourd of sand. Will you dare to respond if I call out to you? The fleeing Sandman, in a state of sheer terror, could not possibly answer Zuo Zhu. He was utterly paralyzed with fear. But fooling you? I could not care less whether you respond. A tremendous suction force emanated from the gourd's opening, exerting no effect on anything else, but proving fatal for the sand. The Sandman, in his horror, realized that the sand he had once controlled was now slipping from his grasp, pulling his very consciousness back toward the gourd. No. Stop. In the final moments of despairing cries from the Sandman, all the sand was inexorably drawn into the gourd. One could only wonder how such a gourd could contain so much sand. Zuo Zhu casually returned the gourd to his system space, his gaze directed toward the distant sky. The sky, once dominated by a mere few helicopters from news agencies and police, was now filled with the thunderous roar of armed helicopters and fighter jets approaching. The nearby police helicopters issued an urgent warning. Blue Giant, you have been surrounded by the United States military. Cease your destructive actions immediately and prepare to face military interrogation. With a cold glint in his eyes, Zuo Zhu revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Interrogation? Who? Me? Truly, these pests are equally detestable in any universe. Zuo Zhu steadied his complete Susano'o, resting his hand on the hilt of a colossal sword over 100 meters long. With a resonant clang, the immense blade was drawn. Under the terrified gazes of the world, Zuo Zhu raised his sword high. A thunderous boom echoed through the sky as green lightning illuminated the heavens. Noticing the anomaly above, Zuo Zhu, with his rebellious crimson eyes, scoffed, "Oh, you wish to stop me? Watch closely. This strike will be magnificent." Accompanied by the roar of green lightning, Zuo Zhu unleashed a blow powerful enough to pierce through all of New York City. A blue blade of light instantly illuminated the night, hurtling towards the distant formations of the U.S. Air Force. This spectacle was broadcast live to all of humanity. This strike transcended humanity's comprehension of superhumans. Even the oppressive presence felt during Thanos' invasion was never as intense. Such a giant, such power. If this entity were humanity's foe, what could they possibly wield in resistance? Nuclear weapons? For the first time, humanity questioned whether a nuclear bomb could defeat a single being, a carbon-based life form. Just as the blade was about to connect with the aircraft, a figure clad in yellow robes suddenly appeared before them in midair. The moment she materialized, time seemed to stand still. Both the rapidly flying jets and the unstoppable blue blade were frozen in place, save for the flickering green lightning amidst the clouds and Zuo Zhu within his complete Susano'o. Calmly, Zuo Zhu regarded the figure ahead, remarking, "Master Gui, I did not expect our first encounter to occur in another universe. Do you still concern yourself with the fate of humanity in other realms?" Indeed. The newcomer was Gui, the very Gui from Zuo Zhu's universe. Removing her wide-brimmed hood, she revealed a face radiating intellectual beauty, smiling softly. "Firstly, we have actually met before. Secondly, the responsibility of the Supreme Sorcerer is to protect the Earth and the Time Stone, not humanity." Zuo Zhu raised an eyebrow at her words. "Are you not here to stop me? For what purpose, then?" Gui slowly drifted closer to Zuo Zhu, extending her slender finger to point at him, then at the still flickering green lightning in the sky. "For you, and for him." Zuo Zhu's brow furrowed tightly. The anomaly in the sky is not your doing? He had assumed that the green lightning and Gui's appearance were but moments apart, believing her to be the cause. Ancient One gently shook her head, stating, "Certainly not. I lack the capacity to alter the fundamental nature of lightning in the natural world." Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu had already surmised the implications. The Ancient One preemptively interrupted Zuo Zhu's impending words. "As long as you understand, that is sufficient. Articulating it could lead to complications." Zuo Zhu's expression became once more composed, for the Ancient One's demeanor had validated his suspicions. Observing Zuo Zhu's nonchalant attitude, the Ancient One felt compelled to issue a further warning. Although this new sovereign may not intervene as frequently in the progression of parallel universes as the previous ruler, in this timeline that alters his destiny, should you overstep your bounds, he will not remain passive. Do you comprehend? She wished not for the future of her universe to be jeopardized due to obstinacy. Zuo Zhu understood the Ancient One's caution and, somewhat displeased, nodded. I am aware. I had no intention of orchestrating any grand upheaval, merely to dismantle the military systems of this universe's America. The Ancient One responded. Do you heed the words of others? Nevertheless, they had ultimately achieved their objective, preventing Zuo Zhu from acting impulsively and provoking unforeseen consequences. Chapter 40. The mirror space. At this moment, the green lightning in the sky ceased its tempestuous display. Gu Yi smiled faintly and remarked, it seems all is well now. Let us find a quieter place to converse. With a snap of his fingers, a diamond-shaped mirror, seemingly connecting the entire cosmos, materialized and swiftly enveloped the area surrounding the Statue of Liberty. Concurrently, Gu Yi released the suspension of time in the real world. For humanity on Earth, only a fleeting moment had passed. They blinked, and the towering blue giant, along with the entire vicinity of the Statue of Liberty, vanished without a trace. Although they were bewildered about the giant's disappearance, a collective sigh of relief swept through those watching the live broadcast. The blinding blue glare that illuminated the night had been terrifying, suffocating them even through the screen. Regardless of where the giant had gone, it was for them a welcome reprieve. In a space where the heavens were inverted, the sky lay beneath their feet, and the city floated above. Amidst this surreal landscape, Zuo Zhu stood suspended on a piece of land hovering in the air, precisely where the area of the new Statue of Liberty had vanished alongside the colossal Susano'o. Gazing at the magnificent scene of the world turned upside down, Zuo Zhu could not help but feel a desire to applaud Gu Yi. It was undeniable that the elite powers within the Marvel Universe were truly extraordinary. Should anyone be confined within this mirror space, 99 of ninjas from the Naruto world would find escape utterly impossible. However, Zuo Zhu remained unperturbed. He had previously unleashed the space-time secret scroll, which granted him the ability to exit Gu Yi's mirror space at will. In fact, he could leave this universe altogether, wherever he had ventured. The scroll could transport him there. The quality of the system's creations was invariably exquisite. Moreover, his formidable blade might very well cleave through this mirror space. It was pertinent to note that his current state of complete Susano'o was not even his pinnacle strength. He had previously asserted that all his abilities could be employed simultaneously. Naturally, this included different forms of Susano'o. He could layer the complete Susano'o of Madara atop that of Sasuke, and then utilize Kagaya's power to imbue Amaterasu upon the blade of Susano'o. With two Susano'os combined, a strike imbued with Amaterasu would surely alter the very fabric of reality. Gu Yi sensed Zuo Zhu's eagerness to test his mettle and sighed wearily. If you wish to attempt cleaving the mirror space, I can teach you how. But you must do so upon your own creation, understood? Forcing a secret technique to be broken can be quite uncomfortable for its caster. Zuo Zhu, intrigued, inquired, oh? The advanced secrets of camartage can actually be imparted to an outsider? Gu Yi nodded nonchalantly. Of course, I am the Sorcerer Supreme. The rules of camartage are dictated by me. Only if I choose not to share can it remain hidden. Such transparency from a sorcerer. Zuo Zhu exclaimed, giving Gu Yi a thumbs up as he dismissed his complete Susano'o. Gu Yi's demeanor was evidently amiable towards him, thus there was no longer a need for caution. The Susano'o dissipated, and in an instant, Sasuke plummeted from an altitude of over 200 meters. The inability to fly is indeed a considerable inconvenience. While the combat power structure in the world of Naruto is commendable, the ability to fly remains a rare skill. Even formidable figures like Madara and the god of shinobi, Hashirama, rely on their legs to traverse distances. Such a decline in prestige is truly disheartening. One can only hope to summon a ninja with the ability to fly next time. Upon landing, Sasuke inwardly expressed his dissatisfaction with a few grumbles. Observing his descent, both Garfield and Gwen, who were excavating the ruins of the Statue of Liberty, hurried over. Sasuke, Peter, and the others are still trapped beneath the rubble. Can you help them? Upon hearing this, Sasuke waved his hand casually, manipulating the remaining sand on the ground to lift all the debris. The 4 individuals who had been buried were finally freed. The good news was that all 4 were unharmed, under the protection of the 2 Spider-Men. Even the ordinary MJ and Ned had only sustained minor scratches. In reality, the 2 Peters had already begun digging their way out. Even without Sasuke's assistance, they would have emerged shortly like rats. Nevertheless, Toby's Spider-Man and his companions stepped forward to express their gratitude, shaking Sasuke's hand appreciatively. Sasuke welcomed their gratitude with a warm smile, reciprocating their handshake. Thus, apart from the idle Dr. Octopus, he had made contact with everyone. Sasuke's eyes glinted, and the arm of his Susanoo seized Dr. Octopus nearby. Toby's Spider-Man, fearing for Dr. Octopus's safety, quickly interjected, "Wait, Dr. Otto has returned to normal. He is not our enemy." Is that so? It seems I was mistaken, Sasuke replied, feigning realization as he released Dr. Octopus. He was well aware that Dr. Octopus had regained his faculties thanks to the chip created by Dutch Spider-Man. He merely sought to seize the opportunity for the contact reward. Toby's Spider-Man, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and continued, "Could we take care of Dr. Osborn and Dr. Connors together?" He had witnessed the scene of Electro being crushed by Sasuke's hand and feared that Dr. Osborn and Dr. Connors might meet a similar fate. While the three Peters did not know Electro and would not mourn his demise, these two doctors were significant to him. One was the father of his dear friend, and the other, though not from his universe, was still his mentor in his own realm. Now that the antidotes had been prepared, they could alter the course of their tragic destinies. Thus, Toby's Spider-Man was determined to save them, with Garfield and Dutch Spider-Man joining in the plea. Sasuke, indifferent to the matter, nodded in agreement. These two were not inherently malevolent. He had no intention of exterminating them entirely. Otherwise, they would not be feasting on the Great Fire Dragon, but rather facing Amaterasu. With Sasuke's consent, Garfield and Toby each injected the healing serum into their respective universes' doctors. The malevolent personas and powers within Dr. Connors and Dr. Osborn dissipated, returning them to normalcy. Thus, the great battle came to a close. Doctor Strange had been silently observing all of this, and once their affairs were concluded, he descended from the sky. She remained silent, merely sketching a circle that opened a portal. The disheveled Doctor Strange emerged from the portal, immediately casting an indignant glare at Spider-Man. "You dare to confine me within the mirror dimension." Spider-Man stood there, bewildered, resembling a child caught in a misdeed. Before Doctor Strange could unleash his magical reprimand upon this audacious youth, a long-forgotten, melodious voice resonated from behind him. "Perhaps being trapped in your own mirror dimension is not your issue, but rather yours, Doctor Strange." Doctor Strange froze, mechanically turning to face the speaker. His eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, "Master Gui." Gui offered a serene smile. "It has been a long time, Strange." Chapter 41. Unexpected Surprise. The new S-card the scene transformed into a nostalgic gathering with the arrival of Doctor Strange. The Spider-Men were reminiscing with familiar faces from their respective universes, sharing tales with old friends or mentors. Doctor Strange, too, sought guidance from his former teacher, the Ancient One, who had once led him on the path of sorcery, probing into the myriad questions that occupied his mind. Meanwhile, only Zuo Zhu sat alone on a fragment of stone, relishing the rhythmic ticking resonating in his mind from the system. Contact task triggered. Encountered S-Class individual from another world, Peter Parker Spider-Man. Rewards dispersing, 10 S-Class fragments. Mysterious item spirit communication. Spider contact task triggered. Encountered multiple A-Class individuals from another world, Norman Osborn Green Goblin, Kurt Connors Lizard, Otto Gunther Octavius Dr. Octopus, William Baker Sandman. Max Dillon Electro, rewards dispersing, 50 A-Class fragments, contact task triggered. Encountered B-Class individuals from another world, Michelle. Ned, rewards dispersing, 20 B-Class fragments, special team task triggered. For bugs together, rewards dispersing, 20 S-Class fragments, 20 A-Class fragments, 20 B-Class fragments, 20 C-Class fragments. Mysterious item Otherworldly God X1. The melodic chimes of notifications played incessantly in his mind, yet Zuo Zhu found no disturbance in the sound. His heart yearned for this exquisite melody to linger a little longer. Once the reward announcements concluded, a smile graced Zuo Zhu's lips as he mused. System. Tally my current assets. Received, tallying, gold points 13999, S-Class fragments 50, A-Class fragments 80, B-Class fragments 50, C-Class fragments 25. Mysterious items, spirit communication slug, 10,000 serpents, spider. Scrolls time-space X5, mastering celestial techniques X1, divine artifacts Uchiha fan X1, flying thunder god X4. This journey had proven to be remarkably fruitful. Just with the S-Class cards alone, he had gathered half of what he needed. He was one step closer to his next modest S-Class goal. Furthermore, the remaining fragments were sufficient to forge 2 A-Class cards, 1 or 2 B-Class cards, and 2 C-Class cards. Zuo Zhu silently commanded, "System, synthesize all the fragments I can into complete cards." Received, synthesizing, please wait. Congratulations, host, you have obtained A-Class cards. Kuratsuchi 4th Tsuchikage, Itachi Uchiha Akatsuki, congratulations, host, you have obtained B-Class cards. Shino Aburame Shippuden, Haku Shippuden, congratulations, host. You have obtained C-Class cards. Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Zuo Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Were those not Kuratsuchi and Oni-chan? Truly, one gets what one wishes for. Just recently, he had expressed a desire for a flying ninjutsu, and here it was Kuratsuchi, who possessed a technique enabling her to fly independently. With Kuratsuchi's heavy stone jutsu, he could forsake external aids and achieve free flight solely by relying on his own abilities. Now, if he wished to soar, he would no longer need to depend on sand or fully manifested Susano'o. Indeed, with but the singular ability of flight, Haida has already proven worthy of this card. Moreover, Haida's bloodline limit, the capability of the melted shield, is commendable as well. Overall, it is an admirable A card. As for the other A card, there is no need for elaboration regarding Oni-chan. It can be succinctly described with but 2 words: exceptional. Although Oni-chan's newfound ability grants him merely the power of Tsukuyami, this ability should not be underestimated. Tsukuyami can be deemed the most formidable genjutsu beneath the celestial gods, far surpassing the mere utilization of the Sharingan's innate illusions as employed by Zuo Zhu previously. Now, when he employs genjutsu, not only will the target experience a more vivid and tangible illusionary realm, but he can also manipulate a far larger audience. No longer are the subjects limited to mere mortals. Even those with mental prowess may find themselves unable to resist the allure of Tsukuyami. Truly, Oni-chan is formidable. Zuo Zhu felt a surge of joy and inwardly exclaimed, "System, merge the 2 A cards." Received, merging now. Instantly, his attributes surged upward, and he acquired several new skills. Just as Zuo Zhu believed the system's merging had concluded, the crisp voice of the system chimed in once more. Detected new A card Uchiha Itachi Akatsuki Organization and a card Uchiha Sasuke, Mangeki Sharingan. A card Uchiha Sasuke Susano'o is compatible. Shall it be merged into a new ninja card? Zuo Zhu's body trembled at the notion of compatibility. He had always thought that the abilities granted by the system were already incredibly powerful when used together, but to consider merging was beyond his expectations. Could it be? Zuo Zhu's breath quickened, and a wave of excitement, surpassing even that felt upon acquiring Madara's S card, surged within him. Impatiently, he urged, "Hurry, merge them." Received confirmation. Merging 3 A cards. Please hold. Congratulations, host. Merging complete. A card successfully merged and upgraded to S card Uchiha Sasuke, Eternal Mangeki. The moment the system's voice faded, Zuo Zhu's eyes flew open. The 6-pointed star of the Mangeki spun wildly, and at its center, the image of a triangular pinwheel gradually emerged. Eternal Mangeki, a formidable power awakened within Zuo Zhu's gaze. Simultaneously, his mind was flooded with countless battle experiences, including various applications and forms of lightning release in Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke Susano'o had also unlocked all its forms. With the completion of the S-grade Eternal Sasuke card merger, Zuo Zhu's strength nearly doubled. Although his chakra levels and physical constitution did not experience an exaggerated enhancement compared to Madara's S card, the S card of Eternal Sasuke provided him with an unparalleled synergy that no other ninja card could match. It felt as though this card, or perhaps this Sasuke card, was crafted specifically for him, enabling him to wield its power with an extraordinary degree of proficiency, as if it were inherently his own ability. If he had previously possessed the confidence to cleave through the mirror dimension of Ancient One, now he could assert with certainty that in the state of 2 fully realized Susanoo overlapping, he could undoubtedly cleave through Ancient One's mirror dimension. As for the B card character, Oil Woman Shurnai, she is quite decent. Her abilities for reconnaissance and ambush are commendable. However, Zuo Zhu is not particularly fond of being covered in insects. The B card Shiro is also remarkable, possessing the bloodline limit and ice release techniques. Yet, when compared to ice, Zuo Zhu has a stronger affinity for fire. Most importantly, the enhancements provided by the B card have become rather minimal for him at this stage, so it would be wiser to reserve it for future power development. The 2 C cards, on the other hand, are utterly worthless and should be relegated to the storage. Speaking of which, there are still several C cards lying around in the storage. Zuo Zhu stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should begin assembling his own superpower team upon his return to his universe. Ideally, he would seek out individuals who are orphaned and possess untapped potential. Wanda, Quicksilver, just provide us with our Sokovia identification numbers. Chapter 42, Kagetsu, Controlling Ancient One's Thoughts? Let us depart, the Ancient One declared. As Zuo pondered this, the voice of Garfy Spider jolted him back to reality. Turning, he found the Ancient One gazing at him with a contemplative expression. Zuo inquired nonchalantly, "What troubles you?" "Master Ancient One?" The Ancient One, unreservedly, replied, "It is nothing. I merely find your rapid increase in power rather astonishing. In such a brief span, your strength has become even more formidable." Zuo noticed a glint of brilliance in the Ancient One's eyes and, maintaining a smile, remarked, "Perhaps it is merely my innate talent manifesting itself. This Ancient One possesses remarkable insight. Despite his efforts to contain the fluctuations of his chakra, she has still sensed them. Truly, she is someone favored by the Eternal God. However, it seems he has also unearthed an extraordinary item from the recent trio's shared rewards, the most powerful illusion, Kagetsu. This artifact signifies his ability to control a loyal follower akin to Pierce." A bold notion arose within him. Could the Ancient One withstand Kagetsu? Should he succeed in subduing her, he would not only gain a potent ally but also the formidable force of the Kamatage. It would be a dual triumph. A surge of temptation coursed through him, igniting a sense of urgency. Zuo's blood-red kaleidoscope gaze turned perilous as he fixed his eyes upon the Ancient One. Yet she remained unperturbed, adorned with a faint smile. You appear to be contemplating something ominous. Zuo scrutinized her tranquil eyes for an extended moment, ultimately focusing on the eye of Agamotto resting upon her chest, relinquishing the idea of employing Kagetsu against her. The threat dissipated, restoring his serene black demeanor. Master Ancient One. You overthink. I merely drifted off momentarily. Indeed, Kagetsu is the most potent illusion, but that holds true within the realm of Naruto. The Marvel Universe possesses a far superior hierarchy. To control the Ancient One with Kagetsu would be fraught with uncertainty, especially considering her possession of the Time Stone. The Infinite Stones are truly a formidable anomaly, a source of considerable vexation. In due time, he contemplated acquiring one or two for himself, to toy with and incorporate into his Susano'o. The Ancient One, not engaging further on the matter, nodded in acknowledgement. That must have been my misperception. If there is nothing else, let us prepare to return. With a wave of her hand, a magical device soared from the ruins into her grasp. This was the device used by Dr. Strange to halt the forgetting spell. Once activated, it could transport individuals from other parallel universes affected by the spell back to their respective realms. The Ancient One did not immediately activate the device. Instead, her fingers danced lightly, unveiling the forgetting spell to the air. As her hands glowed with an orange luminescence, she inscribed intricate magical formations into the spell. Observing her incantation, Dr. Strange, standing by, caught a glimpse of something significant. With a contemplative expression, he inquired, "What is this?" The Ancient One cast a glance at him and slowly elaborated, "I have slightly modified your failed forgetfulness spell. Now, it will transport individuals from parallel universes to their respective realms, but rather than returning them to the exact moment before their demise, it will instead place them directly at the corresponding time point of the Spider-Man in question." Why take such an approach? Would it not suffice to send them back to their original moments? Dr. Strange was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind this method. The Ancient One resolved to impart a valuable lesson to her disciple, or perhaps to all. With a flick of her finger, a lengthy, verdant timeline unfurled. She indicated Toby's Spider-Man and continued, "Consider this. The Dr. Osborn of the universe to which this Spider-Man belongs has already shed the Green Goblin persona. His fate has been irrevocably altered. Should you send him back to the moment prior to his death, the timeline would inevitably be disrupted. However, alteration does not signify the obliteration of the original timeline. Rather, it spawns a new branch, thus creating an entirely new parallel universe. When two similar timelines draw too close, the only outcome awaits them is mutual destruction or the annihilation of one. Therefore, having altered their destinies, you must orchestrate their new paths at the appropriate junctures. Otherwise, you risk inciting a catastrophic collision between two universes. Dr. Strange, do you comprehend?" The Ancient One's final words lingered in the air, laden with significance as she regarded him. "I have witnessed my reckless disciple instigate the annihilation of entire universes due to uncontrolled magic." Dr. Strange felt as though his CPU were nearing its boiling point, realizing the gravity of the situation as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. However, the time regulations recorded in Kamartosh should not operate in this manner. We ought not to alter their timelines, for that could provoke a backlash of time itself, with unimaginable consequences. The Ancient One chuckled softly, turning her gaze to Dr. Strange, teasingly querying, rules? Dr. Strange, do you truly wish to enlighten me on the matter of rules? As far as I am aware, you have flouted countless regulations." Dr. Strange found himself at a loss for words, and the Ancient One continued, "Moreover, what was in the past is past. Do not conflate it with the present. The rules of time may indeed have been as you described, but when you and your companions borrowed the Infinity Stones from other universes, thereby resurrecting half of the life obliterated from existence, the very rules of time underwent a transformation. The new Master of Time prefers to allow a few insignificant figures to emerge on the original timeline rather than witnessing the mutual destruction of numerous branching timelines." Dr. Strange seized upon a key phrase, inquiring with curiosity, "The new Master of Time? Who is that?" The Ancient One paused, shaking her head. "It is not for me to disclose. You will know when the time is right. The matter is concluded, and we must return. Strange, remember, you are the wisest among the supreme sorcerers of all time, yet your experiences will be complex. Do not lose yourself in the future." With this poignant warning, she left Dr. Strange to ponder. Without hesitation, Ancient One pressed the magical device in her hand, casting an orange glow that illuminated everyone present. Those who should not exist in this universe began to fade away gradually. Witnessing this, individuals from other parallel universes understood that they were to return, bidding farewell one by one to those who had fought alongside them in this universe. "Farewell, Dr. Strange," said Wong as he extended his hand for a handshake. Dr. Strange reciprocated, sincerely expressing, "Goodbye. Although I do not know you, I am nonetheless grateful for all you have done for this universe." Wong smiled and nodded before his form dissipated. Only Doctor Strange and the trio of Spider-Man remained in silence. A shimmering aura enveloped them, and upon its restoration, they found themselves in Parker's apartment. "Thank God, you are finally back, Wong, Peter, Gwen," exclaimed May and Sheriff Stacy as the three re-established their footing. The five embraced in a circle, resembling a family reunion. Peter gazed at the weary May, his heart heavy with guilt. "Aunt May, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have acted recklessly without considering your feelings. I should have told you everything." After traversing through alternate worlds, he realized that the most important aspect was always the people by his side. From the moment he crossed over, he had yearned for Aunt May, Gwen, and Wong. Thus, he resolved to confess his identity as Spider-Man to Aunt May. There should be no secrets among family. May gently caressed Peter's face, smiling. "No, Peter. You don't need to explain. I know everything. The most important thing is that you are safe. As long as you are all unharmed, that is what matters." Peter's eyes widened in surprise as he stammered. "Aunt May, you know I'm Spider-Man?" May ruffled the hair of this silly boy and pointed at his attire, saying, "Even if I didn't know before, I certainly do now. Go change your clothes, Peter." Lowering his gaze, Peter suddenly realized he was still wearing his Spider-Man suit. As he noticed the amused expressions on the others' faces, his cheeks flushed crimson, and he dashed to his room. Laughter erupted from the remaining four in the living room, creating a lively and joyous atmosphere. Wong composed himself, glancing down at the business card that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. One side bore only an address, 177A, Brick Lane. The other side displayed a phrase, "Camartage welcomes you always." Chapter 43. The three chosen by Zuo Zhu. Zuo Zhu gazed at the words on the business card, piqued by a certain intrigue. "Camartage welcomes me forever?" This statement was indeed thought-provoking. Was it an invitation for perpetual visits, or an open door to learn the arcane arts? Or perhaps both? As Zuo Zhu pondered this, the familiar routine task from the system resurfaced in his mind after a long absence. Routine multiple-choice task released. The journey to Camartage. Option 1. Join Camartage. Reward. A-class fragment X10, gold points X2000. Option 2. Destroy Camartage. Reward. S-class fragment X20. Gold points X10,000. Additional reward. Dormammu S favor. Option 3. Become the Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage. Reward. S-class fragment X20, gold points X10,000. Additional reward. Dormammu S hostility. Casting a cursory glance at option 1, Zuo Zhu quickly shifted his attention to options 2 and 3. The paltry rewards of the first option were hardly worth his time. The second and third options, however, held a certain appeal. Despite the identical rewards, they presented starkly different additional gains. Dormammu's favor and hostility. What did that even mean? What use was Dormammu's favor to him? Would it facilitate some kind of camaraderie with Dormammu, or perhaps lead to a joint conquest of Earth? Ridiculous. His sexual orientation was decidedly conventional. And even if it were not, he would never entertain a relationship with a mass of dark energy. As for conquering Earth, did he truly need Dormammu for that? Earth was the domain of humanity. It was his Earth. As for Dormammu's hostility, he felt no trepidation. Dormammu's very objective was to devour and assimilate Earth. Thus, regardless of Dormammu's feelings toward him, Zuo Zhu, as a denizen of Earth, would inevitably confront Dormammu. Moreover, with Ancient One still present and the three supreme sanctums intact, Dormammu's enmity posed no real threat to him. As for Dormammu's sorceress followers, a rabble of ineptitude, he could stand his ground without fear. Their close combat sorcery would hardly penetrate his defenses. Even if Dormammu were to descend, he could always send Strange to negotiate terms, persuading him to depart from Earth. Furthermore, Zuo Zhu was confident that by the time Dormammu arrived, his own power would have grown to a level that would render him a formidable opponent. Thus, while it appeared to be a multiple-choice task, it was in reality a single choice. Gaining rewards while acquiring a sorceress faction was an opportunity too enticing to resist. Therefore, he chose option 3, to become the Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage. Task 3 selected. Rewards will be dispensed upon completion. Time passed swiftly. Upon returning from the parallel universe, Zuo Zhu and his companions found that half a month had elapsed. Zuo Zhu did not rush to complete the routine task assigned by the system. Instead, he opted to take a well-deserved period of rest and relaxation. Undertaking tasks requires a balance of ease and diligence. He was not a mere automaton for assignments, and there were no time constraints or penalties attached to his tasks. There was no need for haste. However, during this period, he was not idle. He tasked Rumlow with locating several candidates for his superpowered team. Specifically the Maximoff siblings from Sokovia, Pietro, and Wanda, who would later become known as Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, respectively. Additionally, he sought the renowned neurosurgeon, Stephen Strange, who would eventually transform into Doctor Strange. The first two were relatively easy to find, given their status as Sokovian orphans. They could be tracked down quickly through the notorious Hydra. However, Strange posed a more complex challenge. while his whereabouts were not difficult to ascertain. Persuading him to voluntarily join his ranks was another matter entirely. It was clear that he would not forsake his lucrative medical career to engage in clandestine work. Thus, he employed a few clever tactics, remaining true to the original storyline. On a rainy day, as Strange drove, he arranged for some intriguing case studies, one involving a certain mustachioed gentleman with missile fragments near his heart, to be sent to him. An ambush was set at a strategic location. And while Strange was distracted by these cases, Rumlow, driving a vehicle, inadvertently caused him to plunge off a cliff. Rumlow executed this task with precision, ensuring that Strange's hands would be rendered incapable of performing surgery, yet he would remain intact, avoiding any loss of limbs. The mission was flawlessly accomplished. After enduring a cycle of despair, Strange, through whispers of clandestine information, learned of a highly secretive organization conducting private supernatural experiments. The subjects not only gained formidable supernatural powers but might also find healing for their physical ailments. As a staunch materialist, Strange scoffed at the notion of supernatural abilities. Yet, the prospect of healing his hands, even if just a glimmer of hope, was too enticing to dismiss. Thus, he persevered through numerous trials and ultimately located this elusive organization, successfully enrolling in the experiment. Today marked the commencement of this experiment. Naturally, since it was a team, there could not be only the Maximoff siblings and Strange. Therefore, two special guests were also present, the two high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. agents whom Nick Fury had relinquished to him, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock resonated at the door of the Special Operations Director's office. Zola, who was indulging in a popular game from 2008, did not lift his gaze. Come in. Rumlow entered, placing a neatly organized stack of documents before Zola and respectfully announcing, Boss. All parties are in position and ready for your divine ceremony. Rumlow's eyes betrayed a hint of envy as he reported, coveting the effortless blessings bestowed upon Wanda and the others. Sensing Rumlow's thoughts, Zola silently closed the screen displaying the words failure. Rumlow has fused the abilities bestowed upon him by his cards, and correspondingly, Zuo Zhu can sense the thoughts of those who have received such gifts within a certain range. Although he does not possess the absolute control of other deities, this ability serves well in discerning whether the card bestowers are loyal to him or not. For instance, in the presence of Rumlow, Zuo Zhu perceives that while he harbors envy towards Wanda and others, there are no negative emotions such as resentment or jealousy directed at himself. This is quite reassuring, indicating that Rumlow is entirely devoted to him. For those who are loyal, he does not mind elaborating further. Are you envious of them? Rumlow pauses before responding with a nod. Indeed, somewhat. Please, take a seat. Zuo Zhu gestures toward the chair opposite him. Rumlow sits upright. You have nothing to envy in them. The powers I have bestowed upon them are not mere gifts. They are shackles. Once they accept my divine endowment, they bear my mark for life, unable to escape my grasp. The value they may eventually return to me for the powers I have granted is but a mere trifle. Do you understand? Rumlow's heart tightens at the thought. Those endowed with abilities will forever remain within the boss's control. How extraordinary. To be cherished in the palm of the boss's hand for a lifetime, how blissful that must be. Damn, he feels even more envious now. Chapter 44. The distressed Strange Zuo Zhu sensed the peculiar thoughts swirling within Lang Yulow's mind, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. It appeared that his subordinate might have been somewhat psychologically affected by his own manipulations. However, Lang Yulo, as his most competent assistant, was undoubtedly capable. Thus, Zuo Zhu resolved to further enhance his abilities and spoke. I have never been one to show favoritism. As my most effective aide, your performance has consistently pleased me. And thus, you shall receive a reward. I will bestow upon you greater power, and considering your commendable conduct, I grant you the opportunity to choose your own ability. Upon hearing this, Lang Yulow's face lit up with surprise. Without granting him the chance to express his gratitude, Zuo Zhu's left eye flashed red. And he swiftly pulled Lang Yulo into the Tsukuyumi space, allowing him to personally experience the abilities of 2B cards. These cards were Wind Speed by Oil Girl Shino and Wind Speed by Shiro. 2 hours passed in the Tsukuyumi space, while only a mere 10 seconds elapsed in the outside world. When Lang Yulo was released from the Tsukuyumi space, he had thoroughly experienced the capabilities of both cards. Zuo Zhu calmly stated, make your choice, Lang Yulo. For the first time, Lang Yulow's steadfast demeanor wavered, revealing an expression of inner conflict. After a prolonged mental struggle, he finally made his decision. Boss, I choose the ability of the parasitic worm. Zuo Zhu was somewhat taken aback. He had chosen to forego the impressive ice abilities in favor of something as unseemly as insects. How intriguing. With renewed curiosity, Zuo Zhu inquired, is the ice ability not to your liking? Why opt for the parasitic worm? In just a few seconds, Lang Yulow's conflicted expression transformed into one of resolute determination, because it allows me to serve you better in every aspect. The parasitic worm is suitable for assassination, reconnaissance, An intelligence gathering, aligning perfectly with my role as a spy and as your assistant. The flashy abilities can be left to you, boss. My duty is to facilitate your success. Zuo Zhu was pleased by Langmulo's clarity of thought and remarked, I am gratified to see you think this way. Rest assured, following me is merely the beginning of your journey, not the end. Your future is indeed bright. At these words, Langmulo trembled with excitement. Such formidable power was merely the starting point. Truly, as Pierce had said, aligning himself with the current boss was his greatest fortune. Enough dawdling, let us proceed. Gather all the Special Forces brothers at the training ground. We need to meet our new companions. Zuo Zhu stood up, patting the dazed Langmulo before leading the way out of the minister's office. Yes, Langmulo's gaze burned with fervor, his faith in Hydra completely shattered. Now, Zuo Zhu was his sole belief. Even if Zuo Zhu commanded him to betray Hydra and assassinate former leader Pierce, he would do so without hesitation. In the Triarch Wing building, on the 5th basement floor, the training room spanned several hundred square meters and currently felt quite empty, with only 5 individuals present within. Among these 5 individuals, they were divided into 3 factions. The silent Hawkeye, meticulously polishing his arrows, stood alongside the captivating Black Widow, whose enchanting blue eyes scrutinized the other 3. Meanwhile, the anxious siblings, Pietro and Wanda, offered each other words of encouragement as they stood together. Lastly, in a disheveled state, resembling a beggar, Strange sat alone in a corner, forlorn. With a sudden creak, the training room's door swung open. A throng of fully armed Special Forces members surged into the room, forming 2 organized lines along either side of the entrance. Naturally, the 5 in the training room were drawn to this spectacle, their gazes directed towards the door. Among the imposing figures, a rather unconventional character strode in with an air of nonchalance. Zuo Zhu, clad in a black t-shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops, held a cup of juice as he ambled down the aisle created by the Special Forces, approaching the 5 with an unperturbed gait. Zuo Zhu's gaze first settled on the disheveled Strange. Though Strange's current predicament was entirely the result of Zuo Zhu's actions, he exhibited no sign of remorse. With a radiant smile, he extended his hand towards Strange. Dr. Strange, it is a pleasure to see you again. Again? Have we met before, sir? Strange replied, his voice tinged with confusion. Despite the common issue of facial recognition among Westerners when it comes to Eastern individuals, a professional like Strange would not fall prey to such a dilemma. Moreover, Zuo Zhu's distinctive appearance would leave a lasting impression. Nevertheless, despite his inner perplexity, Strange understood he was in unfamiliar territory, and his hope for healing rested with this organization. Thus, he decided to comply, extending his trembling hand, marred with wounds, to clasp Zuo Zhu's. Contacted an important figure in this world, Stephen Strange, Dr. Strange, rewards being dispersed, S-Class Fragment X10. Mysterious item scroll of Chakra X1. Chakra, regardless of the host's total chakra amount. Using this will restore half of their chakra. This was indeed a commendable scroll. At a critical moment in battle, it could serve as a pivotal advantage. Yet, why was it chakra once more? The reason for the once more was due to the previous encounter in another realm with a different Strange, which yielded the same rewards. S-Class Fragment X10, Chakra X1. However, the narrator had forgotten to document this detail. Nonetheless, chakra was chakra, and possessing a special item was advantageous. Unlike some certain S-Class individuals in S, H, I, E, L, D, who received nothing of the sort. Truly a waste. Furthermore, this development allowed Strange to create 2 forms of value, 2 rewards for himself. Hence, he might as well be magnanimous and heal Strange's hands, provided that Strange could be of use to him. Zuo Zhu released Strange's hand, observing the still trembling hands of Strange. His eyes clouded with a white hue. Merely a comminuted fracture, with nerve damage, nothing major. Zuo Zhu's gaze returned, calm and measured. Dr. Strange, I am aware of your intentions, and I can unequivocally assure you that I possess the means to heal your hands. Upon hearing this, Strange, who had just been contemplating the need for restraint in unfamiliar territory, immediately cast aside such thoughts. He stepped forward, gripping Zuo Zhu's shoulders with fervor. You mean you truly have a way to restore my hands? Is this genuine? You are not deceiving me, are you? Suddenly, a crisp sound pierced the air. Zuo Zhu maintained his serene demeanor, yet the ominous clicks of numerous firearms being readied echoed behind Strange. A gun barrel pressed firmly against the nape of his neck. With a stiffened neck, Strange turned to behold the cold visage of Langmulo, accompanied by the chilling metal of the firearm. I apologize, it was not my intention. You understand. My desire to heal my hands is overwhelming. In an instant, Strange regained his composure, releasing his grip on Zuo Zhu's shoulders. Unperturbed, Zuo Zhu casually retrieved a few crumpled sheets of paper from his pocket, unfolding them and offering them to Strange. Take a look. If it meets your approval, just sign, and your hands will be well taken care of. Curiously, Strange accepted the documents and began to read. To accept the God-given, one must pledge eternal loyalty to the Crimson Eye and never betray. The paper contained but a few terse phrases. Upon finishing, Strange's expression contorted in disbelief. God-given? Loyalty? Crimson Eye? This unmistakably reeks of a cult. Chapter 45. The first person to be subdued. Strange, after enduring countless hardships, he arrived here, seeking the last glimmer of hope to heal his hands. Yet now, he is told that this is merely a charlatan's trick of a cult. How could he possibly accept this? Strange felt as though his very heart was on the brink of shattering. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, fixated on his adversary. His voice hoarse with fury. Divine gift? You cannot possibly mean to tell me that your so-called method to cure my hands is nothing more than the delusions of sorcery you concocted. I have scoured the entirety of America, and not a single medical advancement has been able to mend my hands. I place my last hope in you. And now you dare to inform me that this final hope is the figment of your cult's imagination. Ha! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all! Strange tore the contract in his hands into shreds, disregarding the weapons pointed at him, his trembling finger accusing everyone as he raged like a madman. The left hand. Strange's reaction was unsurprising. In the original narrative, Strange was depicted as a fervent atheist, even when Ancient One had projected his soul beyond the corporeal realm. Leading him through the multiverse, he remained a skeptic of magic's existence. For one so obstinate, he would never accept the existence of anything beyond his worldview unless he witnessed it firsthand. Left Hand's objective was to completely dismantle Strange's worldview and then reconstruct it anew. Unlike Ancient One, his methods would not be gentle. Enough noise, Strange. Left Hand commanded sharply, and in an instant, purple skeletal claws emerged, lifting the raging Strange high into the air. But that was only the beginning. In the midst of Strange's terror and the astonished gazes of Natasha and the others, the purple skeletal hand began to rapidly form layers of purple flesh, enveloping Left Hand entirely. Soon, a towering figure of over 10 meters appeared, a Yatagarasa Susano'o. Though not as despair-inducing as the complete form, this semi-embodiment was more than sufficient to instill fear in the 5 ordinary onlookers. What does it feel like to be grasped by such a colossal entity? Today, Dr. Strange can succinctly convey that the sensation is encapsulated in a single word: suffocation. Both psychologically and physiologically, he felt an overwhelming sense of asphyxiation. In that moment, the primal fear of giants manifested within him. From within the Susano'o, Left Hand surveyed the 4 astonished individuals, his gaze ultimately settling on Strange, whose expression was a mix of surprise and dread. Dr. Strange, do you believe now? With the Susano'o's grip tightening, making it difficult to breathe, Strange nodded fervently. I believe. Since you believe, I do not wish to hear any further doubts from your lips, understood? Understood. Left Hand, satisfied with Strange's compliance, casually dropped him to the ground. Although Zuo Zhu had merely tossed him lightly and reduced the height of his fall, Strange was left utterly disoriented and in excruciating pain, rendering him momentarily speechless. Zuo Zhu displayed not a shred of sympathy, hurling profanities at him, which, for Strange, was a rather mild punishment. The previous 2 waves of Hell's Kitchen ruffians who had insulted him had long since been laid to rest. Lying on the ground, Strange, with his medical expertise, deduced that he had at least fractured 2 ribs, one of his tibiae, and broken his left arm. Yet, for the sake of his hands, he could no longer afford to dwell on his pain. He was determined to crawl towards hope. With great difficulty, Strange inched towards Zuo Zhu, extending the one hand that remained relatively unscathed, his face flushed with agony as he stammered, I am willing to sign that contract, as long as you can heal my hands. Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu released his Susano'o and slowly approached, squatting before the crawling Strange. He tossed a contract before him, stating indifferently, sign your name, and all shall unfold as you desire. Strange, perceiving the document as a treasure, eagerly picked it up and without hesitation signed it in his own blood, a contract he had previously regarded as a mere ruse of a cult. After signing, he promptly extended the blood-signed document to Zuo Zhu, exclaiming, I have signed it. When will you fulfill your promise to heal my hands? Zuo Zhu took the blood-signed contract, silently retracting the pen he had just produced. Signing in blood, how distasteful. Nevertheless, the goal was achieved and the process was inconsequential. As long as he had signed, this universe's Dr. Strange would be his. A satisfied smile crept onto Zuo Zhu's lips as he extended his hand to Strange. When will you be healed? Right now. As Strange looked on with eager anticipation, Zuo Zhu delivered a swift strike to his forehead. A sharp sound echoed as Strange's eyes instantly glazed over. Do not misunderstand, Zuo Zhu did not reduce Strange's brain to mush. Instead, he implanted a ninja card into Strange's mind for fusion. C card, Lee Rock. Though this card did not possess flamboyant ninjutsu or special bloodline abilities, Lee Rock's robust physique and exceptional close combat skills undoubtedly made it the most suitable ninja card for Strange, both now and in the future. This card would heal his injuries and provide the fragile sorcerer with enhanced close-range self-defense capabilities. Indeed, Zuo Zhu had intended from the very beginning to bring Strange into Kamartosh. Having chosen the path of the supreme sorcerer, you could not overlook the magical prodigy that was Strange. As the supreme sorcerer, Zuo Zhu could not remain in Kamartosh like Ancient One. Thus, he needed a prodigy with sufficient strength and outstanding magical talent to assist him in managing the affairs of the supreme sorcerer of Kamartosh, Strange, who has been hailed by the Ancient One as the most exceptional supreme sorcerer throughout the ages, has been fortunate enough to be chosen by her. However, he cannot afford to wait for Strange to be involved in a car accident in a few years. Thus, he has intervened ahead of time to assist him. Moreover, he strongly suspects that in the original narrative, Strange's car accident was not merely a chance occurrence, but rather an orchestrated incident, with the Ancient One herself behind the wheel, deliberately colliding with him. In essence, Strange's fate has long been sealed. He is destined to become a servant to another. The only distinction lies in the fact that in other universes, Strange serves the Ancient One, whereas in this universe, he serves himself. Chapter 46, The Traitor. I shall personally deliver him to Satan. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the dazed Strange expelled a clot of blood, propelling himself 3 meters into the air. Upon landing, he gazed in disbelief at his own legs. How could he leap so high from a standstill? Moreover, was he not covered in wounds? How? Realizing this, he immediately glanced at his steady hands, a manic grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, it worked. My hands have truly healed. I am once again the world's foremost neurologist. Ha 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 ha. The expansive training room echoed with strange frenzied laughter. Yet, Assistant Zuo did not share in the mirth. He ruthlessly shattered Strange's beautiful delusion. Waving the bloodied contract in his hand, he quipped, Doctor? Apologies, Strange, but I did not restore you merely for you to return to your practice. Do not forget, you have signed a contract of servitude. Strange's laughter was abruptly silenced as he stared blankly at the blood contract bearing his name, suddenly recalling that he had signed such a cult-like agreement to heal his hands. The exhilaration that had just surged within him plummeted. Indeed, though his hands had recovered, he had lost his most precious freedom. Assistant Zuo observed the dejected Strange, feeling a twinge of reflection. Humanity is a complex creature. In the pursuit of reclaiming something invaluable, one may forsake everything else. Yet, when that coveted thing is regained, one often yearns for what they have sacrificed. For instance, freedom. However, Zuo was indifferent to such musings, having signed the contract. Not even the King of Heaven could snatch anyone from his grasp. He casually tucked the bloodied contract into the bulletproof vest of Lamlo, not wishing to tarnish his attire. This was a gift from that lad Peter during his travels around the globe. Lamlo glanced at his bloodstained new vest, so it turned to the remaining 4, raising the remaining contracts in his hand. Now, who among you is next? Having witnessed Zuo's display of the second stage of Susano'o, as well as Strange's miraculous healing and 3-meter leap, the 4 were now entirely convinced that Zuo could indeed bestow extraordinary supernatural powers. Yet, to Zuo's astonishment, the next to step forward was not the Maximoff siblings, who yearned for vengeance, but a red-haired enchantress. Natasha approached Zuo with graceful strides, snatching a crumpled contract from his grasp. With a beguiling smile, she traced his gaunt chin with her elongated fingers. Handsome, I have a few questions regarding this contract. Might you enlighten me? Zuo cast his gaze upon Natasha's shimmering eyes, the crimson kaleidoscope within them stagnant as still water, his heart betraying no flicker of emotion in response to the allure she exuded. A woman merely influences the speed at which he draws his blade. Moreover, she was merely an older woman. It was Natasha, seasoned by many battles, who, under the gaze of those blood-red eyes, faltered first and averted her gaze. While her expression remained composed, her heart raced uncontrollably. Do not misunderstand. It was not the flutter of infatuation, but rather the terror of dread. Those eyes, adorned with crimson patterns, were undoubtedly perilous, far from mere decorative lenses. They were frightening. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it felt as though her very soul was being drawn into those eyes, rendering her powerless to escape. Even someone with her formidable willpower as an agent nearly succumbed. A mere ordinary person would likely surrender to their whims after just a single glance. Zuo Zhu regarded Natasha, who had shifted her gaze, and said coolly, Speak your concerns. Woman. True to her status as a top-tier agent, Natasha quickly concealed her emotions with a charming smile and inquired, I have 2 questions. First, after signing the contract, will the powers granted come with side effects, and are the abilities optional? Zuo Zhu nodded indifferently. There are no side effects. The abilities can be chosen. But the choice does not lie with you. It rests with me. He originally had a total of 7 cards in his inventory. 5 C cards, Akimichi Choji, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Niji, and Rock Lee. 2 B cards, Aburame Shino, and White. The C card of Rock Lee had already been given to Strange, and the B card of Aburame Shino was already earmarked for Rumlow. Thus, in reality, only 5 ninja cards remained, corresponding to the 4 remaining individuals, leaving only 1 card available. He intended to maximize the benefits, arranging these 5 ninja cards as rationally as Strange had done. Upon hearing this, Natasha refrained from further questioning and posed her second query, which was of concern to all. She raised the contract in her hand and, in a significant tone, said, "My second question is, according to my understanding, this contract seems to lack any legal effect. Does it possess any special power, such that those who violate it will face repercussions? You know, much like a magical contract in fairy tales." With this inquiry, not only Natasha but the other four also turned their attention to Zuo Zhu, awaiting his response. Zuo Zhu surveyed the 5 individuals, each displaying different emotions, and replied coldly, "No, it is merely a few ordinary A4 sheets of paper. Just half an hour ago, I printed it from the printer in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building upstairs. It holds no binding force over you." At this revelation, even Natasha, who had a profound understanding of human nature, was baffled by Zuo Zhu's enigmatic actions. She curiously asked, "Since it bears no magical power and has no legal binding on us, do you not fear that we might betray you once we gain our powers?" Zuo Zhu, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a dismissive smile, his cold gaze sweeping over the 5 individuals, each with their own thoughts. Magical power? Legal constraints? Such things, inscribed on paper, inherently lack any true binding force. The power of magic, if you are strong enough, one day you will break free from its confines. The power of law is such that if one possesses sufficient strength, it becomes an ineffectual constraint. This document, I have never claimed to be a contract. It is merely a notification, an acknowledgement of my grace, which demands unwavering loyalty in return. As for the traitor, I shall personally escort him to meet Satan." Natasha was taken aback by Zuo's domineering words, retreating 2 steps, her expression reflecting a semblance of fear, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet, within her mind, she incessantly pondered Zuo's declarations. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. Natasha's demeanor steadied, her tone composed as she stated, "So, from the very beginning, you orchestrated everything. Since Director Fury's defeat of us at your hands, we have had no path of retreat, have we?" Zuo, without pretense, replied candidly, "Indeed. From the moment you were transferred to the Special Operations Division, you were destined to remain ensnared." "I understand now." Natasha, with a self-deprecating smile, resolutely inscribed her name upon that inconsequential document. She had believed that escaping the Red Room and joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would grant her mastery over her own destiny. Little did she realize that, in the end, she was merely a pawn in the game of the powerful. This held true not only for the Red Room but also for Nick Fury. Chapter 47. The official assembly of the original 5, even with the aid of his savior, Hawkeye, could not escape the fate of being a mere tool. Natasha placed the contract bearing her signature on the left assistant's desk and extracted another contract. Turning back to Hawkeye, she handed it to him. Throughout this ordeal, Hawkeye remained silent, merely signing his name and passing it back to the left assistant. Like Natasha, he had no choice. The left assistant carelessly inserted their contracts into the back pocket of Rumlow, his gaze shifting to the last 2 individuals. The team's progress stood at 3 out of 5. Now, only the one he valued most remained, the bearer of chaos magic, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, along with her twin brother, Quicksilver, Pietro Maximoff. At just 19 years of age, Wanda felt the weight of the left assistant's gaze upon her. Suppressing her fears, she mustered the courage to approach him. Pietro, of the same age, hastily followed, quickening his pace to position himself protectively in front of Wanda. The left assistant regarded the two with indifference, stating, "If you have questions, ask them. If not, sign your names to formally join us." Pietro took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and spoke, "I have 2 questions. First, if we sign this, will we truly gain the power for revenge? The power to avenge ourselves against the world's foremost arms dealer, Tony Stark?" Without hesitation, the left assistant affirmed, "Yes. The power bestowed upon the siblings by the Kree was indeed sufficient for vengeance against the ordinary Tony Stark." However, he made no claims that it would be enough to confront Iron Man, nor did he imply that he would permit them to pursue such a seemingly absurd vendetta. After all, seeking revenge on the weapons manufacturer rather than the instigator itself was illogical. If such reasoning were to prevail, the siblings ought to direct their wrath toward the machines that produced these weapons, as missiles were not necessarily handcrafted by Tony Stark, but rather manufactured, were they not? Yet, the left assistant had no intention of wasting his breath explaining this to 2 siblings blinded by hatred. He simply answered Pietro's inquiry truthfully. Pietro nodded and continued, "One final question. Can you grant my sister her freedom, allowing me to remain as your subordinate and serve you?" The left assistant regarded Pietro with disdain, remaining silent. Yet, Pietro perceived in his eyes that such a request was utterly impossible. Unwilling to concede, he pressed on, "Wanda is merely a fragile girl. Keeping her would be of no significance. If you let her go, I vow my lifelong loyalty to you and will do anything you ask." Upon hearing this, the left assistant felt a flicker of admiration for Pietro's protective instincts toward his sister. However, the notion of releasing Wanda was entirely out of the question. Shaking his head, he replied, Pietro, my interest has never been in you. You are merely an accessory to your sister. My focus has always been on her. Zuo Zhu's words were unmistakably clear. Pietro clenched his fists, his heart brimming with resentment and regret. How could he have allowed hatred to cloud his judgment? Lured by the allure of power, leading his sister into the jaws of danger? Wanda was merely 19, with a wealth of youth ahead of her. She should never have been ensnared by an organization that was evidently malevolent. The nefarious Hydra. For the first time, Pietro began to doubt the righteousness of his reckless decision to pursue vengeance at all costs, even dragging his sister into the mire alongside him. In the midst of his remorse, Wanda suddenly grasped his tightly clenched fist and, with unwavering determination in her eyes, declared, Pietro, I have never regretted the path we have walked together. We were born into this world together, and our quest for revenge should also be undertaken as one. Without waiting for Pietro's reaction, Wanda signed her name on the paper with resolute intent. At that moment, it was too late for Pietro to intervene. He could only cast a resigned glance at his sister before signing his own name. The team was complete, 5-5. All right, the first collection is successfully accomplished. Zuo Zhu's austere countenance revealed a hint of a smile as he extended his hand to the four of them. Welcome to our family. Come, you four. Join me to receive my divine blessing. The four understood that there was no turning back, and thus, without hesitation, they placed their palms atop Zuo Zhu's hand in unison. Zuo Zhu infused 4 cards into their bodies, simultaneously reaping their rewards for contact. The 4 merged cards were as follows. First, for Natasha. Zuo Zhu bestowed upon her the C card of Haruno Sakura. The immense strength of Haruno Sakura would find its utmost expression in Natasha, whose close combat abilities were maximized. Just imagine, a black widow with the physical power of several tons, perhaps even over a dozen, coiling around your neck. The consequences would be dire. Next was Hawkeye Barton, for whom Zuo Zhu granted the C card of Hyuganiji. The various capabilities of the Byakugan would align exceptionally well with Hawkeye's skill set. Envision an archer capable of detecting even the minutest details from a kilometer away, possessing the ability to see through and exploit weaknesses. This would spell a terrifying nightmare for any adversary. Then came Quicksilver Pietro, who received the C card of Tian Tian from Zuo Zhu. The primary reason for granting this card to Quicksilver was Tian Tian's infinite weapon scrolls. It seemed utterly foolish for a speedster to rely solely on his fists, however. Consider the advantage of a speedster who could summon an array of weapons at will. Lastly, Zuo Zhu bestowed his most cherished card, the Rare B card, upon the Scarlet Witch Wanda. There was no other reason than the enhancement of chaotic power, which rendered Wanda unnecessary for any further augmentation of strength. His sole purpose in giving her the B card was to test whether the power it contained could fully awaken the chaotic energy that lay dormant within her. In the original narrative, Wanda awakened her chaotic powers through the strength of the Mind Stone. In truth, during Wanda's childhood, when Sokovia was bombarded, she had already exhibited her chaotic powers to alter reality. The Stark missile that landed before her and Pietro was not merely a product of their fortuitous luck. After all, Stark Industries is synonymous with excellence, making it implausible for a dud to occur. Unbeknownst to her, young Wanda unconsciously modified the missile's internal structure, rendering it inert. Thus, what he desires to awaken is not merely Wanda, but the Scarlet Witch endowed with chaotic power. As Vision harbors hope for Wanda, will she ultimately betray his expectations? Chapter 48, The Awakening of Chaotic Power, the Unruly Young Witch Among the Four. Natasha and Barton swiftly completed the fusion with the ninja card, already sensing the newfound strength coursing through their bodies. However, Natasha's initial focus was not on the explosive sensation of power, but rather on her abdomen. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she gently touched it. Slowly, she lifted her shirt to reveal her smooth, flat stomach, where the gruesome scar left by the Winter Soldier had vanished. Yet, this was not the most significant revelation. What mattered was that as Natasha caressed her belly, feeling the presence of something new within, tears shimmered in her eyes as she turned to Zuo Zhu, seeking confirmation. I am a complete person now. Am I not? Yes, Zuo Zhu nodded casually, affirming her suspicion, though his gaze remained fixed on the still unconscious Wanda. The ninja card endows its bearer with everything it possesses. Beyond skills and abilities, it naturally includes physical restoration. As long as the injuries fall within the limits of what the character can endure, they can be healed. Of course, it would not manifest organs that should not appear on the bearer. Upon hearing this, Natasha's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled, and a genuine smile, long absent, broke across her face as she sat cross-legged on the ground. Looking at Zuo Zhu's back, she murmured, perhaps working for him isn't so bad. At least, I am a normal person now. Hawkeye, still struggling to control his enhanced vision, inadvertently caught sight of the changes within Natasha and sincerely congratulated her. Congratulations, Natasha. You have finally regained the completeness you have longed for. Perhaps our transfer here is indeed a fortuitous event. In truth, Hawkeye had no significant objections to working under Zuo Zhu. After all, whether serving at S.H.I.E.L.D. Under Director Nick Fury or under the Minister of Special Operations, the essence remained largely the same, perhaps even better. At least now. He possessed abilities that he could never hope to attain while working under Nick Fury. This enhanced vision had increased his combat prowess severalfold. Moreover, he had gained more than just these extraordinary eyes. Hearing Hawkeye's congratulations, Natasha smiled in response. Thank you. Regaining my completeness truly surprises me. She began to speak further when suddenly, she realized something amiss and abruptly turned to Hawkeye. How did you know I had recovered? Oh dear, your ability can't possibly be. Hawkeye felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Oh no, I let it slip. You're doomed, Clint. Natasha tightened her empowered fist and leapt towards Hawkeye, initiating a sparring session. Zuo Zhu paid no heed to their antics. Instead, observing the twitching Pietro and the crimson mist enveloping Wanda, a smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. Quicksilver and the Scarlet which make their entrance. This was, after all, his greatest gain of the day. It appears that the method of harnessing the power carried by the ninja card to awaken the latent abilities within individuals is indeed feasible, as the two of them find themselves unable to complete their own transformation. The buoyant Zuo Zhu decides to bestow a small favor upon the brothers of the Special Forces team. First, he approaches Lang Yuro, placing a hand upon his shoulder, and the B card of Oil Woman Shino seamlessly integrates into his body. Subsequently, his gaze shifts to the rest of the Special Forces members, over 200 in total, who are not currently engaged in a mission. Enough standing. Everyone sit down and prepare for a health examination. Despite their confusion, the overwhelming power of Zuo Zhu compels the Special Forces members to obey his command and promptly take their seats. With his hands forming seals, Zuo Zhu presses down onto the ground. Summoning technique, slug. With a resounding thud, a colossal slug, measuring 60 meters in length, emerges in the training room amidst a cloud of white smoke. The sight leaves everyone speechless. Even the seasoned members of the Special Forces, who have witnessed their leader's myriad of supernatural feats, are rendered utterly astonished. The newly joined trio of Strange, Natasha, and Barton are particularly taken aback, their perspectives thoroughly challenged by the sheer enormity of the creature. What on earth has allowed this creature to grow so large? Genetically modified corn, perhaps? Zuo Zhu gently caresses the slug's body, speaking softly, Slug, please assist them in healing their internal injuries. The enormous slug nods, its form instantly fracturing into countless smaller entities that scatter across the ground. One by one, these diminutive slugs crawl towards each member of the Special Forces, attaching themselves and emanating a gentle green glow as they commence their healing process. Whether it be gunshot wounds or the subtle injuries accumulated during training, as long as limbs are intact, all ailments are mended under the slug's restorative influence. Even the toxins accumulated within their bodies due to modern junk food are continuously expelled. At that moment, as all the Special Forces members guarding Zuo Zhu succumb to the warm embrace of the slug's healing, two hands radiating a crimson glow suddenly extend from behind him, resting on either side of his temples. The crimson light penetrates Zuo Zhu's mind, rendering his gaze momentarily vacant. Wanda observes the immobile Zuo Zhu, exhaling a sigh of relief alongside Pietro, withdrawing her hands from Zuo Zhu. A hint of guilt flickers in her eyes as she softly utters, I am sorry, but I must do this. The two then turn their attention to the only three individuals remaining conscious in the training room, Natasha, Barton, and Strange, eyeing them warily. We must leave now. We require this power for vengeance. Once our revenge is fulfilled, we shall return. Will you impede our path? Natasha, Barton, and Strange remain silent, merely watching the duo with enigmatic smiles. A chill runs down Wanda and Pietro's spines as they perceive the strange expressions on the trio's faces. Nevertheless, noticing that the three do not intend to obstruct them, the pair hastily strides toward the exit. Once they step through this door, they will finally attain their long-sought objective, revenge. With a creak, the door swings open. However, the scene that unfolds is not the familiar corridor of the building, but rather a world engulfed in the chaos of war. As the aircraft soared through the skies and tanks rumbled across the earth, Wanda and Pietro stood transfixed, surrounded by the familiar sounds of artillery and the silhouettes of buildings. This place was the inception of their nightmares. Sokovia, their homeland. No, this cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Pietro, Wanda's voice trembled with panic as she turned to her side, seeking the comfort of her brother. Yet, upon glancing over, she found herself utterly alone. For Pietro had vanished without a trace. In a moment of despair, Wanda cried out, Pietro. Since the tragic loss of their parents, she and her brother had never been apart. Now, inexplicably transported to Sokovia in 1999, the absence of her beloved sibling plunged Wanda back into the helplessness of her childhood. A little girl lost once more in the chaos of her past. Chapter 49. Wanda's inner fearful past at that moment, a piercing sound cleaved through the sky, prompting Wanda to instinctively turn towards the noise. Before her lay a missile emblazoned with the initials S, T, A, RK, its trajectory precise and menacing. Beep, 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 as she stared at the missile glowing ominously before her. Wanda seemed to forget her recently acquired card abilities and the awakening chaos within her. Like an ordinary little girl, she instinctively cradled her head in fear. Then, with a thunderous roar, flames erupted skyward, and a violent shockwave propelled Wanda through the air. Time became a blur, and when she finally regained consciousness, her body ached as she slowly rose from the ground. The cacophony of gunfire had ceased, leaving the world enveloped in an eerie silence. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered herself standing before a white wooden door. Gazing at the inscription on the door, she momentarily forgot her pain, her body trembling uncontrollably. Maximoff family. With trembling hands, Wanda gently pushed open the door that had remained closed for nearly a decade. Creak. As the door swung open, the corridor appeared as she remembered. As if her last return had been merely yesterday. Daddy, can we watch some television? A sweet, youthful voice resonated from the living room, followed by a deep, reassuring male voice. Of course, my darling, but we must be quiet, all right? Yay. Children, have you forgotten what your father just said? We need to keep our voices down. Yes. The gentle admonitions of a woman, accompanied by the obedient responses of two children, echoed once more from the living room. Listening to those familiar sounds, Wanda felt her limbs grow weak, yet hope surged within her as she steadied herself against the wall and stepped into the living room. There, an old-fashioned television was playing a classic black-and-white comedy, and on the sofa sat a family of four, embracing one another. It was her younger self and Pietro, along with their parents. As Wanda beheld her parents, she fell to the ground, her hand covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Dad, Mom. Seeing the figures she had longed for over the past 9 years materialize before her, Wanda couldn't suppress her cry. But suddenly, she sensed something amiss and abruptly looked up at the ceiling. With a heart-wrenching scream, she shouted no. In the next instant, a missile pierced through the ceiling like an arrow, hurtling directly towards the warm family of four on the sofa. Wanda's vision blurred with fury. The chaos within her surged forth, and she propelled herself toward the descending missile, reaching out to halt its deadly descent. Yet, the missile, marked with the Stark insignia, passed through her hand and body as if she were mere air, landing with a finality on the floor. A thunderous roar erupted as the vivid orange flames engulfed the living room, transforming the once cozy abode into a desolate ruin in an instant. As the explosive fire subsided, Wanda sorrowfully beheld the lifeless bodies of her parents beneath her feet. In that fateful moment, her parents had valiantly shielded their two young children from the initial blast, sacrificing their own lives in the process. The siblings, momentarily fortunate, had narrowly escaped this peril. Yet, why was it merely a temporary reprieve? Because calamity seldom arrives alone. Suddenly, another Stark missile plummeted into the room. This time, it did not detonate immediately. Instead, it radiated a menacing red light before the terrified siblings. In sheer fright, they sought refuge beneath the bed. Beep, beep, beep. Wanda cast a final glance at her parents' remains, her gaze shifting to the two frightened children. This time, she resolved not to cower and wait. Her eyes ignited with the crimson glow of chaotic power as her fingers extended towards the ominous missile. Simultaneously, the young Wanda beneath the bed mirrored her actions, reaching out with her small hand towards the missile. A tendril of red mist emanated from their hands, intertwining and infiltrating the missile's core. The impending explosion of the Stark missile was silently averted as its internal structure was altered, rendering it a harmless dud. At last, the young siblings emerged unscathed before the second missile. Yet, as Wanda observed this scene, her heart was far from elated. She comprehended the truth. Everything unfolding was not reality, but a manifestation of her buried sorrow and fear. In this moment, she was merely a spectator, powerless to effect change. The salvation of her younger self and her brother came not from her present self, but from her younger incarnation. In that time, she had unknowingly awakened the chaotic power capable of reshaping reality. However, due to her own cowardice and trepidation, she had buried this ability deep within, along with her home in Sokovia, until that man appeared and forcibly awakened the dormant force within her. She recalled everything, every detail. Now, she was no longer the timid child of yore. She no longer needed to entomb this power. Instead, she would wield it. Though it could not alter her tragic past, it could grant her the strength for vengeance and the clarity to perceive further. Past or future, Wanda's scarlet eyes pierced through the ceiling breached by the missile, her vision guided by chaotic power to distant realms. There lay the origin of the missile's launch, a truth her younger self had never witnessed. It was the Sokovian rebels, the very catalyst of the war that had erupted in Sokovia. At this moment, the rebels relentlessly fired Stark Industries missiles into the city, obliterating every structure in their path. Simultaneously, the conversations between the gunners and commanders within the rebel ranks resonated clearly in Wanda's ears, transmitted through the chaotic force. The artillerymen, in a frenzy, relentlessly launched missiles into the besieged city while turning to the commanding officer beside him, shouting wildly, "Hey, Commander, these Stark Industries products are indeed powerful, far superior to those inferior goods. However, I am quite curious about how you managed to acquire so many Stark weapons. I recall they refused to sell arms to us. Did they not?" The commander, holding a cup of coffee, gazed disdainfully at the war-torn Sokovia and scoffed. "Stark? Huh. Their entire establishment is a farcical joke. Howard Stark, the head of Stark Industries, claims that weapons are forbidden from being sold to terrorists. Absurd. If Stark Industries were solely his domain, that might be one thing. But it is evident that it is not. Stark Industries has other stakeholders, and Howard's actions merely sever the lifeline of others, leading to his own demise. Inevitably, he met his end. With Howard Stark's death, the next generation leader, Tony Stark, has turned a blind eye to worldly affairs. Thus, Stark Industries is no longer dictated by the Stark family. Stark Industries should now be referred to as Stain Industries, as long as we can afford the price. The second shareholder, Obadiah Stane, can procure anything for us. He is our true angelic vendor, the key to securing our victory in this war. Do you understand, kid? The mention of the rebels and Obadiah Stane ignited a fiery rage within Wanda, who longed to tear them to shreds. Yet, she understood that she was merely ensnared in an illusion, rendering any action futile. Only by returning to the real world could she truly exact her revenge upon her genuine adversary, Obadiah Stane. Upon discovering the true culprit behind her family's tragedy, she felt an involuntary urge to calm herself. She yearned to break free from this false reality and return to the world that awaited her. Chapter 50. Wanda and Pietro's profound return to self. Wanda closed her eyes, endeavoring to perceive the world not through her own sight and senses, but rather through the chaotic power that had recently reawakened within her. With each attempt, tendrils of crimson mist began to emanate from her being, gradually expanding in scope. Everything that came into contact with this scarlet fog gradually dissolved into nothingness. Centered around Wanda, her parents' corpses, her surviving siblings, Stark's missiles, and their shattered home, all were enveloped in this red mist, rendering the entirety of Sokovia into oblivion. Upon reopening her eyes, Wanda discovered that she had not returned to the realm of reality. Instead, she found herself in an expanse of pure white. Why was this so? A look of confusion crossed her features. Everything in this space had been consumed by her chaotic power, and logically, she should have returned to the real world. What had gone awry? Everywhere she gazed was swallowed by the chaotic force. It could only be the places beyond her sight. With this realization, Wanda abruptly lifted her gaze to the heavens. What she beheld was no longer black or white, but a swirling tapestry of red and black. Within the blood-red firmament, a black six-pointed star slowly rotated. Wanda's pupils constricted as she recognized the peculiar symbol in the sky. It was the eye of that man. In the next moment, the six-pointed star in the sky began to spin faster, and Wanda felt an irresistible pull emanating from it, drawing her upward into the vast eye that filled the sky. As if a droplet of water falling into the ocean, the blood-red six-pointed star rippled with the disturbance of her presence. In the realm of reality, Zuo Zhu untangled the moon reading, and the dazed Wanda and Pietro gradually regained their spark of awareness. As Pietro awakened, his lack of mental fortitude manifested in beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he gasped for breath. Wanda, shielded by the chaotic power, remained largely unscathed by the illusions of the moon reading, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards Zuo Zhu. "I have a question to ask." "Ask," he replied. "Is everything within the illusion real?" Zuo Zhu gazed calmly at Wanda and replied softly, "You already possess the answer in your heart, do you not?" He had merely constructed a reflection of the secret world buried within Wanda's depths, without altering any of the truths that transpired there. Wanda nodded, lost in thought, no longer speaking. 9 years of hatred directed at the wrong target rendered her momentarily unable to process her emotions. Pietro's experience in the illusion mirrored Wanda's, though he lacked her chaotic power. Thus, after drawing them into the moon reading space, Zuo Zhu had confined Pietro in a small dark room, allowing him to observe the entirety of the events from a divine perspective. Through this, he uncovered the true culprit behind his parents' demise. In contrast to Wanda's desolation, Pietro, who had long harbored doubts about his vengeful convictions, found himself in a better state of mind. He did not shy away but faced reality head-on. Resolutely gazing at Zuo Zhu, "I am aware that my actions, along with Wanda's, have largely amounted to a betrayal of you. Yet, I beseech you to lay all the blame upon me and spare Wanda, even if it means having her serve you for a lifetime, at the very least. Please grant her a reprieve." "No, Pietro, Wanda, momentarily lost in thought, was about to speak. However, Zuo Zhu cast a glance in her direction, causing her to lose control of her body and seal her lips. Only her eyes remained capable of movement, pleading silently towards Zuo Zhu. Unmoved, Zuo Zhu's lips curled into a cold smile, his blood-red gaze reminiscent of a summons from the depths of hell. Fixating on Pietro, Are you certain? Are you resolute in shouldering all the blame alone, merely for your sister's survival? Confronted with the specter of death, Pietro's heart raced. Yet his resolve remained unwavering. I am certain. Bring it on. Then, as you wish. Zuo Zhu responded indifferently. Lifting his right hand and slowly reaching toward Pietro's head, Wanda's eyes blazed with crimson light, her chaotic power flickering as she struggled to reclaim her body as control. Given a moment, perhaps she could indeed break free from Zuo Zhu's eternal kaleidoscopic grip. Unfortunately, at this stage, she was still too weak. Even if she could escape, it would not be a swift endeavor. Thus, Wanda could only watch helplessly as Zuo Zhu's hand drew ever closer to Pietro. At last, thud. Two fingers gently tapped Pietro's forehead, and Zuo Zhu withdrew his hand. Pietro touched his unscathed brow, surprised to find that his brain had not erupted as he had imagined. Wanda, unable to move, widened her eyes, her emotions swinging from tension to relief, causing the chaotic energy within her to momentarily still. Pietro stared blankly at Zuo Zhu, who had retracted his hand. What is this? Zuo Zhu revealed a faint smile. Is it not evident? This is the punishment for you and your sister. Pietro appeared bewildered. Huh? Is that it? Zuo Zhu teased lightly. What else were you expecting? Do you have some inclination towards SM? Now it was Pietro's turn to feel embarrassed. Scratching his head, he replied. No, that's not what I meant. I meant to say that I have acted against our agreement, yet you let me off so easily? Zuo Zhu replied coolly. Against? I wouldn't necessarily say that. I have stated before that you are welcome to join this family. Between family members, unless it concerns fundamental principles, I am rather lenient. And you have mentioned that upon avenging your grievances, you would return, indicating that you still remember this family of ours. Hence, everything else is inconsequential. And you do not qualify as betrayers. Pietro gazed at Zuo Zhu's sincere expression, rendered speechless by emotion. Ever since the war 9 years prior, which had robbed him and his sister of their home, they had struggled to survive in this hellish world. The sole thought sustaining their existence had been vengeance. Yet, they had never envisioned that one day they might have a home once more. The seemingly impossible possibility has, however, come to fruition today, stirring a profound warmth within him. He is not alone. Wanda too shares this sentiment. At this moment, she has reclaimed control over her body, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion as she gazes at Zuo Zhu, asking, do you not intend to prevent us from seeking vengeance? Zuo Zhu places his hands gently on the shoulders of the siblings and replies calmly, why should I intervene? Avenging our parents is a justifiable endeavor. I merely hope you both understand that one must look beyond the surface. Vengeance, too, requires discernment. If you seek retribution, you must identify the true culprit, not merely the creator of a weapon. Understood. Wanda and Pietro respond obediently, nodding in agreement. After hearing Zuo Zhu's words, their allegiance is firmly restored, and their fondness for him reaches its zenith. Observing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashes in Zuo Zhu's eyes, and a subtle, fox-like smile graces his lips. The plan has succeeded. Chapter 51. Surely, you do not wish for misfortune to befall your loved ones? Zuo Zhu was certainly not as amenable as he pretended. Had anyone else dared to exert control over him, they would have been reduced to nothing but ash or pulp. His apparent leniency towards Pietro and Wanda was merely a facet of his grand design. With his profound understanding of chaos magic, how could he possibly let his guard down and expose himself to our little witch? From the moment he entered the training room and first activated the eternal kaleidoscope, lifting Strange into the air with his half-body Susano'o, Wanda and Pietro had already fallen under the subtle influence of his genjutsu. They simply remained unaware of it. Every subsequent move they made was a result of Zuo Zhu's subconscious guidance, including Wanda's desire to control him with chaos magic. This maneuver served three purposes. Firstly, as Zuo Zhu had just articulated, it aimed to rectify the erroneous beliefs of the sibling duo within the illusionary realm, leading them to recognize their true adversary. Secondly, as they unraveled their emotional turmoil and relived their childhood traumas, he intended to provide them with the warmth of home, something they subconsciously yearned for during their most vulnerable moments, thus fully subjugating them. Thirdly, and most crucially, he sought to empower Wanda's mastery over chaos magic within the illusion. It is widely acknowledged that chaos magic is inherently sinister. The more intense the host's sorrow and suffering, the more formidable the resulting power. Initially, when Wanda awakened in Avengers: Age of Ultron, her strength was not particularly formidable. At most, the chaos magic allowed her to manipulate the hearts of others, even ensnaring Thor into her illusion. Yet, in terms of combat prowess, she was akin to the weakest among them, Hawkeye. However, when Wanda felt the loss of her twin brother Pietro, engulfed in grief and despair, the surge of chaos magic she unleashed was sufficient to obliterate a significant portion of Ultron's army. In Avengers: Endgame, upon returning from Annihilation, Wanda's chaos magic intensified following the death of her beloved Vision, easily overpowering Thanos, nearly defeating him single-handedly. By the time of Wanda's solo series, Upon encountering Vision's dismembered remains being studied by Sword, her anguish escalated once more, causing her chaos magic to manifest in even more extraordinary ways. She altered the very fabric of reality in Westview, transforming it into an elaborate stage for a grand performance, coercing all its inhabitants to partake in her domestic fantasy. Most astonishingly, at that moment, Wanda could conjure into existence beings who had never existed, living entities. Her husband, Vision, along with her two sons, Tommy and Billy, and another version of her brother, Quicksilver from Universe X. This feat was nothing short of miraculous. At that stage, Wanda had nearly mastered chaos magic entirely. Thus, taking all these factors into account, Zuo Zhu devised the plan for Wanda to revisit her childhood, compelling her to confront her nightmarish past, deepening her control over chaos magic amidst her pain and sorrow, ultimately rendering her even stronger. The success of his plan was indisputably evident. Although Wanda has not yet reached the extraordinary power she exhibited in Avengers, Endgame, or her solo series, she has significantly surpassed her abilities from Avengers, Age of Ultron. Relying solely on her strength, she managed to dispel the first layer of the genjutsu, discovering the location of its source. Furthermore, upon returning to reality, she successfully regained control over her body, even under the mundane constraints of her physical form, albeit taking a considerable amount of time sufficient for Pietro and herself to have perished multiple times. Nevertheless, this transformation marks a stark contrast to the frightened girl who once hid behind Hawkeye. Zuo Zhu is quite satisfied. The Maximoff siblings have completely aligned with him. And now it is time to address the other three. His perception of the loyalty within the trio indicates that their allegiance barely meets the threshold, falling short of his expectations, particularly concerning his Strange, who harbors feelings of fear and a desire to escape. This is unacceptable. He requires absolute loyalty from everyone. The crimson kaleidoscope of Zuo Zhu's gaze shifted towards Strange and the others. The trio, having previously witnessed the peculiarities of his eyes, shuddered involuntarily. Just moments ago, the Maximoff siblings had locked eyes with those very orbs and found themselves entranced. Upon regaining their composure, they became exceedingly compliant with Zuo Zhu. The three felt a strong suspicion that Zuo Zhu's enigmatic gaze possessed a mind-controlling ability. After all, if he could bestow others with superpowers, it would be reasonable for him to have the capacity to manipulate thoughts as well. Sensing their apprehensions, Zuo Zhu calmly reassured them, "Rest assured, I will not manipulate your minds." The trio gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "You can read minds?" Zuo Zhu firmly replied, "No, he indeed lacked such an ability. He was merely receiving feedback from the cards within them, not engaging in telepathy." Seeing that Zuo Zhu appeared earnest, they sighed in relief. After all, no one wishes for their deepest secrets to be laid bare. Unbeknownst to them, Zuo Zhu had inadvertently gleaned their most profound secrets through the cards. For instance, Hawkeye's hidden sanctuary for his wife and children, Natasha's haunting fears from her past in the Red Room, and Strange's unspoken affection for a doctor named Christine Palmer. Now, Zuo Zhu possessed significant leverage over the trio. "You would do well to obey," he warned, "for you certainly do not wish for harm to befall your loved ones." Shaking his head, Zuo Zhu dismissed the bizarre thoughts that had crossed his mind. He had no intention of employing such external leverage to compel their loyalty. Such allegiance would be far too unstable. Instead, Zuo Zhu aimed to wage a psychological battle. Before the trio could rejoice in Zuo Zhu's denial of mind reading, a faint smile crept across his lips as he slowly added, "However, I can allow you to witness your past and future." Observing their astonishment rendered them speechless. Zuo Zhu continued, "You believe I have brainwashed the Maximoff siblings, which accounts for their drastic change in attitude. However, that is not the case. I merely unveiled the truth behind their past misunderstandings, liberating them from their emotional turmoil." Upon hearing this, the trio instinctively turned their gaze towards the Maximoff siblings. Wanda and Pietro nodded in affirmation, validating Zuo Zhu's assertion. Wanda, taking the initiative, elaborated on Zuo Zhu's clarification. "Part of my awakened abilities pertains to the realm of the mind, and I am certain that I have not been subjected to brainwashing." Seemingly concerned that the trio might remain skeptical, Wanda added, "Furthermore, my mental abilities are not a gift from him. They are powers I inherently possess. Thus there exists no rationale for me to be manipulated into uttering such words." To further substantiate her claim, Wanda conjured two distinct energies, each radiating different hues from her hands. The crimson chaotic energy emerged from her left hand, while a chilling aura manifested from her right. Witnessing this, the trio felt a significant shift in their convictions. After all, their own awakened abilities were indeed singular, leaving the other to be attributed solely to Wanda's innate powers. Zuo Zhu bestowed a gentle smile upon Wanda. "Wanda, I greatly appreciate your efforts in elucidating so much on my behalf." Wanda, captivated by Zuo Zhu's handsome visage, felt her cheeks flush with warmth as she lowered her gaze and softly replied, "In no need to thank me. I merely spoke the truth." Chapter 52. The troubled future of Earth Zuo Zhu nodded, turning his gaze back to the three individuals, his expression turning grave. I understand that you may harbor some resentment towards me for compelling you, or indirectly leading you here, to sign this contract. You might think of me as less than virtuous. The three shook their heads, outwardly stating, no, we are all here of our own volition. You did not force us to come. Internally, however, they added, yet you certainly do not seem like a good person. Rather, you resemble the leader of a cult. Zuo Zhu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Let me clarify once more. I am not the leader of a cult. The three exclaimed in disbelief, and you assert that you do not possess mind-reading abilities. Observing their wide-eyed astonishment, Zuo Zhu seamlessly shifted the topic. I have gathered you here not for my personal gain, nor to bind your futures to this moment, but for a far more significant reason. The trio, puzzled, inquired curiously. What is this important reason? Zuo Zhu replied solemnly, the future. A future that is intimately connected to each of you, and to the very survival of this world. The three were taken aback. The fate of the world, could it truly be so dire? After all, they had merely been three ordinary individuals until now. At most, Natasha had honed her skills through training in the Red Room, possessing slightly superior agility, while Hawkeye had exceptional vision and archery prowess. Strange was merely an ordinary neurologist. What power did they possess to influence the fate of the world? Noticing their evident disbelief, Zuo Zhu's eyes began to swirl with a kaleidoscope of colors. I recognize your skepticism. Thus, I shall lead you into your future, allowing you to experience firsthand the overwhelming despair that awaits. As his words faded, the consciousness of everyone present was drawn into the realm of Tsuki no Yomi. Indeed, this included Wanda and Pietro, who had already returned, as well as the entire special operations team, all of whom were pulled into the same fate. All individuals exist as mere spectators, enduring a series of harrowing futures. Above New York, a cerulean wormhole opens, unleashing a multitude of bizarre extraterrestrials and colossal beasts, plunging the city into a hellish scene. The ascending sky city of Sokovia is besieged by countless robotic eyes glowing ominously red, swarming like locusts, as the land once more descends into catastrophe. Even Pietro, who survived the previous turmoil in Sokovia, perishes while attempting to save Hawkeye. Within a surreal, dark purple expanse, Strange wields a radiant green sigil, confronting a distorted visage larger than planets, only to be cruelly vanquished time and again. Above Earth, a gargantuan alien warship descends. A formidable purple titan emerging from the azure wormhole, trampling Earth's superheroes underfoot, leading to the obliteration of half the planet's populace. On a beautiful sphere, Natasha sacrifices her own life to save everyone, concluding her existence before Hawkeye's keen, detail-oriented gaze, leaving him only with an orange stone. As the vision fades, the attendees remain in stunned silence. After an interminable pause, Pietro breaks the stillness. What? Is this a mistake? I died. And so early. According to the sequence of these despairing futures, I perished in the second disaster. How could this be? I am Quicksilver. How could I fall to a mere machine gun? And for the sake of that bow-wielding old man? Have they truly forged such a close bond? Moreover, if I intended to save them, why did I not simply whisk them away at super speed instead of shielding them with my body? Pietro's preoccupation with the manner of his demise hinders his ability to absorb the subsequent dreadful calamities. Wanda shares a similar plight. Since witnessing her beloved brother's death, she has lost all interest in the future's unfolding events. The entire team of special forces remains silent, contemplating a future fraught with misfortune for Earth, questioning whether Hydra, should they ultimately conquer the planet, could ever remedy such chaos. The other three, though relatively composed, also endure the entirety of the grim vision, their hearts heavy. Particularly Hawkeye, Barton, who never anticipated that among their quintet, two would perish before him. Both sacrificed themselves for his sake. The anguish he feels is compounded by the haunting memory of Natasha plummeting from the cliff, a sight he could do nothing to alter. For the first time, he wishes his vision were less acute, as it allowed him to witness every agonizing detail of Natasha's demise. If anyone suffered the most from the visions of the future, it was undoubtedly Hawkeye. Natasha and Strange also bear their burdens. Natasha feels a profound weariness. Each battle portrayed contains her presence. Dear heavens, she is merely an agent. Why must she shoulder the responsibility of saving the world in the future? Is this just? As for sacrificing herself for Hawkeye, it is, paradoxically, the one aspect Natasha finds most palatable. Hawkeye saved his own life, pulling himself out of the mire known as the Red Room, although he found himself ensnared in yet another dark predicament. It is undeniable that their bond had transcended mere friendship, becoming akin to that of siblings. For Hawkeye, she deemed her sacrifice worthwhile. For his family, he deserved to survive far more than this solitary existence of hers. Then there was Strange, who had become utterly numb. The prospect of confronting a monster larger than Earth itself in the future was overwhelming. After all, he was merely a neurologist. Was there truly no error in this matching mechanism? Although it appeared that his future self was resurrecting endlessly under some enchantment, it also implied an infinite cycle of death. The mere sight of his future self's various demises sent chills down his spine, not to mention the horrifying thought of experiencing them firsthand. At this moment, the five of them shared a unified thought and turned to Wang, inquiring, "Wang, can these tragic futures be altered?" Having glimpsed the future, none of them wished to endure such a terrifying and painful fate, for it was exceedingly grim. No one had a favorable outcome. It was either death or a death of the spirit. What was the point? Wang regarded the anxious five with a calm demeanor, stating, "If I had not gathered you here today, the future would likely remain unchangeable. However, my presence signifies that it can now be altered." Strange, acutely sensitive to matters of the future, seized upon this pivotal statement, questioning, By the way, why is there no sign of you in these future visions? Given your prowess, it seems improbable that you would perish before these calamities. If these five novices could survive for so long, logically, the strongest among them, Wang, should not meet his end before them, and his presence should be evident in those future scenes. Wang smiled faintly. "In the futures you witnessed, I, like you, was merely an observer, unable to intervene. Thus, I descended from another realm to save, or perhaps rule, your universe and rescue you from your dismal future." Upon hearing Wang's words, the five experienced an epiphany. To put it succinctly, I, Wang, am the savior. However, the realizations of the Special Forces members and Wanda differed vastly. Upon witnessing their minister's ability to foresee the future and declaring that he did not belong to this world, their Hydra eyes sparkled with fervor. Almost unable to refrain from shouting, "Hail Hydra!" They now harbored a singular thought. Wang must undoubtedly be the divine embodiment of Hydra come to guide them through their tribulations and dominate the earth. This revelation caused the loyalty of the Hydra agents present to skyrocket, making them as fervent as loyalists to Rumlow. Now, were Wang to command them to eliminate their superior, the serpent head Pierce, they would not hesitate in the slightest. Pierce, having been summoned a second time, remarked, "Ward, you." Chapter 53. The sudden arrival of Nick Fury's Zuo Zhu paid no mind to the fervent gazes of the Special Forces members directed at him. Drawing them into the moon reading space to witness the predetermined scenes of the future was intended to deepen their awe for him. Their intensified devotion was entirely within his expectations. However, the respect from the Special Forces was secondary. The paramount outcome was that the other five no longer harbored any resistance to joining him. Now do you understand why I summoned you? Because in the future, the fate of the earth is intricately linked to each of you, as is your own destiny. While the past may be immutable, the future remains malleable. Hence, I invite you to join me, not only to alter the tragic fate of our planet, but also to transform your own dismal destinies. Come. For the sake of Earth and your future, I offer you one final opportunity to choose. Withdraw now, and I shall reclaim the powers I have bestowed upon you. Allowing you to cower like cowards, Zuo Zhu calmly articulated, enacting a morally charged coercion. Yet, the truth of his words was a blend of reality and deception. The powers he had granted could indeed be retracted, but withdrawing from the pact was out of the question. Should anyone attempt to do so, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Wanda and Pietro were the first to speak. "We shall join." After Zuo Zhu had resolved the siblings' inner turmoil, they had become increasingly open to the idea of joining him, even anticipating it. Now, with the knowledge of her brother's impending demise, Wanda could never forsake the chance to alter his fate. Pietro felt similarly. At merely 19 years of age and still a virgin, he was not ready to face an untimely death. Next were Natasha and Hawkeye, who nodded calmly. "We also wish to join." Their reasoning was straightforward. Working under any employer was still work. Furthermore, their current boss did not seem as malevolent as they had envisioned. If the future he presented was indeed genuine, joining him was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Lastly, Strange hesitated for a few seconds before inquiring, "May I ask what limitations joining entails for our daily lives? For instance, are we prohibited from communicating with family and friends, or from socializing and dating?" Zuo Zhu fell silent for a moment. Fixing his gaze on Strange with a tone of disdain, he replied, "Strange, did I not mention? This is not a cult. We operate as a legitimate department authorized by the United Nations. There are no restrictions on your personal freedoms. What is required of you is to be present when missions arise. At all other times, you live as you normally would, return home, go on dates, understand?" "Apologies, I misunderstood. Then I shall join as well," Strange said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, with his final concerns alleviated, he felt a sense of relief and decided to join. After they all agreed, Zuo Zhu nodded in satisfaction. This time was different from when he had forced them to sign their names. Now, the loyalty of the five had escalated to over 80%. The Maximov siblings have surpassed the 90 mark, slightly fewer than the loyal Special Forces. As long as no extraordinary circumstances arise, betrayal is unlikely to occur. Henceforth, we shall be comrades and family, supporting one another in the shared guardianship of Earth and our future. The meeting today has concluded successfully. Oh, and regarding your salaries, they will be doubled starting today, with additional compensation for missions. A single phrase sums it all up. With this final remark from Zuo Zhu, he sensed an inexplicable increase in loyalty from Natasha and Barton. He cast a curious glance at the two, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for him. Increasing their wages has elevated their loyalty to nearly 90. Is it truly that simple? Should he consider raising their salaries further to max out their loyalty? Little did he know, Natasha and Barton had previously served under Nick Fury, despite being level 7 agents. Their compensation was not particularly satisfactory. Moreover, there were no additional bonuses for missions. Their monthly income was merely a fixed salary. While this was already a generous amount compared to the average individual, Natasha, as a woman, had higher expenses, compounded by the costs associated with searching for her sister, leaving her with little at the end of each month. As for Barton, being a married man with children was a considerable burden. Recently, it seemed his wife had shown signs of pregnancy, which would only intensify his stress. Thus, Zuo Zhu's modest salary increase and additional compensation for missions significantly alleviated their financial pressures. In the grand scheme of impending apocalypses, the stress of financial constraints loomed larger. Reflecting on this, Natasha and Barton suddenly felt as though their previous service under the black-hearted supervisor had amounted to little more than wage slavery. The disparity between their workload and remuneration was stark. Cursed capitalist overlords. Just as they lamented in their hearts, fate intervened. A familiar shadow clad in black leather pushed open the training room door and strode in. Zuo Zhu turned to face Nick Fury, who had entered uninvited, and remarked coolly, "Director Fury, if I am not mistaken, this training room has been requisitioned by me. It may not be wise for you to intrude unannounced, particularly with your attire, which could easily lead to misunderstandings and misfires." Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Fury's expression darkened, and his gaze turned icy. This insufferable man, a veritable knight of the swine. How could the Security Council appoint such a character as the head of the Special Forces? This is hardly politically correct. Yet, with matters at hand requiring his attention, Nick Fury suppressed his anger and replied sternly, "I am the director. The entire S-H-I-E-L-D is my domain. Do I need to seek approval from others to go where I please?" Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu couldn't help but chuckle disdainfully. Director Fury certainly has a tendency to forget. Let us not forget that the Special Operations Division is no longer under your command. If you wish to address any matters concerning them, you must first seek my approval. Nick Fury, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth audibly, his fist clenched tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to strike Zuo Zhu, this insufferable braggart, squarely in the face. It was precisely due to this individual's arrival that he had lost not only the authority to mobilize the Special Operations Team but also two of his most formidable operatives. This predicament had rendered his recent endeavors exceedingly arduous, as the absence of the Special Operations Team, along with Black Widow and Hawkeye, made every task feel insurmountable. It was as if, without them, he was left with nothing but a cadre of ineffectual agents. He deeply regretted the wager he had previously made with Zuo Zhu. Yet due to Pierce's involvement, he found himself unable to retract his commitment. Chapter 54. A surprising new skill. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Nick Fury took a deep breath. As the long-reigning king of spies, he quickly suppressed the palpable resentment that was threatening to surface. With gritted teeth, he fixed his gaze on Assistant Director Zuo and said, "Indeed, mobilizing the Special Operations Team requires an application to you, Director Zuo. Hence, I have come today to formally request the deployment of the Special Operations Team to address an urgent supernatural incident." Zuo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, pray tell. If it piques my interest, I might consider it. However, if it is a trivial task, then perhaps you should spare me the details and send your inept team to handle it instead." Nick Fury felt a retort bubbling within him, yet the truth was undeniable. He could only swallow his pride and present a tablet to Zuo, recounting the details of the incident. An hour ago, at the intersection of Broadway and 121st Street in New York City, an unknown creature of a yellow-green hue manifested, wreaking havoc upon the streets. Half an hour prior, the long-missing Hulk also appeared at the scene, and upon their encounter, a fierce battle erupted between the two monstrosities, exponentially escalating the destruction. In the city, the military is prohibited from deploying weapons of mass destruction. Small-caliber firepower is akin to merely tickling these behemoths. The situation is nearing a point of uncontrollable chaos. Consequently, this supernatural task has been entrusted to us at S-H-I-E-L-D, and such destructive entities have historically been managed by the Special Operations Team. Therefore, I request the mobilization of the Special Operations Team. Have I made myself sufficiently clear, Director Zuo? Fury concluded, feeling a surge of frustration. It was a source of humiliation for him as the director of S-H-I-E-L-D to require another S approval to mobilize his own operational department. Listening to Fury's words, Zuo scrutinized the powerful clash of the two creatures depicted on the tablet. His interest piqued. It seemed a fierce showdown between Hulk and the unknown creature had commenced. Undoubtedly, the rewards from this encounter would be plentiful. be it from engagement bonuses or tangible gains in reality. Director Fury, congratulations. Your request has been approved. I shall personally lead a team to resolve this matter. Zuo acknowledged, then added nonchalantly, oh, and do remember to allocate the entire funding for this mission to the Special Operations Department afterward. I would hate to see anyone siphoning off the task's budget. With that, Zuo dismissed Fury's disgruntled expression, one that resembled someone who had just ingested something distasteful, and waved his hand, leading his team out of the training room. The members of the Special Operations team never once cast a glance at their puppet director, dutifully following their superior's lead. Next, the newly joined Wanda and her 5 companions departed in succession, just as Natasha and Hawkeye were about to exit the training room. Fury's low voice echoed behind them. Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton, do report on what you were doing with that individual in the training room just now. His primary purpose for being there was indeed to enlist the Special Operations team to confront both Hulk and the unknown creature. However, there existed a second reason. He discovered that Zuo Zhu had mobilized all the members of the Special Operations team, including the Black Widow and Hawkeye, whom he had previously lost to. All gathered in the training room, engaged in some unknown activity. The surveillance in the training room had been disabled, prompting him to descend personally to ascertain what Zuo Zhu was up to. To his dismay, he was too late. By the time he arrived, silence enveloped the room. Natasha cast a glance at Nick Fury, a smile gracing her lips. Yet her eyes remained cold. Apologies, Director, but this is a private matter for our Special Operations Department, and it appears you lack the authority to inquire. With that, she turned away without a hint of remorse. Using me as leverage, and expecting me to act as a mole? You might as well go home and pick cotton. Barton also glanced at Nick Fury, though not as indifferent as Natasha. He merely shook his head in silence before departing. Once the most loyal subordinate to Nick Fury, the betrayal felt like a dagger to his heart. Now that he had shifted allegiances, he vowed never to betray his new superior unless he himself was sold out. After their departure, the expansive training room was left in solitude, inhabited only by Nick Fury, a lonely figure. He struck the wall with a fist. His expression contorted with rage as he muttered, "Damn it, what kind of brainwashing has that wretched individual subjected them to?" Initially, he believed that losing to Zuo Zhu's agents wouldn't be detrimental, as it would provide the Special Operations Department with 2 additional informants. Little did he anticipate that within mere days, these informants would sever ties and align with the enemy. It took a considerable time for Nick Fury's anger to subside. He glanced at the tablet displaying the catastrophic battle waged by the 2 monsters, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. To confront them personally, how utterly foolish. You would do well to perish at the hands of these formidable foes. Under the guise of Nick Fury's kind wishes, or rather, a malevolent curse, Zuo Zhu, accompanied by several teams of special operatives and Wanda, boarded a transport aircraft bound for their mission site. During the journey, Zuo Zhu seized the opportunity to review the rewards from this encounter. Encountered S-Class individual in this world. Wanda Maximoff Scarlet Witch reward distribution in progress. 20 S-Class fragments. Special item scroll of sealing technique. Note, this scroll is exclusive to the cursed Uchiha, with no limit on usage. Encountered A-Class individuals in this world. Natasha Romanoff Black Widow. Clint Barton Hawkeye. Pietro Maximoff Quicksilver. Reward distribution in progress. 60 A-Class fragments. Truly, they are the protagonists, whether S-Class or A-Class. Most of them possess double the value of others. System, check the number of fragments. Query in progress. S-Class 90, A-Class 60, B-Class 10. C-Class 5. As Zuo Zhu beheld the quantity of S-Class fragments, a smile unfurled upon his lips. If all proceeded as anticipated, following the encounter with Hulk, he would once again be able to assemble an S-card. He was already eagerly anticipating which new S-card would be his. Before anything else, let us draw an A-card for a bit of excitement. The system is synthesizing an A-card for me. Received. Synthesizing. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-level card, Rock Lee Ninja World War. Zuo Zhu gazed at the card, captivated by the youthful smile of the watermelon-headed figure, his eyes widening in surprise. Goodness, is that not the illustrious Rock Lee? Without hesitation, he chose to fuse this card. The enhancement of chakra was minimal, yet his physical prowess soared significantly. Moreover, he acquired a formidable skill in his mind, the 6th gate of the 8 gates, the gate of viewing. The 8 gates is a powerful secret technique in the world of Naruto. By unshackling the body's protective limits on chakra, one can forcibly amplify their strength by several, even dozens of times. Although in the original story, Lee could only open the 6th gate, for an A-level card, this was already quite valuable. After all, the strength he would possess upon opening the 6th gate would be a different realm compared to Lee's original capabilities. With his current strength, one could only imagine the sheer power he would wield after unlocking the 6th gate. At that moment, the transport aircraft arrived at its destination, halting its hover in midair. Zuo Zhu slowly rose from his seat, making his way to the open hatch, his gaze fixated on 2 monstrous beings locked in fierce combat in the distance. a subtle smile gracing his lips. I sincerely hope you two can dance a little longer, allowing me to fully experience the might of the 8 gates. Chapter 55. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. The Scenic Gate. Open. The battle between the two titanic beasts at this moment was nothing short of breathtaking. A stark contrast to the mere skirmishes depicted in films within a single block. In reality, these two monsters, each possessing maximum strength, unleashed devastating punches that sent shockwaves capable of toppling vehicles and scattering bystanders within a 100-meter radius, propelling them hundreds of meters away. Such colossal forms, when launched, could effortlessly crush several cars into mere metal discs, while in more severe instances, they could obliterate entire buildings in a single collision. Those unfortunate enough to reside within those structures were tragically reduced to mere pulp by the merciless collision of these iron giants. The devastation was harrowing. It was no wonder that Batman, upon witnessing the fierce clash between Superman and General Zod up close for the first time, harbored such intense murderous intent towards Superman. It was not solely because Superman indirectly caused the demise of his friend, but rather due to the unparalleled power he wielded. The potential for catastrophic loss of life in the event of a loss of control was unfathomable. Just like now, Hulk and Abomination fought recklessly, resulting in damage spanning at least 10 city blocks, leading to an incalculable toll in terms of both lives and property. If given a moment longer, it seemed the entirety of New York City, encompassing 157 blocks, would be reduced to ruins by their sheer force. It was no wonder that even the proud American military sought assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. For if they delayed any further, the entirety of Manhattan would be dismantled by the brute force of these two behemoths. Zuo Zhu shook his head, lamenting, the losses incurred here must be astronomical. It's no surprise that some ordinary citizens harbor such aversion and fear towards those with superpowers. The devastation they wreak affects the livelihoods of countless working individuals, mortgages, car loans, and their very lives. Imagine, after a long day of toil, one returns home only to discover that their 10-year mortgage residence has been annihilated by a battle between super beings, their newly purchased vehicle reduced to scrap, and even their recently wed spouse merely a heap of flesh. One must wonder, would you not develop a deep-seated disdain for those with extraordinary abilities? Meanwhile, aboard the transport aircraft, Wanda and the others joined Zuo Zhu, gazing down at the terrifying clash below, swallowing hard in trepidation. Zuo Zhu glanced at his companions and remarked coolly, choose one among you. This battle offers an excellent opportunity to hone your newfound abilities and improve your coordination with one another. The 5 exchanged uncertain glances, finally turning their collective gaze towards Zuo Zhu. Are we really to engage those two? Us 5 mere novices against those 2 golden behemoths below? Zuo Zhu nodded resolutely, unconcerned about their potential ineffectiveness in combat. The combat cards he had bestowed upon them were imbued with battle experience. Even if they could not prevail, their safety was assured. Upon receiving Zuo Zhu's affirmation, their expressions shifted to one of seriousness. Natasha and Hawkeye maintained a semblance of calm, although they had never faced such formidable opponents before. Their training as agents endowed them with a psychological resilience that kept fear at bay. Wanda and Pietro, while feeling a twinge of fear, also exhibited a burgeoning eagerness. After all, youth often leads to an adrenaline-fueled bravery that propels one into the fray. In the end, only a half-aged figure remained, devoid of the espionage qualities of both Natasha and the youthful fervor of Wanda. Strange wore a long face. Observing Strange's despondent demeanor, Zuo Zhu encouraged, Strange, relax a bit. Your awakened ability is close combat. Remember to charge ahead later. As Strange had yet to learn magic, Liloc's abilities left him with only close combat skills. Aptly dubbed the meat shield, Strange. Ignoring the bewildered expression on Strange's face, Zuo Zhu urged, hurry up and choose. Otherwise, I'll pick first, and you won't have any options left. Upon hearing this, the 5 of them instinctively made the same choice. We choose the green guy. Zuo Zhu was not surprised by their selection. Hulk, currently under the influence of a suppressive serum, was not at his peak strength and could only be overwhelmed by Abomination. Given that Abomination not only appeared more terrifying but also towered over Hulk, it was evident that Hulk resembled the softer target. However, could Hulk truly be so easily defeated? Zuo Zhu gazed at the 5 with a mischievous smile. Since you've made your choice, I wish you all good luck. The group immediately sensed something amiss. But before they could reconsider, Zuo Zhu relaxed his stance and leapt backward from the transport aircraft, performing a leap of faith. 8 Gates of Duanjia, opening the view gate. As he plummeted from the sky, wisps of green steam began to emanate from his body. Upon landing, he was engulfed in flames of green steam. Cracking his knuckles and feeling the explosive power surging within, he nodded in satisfaction. His strength had increased nearly tenfold, quite impressive. Although the onset of the view gate imposed a certain strain on his physique, it was negligible for his current constitution. The pressure after opening the 6th gate felt quite manageable, leaving him eager for the potential enhancements following the opening of the Death Gate. In preparation for eventually unlocking the Death Gate, He decided to test his body technique today without relying on his eyes. Ever since acquiring the Sharingan, particularly the Susano'o, he had seldom engaged in physical combat. He even resorted to using Susano'o for mundane tasks like peeling an apple. This habit was rather detrimental. He aspired to become a versatile warrior. How could he afford to specialize in only one area? Zuo Zhu ambled confidently down the shattered street, filled with cries of alarm. Green flames swirling around him as he approached Abomination and Hulk. His striking presence naturally drew the attention of both combatants. With the green steam flames billowing from him, he shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Abomination, newly empowered, would not tolerate anyone overshadowing him. With a swift kick, he sent the weakened Hulk flying hundreds of meters away, then turned a sinister grin toward the approaching Zuo Zhu. Not only are you unafraid, but you dare to approach me, wishing for death? Then allow me to grant your wish, little ant. With disdain, the malevolent figure effortlessly grasped a 10-meter-long utility pole, leaning back slightly before hurling it with tremendous force. Whoosh! In the instant the pole was released, it shattered the sound barrier, hurtling towards Left Assistant's chest with a fierce rush of white air. Observing this, Left Assistant's lips curled into a smirk. Is this a challenge directed at me? I accept your challenge. Let the battle commence. In the very next moment after Left Assistant's declaration, the utility pole pierced through his chest. The malevolent figure scoffed at the sight, thinking to himself that he had encountered a formidable opponent, only to realize he was merely facing a pretender. Indeed, in this world, only the strength of Hulk could rival my own. Chapter 56. The overwhelmed Abomination. The Abomination turned, eager to continue his exhilarating duel with the Hulk, but in an instant, a colossal greenfoot, size 42, loomed large in his vision. With a thunderous crash, the Abomination was sent hurtling backward, reduced to mere shadow. Zuo Zhu, appearing as if by teleportation, materialized behind the Abomination just as it landed. The figure of Zuo Zhu that had been pierced by a utility pole began to dissipate slowly. It was merely an afterimage. Zuo Zhu scoffed. What are you looking at? Did I not declare that the battle had commenced? Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The Abomination, propelled by the force of his own momentum, crashed into a building, debris scattering in all directions as his massive form leaped forth, charging at Zuo Zhu like an enraged bull. At that moment, a furious bellow erupted from behind Zuo Zhu. It was Hulk, who, having regained his senses thanks to Zuo Zhu's interference, was now free from the debilitating effects of the serum, his strength beginning to surge once more. Empowered, Hulk disregarded Zuo Zhu standing between them and charged straight at the Abomination, who had just inflicted pain upon him. Zuo Zhu found himself caught in a crossfire. With an unflinching expression, he glanced at the oncoming Hulk and remarked, "Are you eager to join the dance as well? Then let us commence together." As Hulk and the Abomination neared their collision with Zuo Zhu, he crouched and leapt, causing the two colossal beings to collide with a thunderous thud. A palpable wave of energy radiated outward from the point of impact, akin to a miniature storm, sweeping away everything in its vicinity except for Zuo Zhu, who soared gracefully through the air. Upon his descent, Zuo Zhu extended his legs, propelling the two titans apart with a powerful kick. Once on the ground, he ignored Hulk, who was now careening off in another direction, and swiftly propelled himself to the rear of the still-reeling Abomination. As a seasoned player of Naruto, he understood a crucial principle. Once airborne, a flurry of attacks must follow. One must never afford the opponent the chance to land safely. Thus, the spectators observed an astonishing scene. Suspended in midair, the Abomination was relentlessly struck by an indistinguishable figure, preventing him from making contact with the ground. Onlookers, including those in helicopters and high-speed cameras from various news outlets, could only capture fleeting green afterimages. Trapped in the heart of this relentless assault, the Abomination possessed no substitution techniques, left with no means to leverage his surroundings, and could do nothing but endure the onslaught, unable to grasp the elusive green light. Green light, you cannot catch it. Soon, under a barrage of fists rivaling Hulk's might, the Abomination's consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Images from the past began to flicker in my mind. The girl I adored in my childhood, the lofty aspirations that followed my enlistment, the exhilarating strength bestowed by the super soldier serum, and the ferocity unleashed after forcefully injecting Hulk's blood into my veins. The final vision that lingered was of a green figure moving with breathtaking speed, as swift as the fleeting moments of life itself. Zuo Zhu's disdain for the Abomination had reached a boiling point. In an instant, he positioned himself directly beneath the creature, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Abomination soaring into the sky, before following closely behind. Zuo Zhu arrived overhead, raising his hand to conjure a white bandage that enveloped the Abomination completely, binding it like a mummy. Ultimately, he executed a fierce downward strike upon the creature. With a thunderous crash, the Abomination crashed to the earth, causing the ground to tremble. As the dust settled, a massive crater, 100 meters in diameter, remained, with the Abomination motionless at its center. Zuo Zhu landed gracefully within the pit, casually taking a seat atop the subdued creature. The green steam emanating from him gradually dissipated as he exited the state of the 8 gates of Duanjia, resting his chin on his hand, boredom etched across his face. It was truly unexciting. I had anticipated that the Abomination and Hulk would provide a modicum of challenge and surprise. However, I was taken aback by their weakness, particularly that of the Abomination. Limited by a fixed threshold of power, it lacked the ability to grow stronger with each encounter, unlike Hulk. It could only prey upon a weakened Hulk, failing to exert any real pressure on me. In terms of physical attributes, the Abomination could only match me in strength and defense, while I overwhelmingly outclassed it in speed, agility, and technique. Even though the Abomination once stood as a top-tier Special Forces soldier, it paled in comparison to the combat experience I had acquired through various ninjutsu techniques. Alas, invincibility can sometimes be a burden. I sighed, feeling the chill of solitude at the pinnacle of power. Boss, a steady voice broke through the silence, and a figure slid down the edge of the crater. Lang Nero approached, offering a damp towel and a bottle of water. Zuo Zhu accepted the towel, wiping away the non-existent dust on his face, and remarked, "The battle was even simpler than I anticipated. You need not remain here. Instead, take your team to the residence of one Samuel Stern and retrieve him along with all the Hulk blood from the laboratory." Understood. Without hesitation, Lang Nero leaped into the pit, signaled to the Special Forces team, and set off toward Dr. Stern's home. Initially, Lang Nero and the team were tasked with assisting Wanda and her companions in confronting Hulk to prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, Zuo Zhu did not expect the Abomination to be so feeble, or perhaps he himself was simply too formidable, as the Abomination fell within mere minutes, unable to withstand the onslaught. Thus, he decided to monitor Wanda and her team himself while sending Lang Nero to retrieve the brain of Dr. Stern, who had merged with Hulk's blood and transformed into a grotesque entity, along with the numerous samples of Hulk's blood he had replicated. This individual is undeniably a talent. Not only can he replicate an entire laboratory's worth of Hulk blood from a mere vial, but he has also employed his rudimentary apparatus to create Hulk suppression serum and successfully birth the Abomination. Although the Abomination does not possess the original Hulk's unique ability to grow stronger in proportion to his rage, his capacity to overpower the weakened Hulk indicates that his strength is nearly equivalent to that of the standard Hulk. Should he be able to mass-produce this Abomination serum, endowing each of his subordinates with a strength akin to that of the Abomination, it would significantly augment the power of his forces. Thus, the nefarious Dr. Stern, now embodying the role of the chief antagonist, would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. As Zuo pondered, he observed that the Hulk was gradually recovering from the effects of the suppression serum, with his strength beginning to escalate amidst his fury. Wanda and her companions, feeling the strain, slowly rose to their feet. Indeed, merely relying on a C-rank card proves insufficient to contend with this world's near-elite combatants. Fortunately, thanks to Wanda's chaotic powers and the formidable ice blood lineage bestowed by White, the 5 of them could barely hold their ground. However, under the increasing might of the Hulk, it seemed that Wanda was on the verge of faltering. Chapter 57. The repugnant General Ross Hulk's speed was astonishing, leaving Wanda with no opportunity to seize control of his mind with her chaotic powers. This rendered Wanda's formidable abilities utterly ineffective in this moment. The others found themselves equally powerless against Hulk. Quicksilver, Pietro, looked at his dulled twin blades with a wry smile, his expression one of resignation. Hawkeye, with cataracts clouding his vision, could perceive Hulk's vulnerabilities, yet his arrows were utterly incapable of piercing Hulk's resilient skin. As for the Bagua Palm techniques bestowed upon him by Caning, Hawkeye deemed it wise to abandon such notions. In close combat, Hulk could afford countless mistakes, but a single blow from him would likely spell doom for Hawkeye. He resolved to remain the diligent long-range archer he was. Similarly, Strange and Natasha, despite having inherited the powers of Lee Locke and Haruno Sakura, found themselves still vastly inferior to the invincible Hulk. Just moments ago, they had felt a surge of confidence in their newfound strength, and with the assistance of the other 3, they managed to approach Hulk. However, as Strange activated the rest gate of the 8 gates, preparing to unleash his ultimate move, Flower of Lotus, Hulk swatted him away with a single blow, sending him flying several meters. That simple strike shattered his grand technique. What a farce. Had it not been for the added defensive capabilities from the rest gate, Strange would likely have found himself incapacitated. Natasha faced a similar predicament. She had intended to utilize the immense strength granted by Sakura's card to execute her signature move, ants climbing a tree, hoping to impart upon Hulk the suffocating sensation akin to a constricting serpent. Yet, upon clinging to Hulk's neck, she discovered that it was as rigid as reinforced steel, utterly impossible to constrict. Hulk's sudden movement nearly shattered her bones. Thus, among the group of 5, only Wanda was left to contend with Hulk, while the other 4 had been decisively defeated. Zuo Zhu furrowed his brow, not out of concern for their lackluster performance, but rather due to the increasing number of troops converging toward their location. The abomination had been absent during the duel with Hulk. Yet now that he was dealt with and Wanda's group was preoccupied, they chose to reveal themselves. What were their intentions? Were they merely seeking to claim heads? Such a loathsome bunch. With icy determination, Zuo Zhu resolved not to prolong the encounter. The five, under Hulk's overwhelming pressure, had gained a clearer understanding of their abilities. It was time to bring this to a close. Hulk. The sudden voice compelled Hulk to instinctively turn his gaze. Zuo Zhu's dark eyes, imbued with a six-pointed star, locked onto Hulk's verdant gaze. A jolt ran through Hulk as his mind was overtaken by a pair of enormous crimson eyes. In an instant, his eyes lost their color, rendering him momentarily dazed, his form rapidly diminishing until he transformed into an ordinary human clad in oversized shorts. Zuo Zhu chuckled softly. Ah, these eyes are indeed quite effective. Close combat is truly not suited for me. Though the 8 gates of Duanjia indeed possess formidable power, they remain a cumbersome option for him. Why engage personally in matters that can be resolved at a glance? Zuo Zhu silently resolved to retain the 8 gates as one of his trump cards, opting instead to harness the might of the Sharingan in everyday circumstances. The 5 members of Wanda breathed a sigh of relief as the invincible Hulk fell, particularly Wanda, who collapsed directly onto Pietro. Family, who can understand? The first awakening of powers in battle is akin to a hellish challenge. Can one truly play without sacrificing something? The sound of tracks crushing stones echoed from all directions as armored vehicles and tanks encircled them. They halted only when they were less than 100 meters away from Zuo Zhu and the others. Kudos to the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The subsequent tasks will now be handled by the military. You may leave, announced General Ross, his white hair contrasting with his proud demeanor as he strode confidently out of the encirclement. Who among you is the commanding officer here? General Ross swept his gaze over the 6 individuals in the perimeter, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. A collection of superpowered figures, utterly useless. Although the Hulk had fallen into their hands, the reason for his sudden reversion remained a mystery. Nonetheless, Ross was convinced that this group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had employed some underhanded tactic to render the Hulk unconscious. Faced directly, they could not possibly be the military's perfect experimental specimens, nor Hulk's worthy opponents. Finally, Ross's gaze settled on Zuo Zhu, a glimmer of greed passing through his eyes. However, this young man's abilities were impressive. He had managed to subdue the abomination, whose strength was nearly on par with the Hulk. Worthy of military study, the 5 felt the malevolent gaze of General Ross upon them, their brows furrowing as they involuntarily glanced towards Zuo Zhu. General Ross, noticing their attention, approached Zuo Zhu directly, looking down his nose at him. Are you the highest-ranking officer sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. for this support mission? Inform your subordinates that they may withdraw, and then accompany me back to the military district for further investigation. His tone was far from negotiable. It was an outright command. Zuo Zhu regarded the arrogant General Ross with a smile, though it was a chilling smile that seemed to lower the surrounding temperature by several degrees. You know, your very presence nauseates me to the point where I lack any desire to control you. General Ross was momentarily taken aback. And before he could comprehend Zuo Zhu's implication, a soldier's terrified shout erupted from behind him. General, your shoulder. Your shoulder is on fire. Startled, Ross turned to see a black flame that had inexplicably appeared on his shoulder. Just as he was about to remove his jacket, the black flame, reminiscent of the infernal blooms from the banks of the river Styx, suddenly flared and spread across his entire body. Moreover, the black flames began to swirl violently around him, forming a towering black fire vortex that shot into the sky. General Ross screamed in agony within the swirling black firestorm, his flesh gradually torn apart and consumed by the flames. Any soldier who dared to approach for rescue found themselves instantly incinerated to ashes, merely by the slightest touch of the black embers that splattered upon them. The only reason General Ross managed to endure for so long was the cruel punishment inflicted upon him by Zuo Zhu, who wielded the power of Jitua to manipulate the form of Amaterasu, instead of allowing him to perish immediately. Zuo Zhu subjected him to an endless torment of suffering and regret, leaving him in a state of hopeless anticipation for death. Chapter 58, the second S-card, Kawaii. General Ross, what have you done, you bastard? Stop it. The anxious aide shouted, drawing his pistol and aiming it at Zuo Zhu. Simultaneously, the soldiers witnessing their general inexplicably ablaze controlled armored vehicles and tanks, directing their weapons at Zuo Zhu, the sole suspect. Are you threatening me? Zuo Zhu's gaze met the aide's gun-wielding hand, his eyes turning cold. To raise a weapon? That renders you an enemy. You have chosen your demise. In an instant, black flames erupted from the aide, reducing him to mere ashes. Not everyone was afforded the same mercy as General Ross, who had been granted a brief reprieve by Zuo Zhu's divine power, allowing him a moment longer to exist. Take this aide, for instance, and those armored vehicles and tanks surrounding him, all aimed menacingly at Zuo Zhu. With his blood-red eyes gradually surveying the scene, Zuo Zhu noted the demise of General Ross, who had vanished without a trace, liberated from his suffering. Yet, the black fire tornado that had consumed him suddenly surged forth, following Zuo Zhu's gaze. The fire tornado began to sweep towards the surrounding armored vehicles and tanks, swiftly engulfing and obliterating them. The seemingly indestructible tanks were drawn into the black vortex, leaving behind not even a drop of molten metal, let alone its drivers, who were instantaneously annihilated. Once the chaos subsided, Zuo Zhu surveyed the desolate surroundings, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed he had merely performed a trivial task. He turned lightly to the 5 individuals remaining, stating, "Retrieve Dr. Banner. The mission is complete. It is time to return home." With that, he approached the mummified figure of Abomination, making his way towards the awaiting transport aircraft. Natasha and Barton were the first to react. Barton hoisted the unconscious Banner and followed Zuo Zhu's lead. As Natasha passed Wanda and the others, she paused momentarily, softly saying, "Stop looking." The minister acted rightly. The moment they aimed their guns at us, they ceased to be our allies and became our enemies. Therefore, there is no need for any moral burden. Without looking back, Natasha continued on her path. As seasoned agents familiar with life and death, Hawkeye and Natasha were initially taken aback by Zuo Zhu's brazen elimination of General Ross and his subordinates. However, their astonishment lay solely in Zuo Zhu's audacity. They felt no sense of wrongdoing, nor did they perceive the fallen soldiers as innocent. When weapons are drawn against oneself, innocence is rendered obsolete. Wanda and Pietro quickly accepted the situation and followed suit. Having endured the horrors of the Sokovia War, they held no affection for the military, particularly for those who instigated conflict. Their shock was solely reserved for the formidable power of the Black Fire Tornado. This tornado is simply, wickedly impressive. At the end, Strange rubbed his temples and sighed. I knew this organization couldn't possibly be composed of pure-hearted individuals. However, since I've already joined, there is no turning back now. With that, Strange cast aside his lingering guilt and resolutely followed suit. On the transport aircraft, Zuo Zhu casually tossed the object of his disdain onto the deck, his gaze settling on Banner, who had just entered with Barton. Once Barton had bound Banner, Zuo Zhu crouched before him, scrutinizing him closely, particularly his trousers. He tugged at them, surprised by their impressive resilience. No wonder they could withstand the Hulk's might. He contemplated having the Hydra scientists examine the material of these trousers upon their return. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Zuo Zhu's mind. Encountered an S-Class individual in this world, Bruce Banner Hulk. Rewards being distributed. S-Class Fragments X10. Mysterious Item Spirit Communication. Blue Serpent X1. Encountered an A-Class individual in this world. Thaddeus E. Ross General Ross. Rewards being distributed. A-Class Fragments X10. Zuo Zhu's eyes brightened, and he pondered. System, if I recall correctly, my S-Class fragments should total 100, right? Affirmative, taking a deep breath. Zuo Zhu mentally offered his prayers to various deities before solemnly declaring. System, synthesize an S-Class complete card. Acknowledged, synthesizing, please wait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-Class card. Uchiha Obito 4th Great Ninja War. Zuo Zhu's gaze sharpened, and an uncontrollable joy surged within him. He had drawn the wielder of the most powerful Sharingan, known as the Void Hound, Uchiha Obito. Integrated immediately. Acknowledged, integrating. In an instant, Zuo Zhu's chakra surged once more, and his mind filled with new abilities. First and foremost was Obito's paramount skill, the Manjiki Sharingan Kamui, the ability to render oneself intangible, nullifying enemy attacks and drawing opponents into the Kamui dimension. This ability, while seemingly straightforward, was truly invincible. By merely becoming intangible, Zuo Zhu had secured an unbeatable position. This intangibility rendered him immune not only to physical attacks but also to magical assaults. Only those possessing comparable spatial abilities could potentially locate his spatial coordinates and directly transport themselves into his Kamui dimension to confront him. However, such beings were exceedingly rare in the current Marvel landscape. At least, they would not casually wander to Earth, especially since this was not the primary Marvel universe. They were even less likely to arrive here. Moreover, Kamui offered more than just intangibility. It also possessed the astonishing ability to ensnare foes within the Kamui dimension. Similar to the mirror dimension, any adversaries drawn into the Kamui space without spatial capabilities could forget about escaping. They would be left to await their demise inside. The might of the ultimate Manjiki, Kamui, was indeed terrifying. After elaborating on the left eye's Kamui ability, Zuo Zhu noted the 2 ninjutsu techniques he had also acquired: Wood Release, Cutting Technique, and Fire Release, Storm Dance. These techniques required no further introduction. He had already mastered Wood Release and Fire Release during the fusion of Madara's card. Now, he merely possessed 2 additional forms of offensive capabilities. In addition to these conventional ninjutsu, he also had access to the Hashirama cells inherent in Obito's body, as well as the Rinnegan in his right eye. The interstitial cells require no elaborate explanation. They significantly enhance his chakra reservoir and greatly amplify his regenerative capabilities. As for the Rinnegan, it has bestowed upon him a singular ability, the Black Rod. In the realm of Naruto, this formidable tool can obstruct and disrupt an opponent's chakra flow upon impact. It remains uncertain whether it can serve a similar purpose within the Marvel Universe, perhaps functioning as a means to nullify magic and superhuman abilities. Should that be the case, it would undoubtedly be classified as an extraordinary power. Moreover, the Black Rod can function as a conduit for casting techniques, enabling control over corpses as puppets and dictating the actions of the living, much like the 6 paths of pain and Obito under Madara's influence. With that, we have completed the introduction of the skills bestowed upon Obito. Yet, beyond his inherent abilities, he has been graced with an unexpected surprise. Zuo Zhu's consciousness delves into the Kemui dimension, where he beholds the towering, emaciated one-eyed monstrosity, his heart racing with exhilaration. This is the Ten Tails Phase 2. Gazing upon this colossal entity, Zuo Zhu can distinctly sense the immense and ferocious energy contained within the Ten Tails, as well as the intangible connection binding him to it. Unlike in the original narrative, Zuo Zhu perceives that the Ten Tails granted by the system does not require manipulation through the Senju cells as employed by Madara or Obito. Instead, he can command it at will. This might be linked to the system's initial assertion that all ninja cards can seamlessly integrate their powers. With this thought, Zuo Zhu's will ignites. The previously motionless Ten Tails begins to stir under his command within the Kemui realm, moving up and down, left and right. Alibaba, Chapter 59, The Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The fruit of the divine tree are, indeed, the Ten Tails in a state of complete mastery. If only it could evolve into a third stage, or even its perfect form. I could become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki or consume the fruit of the divine tree and ascend to the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. With a grin, Zuo Zhu casually mused aloud. Little did he know that his offhand remark triggered a sudden attraction from the Ten Tails, drawing the chakra within him slowly into its being. Upon sensing the nature of the chakra flowing into the Ten Tails, Zuo Zhu's eyes widened in realization. This is the chakra attribute of the B-rank ninja card, the wind-released Naruto? He had always assumed that any attributes absent from his ninja cards would not be present upon their fusion. For instance, the B-rank wind-release card of Naruto lacked any association with the Nine Tails, thus he naturally did not possess any of its powers. However, he overlooked a crucial fact. Even though the B-rank wind-released Naruto had never utilized the power of the Nine Tails, the creature sealed within him since childhood had already infused a portion of its attributes into Naruto's chakra. Moreover, the reason the Ten Tails summoned by the S-rank card of Obito was in a malnourished second stage was due to its absorption of only a fraction of the chakra from both the 8 Tails and the 9 Tails. Thus, logically speaking, if the 10 Tails could absorb a sufficient amount of chakra from both the 8 Tails and the 9 Tails, it could accelerate its growth and evolve into the third stage. Upon reaching this stage, it would then be capable of absorbing the power of the 10 Tails, transforming Zuo Zhu into a Jinchuriki endowed with the power of the 6 paths. Alternatively, he could nurture the 10 Tails to its perfect form, the divine tree state, and then harvest the fruit directly, achieving a transcendence of life itself. However, the latter option would require not merely the chakra of the 8 Tails and 9 Tails, but an immense quantity of chakra. In the original narrative, it was stated that the divine tree form was achieved by absorbing the chakra of the entire ninja world. After a moment of hesitation, Zuo Zhu resolved to. Well, what was there to ponder? He should first nurture the 10 Tails to the third stage. While his chakra contained a minuscule portion of the 9 Tails power carried by Naruto, it would likely take considerable time to facilitate the 10 Tails' successful evolution to the third stage. Moreover, he had yet to acquire the 8 Tails or Killer BS ninja card, making such contemplations somewhat redundant. He would wait until he obtained the chakra of Naruto with the 9 Tails and Killer Bee before considering this matter further. For now, he would focus on gradually nurturing the 10 Tails. With this connection established, Zuo Zhu withdrew from the Kamui space, returning to the realm of reality. After boarding the transport aircraft, Wanda and her companions activated it, setting their course for S-H-I-E-L-D. As for Ramlo and the remaining special forces, they had already departed with the mutated Big Boss and Hulk's blood back to the Hydra base. This substance could not be brought to S-H-I-E-L-D for research. If discovered by the nefarious Black Egg, the consequences would be dire, so it was prudent to conduct secretive studies at the Hydra base instead. Zuo Zhu felt quite satisfied with the outcome of this operation. Having drawn a card of considerable power, surpassing even the S-ranked Edo Tensei Obito, and having also secured a top-tier scientist, Zuo Zhu's prospects of potentially creating an army of abominations are indeed promising. This situation is nothing short of a win-win for him, 2 victories from a single endeavor. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. While Zuo Zhu revels in his success, Nick Fury finds himself in dire straits. Initially, through S-H-I-E-L-D-S satellite surveillance, Fury witnesses Zuo Zhu effortlessly vanquishing the abomination, while the Hulk inexplicably collapses. This revelation shatters his plans to exploit these two formidable creatures to eliminate Zuo Zhu, and he realizes he has underestimated Zuo Zhu's true capabilities. The very fact that Zuo Zhu ascended to the position of Special Operations Director, which Fury previously attributed to mere connections, now starkly illustrates that he possesses genuine strength. This realization dampens Fury's spirits, the stronger Zuo Zhu becomes, the further he slips from Fury's grasp. As the king of agents, Fury harbors an intrinsic insecurity regarding those who elude his control, always anticipating unforeseen actions on their part. What he feared soon materializes. In a shocking turn of events, Zuo Zhu brazenly kills General Ross in broad daylight. This is a high-ranking major general of the U.S. military. The audacity of such an act, executed so openly and without discretion, magnifies the ramifications exponentially. Fury is not overly concerned for Zuo Zhu himself. Rather, his apprehension lies in the potential repercussions for S.H.I.E.L.D. Ultimately, Zuo Zhu is still an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and such a monumental incident is bound to implicate the organization. Indeed, it is not long before his phone rings. It is a call from high-ranking officials within the U.S. military, and they unleash a torrent of reprimands upon him. They nearly drag his ancestors through the mud back to the 17th century's notable trade era. This only deepens Fury's disdain for Zuo Zhu, leading him to retort to the military officials, "I know nothing of this. That Special Operations Director was parachuted in by the United Nations Security Council. If you have grievances, direct them there. I am not responsible for him. Nor can I manage this situation." With that, he abruptly hangs up. Yet, as Fury's mind races, he begins to contemplate that this predicament may not be entirely unfavorable. Although it may tarnish S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation in the eyes of the U.S. government. If it leads to Zuo Zhu's downfall or even his demise, there could be tangible gains. Perhaps he might even reclaim authority over the special operations team. With this thought, Fury's expression lightens, and he envisions the grim fate awaiting Zuo Zhu. How foolish to offend the United States, no matter how grand your background. It will be of no avail this time. As Fury anticipated, the U.S. is not inclined to let this matter rest. They approach the United Nations Security Council, which, upon reviewing the events, naturally seeks accountability from Zuo Zhu's recommender, Alexander Pierce. Upon Zuo Zhu's return to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion, Pierce's secretary promptly informs him that Director Pierce wishes to see him regarding an urgent matter. When Zuo arrived at Pierce's office, he found the old man furrowing his brow in evident distress. Upon noticing Zuo's entrance, Pierce promptly concealed his troubled expression and rose to offer the main seat. Zuo, unfazed, unceremoniously took his place, coolly inquiring, "Is it about General Ross?" Without needing to guess, Zuo was acutely aware that Pierce sought him regarding the matter of General Ross's demise. Standing respectfully beside Zuo, Pierce replied, "Indeed, Mr. Zuo, your public assassination of Major General Ross has incited outrage within the American military. General MacArthur, Ross's superior, has already issued a warrant for your arrest. Furthermore, your actions, along with the destruction of General Ross and his troops, were broadcast live by reporters on site. And now the entire nation decries your brutal conduct. Tell me, shall I arrange for you to handle this matter, or will you take it upon yourself?" Upon hearing this, Zuo cast a sidelong glance at Pierce and calmly inquired, "If you were to manage it, what would you propose?" Having already contemplated strategies, Pierce answered without hesitation, "I would arrange for a decoy to simulate your death, allowing you to operate in secrecy, or I could craft a new identity for you in the public eye. What do you think?" "I think it is far from adequate." Rising from his seat, Zuo revealed a cruel smirk and coldly asserted, "Your approach is too conservative. Pierce, we shall proceed as I dictate. As for the media frenzy, summon Ailey from the Walter Group to handle this situation. Inform her that the fire involving General Ross and his troops was merely spontaneous, and it bears no relevance to me. She will devise supplementary measures on her own. Regarding the American military, it is simpler still. Provide me with General MacArthur's coordinates, and I shall confront him personally. I assure you, by tomorrow at the latest, the military will issue a statement retracting their slanders against me. The most effective way to resolve a problem is to eliminate the source of discontent. Thus, as Zuo removes those who harbor grievances against him, the dissenting voices will naturally fade away." Chapter 60, The Four Great Spiritual Attacks. Uchiha rebound in a clandestine military installation located in New Jersey, United States. The five-star General MacArthur, a former theater commander, was in a fit of rage. The expansive conference room reverberated with the echoes of the old general's furious voice, while the others present could do nothing but bow their heads in submission to his wrath. After a prolonged tirade, General MacArthur finally paused, pointing at a congressional representative, and coldly declared, "You had better leave at once." If your Congress refuses to handle the matter concerning the director of the Special Operations Division of that SHIELD organization, I shall take it upon myself to address it personally. The congressional representative opened his mouth to respond, but before he could finish, MacArthur delivered a resounding slap across his face, sternly stating, "I care not what Congress has to say. If you do not leave this instant, you may as well stay forever. Return to Congress and inform that cowardly assembly that it has always been our American military that bullies others, not the other way around. Even if that director has God himself backing him, I shall send him to hell to join Ross." Ross was a distinguished officer, one of the finest produced under MacArthur's command, and a historically unparalleled candidate for the presidency. To see him murdered in such a manner was a grievance that the military would not let go unavenged. No one could intervene. The portly representative, feeling aggrieved, clutched his face and dared not speak further as he resignedly exited the military base. Once outside and back in his vehicle, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Upon connection, the representative spoke deferentially, "Sir, the negotiations have failed. General MacArthur shows no inclination to relent." On the other end of the line, Pierce glanced at the office's open window, still quaking from the aftermath of their earlier discussion, and replied casually, "It is of no consequence. There is no need for negotiations. The boss has personally gone to confront him." Unbeknownst to the representative, Pierce had already taken preemptive measures by utilizing Hydra operatives within Congress to attempt to thwart or delay General MacArthur's retaliatory actions against Zuo Zhu. However, he had not anticipated that the boss would dismiss negotiations entirely, opting instead to request the coordinates and depart without hesitation. The representative was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation when suddenly the military base erupted with piercing alarm sirens. The sound was unmistakable. The boss had arrived, and all was about to conclude. Pierce, hearing the alarms through the receiver, muttered softly before hanging up. There was no need to delve further into the unfolding events. The moment the boss set out, the outcome was already sealed. The representative remained oblivious to the disconnection, leaning out to gaze at the somber sky. Within the military base, multiple anti-aircraft gun barrels suddenly trained upon the overcast heavens. In the next instant, a barrage of anti-aircraft fire erupted, unleashing a torrent of orange-hued bullets at a staggering rate of tens of thousands per minute, shooting skyward like brilliant beams of light. Against such formidable anti-aircraft artillery, even the most advanced fighter jets would be reduced to mere fragments in an instant. In a military base's control room, the operator of the anti-aircraft artillery turned to report, "General, we have successfully struck an unidentified airborne target that appeared suddenly over the base." General MacArthur did not respond to the operator, but instead fixated his gaze on the screen, where the anti-aircraft guns had ceased fire, revealing a darkened sky now beset by rain. His years of combat experience whispered to him that something was amiss. Instead of feeling a sense of relief after the artillery's discharge, a subtle unease began to gnaw at him. This was decidedly wrong. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and raindrops splattered against the ground. A figure slowly descended from the clouds, gradually coming into view for all present. Thud, thud, thud. A phantom sound, hovering in midair. The figure bore a kaleidoscopic right eye and a left eye reminiscent of a reincarnation cycle, coldly surveying the base that was once again on high alert. "Did you not seek me out? Well, here I am now. What shall you do?" The voice of the figure resonated like thunder throughout the military base. MacArthur's eyes widened, and veins throbbed on his forehead. He recognized the individual, none other than the scoundrel who had brazenly murdered Ross. Seizing the microphone, MacArthur bellowed through the base's loudspeakers, "You wretched fiend. I hadn't come looking for you, yet you dared to approach me first. Very well. Before I could apprehend you, you had a slim chance to escape, but your audacious provocation on my territory means no one shall come to your aid." Without a moment's hesitation to exchange further words with the figure, he issued the attack order. "All personnel, lock onto that scoundrel in the sky with every weapon at your disposal and commence concentrated fire immediately." Upon hearing this, an operator gasped in disbelief, questioning, "General, do you truly mean all weapons? Is it not excessive to mobilize the entire arsenal against a single superhuman? It seems akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito." Bang! MacArthur shot the insubordinate individual without a second thought, his gaze fierce as he demanded, "Does anyone else have a problem?" The remaining operators swiftly comprehended the gravity of military orders and, without hesitation, commenced their tasks as missile silos across the base aimed at the hovering figure. Simultaneously, several fighter jets ascended, and ground tanks readied their cannons. Then came the cacophony. Boom, boom, bang, bang, swoosh, shells, missiles, and projectiles, the pinnacle of human ingenuity, surged towards the same stretch of sky. All this, for the sole purpose of eradicating one individual. Facing the relentless barrage of missiles descending upon him, the figure remained unfazed, extending his hand to conjure a folding fan from the void, positioning it before him. At the very moment a missile made contact with the fan, a blinding white light erupted forth, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. With a crisp sound, the fan absorbed the shockwave of the blast, transforming it into a gust of wind, which, in turn, sent a fierce tempest carrying the ferocious flames of the explosion, a fiery dragon, rebounding back towards its origin. The Uchiha fan. Uchiha rebound resounded with a thunderous roar as the fire dragon, rebounded back, wove a fiery line between the heavens and the earth, consuming all the missiles that were launched from the ground to the left. This triggered a series of explosive detonations in the air. Moreover, the fire dragon, propelled by the fierce winds, relentlessly bombarded a missile launch platform within the base. Chapter 61. The desperate power. The control room personnel were utterly astounded by the unfolding scene. They had never fathomed that a single human, armed only with a tattered fan, could thwart the might of humanity as formidable weaponry, even turning the tables to annihilate a missile launch platform. General MacArthur was the first to regain his composure, swiftly discerning the peculiar fan's capabilities and the futility of a direct assault. He issued a new command. Air forces, engage the target from all 4 directions. Do not concern yourselves with friendly casualties. The paramount objective is to neutralize the target. Acknowledged, came the flat response from the few aircraft already airborne. Even with the knowledge that simultaneous assaults from distinct quadrants risked hitting their comrades, there was no trace of fear. Their minds were solely focused on executing the orders. In a flash, 4 fighter jets encircled the target from the left, unleashing missiles in unison. Left assistant observed with a cold gaze, his right hand gripping the fan while his left arm swept through the air. At the very moment the missiles closed in, an invisible repulsive force erupted from him, obliterating the incoming projectiles. This force, unrelenting, propelled the flames from the subsequent explosions outward in a rapid expansion. Boom. The 4 state-of-the-art fighter jets, each worth over 100 million, were instantaneously reduced to mere scrap metal amidst a thunderous explosion. With crimson and violet eyes, left assistant regarded the military base below with an expression devoid of emotion, as if gazing through an impenetrable barrier into the control room where General MacArthur stood. Indifferently, he spoke. Your concentrated assault phase has concluded. Now it is my turn. As his words fell, left assistant's fingers moved with blurring speed to form a seal in the air, and he coldly commanded, summoning technique, multiple summonings. As the black summoning sigils spread across the sky, the ground beneath the military base trembled, mirroring the sigils above. In the next moment, 4 colossal forms materialized amidst the billowing smoke. East, summoning of the slug. West, summoning of the 10,000 snakes. South, summoning of the blue serpent. North, summoning of the spider. Within the military base, the sudden appearance of these 4 gigantic monsters rendered any effective defense impossible. The 2 largest summoned creatures, attacking from the east and west, commenced their assault with ferocity. The slug puffed its cheeks, launching a stream of corrosive liquid that annihilated everything in its path. Steel, buildings, and even flesh were reduced to nothingness. The 10,000 snakes were even more ruthless, leveraging their immense size of over 100 meters and impenetrable scales to rampage through the base, crushing countless structures, tanks, and soldiers beneath their relentless advance. The smaller spider and blue serpent, though only a few meters in length, were equally fierce. The spider raised its rear, releasing a swarm of tiny black spiders that surged forth like a dark tide, swarming over soldiers, who soon succumbed to the venomous bites, their faces turning a shade of purplish blue as death overtook them. The azure serpent burrowed deep into the ground, specifically targeting the structures of the base. Its considerable size and exceptional digging prowess unleashed a brutal slaughter amidst the intricate internal layout. In an instant, the vast military base descended into chaos. The cacophony of terrified screams, the chilling cries that heralded death, and the sharp reports of gunfire wove together into a symphony of despair. Our composer, Mr. Zuo, stood aloft in the void, observing his own cruel and hopeless magnum opus. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Zuo adhered to the principle of reciprocity. The greater the gift bestowed upon him, the more substantial his return. The assault from 4 fighter jets had been adequately reciprocated through his summoned beasts. Now, it was time for a concentrated strike. Zuo summoned back the 4 summoned creatures that had already wreaked havoc upon the military base. Before the soldiers could catch their breath, he raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers poised before him, as a blue half-formed Susano'o materialized around him, beginning its intricate seals. Following this, a violent surge of chakra erupted from Zuo, causing the very sky to warp in response. It was as if an incredibly terrifying force was awakening. As Zuo gazed down at the tumultuous space below, his thin lips parted, articulating each word with gravity. Heavenly obstruction, starquake. A resounding roar of wind shattered the silence, capturing the attention of all soldiers who had narrowly escaped death due to the recall of the summoned beasts. In the next heartbeat, an even more despairing sight unfolded. A colossal meteor, several kilometers in diameter, burst through the clouds, plummeting toward the military base. The deafening sound of wind was the result of the meteor's descent. Its friction with the air. All eyes were drawn to the blue Susano'o that had summoned this calamity, and despair painted their faces. Some even dropped their weapons. Unable to maintain their grip, they were in a different dimension from their adversary. In the control room, General MacArthur's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the screen displaying the despair-inducing meteor. However, unlike his comrades, he did not succumb to hopelessness. Instead, he seized the communicator and, with his resonant voice, bellowed, "Boys, now is not the time to despair. Think of your families, your wives and children. They are waiting for your return, yearning for you to survive. Immediately, arm yourselves with whatever you can find and aim for that meteor in the sky. Empty the entire ammunition stockpile." MacArthur's thunderous voice reverberated throughout the base, igniting a renewed spark of hope in the soldiers' eyes. "Indeed, we have not yet failed. There remains hope. Damn it, grab your weapons and blow that celestial egg to smithereens," one soldier shouted, hefting a rocket launcher and pulling the trigger at the descending meteor. With the first shot fired, others quickly followed suit, the second, the third. "Yes, let us obliterate this bastard. Once this is over, I'm retiring to marry back home. I promised my cousin I'd confess our love to the family today. I cannot die. I must do this." Yesterday, my wife called to inform me that she is expecting our second child, who is soon to arrive. I must survive and return to meet my little one. Wait, Jack. Haven't you been away from home for a year? How could your wife be pregnant with a second child? It seems you have uncovered a profound truth. In any case, spurred on by General MacArthur's encouragement, the majority of the soldiers regained their composure. Those armed wielded their weapons, and even those with nothing but grenades hurled them skyward. In an instant, countless bursts of flames surged towards the descending meteorites. The sky was ablaze with orange fire and explosions, creating a stark contrast between the luminous flames and the dark meteors, crafting an epic tableau. At that moment, the entirety of Mexico State seemed to witness the distant glow of burning clouds, as the soldiers fired with reckless abandon. The meteorites were but 1,000 meters from the ground, just as the military base's ammunition was entirely expended. The colossal meteorites, thousands of meters in size, finally shattered under the relentless barrage of fire. Although the countless fragments that rained down wrought devastation upon the military base, causing immense casualties, the entire army was not annihilated. Those who survived amid the ruins wept tears of joy, embracing each other in jubilation, and let out a collective roar to the heavens. "We have triumphed. Humanity has conquered this natural disaster." One soldier, tears streaming down his face, gazed at the emptiness beside him and solemnly addressed the pile of remains on the ground. "Jack, rest assured, I shall fulfill your last wish, taking care of your wife and child, and avenging you against that scoundrel. You can return to the embrace of the Almighty." The heap of remains was none other than Jack, the green-brained one, who had not returned home for a year and whose wife was 8 months pregnant. He did not perish from the falling debris, but rather, in a fit of grief and anger, mistakenly pulled the pin on a grenade and hurled it skyward, only to be killed by his own explosive. Jack, born of betrayal, died by his own folly. He shall descend into the inferno. Amen. Zuo Zhu observed MacArthur, who, through sheer determination, had uplifted the spirits of the troops and withstood the first celestial calamity. A flicker of respect graced his previously indifferent gaze. "You are indeed a worthy adversary, General MacArthur. You have revealed the indomitable courage of humanity when confronted with insurmountable foes. But what, I wonder, are your plans for the next 8? With a series of resounding booms, the air shattered, and then darkness enveloped the scene. Chapter 62, Nuclear Explosion? Kawaii. The familiar sound of air cracking reverberated through the sky. All the survivors in the military base mechanically lifted their heads, their bright eyes swiftly dimming with visible despair. They gazed skyward, their eyes filled with a lifeless gray. What kind of enemy are we truly contending against? They had exerted every ounce of effort to destroy a single meteorite, yet now, a staggering 8 were descending simultaneously, filling the sky with their colossal presence. Is this truly a force that humanity can withstand? Is it not a miracle? Not to mention that their arsenal was entirely depleted. Even if they were granted tenfold the weaponry, they would remain at a loss on how to halt the descent of these 8 meteorites. All hope extinguished. Everyone collapsed to the ground, even the thought of fleeing extinguished. There was simply no escape. In the control room, General MacArthur, who had completely lost control of the base, exhibited none of the anticipated panic, confronted with the despairing sight of the 8 massive meteorites. He calmly adjusted the numerous honors adorning his chest. After decades of warfare, I had imagined I might meet my end on any battlefield. Yet never did I foresee dying on my own turf. Surely, those old-timers who preceded me would find this amusing. With a soft chuckle, MacArthur straightened his slightly stooped frame once more. His hawk-like eyes betrayed not a hint of fear as they fixated intently on the screen displaying Zuo Zhu and the 8 meteorites plummeting behind him. In a slow, resolute tone, he declared, "You are formidable, but that is all. You have never possessed true courage. Humanity alone embodies bravery." He acknowledged that he had misjudged Zuo Zhu's strength, or perhaps the power of superhumans in general. He had never anticipated that a well-equipped military from the world's foremost superpower, armed with modern weaponry, would appear so feeble before a being of superhuman capabilities. Today, Zuo Zhu had revealed to him the new heights of individual power, an eye-opening experience indeed. However, this did not imply that Zuo Zhu, as a superhuman, had triumphed over the dominators of Earth, ordinary humanity, because this revelation extended beyond just himself. Mr. President, have you witnessed this power? If it were to remain within the confines of America, or even on Earth, could you find a moment of peaceful slumber? Therefore, I implore you to accept my final request, launch the ultimate weapon. Having already established a line of communication with the President, General MacArthur made his poignant plea. In truth, the tremendous commotion and everything transpiring in New Mexico had already been relayed to the upper echelons of America via satellite. When the four mystical beasts made their appearance, they had been covertly observing through the satellite. Yet, before they could provide support to General MacArthur, the 18 meteorites began their descent. The overwhelming power displayed by Zuo Zhu made it abundantly clear to the American military hierarchy that numbers were utterly meaningless in the face of such might. Conventional fire support is utterly inadequate to contend with such power, let alone provide assistance. It is thus evident that General MacArthur and his command have been forsaken. However, relinquishing this military base does not signify that the United States has conceded or shown weakness. With such a being capable of unleashing calamity residing within its borders, no one could remain at ease. Therefore, for whatever reason, he must perish. In the Oval Office, the President sat solemnly in his chair. I respect your choice, General MacArthur. The United States will forever honor your sacrifice. Farewell. With a decisive press of the crimson button, a nuclear weapon began to ascend from a military facility, the most potent weapon known to humankind. Simultaneously, 8 meteors blazed through the sky, their descent marking the definitive end of the ravaged military base beneath. A thunderous rumble echoed as the ground trembled. The military base was engulfed by the meteors, vanishing from the map, with the entire New Mexico region acutely feeling the tremors. This was the minimized outcome of left assistant's deliberate control over the meteor's altitude and descent speed, akin to gently placing 8 stones upon the ground. Though it dealt a catastrophic blow to the military base, it spared further innocent casualties. Had he summoned the meteors from space, the destruction would have been far more severe, an annihilation not just of New Mexico, but of human civilization itself. In his current state, while obliterating stars may require time, destroying the surface or human society was no formidable challenge. The 9 meteors were not his limit. He merely required them to demonstrate his might. Intimidation was his sole objective. He harbored no desire for future endeavors to be impeded by the likes of General Ross, nor did he wish to be a pawn, despite possessing power. Thus, he aimed to eradicate any future interference from human forces in one fell swoop. A display of strength was undoubtedly the most effective solution. Of course, some might argue that summoning meteors from the sky, while immensely powerful, would not go unnoticed by humanity. Indeed, it is true that humanity is not entirely defenseless against meteors. So, the next phase would reveal to them that his capabilities extended far beyond mere cataclysmic destruction. Left assistant turned slightly, his gaze fixed upon the approaching nuclear missile. Faced with the most formidable weapon of mankind, not a flicker of negative emotion stirred within his eyes. He had innumerable means to counter humanity's mightiest nuclear arsenal, rendering fear obsolete. Techniques such as the impure world reincarnation, sealing techniques, complete body Susano'o, or even the divine might. The nuclear missile posed no threat whatsoever. In an instant, a nuclear missile, several times greater than the left aid, accurately struck its target. And then, kaboom! The left aid's body twisted like a phantom, the nuclear missile seemingly passing through the air as it penetrated him directly. Immediately afterwards, it plummeted onto the meteorites embedded in the military base beneath his feet. Following this, a profound silence enveloped the world, and in a heartbeat, or perhaps a few seconds later, a blinding white light illuminated the entire expanse. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, instantly engulfing the 8 meteorites atop the military base, as well as the left 8 suspended in the heavens. Within the Black Palace, the President and all the high-ranking officials of America fixated their gazes upon this mushroom cloud, scarcely daring to blink, fearful of missing the final outcome. Since their previous nuclear detonations on a small island, humanity had not witnessed the deployment of such a devastating weapon within national borders until now. Even more poignant was the fact that it was employed within their own territory. Yet, in that moment, no one within the Black Palace contemplated the potential repercussions. Their sole desire was to ascertain whether that individual, or rather, that deity, had survived. This was of utmost importance. However, the very scenario they most dreaded, even feared, came to pass. From the soaring mushroom cloud, a somewhat ethereal figure gradually emerged, ascending higher and higher. Unscathed, the left aide continued his ascent until he soared beyond the range of the nuclear blast radiation, allowing those in the Black Palace to clearly observe his figure via satellite. Chapter 63, a twofold reversal, from criminal to hero. Zuo Zhu stood aloft, dispelling his ethereal form, his figure solidifying as he gazed upward into the vast expanse. His lips moved silently for a moment before his form distorted and vanished. Due to the distance, the satellite failed to capture Zuo Zhu's voice. Yet, how could the high-ranking officials of the Black Palace be stymied by such a triviality? This was no third-rate comedy where the president makes blunders that even an ordinary person would avoid, such as lacking a single translator. Beside him, a lip-reading expert promptly translated Zuo Zhu's final words in real time. The message left for the president was clear. It is time for you to apologize, Mr. President, or the next meteor strike may not land in a remote military base. Bang! The president, upon hearing Zuo Zhu's audacious proclamation, overturned the table in a fit of rage and slammed his fist against the wall, exclaiming vehemently, "This matter shall not be dismissed lightly." The other high-ranking officials in the conference room gasped at his outburst. "We have even tested nuclear weapons to no avail, and you still wish to confront him?" They murmured among themselves. However, even if the president was inclined to continue his defiance, they would not acquiesce. They were about to urge him against impulsive actions when the president preempted them, his gaze resolute. "An apology is in order. Minister Zuo has made countless contributions to our nation and the world. We cannot let the misdeeds of that scoundrel Ross dishearten our hero. We must extend our apologies to Minister Zuo immediately." The following day heralded an explosion of news across America. Shocking. General Ross's heinous acts provoked the wrath of the divine. Attempting to apprehend the hero who saved New York City, only to face divine retribution. The very title of the news lured countless viewers in. In the broadcast, Isolai tearfully recounted the various atrocities committed by General Ross, showcasing video clips of Zuo Zhu battling the two monstrous creations spawned by Ross in a bid to save the citizens of New York City. Furthermore, Isolai revealed surveillance footage of the entire process in which Ross's laboratory produced the Hulk, along with the fact that Abomination was also a product of Ross's machinations. With a visage marked by sorrow, Isolai trembled as she pointed to the final scene on the screen, depicting Zuo Zhu, surrounded by the menacing General Ross and his subordinates, standing resolutely without any sign of resistance. Addressing the camera with heartfelt anguish, she implored, "Do you see this, dear families? General Ross created these two monsters, resulting in countless innocent lives lost in New York City last night, yet he turned a blind eye. Our hero, Minister Zuo, and his team risked their lives against insurmountable odds to vanquish these two beasts, only for General Ross to arrive late with his demonic army, seeking to reclaim the monsters and even attempt to take our hero, Minister Zuo. It is unnecessary for me to elaborate further. General Ross, capable of conjuring two such fearsome monstrosities, poses an undeniable threat. If these two aberrations, along with Minister Zuo, were to fall into his clutches, the outcome would be dire. Thus, even the Almighty could not bear witness and, in a divine act, unleashed heavenly fire to eradicate the heinous General Ross and his malevolent forces. Minister Zuo, favored even by God, has been misinterpreted by us, which must surely sadden any true hero. Should such a calamity arise again, we must introspect. Will any hero be willing to rise for us? My dear compatriots, a hero has stepped forth to shield us from disaster. It is now our moment to rise and counter the slander directed at our champions online. The release of this report ignited a fervent discussion across the internet. Faced with irrefutable evidence and the tearful broadcast by Aishi Lee, the sentiments of New Yorkers, who had witnessed ministers was slaying their own generals and troops, shifted from outrage to bewilderment. Before the online discourse could fracture into two factions, the pro-Ross camp and the pro-Zuo hero camp, celebrities began to publicly support Minister Zuo. Leading the charge was the Water Group, accompanied by Stark Industries. Captain America, the leader of the Super 7, utilized his influence to rally countless fans in support of Minister Zuo, standing on stage with a microphone, passionately proclaiming, "I am not a hero, nor are you. Only Minister Zuo is the true hero." Tony Stark, having recently escaped from the clutches of terrorists and reclaimed his power after purging treachery from his ranks, solemnly addressed the camera, "I believe in Minister Zuo's character. He saved me, granted me a second chance at life, and helped me discover purpose. I cannot accept that such a magnificent individual could be a villain." In addition to the Super 7 and Iron Man, various enterprises, celebrities, and athletes covertly controlled by Hydra also began to speak out in defense of Minister Zuo. This shift dramatically altered the previously adverse public sentiment, transforming Zuo from aggressor to victim. The final straw came from an official apology issued by the White House. According to the White House, General Ross and his subordinates' deaths bear no relation to Minister Zuo. He is a hero who saved New York and is a hero for all of America. The title was lengthy, the content even more so, with 10,000 words omitted for brevity. In summary, the White House intervened to affirm Zuo's innocence, apologized for the misunderstanding, and confirmed the accusations against General Ross for conducting illegal research on supernatural entities and attempting to unlawfully apprehend key H.I.E.L.D. officials. General Ross, having met his demise, was directly stripped of his military rank by the Black Palace, losing not only the glory earned through countless battles, but also bearing 2 charges against him. Meanwhile, the true architect of this chaos, Zuo Zhu, was awarded a Hero's Medal by the Black Palace and compensated with a staggering $100 billion, a sum discreetly granted and absent from any public apology statement. This statement transforms Zuo Zhu from a murderer of the general into the world's most beloved superhero, credited with saving New York. However, this official narrative served merely to deceive the ordinary minds swayed by popular opinion online. The truly astute individuals, as well as the upper echelons of humanity, were not so easily misled by such a flimsy pretext. Furthermore, the upheaval in New Mexico attracted scrutiny far beyond the borders of America, drawing the attention of other nations equipped with advanced satellites, as well as certain hidden formidable entities on Earth. For instance, within the now militarily cordoned-off area of nuclear contamination, amidst 8 meteorites shattered by nuclear explosions, a violet figure materialized. A woman clad in a flowing purple gown knelt upon the charred surface of the meteorite, her ebony fingers daringly grazing the radiated stone. In an instant, a striking man with black hair and crimson-violet eyes emerged in her mind, his terrifying energy waves enveloping her senses. Captivated, she wore an ecstatic expression, a peculiar smile creeping upon her lips. This energy, distinct from any magic, was intoxicatingly powerful. If I could absorb his energy, then... Ha! The woman abruptly opened her eyes, glowing with a sinister purple light, and after a fit of maniacal laughter, she dissipated into a wisp of purple smoke. Chapter 64. The birth of the Dawn Organization 2 months later, in the suburbs 20 kilometers from New York City. A magnificent edifice imbued with a sense of futuristic technology stands tall. This colossal structure boasts a construction area of 1 million square meters, with the total expanse exceeding 3 million square meters when including the surrounding helipads, runways, and parking areas. Remarkably, this grand building did not exist just 2 months prior. It seems to have risen from the ground as if conjured from thin air. It is named the Dawn Base, established under the leadership of Zuo Zhu, the head of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Operations Division, as a superhero organization. This organization assembles numerous superheroes who fight for justice. Its declaration states, "We yearn for peace. The dawn shall inevitably break." Similar in nature to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Operations Division, which resolves various supernatural incidents through force, the Dawn Organization distinguishes itself by conducting its operations publicly, with a plethora of superheroes addressing supernatural events. This approach fosters greater reliance and trust from the general populace in an era marked by increasingly frequent supernatural occurrences, ultimately leading to an inseparable bond between the organization and social stability. The superhero organization undeniably represents an initial shift in societal order that begins with Dawn, gradually transforming collective consciousness. In stark contrast to Nick Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D., which has dealt with supernatural events for decades while remaining largely unknown to the public, resulting in its eventual downfall with no advocates to defend it. The Dawn Organization aims for a different fate. While the presence of Hydra is a contributing factor to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decline, one must introspectively consider whether Nick Fury's approach to handling matters was entirely without fault. It is evident that Fury's fixation on controlling all supernatural forces led to a neglect of the significance of ordinary people. It is crucial to acknowledge that Earth fundamentally belongs to humanity, with ordinary individuals constituting the majority. Without their recognition, what purpose does the relentless pursuit of supernatural control serve? Ultimately, one may find themselves abandoned when the walls come tumbling down. Zuo Zhu's ambition has never been to maintain a covertly safeguarded order in the world. Rather, he aspires to establish a new order, one that he himself has devised. An order wherein both light and darkness must operate within the framework he dictates. This encapsulates the essence of Dawn. We yearn for peace, but it is a peace of my own creation. The dawn will inevitably break, and my new order shall supplant the old. Having digressed, let us now introduce the members of the Dawn Organization. The inaugural members include Leader, Zuo Zhu Financial Officer, Iron Man Base Commander, Maria Hill Research Personnel, Iron Man, Dr. Helen Cho, Hulk, Dr. Banner, Combat Personnel, Zuo Zhu, Iron Man, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Spider-Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Hulk, Doctor Strange, temporarily serving as a close combat specialist, Medical Personnel, Slug, Doctor Strange, Dr. Helen Cho, Base Security, Abomination, Venom. Logistics Team, all members of the Special Operations Team. This marks the inaugural roster of the Xiaoa organization following its establishment. I trust you have recognized both familiar faces and a few new ones among them. For instance, Maria Hill, the former deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a composed and astute woman who also commands the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Zuo Zhu believes that Hill's talents are squandered under Nick Fury's command, especially since she was originally positioned as the deputy director by the United Nations to counterbalance Fury. Thus, he directly petitioned the Security Council for her reassignment. Additionally, there is Dr. Helen Zhao, a distinguished scientist from a leading research institution in South Korea. Zuo Zhu merely informed the American side, and the next day, the U.S. forces stationed in Korea promptly appointed Dr. Zhao to her new role. Furthermore, Hulk and Abomination, after a period of physical and mental conditioning under Zuo Zhu, have willingly chosen to submit to him. At present, in Zuo Zhu's presence, Hulk refrains from emerging, with Dr. Banner's persona predominantly in control. Abomination, possessing only a singular persona, has become increasingly volatile and uncontrollable due to the instability induced by Hulk's blood and the super soldier serum. However, Zuo Zhu has successfully restored Abomination's clarity, reverting him to the steely soldier, Blonsky. He has even acquired the skill to transform back into human form, which is commendable. Nonetheless, due to the numerous innocent lives lost at the hands of Abomination during the battle with Hulk in New York, Blonsky is no longer suited for redemption in superhero endeavors. He now collaborates with Venom in providing security for the base. Lastly, we have our financial overseer, or rather, our human vault, Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark. This affluent individual, upon learning of Zuo Zhu's intent to establish a superhero organization, approached him and, without hesitation, took charge of the entire funding for the base's construction and security design, encompassing everything from the infrastructure to the microwave. Tony even enlisted a highly sought-after team from China, known for their exceptional infrastructure capabilities, who worked tirelessly to complete the vast base within a mere 2 months. One can only marvel at the sheer power of financial resources. Originally, upon hearing the news, the 7 superheroes from our homeland expressed a desire to join Xiao. However, Zuo Zhu firmly declined their request, providing a sound rationale. He emphasized that the world requires balance. No one wishes for a single superhero organization to dominate entirely. Thus, the existence of the 7 superheroes remains essential. The emergence of Xiao will undoubtedly attract adversarial forces who may perceive it as a nuisance, potentially scheming in the shadows. As one of the 2 superhero teams in the world, the 7 superheroes will theoretically find themselves at odds with Xiao. Consequently, the simplest method for those with ill intent would be to instigate conflict between the 2 organizations, inciting a dog-eat-dog scenario between the 7 and the Xiao organization. Zuo Zhu entrusted Azu with the task, should anyone seek out Azu with the intent to undermine the Akatsuki through the 7-man group. Azu was to eliminate them all without hesitation. True to Zuo Zhu's expectations, ever since the public establishment of Akatsuki 2 months prior, there have been frequent reports of private planes experiencing catastrophic accidents. This has inevitably impacted the private aviation market. Such incidents, of course, are the handiwork of Azu, who delights in such endeavors. Individuals approached Azu in the morning to discuss collaboration, only for their planes to tragically crash in the afternoon, with reports being relayed to Zuo Zhu by evening. Although the individuals from the homeland appear feeble within Zuo Zhu's ranks, this is merely a result of Zuo Zhu's restraint. Against those clandestine organizations lurking in the shadows, Azu's actions are akin to a decisive strike from a higher dimension. Chapter 65. The left assistance designated as natural disaster by various nations in the Marvel Universe. It is evident that not all factions fear the Patriots. However, those superpowers capable of confronting them are acutely aware of the true strength of left assistance. They are not naive enough to believe that their combined efforts alongside the 7 Patriots could rival the prowess of left assistance's organization, Xiao. After all, left assistance is now regarded collectively by nations as the man closest to divinity, bearing the codename Natural Disaster, the world's foremost powerhouse. Since left assistance showcased a fraction of his abilities 2 months prior, his endeavors have been remarkably seamless. He obtains whatever he desires with ease. When it comes to establishing a base, the United States promptly allocated a substantial area in the prime suburban zones near New York, allowing him the freedom to construct as he pleases. Should any roads impede his construction, they are prepared to dispatch personnel to dismantle them, clearing the way for him. In terms of personnel, a request to the United Nations for Hill to be transferred was made in the morning, and by afternoon, she was already at his office. Similarly, after a brief communication with the military concerning Dr. Zhao Hailuan, a battalion of soldiers swiftly transported her from her laboratory to Left Assistance's office. Consequently, our founder of Xiao, Mr. Left Assistance, found himself surprisingly unoccupied. He need not lift a finger, as any request he made was executed with utmost efficiency and delivered to him promptly. His mere presence ensured the maximization of productivity across various tasks. Today marks the inaugural day of the base's completion and a significant relocation. In the spacious ministerial office, spanning 200 square meters, left assistants stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, sipping on chilled strawberry juice crafted by Wanda, while observing the bustling activity outside. Given that the entire Special Operations Division and members of the Xiao organization were relocating, and with several leading scientists among them, a considerable amount of equipment was being transported. In the open areas surrounding the base, military trucks, provided as support, formed a lengthy queue, laden with countless supplies before the entrance. Meanwhile, the members of the Xiao organization and the entire Special Operations team were diligently unloading the vehicles under the watchful eyes of reporters. Pietro swiftly hoisted a large crate, transforming into a silver streak, darting in and out of the base with incredible speed, causing the contents of a truck to vanish at a visibly accelerated pace. Wanda, enveloped in crimson light, effortlessly levitated items from 2 trucks, guiding them gracefully into the base. Young Peter Parker swung through the air, using his webs to transport various objects, each meticulously placed in their designated spots without fail. The Hulk, on the other hand, simply lifted an entire truck bed into the base, leaving the driver astounded, perplexed about how to explain the disappearance of the cargo to his superiors. Barton and Natasha observed these extraordinary feats with a hint of exasperation, resolutely assisting the Special Operations team in the more mundane task of moving boxes. However, honesty does not equate to ordinariness. Each of these individuals carries or lifts items weighing anywhere from 1,000 to several tons, including every member of the Special Forces. What grants them such formidable strength? We owe this to our esteemed leader, the mad scientist Dr. Stern, who, after the Hulk's blood infiltrated his brain, became a paragon of insanity. Despite the enlargement of his cranium, Dr. Stern's intellect succumbed to the psychological torment and control exerted by Suki no Tachi, ultimately submitting to his own will. Through the dilution of Hulk's blood, he successfully developed a Hulk version super serum that significantly enhances physical attributes without resulting in loss of control. Although its power pales in comparison to that of the Hulk and Abomination, being merely double that of Captain America, it boasts emotional stability and minimal physical transformations at most. It renders one more robust and well-defined, without drastic alterations such as turning green or yellow. Consequently, following the injections, the 500 members of the Special Forces have all become super versions of Captain America. Little does Captain America, who remains frozen in some ice, know that he has transitioned from the world's first superhero to a mere stepping stone among superheroes. The individuals here have surpassed him fundamentally. With a resounding thud, the door to the minister's office swung open, and an unconcerned figure strode in with purpose. Without ceremony, the newcomer approached the solitary desk in the office, seized the jug, and poured himself a glass of strawberry juice. "Ah, delightful," Tony exclaimed as he downed the chilled beverage, his sleep-deprived brain instantly invigorated. Turning to him, left assistant remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be setting up laboratories for Dr. Zhao and Dr. Banner? Have you completed the task?" Tony rolled his eyes in response, retorting, "How can you even say that? You are the one who founded the Xiaozu organization, yet you do nothing and act like a mere figurehead. Not only have I completed the laboratories for Dr. Zhao and Dr. Banner, but through 3 days and nights of relentless toil, I have outfitted each of your rooms and the conference hall with advanced technological devices and the artificial intelligence subsystem, Jarvis, thus achieving full automation of the entire base." Left assistant chuckled lightly, acknowledging, "You have indeed worked hard during this period, but do not overexert yourself. Rest when necessary. We cannot afford to exhaust our financial manager entirely, or else there will be no one left to fund and labor on my behalf." Tony replied, somewhat bemused, "Well, I truly appreciate that. However, I feel quite all right. Ever since you had that slug treat my chest wound, I've been in superb spirits. I tell you, why not have it treat me again? I could work for another 3 days, just once more, the final time. I have told you countless times, her name is Slug, not some snot-nosed creature. And every time you insist it will be the last." Left assistant sighed, covering his forehead, appearing utterly defeated. 2 months prior, Tony had invested both time and resources into constructing the entire base, and left assistant was determined not to let him go unrewarded. He directly returned the relics of Tony's father to him, allowing Tony to successfully derive inspiration for a new element from the Tesseract, replacing palladium and upgrading the arc reactor to a more powerful and harmless second-generation reactor. He expressed heartfelt words to Tony, forcibly extracting the reactor from his chest with a lightning strike, precisely using electricity to draw out the missile fragments near his heart, and eventually allowing the slug to heal his wounds while also expelling the accumulated palladium toxins from his body. The sensation was nearly euphoric for Tony. Now, regardless of his health, he occasionally yearned for the slug's healing touch. When fatigued from research, he sought the slug. When weary from study, he sought the slug. After a night of indulgence, he sought the slug for rejuvenation. Consequently, the medical department's slug has now placed Tony on their blacklist, refusing to attend to him. Chapter 66. The organization Xiao Commander Hill. Before Tony could continue his banter with Assistant Zhou, a knock resounded from the office door once more. Tony promptly fell silent. After Assistant Zhou spoke, the door was pushed open again, revealing Hill, exuding an air of competence as she entered. She reported, "Minister. All the reporters from various regions have been arranged. They will only witness what they are meant to see. Nothing that ought to remain concealed will be broadcasted." Assistant Zhou nodded appreciatively, acknowledging her efforts. "Thank you, Hill. You will be instrumental in overseeing operations at the base from here on." With the completion of the Xiao base, the first superhero headquarters of its kind, numerous journalists from around the globe had come to document and tour the facility. Hill had been appointed by Assistant Zhou to manage the reception of these reporters. As the former deputy director of SHIELD, she was acutely aware of what the journalists should or shouldn't be allowed to see. Upright in posture, a faint smile broke through her usually frosty demeanor. It is an honor to work alongside Minister Zhou and so many true heroes fighting for justice. Compared to her previous tenure under Nick Fury, Hill found herself more content in her current role. She no longer had to navigate the treacherous waters of the Security Council's demands, which often left her caught in a crossfire of conflicting interests, nor was she burdened with tidying up the messes left by Fury. To be candid, her position had always been that of a commander. However, Fury frequently assigned her combat missions, leaving her to ponder whether he intended to put her in harm's way to evade the scrutiny of the council while pursuing his shadowy endeavors. The longer she remained in Fury's orbit, the more she sensed something amiss about him. For instance, his frequent disappearances left her with an unsettling feeling upon his return, as if he were a different person altogether. She feared that if this continued, one day she would find herself in grave danger due to Fury's dubious dealings. This was not mere paranoia, it was a woman's intuition. Now, under Minister Zhou, surrounded by formidable allies, she was relieved of the pressure to take action herself. Her role was clear. She needed only to fulfill her responsibilities. Moreover, the camaraderie among the superheroes here fostered a spirit of fellowship, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere she had endured under Fury. The people here were pleasant to converse with, and she relished her time in this environment. As Assistant Zhou observed the preparations at the base nearing completion, he turned his attention to another matter. "Tony, hey, does the base's affairs concern you in any way?" He addressed Hill and Tony. "I will be taking Strange away for a while. I'm uncertain how long it will be. You two will manage the base's operations in my absence." After 2 months, Assistant Zhou finally recalled his obligations as the Sorcerer Supreme. Having been preoccupied, he resolved to fulfill his responsibilities now. "Understood." Hill nodded affirmatively, her response succinct. Although today marked the inaugural operational day of the Xiao base, her role as the commander had commenced long before. 2 months prior, upon her reassignment to assist Zuo, she had already collaborated with Wanda and the Special Forces on numerous heroic missions and subsequent operations. Hill had nearly harmonized with the heroic members of Xiao and the Special Forces. Now, even in Zuo's absence, their effectiveness remained unscathed. Furthermore, Zuo typically refrained from direct command, serving primarily as a steadfast presence. His mere presence instilled confidence in all, dispelling any doubts regarding their endeavors. "Tony, curious?" inquired. "While the base's operations remain unaffected by your presence, I must ask, how should we contact you in case of an emergency?" To be candid, Tony had inadvertently gleaned insight into Zuo's formidable capabilities following Jarvis's breach of classified Department of Defense documents. He was aware of the meteorites Zuo had strategically placed at the New Mexico military base, each potent enough to wreak havoc, and he understood that Zuo could endure a nuclear blast unscathed. However, having comprehended the underlying context, Tony did not harbor disdain for Zuo's decision to obliterate a military base. Despite not fully endorsing it, having undergone a transformative journey distinct from the original narrative, Tony had come to perceive the world through a clearer lens. He recognized that absolute justice could not sustain one's existence. Ultimately, this world revered strength above all. Justice must rest upon a foundation of formidable power to escape scrutiny. Thus, he aligned himself with Zuo Xiao, investing both resources and efforts wholeheartedly, not solely out of gratitude for Zuo saving his life, but also to fortify his own pursuit of justice unencumbered by the constraints of so-called higher authorities. Zuo represented the mightiest force, rendering any opposition to Zhao's actions unthinkable. Consequently, when Tony learned of Zuo's impending departure, an instinctive sense of insecurity washed over him. Zuo, observing Tony lost in thought, shot him a sideways glance. "The place I'm heading is remote, but it's not another planet. If anything urgent arises, just call or send an email." "Have you lost your mind?" He recalled that while Kamartaj lay nestled in the Himalayas, connectivity was still reliable, even boasting Wi-Fi. Tony felt a sudden wave of embarrassment for posing such a seemingly foolish question. He remained silent, awkwardly fidgeting with his toes against the floor. With both parties seemingly settled, Zuo rose and declared, "I want to bid farewell to everyone individually. Just inform them if they inquire. I shall take my leave now." With that, Zuo exited the minister's office, a decision that did not surprise either Tony or Hill. After all, the minister's character was well known for his decisiveness, rarely leaving matters unresolved overnight. Whether it be vengeance or the pursuit of a coveted individual, such matters rarely extend beyond the following day. In New York City, at 177A Brick Street, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stood elegantly by the roadside. Langlois alighted from the driver's seat and approached the rear door, graciously opening it for his companion, Left. Upon stepping out, Left glanced at the business card in his hand and nodded at the address inscribed upon it. In a flash of electric brilliance, the card was instantaneously disintegrated into mere ash by a formidable bolt of lightning. The opposite door swung open, revealing Strangely, clad in a sleek black suit, who stepped out and inquired with curiosity, Left, is this the magical sanctum you spoke of? To be honest, I anticipated a more enigmatic location. Perhaps amidst the lofty peaks of the snowy mountains, rather than on the bustling streets of New York. Chapter 67, The New York Sanctuary. Camartage, this is merely one of the entrances. The true sacred site lies elsewhere. Zuo Zhu casually explained to Strange before turning to Romulo. During my absence, if any unforeseen events occur, do not report minor matters to me. Resolve them directly. For issues beyond your capability, if you cannot reach me, come here to find me. Romulo nodded in understanding. Upon concluding his words, Zuo Zhu approached the unassuming door at 177A, his blood-red eyes sweeping over it. The door was shrouded in a peculiar force, causing ordinary individuals to instinctively overlook its presence, akin to an illusionary magic but distinctly different. Is this the power of magic? Quite intriguing. A slight smirk graced Zuo Zhu's lips as he pushed the door open. Who? How dare you intrude upon the sanctuary? At the moment Zuo Zhu entered, a booming voice erupted, and a stout figure leaped down from the second floor, two fiery orange magic circles igniting in his hands. Zuo Zhu glanced at the magic held by the rotund figure, a surge of information about it flickering through his mind. The Ring of Gargulator, one of the entry-level spells of Camartage, a highly practical defensive magic that can also be utilized in close combat if necessary. It is said to disregard any physical damage. I wonder how it compares to my Susano'o. Perhaps I could enhance it by integrating this spell into my Susano'o, thus fortifying it further. The combination of Susano'o and magic seems promising. At that moment, the king of the New York Sanctuary recognized Zuo Zhu, his small eyes lighting up. You are Minister Zuo of Akatsuki? Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu temporarily set aside his thoughts of merging magic with his Susano'o and regarded the familiar stout figure with curiosity. Oh, you know me? The king retracted the defensive magic from his hands, a rather unappealing smile spreading across his chubby face. The supreme sorcerer informed me that you might visit during this time, and I was instructed to meet you and escort you to Camartage. You may call me Wang or Xiao Wang. Zuo Zhu nodded in comprehension, realizing that ancient one had once again peered through the time stone. Xiao Wang, no, just Wang. Let us proceed to meet the ancient one. Just as Zuo Zhu was about to lead Romulo, who was curious about the second floor of the sanctuary, he called out to Strange. Strange, let's go. Hearing Zuo Zhu's voice, Strange hurried to keep pace with them, though his gaze frequently wandered toward the second floor. He sensed that something was beckoning him from above, something of great significance to him. Yet, in this foreign territory, he restrained his curiosity to investigate further. As he reached Zuo Zhu's side, Strange quietly inquired, Are we heading to the magical sanctuary you mentioned now? Shall we take a magical train or ride on brooms? Zuo Zhu cast a speechless glance at him, refraining from responding to such a foolish question. The leader, Wang, turned his head with a look of exasperation at Strange and said in a low voice, Listen here. We are not at Hogwarts, and we do not ride broomsticks. That is merely a trick for witches. At that moment, Wang led the two to the true gateway of Camartage, which was not the magical companions or broomstick Strange had anticipated, but rather three circular portals. With pride, Wang introduced. These are the teleportation arrays set up by the Ancient One. There are three portals, each capable of transporting us to the sanctuaries of Camartage, the London Sanctum, and the Hong Kong Sanctum, forming a unified support system. He then adjusted the knobs on the portals, causing the scenes within to shift continuously. He continued, Of course, besides these four fixed locations, the teleportation array has an adjustment mechanism, allowing travel to any location recorded in its archives, including oceans, deserts, and primordial forests. Upon hearing this, Assistant Zuo gave Wang a thumbs up, praising, Impressive. The functionality is quite convenient and practical. No wonder it is the magic of Camartage. He thought to himself that he would like to set up a similar system at the Dawn base upon returning. Wang, pleased with Zuo's compliment, stood with his hands on his hips, beaming like a child weighing 300 pounds. Strange, with a peculiar expression, gazed at the scenes of desert, ocean, and primordial forest within the portals and quipped, I admit, your teleportation portals are indeed remarkable, but I must ask, what do you record the desert and such desolate places for? Do you really have a division in those godforsaken areas? Wang's demeanor shifted as he glared at Strange, retorting with a frown, You really have no idea, do you? The materials for crafting magical instruments are not commonly found in large cities. We must venture into uncharted territories and even beyond Earth to procure them. Do you comprehend nothing? Before Strange could respond, Wang flashed a smile at Assistant Zuo and turned the knob of one portal, revealing an ancient, elegant building inside. Wang extended his hand, inviting, "This is the path to Camartage, Minister Zuo, please." Zuo nodded slightly and stepped through the portal first. Wang disregarded Strange entirely and followed suit. The last to enter. Strange glanced back at the ceiling's second floor, gritting his teeth and saying, "Wait for me. I shall return to unveil your mysterious veil." With that, Strange stepped into the portal. In the Himalayas at Camartage, upon exiting the portal, Wang guided Zuo and Strange to the chamber of the Ancient One. Before one could knock, the wooden door swung open automatically. A gentle voice emanated from within, "Welcome to Camartage, Minister Zuo and Dr. Strange. Wang, you have worked hard. You may return to the New York sanctum." "Yes," Wang replied, nodding at Zuo before turning to leave. The two entered the room, where fragrant incense filled the air. The Ancient One, clad in a flowing white robe, sat gracefully at a table, expertly preparing tea. Ancient One poured 3 cups of tea, each filled to 7/10. And with a gentle motion of his left hand, he softly remarked, "This tea, brewed from Himalayan snow lotuses, is worthy of your taste, esteemed gentleman." Left Hand adeptly seated himself cross-legged on the cushion opposite the Ancient One and took a sip from his cup. The flavor was exquisite, delicate, and left a lingering fragrance upon his lips. Observing the poised posture of the Ancient One in Left Hand, Strange awkwardly attempted to adopt a similar seated position and also sampled the tea. The Ancient One gently blew on the surface of the tea, causing a slight ripple. And with a knowing smile inquired, "Might I ask, what brings you here, Minister Left?" Left Hand set down his cup and, in the most unassuming tone, uttered the most astonishing revelation. "I, the Supreme Sorcerer, now claim ownership of Camartage." Chapter 68. The Legacy of the Ancient One. Strange, standing beside Zuo Zhu, was taken aback and spat out his tea upon hearing the words. With a bewildered expression, he turned to Zuo Zhu. "Wait a minute. Didn't you say you were bringing me here to learn magic? Why are we already discussing seizing the position of the Sorcerer Supreme? Is this even right?" Strange felt utterly incredulous. In contrast, Zuo Zhu and the Ancient One remained remarkably composed. The Ancient One gently sipped her tea, regaining her tranquility, and inquired softly, "Even if one becomes the Sorcerer Supreme, one cannot always reside in Camartage. Is that why you brought Strange here ahead of time?" Zuo Zhu readily nodded in agreement. "Precisely. This is his destiny, and I merely expedited it a bit and enhanced his power. In return, it seems only fair for him to assist me for a few more years, maintaining order in Camartage as the acting Sorcerer Supreme during my absence. Does it not?" The Ancient One smiled gently and nodded. "Quite reasonable, indeed. The argument holds water." Strange listened in bewilderment as they casually discussed him in his presence. "Why am I being brought into this? What does it mean to expedite fate? What does it mean for me to become the acting Sorcerer Supreme? What is going on?" Clearly, no one present was concerned about Strange's feelings. The Ancient One nodded. "Since you have made plans for the future, when do you intend to assume the position of Sorcerer Supreme?" Zuo Zhu extended his hand towards the Ancient One, a smile gracing his lips. "There is no time like the present. Let it be now." The Ancient One gazed deeply at Zuo Zhu's defined hand and gently clasped it. "You have encountered an S-Class figure. The Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme, rewards being distributed, 20 S-Class fragments, mysterious item summoning, Ninetales, in an instant." A colossal orange-red Ninetales beast emerged within Zuo Zhu, an immense chakra surging within him. The summoned entity and its chakra were completely obedient to Zuo Zhu, allowing for a swift integration. Before long, the entirety of the Ninetales chakra melded seamlessly into his being. The volume of chakra he had just acquired from the Ninetales alone surpassed the total of all the ninja cards he had previously fused. Simultaneously, the chakra from the Ninetales began to flow ceaselessly into the Kimui space, where it was voraciously absorbed by the Ten Tails. He could sense that the growth rate of the Ten Tails was rapidly accelerating compared to before. In fact, should he directly feed the Ten Tails with the chakra of the Ninetales, it might very well ascend to the 3rd stage. However, glancing at the pitiful Ninetales within him, Zuo Zhu ultimately decided against that course of action. After all, the 8 tails had yet to be secured, and even if the 10 tails fused with the 9 tails, it would not immediately evolve into the God Tree form. So it was best to refrain. It was certainly not because the 9 tails was Naruto's beast that he felt a pang of sympathy. Returning to his senses from the power of the 9 tails, Zuo Zhu heard the Ancient One exclaim in admiration, "Indeed, you have grown stronger. The energy you now carry within you is truly beyond what a mere mortal can possess. Do not underestimate the ordinary, for even the majority of deities fall short in energy compared to you." Zuo Zhu was not surprised that Ancient One discerned the fluctuations of energy within him, particularly the growth of his chakra. Calmly, she remarked, "The quantity of energy does not equate to absolute strength. While my energy may not surpass yours, the energy you can access far exceeds what I could ever hope to attain. would it not? With a sigh, Ancient One continued. Although I possess considerable energy and have indeed borrowed much, this is not necessarily a boon. At times, borrowing excessively leads to a reckoning where one realizes they are unable to repay their debts. Zuo Zhu nonchalantly replied, then simply don't repay it. You borrowed so much without any intention of repayment, ultimately seeking refuge with a powerful figure to evade your debts. Is that not your plan? Ancient One paused. Young man, you seem to have gleaned too much. Clearing her throat, she added, this method does not apply to all sorcerers. Not everyone can receive the protection of that entity. And even if one does, it comes at a significant cost. Ultimately, relying on your own abundant energy is the superior choice. Given your current capabilities, the energy within you can be deemed excessive. If you were to learn the secret arts of composure, I believe that with your surplus energy, you would not need to borrow strength from any dimension lord. You could sustain yourself entirely. Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Borrowing was out of the question. The cost of Marvel sorcerers borrowing energy from dimension lords was exorbitant. It was akin to a predatory loan. What they lent could come back multiplied, and the unscrupulous might demand tenfold or even 100-fold in return. Who could possibly repay such debts? Thus, from the outset, he intended to explore whether he could wield magic using chakra. If that proved unfeasible, he would await the acquisition of the Infinity Stones, utilizing their limitless energy to practice sorcery. Only as a last resort, when all avenues had been exhausted, would he reluctantly consider leveraging borrowed power. Moreover, even if he did borrow, he had no intention of repayment. He planned to emulate Ancient One's strategy, to borrow strength from the larger dimension lords to eliminate the smaller ones he had previously borrowed from, thus creating a cycle of perpetual advantage. Ultimately, he would seek a formidable ally, rendering any prior debts moot. Repay debts? What debts? I am unaware of any. If you have issues, direct them to my benefactor. However, if it is possible to wield magic using his own chakra, that would be ideal. While relying on others can be advantageous, Zuo Zhu had always been self-reliant and preferred not to depend on others, having resolved to become the successor of the Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One ceased her deliberations and stood tall, gazing down at the two with a measured tone. Come forth, my future Supreme Sorcerer and the Sorcerer's Deputy. While I consent to your ascension, if your mastery of the arcane arts is lacking, you will not earn the respect of your peers as the Supreme Sorcerer. Thus, I implore you both to undergo my rigorous training. 6 months later, in a secluded chamber, Zuo Zhu opened his crimson eyes. The purple framework adorning his body, along with the scarlet-orange magical array, dissipated. It was a success. 6 months had passed since his rigorous training under the tutelage of the Ancient One. In truth, with the extraordinary vision granted by his Sharingan, Zuo Zhu had perused all the mystical tomes of composure in just a month. Under the guidance of the Ancient One, he spent an additional 2 months mastering the majority of the arcane arts. For many of these secrets, he merely needed to comprehend the principles before he could effortlessly learn them, often without the need for the Ancient One to demonstrate. For instance, one of the introductory mystical arts of composure, the portal, formerly known as the Gateway of Secrets, allows one to conjure a portal to a specific location by vividly imagining a place they have previously visited. For those of exceptional strength, it is possible to open portals to locations they have never been to, even traversing to other universes. Zuo Zhu grasped this technique instantaneously. He could execute it without the necessity of using a suspended ring, unlike other mages. His mastery of the space manipulation ability as a top-tier spatial power rendered this foundational magical art exceedingly simple for him. He even quickly learned the more advanced spatial technique, mirror space, under the Ancient One's instruction. Furthermore, he recalled the defensive spell previously employed by Wong, Kagurator's Ring, along with its enhanced version, Seraphim's Shield. Both of these spells function similarly to the Susano'o, creating a tangible energy barrier through the manipulation of energy. Additionally, there was Kamartaj's doppelganger technique, Akin's form, which produces a physical clone possessing 100% of the original strength. Was this not akin to the shadow clone technique? Lastly, the Bozak's Thunder, a bouncing red lightning that grows more potent with each successive bounce. With his proficiency in various lightning techniques, Zuo Zhu found it to be a mere triviality. There were many more mystical arts to explore, but they need not be elaborated upon individually. Chapter 69, The Magic of the Hokage? In essence, many of the secret techniques of Karmateji bear a resemblance, to varying degrees, to the powers within the Hokage system, thus rendering them remarkably easy for him to master. Within 3 months, he had proficiently grasped the majority of the practical Karmateji secret techniques. The reason he ultimately spent 6 months on this endeavor was that, in the remaining 3 months, he secluded himself to attempt the integration of Karmateji's powers with those of the Hokage. Remarkably, he succeeded in merging several techniques with his own Hokage powers. For instance, initially, Zuo Zhu aimed to develop the Susano'o technique. He successfully enveloped the Susano'o with the Seraphim Shield. Now, he was clad in Susano'o, while Susano'o was adorned with the Seraphim shield, an unparalleled bastion of defense. Zuo Zhu was utterly convinced that even if a nuclear bomb were hurled at him, it would be utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. Moreover, he combined the powers of Kamui with the secrets of the gate and the mirror space. As is widely recognized, one cannot attack the enemy while in the phase of Kamui's intangibility. Yet, the secrets of the gate present a unique exception, for it is also a spatial ability, activated by the caster's imagination. Thus, he could directly employ the portal for offensive maneuvers even while in a state of intangibility. Indeed, it was an attack. He required no hand seals, the portal bore no casting delay. He could seamlessly phase into proximity with his opponents, instantaneously conjuring one or multiple portals in his hands to ensnare the enemy's head, subsequently constricting the portal to sever them spatially. Furthermore, as he remained intangible throughout the assault, the enemy was utterly incapable of retaliating, left powerless against his onslaught. With offense without defense, the world was his to conquer. Additionally, he integrated the capabilities of the mirror space with the powers of Kamui, remedying the limitations of Obito's right eye, which could not unleash Kamui from a distance and required contact with the target. Now, he could deploy the mirror space to ensnare everyone around him, encompassing them within Kamui's realm without any blind spots. Moreover, he could now utilize the abilities of the mirror space within the original framework of Kamui. This meant that Kamui was no longer a mere prison for his foes, it could also be wielded for offense. He could manipulate the countless black cubes within Kamui, executing attacks of any form. He named this technique Mirror Kamui Space. Furthermore, as Kamui was his own creation, his deployment of Mirror Kamui Space did not incur the prohibitive energy costs associated with the original mirror space, allowing him to execute it with minimal chakra expenditure. There were several other techniques as well, such as the lightning of Bozak, which he fused with the Chidori sharp spear. Now his Chidori could bounce and curve. Much like Bozak's lightning, the more it bounced, the greater its power became, significantly enhancing the agility and potency of the Chidori sharp spear. The form of Aihen was integrated with the shadow clone technique, each compensating for the other's limitations. The form of Aiken compensates for the shortcomings of the shadow clone technique, allowing it to fully unleash the potential of the original body. Now, the shadow clone can exert its full strength without reservation. Conversely, the shadow clone remedies the issue of Aiken's form being unable to maintain a prolonged independent existence in the outside world, granting it the ability to thrive freely for extended periods. This amalgamation has magnified his power exponentially. However, while it is said to harness the full capability of the original, certain discrepancies remain. For instance, the shadow clone lacks the external enhancements provided by the system, such as summoning and the power of tailed beasts. Nonetheless, even in its diminished state, it remains formidable. The powers of Susano'o, the Manjiki Sharingan, and the Rinnegan are indistinguishable when utilized by both the clone and the original. The fusion of the Kamatage secret arts and the powers of the Hokage comprises the entirety of his newfound might. Though it may appear deceptively simple, the precise integration of these abilities proves to be a formidable challenge. Even for a genius like Zuo Zhu, countless failures were encountered, and it took him a full 3 months to successfully merge these 5 seemingly modest capabilities. The mere combination of these 5 powers has instigated a monumental transformation in his strength. Zuo Zhu rubbed his weary brain, fatigued from prolonged experimentation, as he emerged from the dim chamber he had inhabited for 3 months. Upon stepping outside, he soon encountered a bustling plaza filled with throngs of mages gathered in concentric circles. At the center of the crowd, Strange was engaged in close quarters sparring with a mage, the formidable Baron Mordo, one of the most esteemed sorcerers of Kamartash. However, the merged Strange, infused with the essence of Li, displayed a level of combat prowess far beyond that of the original feeble doctor. Mordo was nearly sent spinning by Strange's energy whip, eliciting a chorus of boos directed at him and cheers in support of Strange from the gathered mages. Meanwhile, the Ancient One, clad in a black robe and fanning herself, watched with satisfaction as Strange demonstrated his prowess. Zuo Zhu approached the Ancient One and quietly inquired, "What do you think? This Strange, drawn into the threads of fate in my universe, is certainly not inferior to those in other realms, is he?" The Ancient One, smiling with approval, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the current Strange effectively compensates for the vulnerabilities typically associated with mages and possesses a power akin to yours. Though not as vast, he can still utilize some minor secret arts, which will significantly reduce his future burdens. Zuo Zhu remained noncommittal, chuckling softly. However, because of me, this Strange, whom you hold in such high regard across various universes, may never ascend to the status of Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One expressed no regret, her gaze filled with warmth. The title of Sorcerer Supreme has never been a mere privilege, it is a responsibility. This burden has compelled me to seize far too much time that was never rightfully mine, increasing the debts that weigh upon me. Perhaps for Strange, not becoming the Sorcerer Supreme may indeed represent his most splendid outcome. Among the countless parallel universes, he possesses one of the rare favorable outcomes for Strange. Zuo Zhu fell silent at this thought. Indeed, whether in films, animations, or comics, Strange's fate appears to be fraught with misfortune, each scenario more tragic than the last. He is either consumed by darkness, falls victim to various calamities, is slain by his own comrades, or endures unspeakable tortures. Such a dismal fate. Presently, although Strange remains ensnared in the plight of a laborer, at least under Zuo Zhu's guidance, he enjoys financial stability, possesses formidable power, wields significant authority, and can lead a normal life with his girlfriend. In comparison to his counterparts in other universes, his existence is nothing short of splendid. Reflecting on this, Zuo Zhu felt akin to a Marvelian savior, radiating brilliance upon the world. Suddenly, Gui cast a sidelong glance at Zuo Zhu, closed her small fan, and addressed the gathered mages. Esteemed sorcerers, may I have your attention for a moment, as I have an announcement to make. Chapter 70, The Supreme Sorcerer, Left Assistant. The voice of Ancient One resonated clearly throughout the bustling square, despite its subdued tone. All the sorcerers, whether engaged in practice or merely observing, halted in unison. Turning to regard Ancient One with reverence as they exclaimed, Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. Ancient One surveyed the assembly of sorcerers and began to speak slowly. Today, I have gathered the sorcerers of the three great sanctuaries here in Kamartaj, not only to rekindle our connections, but also to announce a matter of great significance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the sorcerers turned serious and tense, as an inkling of what was to come began to dawn upon them. Indeed, Ancient One continued, for centuries, I have been in search of one capable of succeeding me as the Supreme Sorcerer, someone who can safeguard the earth and the Eye of Agamotto. 6 months ago, I finally encountered that chosen one. Her profound gaze swept across the gathered sorcerers, eliciting a mixture of excitement and anxiety among those who met her eyes. They were filled with hope that it might be them, yet fearful of the weight such a title bore. All were acutely aware that the title of Supreme Sorcerer signified not only the pinnacle of magical prowess but also the immense responsibility of defending this realm against the encroachment of dark dimensions. None among them dared to claim they were adequately prepared for such a formidable task. As Ancient One observed their conflicted expressions, she let out a soft sigh. Alas, they would remain mere practitioners, unable to rise to the stature of the Supreme Sorcerer. It was not solely a matter of strength. Mindset played a crucial role as well. An unstable mentality would render their defenses vulnerable in the face of darkness. Even with the enhancement of the Time Stone, such psychological flaws could not be overlooked, inevitably leading to their succumbing to the temptations of Dormammu. Her gaze then fell upon her steadfast left assistant, whose demeanor remained calm and composed, bringing her some solace. Thankfully, this world had indeed produced a promising individual, one whose strength and mindset could withstand all trials. Ancient One removed the Eye of Agamotto from around her neck, a symbol of the Supreme Sorcerer, and turned to left assistant, declaring solemnly, Today, I officially bestow the title of Supreme Sorcerer upon left assistant. He shall be the new Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj. A wave of bewildered gasps erupted from the square. While they had speculated that Ancient One had summoned them to select a new Supreme Sorcerer, they had considered several candidates, the formidable and composed Master Mordo, the newly emerged talent Master Caecilius, the modest yet diligent Master Wong, the rising star Master Strange, who had swiftly surpassed Master Mordo, and several other powerful elder sorcerers. Yet upon hearing Ancient One's final decision, they could not help but wonder, who exactly is this left assistant? What distinguishes this from the finals of the annual Best Game Selection, where selections were made among a series of high-quality works such as Black Myth, Final Fantasy, and Elden Ring, and a diminutive robot was chosen instead? It is something that has scarcely been heard of. Unfazed by the skeptical gazes of the onlookers, Zuo Zhu took the Eye of Agamotto, handed to him by the Ancient One, and hung it around his neck. Confronting the doubts of all, he stepped forward and declared, Do you have an issue with my status as the Supreme Sorcerer? If you are dissatisfied, step forward. Except for Strange, everyone took a step closer. Strange remained silent, quietly retreating to 100 meters away. Zuo Zhu, observing the discontented crowd, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. So, you are all unconvinced? Very well. With his arms crossed, he made no overt movement, yet the surrounding space began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of mages present found themselves in a realm unknown, standing upon a series of black cubes. This is the mirror dimension. A distance away, on a solitary cube, Strange was rendered speechless. Come on, I've already retreated this far, and I can still be captured? The range of this capture was truly remarkable. Zuo Zhu pressed his fingers downwards, causing the black cubes upon which the mages stood to plummet abruptly to the ground. Only Zuo Zhu and the Ancient One remained atop the elevated cube, surveying the crowd like sovereigns. The mages were in a state of shock as they witnessed this transformation in their surroundings. Is this the mirror dimension? Moreover, it is one that can ensnare hundreds without the need for casting prerequisites, something they had never encountered. Such a dark realm? With this single display, 90% of the mages had already begun to yield to Zuo Zhu. For only the supreme sorcerer could master the advanced secret art of the mirror dimension to such an extent. Yet, a small faction of mages still wore expressions of disbelief. With a raised eyebrow, Zuo Zhu remarked, "Oh, still unconvinced? Then allow me to demonstrate true overwhelming power." Initially, he had no desire to flaunt. But since some wished to see, he would oblige. The purple framework upon Zuo Zhu's body rapidly expanded, followed by the growth of muscles, culminating in his complete form. Finally, a purple giant, towering over 300 meters, rose from the ground. With a gentle flap of its colossal wings, a fierce gale erupted, preventing all mages from casting their most potent defensive spells. The seraphim shield was raised before them to avert being swept away. But that was not the end. After the mages had invoked the seraphim shield, the purple giant began to manifest the familiar orange sigils. Thud, thud, thud. A series of crisp sounds reminiscent of opening a portal echoed continuously. 1, 2, 3. Countless seraphim shields flashed upon the purple giant until they enveloped its entire form. Then, the sigils on these innumerable seraphim shields began to glow and connect, ultimately forming a resplendent set of seraphim armor upon the purple giant. "Ward off!" exclaimed the mages from the New York Sanctum. "Oh dear," gasped those from the London Sanctum. "Master of the Sacred Temple of Hong Kong, goodness, is this how the shield of seraphim is utilized? What a surprise, my friend. The power you borrowed does not require repayment." Zuo Zhu, controlling Susano'o, took a slight step forward, his resounding voice emanating from Susano'o. "Now, those who are unconvinced, step forward. I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me, be it in a duel or as a collective." All the mages moved in unison, retreating a step together, raising their hands, and then clasped their fists, fervently exclaiming, "We warmly welcome the ascension of the new supreme mage." Besides Zuo Zhu, Gui, also encased within Susano'o, gazed at the seraphim armor enveloping Susano'o, shaking his head in admiration. The fusion of two distinct powers has birthed an immensely powerful new force. "I truly did not misjudge you. In the realm of magic, you are undeniably a prodigy. This is beyond dispute." Zuo Zhu displayed no semblance of modesty. Chapter 71. Mastering Sorcery. The astonished Ancient One. My strength, derived solely from my own relentless effort and sweat, warrants no humility. System, draw cards. Ancient One remained noncommittal, perceiving an unusual enhancement in Zuo Zhu's abilities, yet she refrained from probing further. Each individual harbors secrets not meant for disclosure, and revealing them could yield undesirable consequences. She, too, was no exception. Having successfully captivated all the mages with his charisma, Zuo Zhu activated his right eye's divine might once more, employing the mirror divine might to transport everyone back to the Kamatachi Square. Simultaneously, the Susano'o that had emerged from him vanished. Zuo Zhu surveyed the mages, who had once exhibited defiance before his divine might, now displaying utmost reverence. He pointed at 4 mages. You, and you, step forward." The 4 were Mordo, Kaiselius, Wong, and Strange. Concurrently, Zuo Zhu silently commanded, "System, draw 2 sea cards." Among these 4, one, particularly Hannibal, harbored insincerity. He sought to wield the ninja cards to gain insight into their inner thoughts, preventing any potential betrayal. Received 200 points, drawing in progress. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained sea-level cards, Shinjitsu Izumo and Gongzi Tai. 2 gatekeepers from Konoha, not bad." Zuo Zhu sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that the system's tone had become slightly more cheerful following his expenditure of gold points. However, this marked the first instance he utilized gold points in the system's card pool since awakening the system. For a year, he had merely collected fragments to assemble cards, never once investing gold in the pool. Surely, this must be the most unfortunate system in the Marvel Universe. For an entire year, the host had only accrued without expenditure, resembling a true freeloader. Wait, that's not right. System, Haven T. I completed my task as the Supreme Mage. What about my reward? The system, having just refunded 200 gold coins, responded reluctantly, "Congratulations, host, for completing the optional task journey to Kamatachi. Task 3, become the Supreme Mage of Kamatachi. Reward distribution in progress. S-level fragment X20, 10,000 gold points. Additional gain, Dormammu's animosity. Remaining points, 23,799. Zuo Zhu gazed at this number, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. He remarked, "System, this figure seems rather inauspicious. Could you round it off for me?" System. For the first time, the system did not respond to Zuo Zhu's request. "Add it for me, and I shall make a significant expenditure next time. Gold points, 1. Remaining points, 23,800. The host must fulfill their promise. Next time, certainly," Zuo Zhu assured, swiftly exiting the mental interface of the system and returning to reality. Checking the system indeed possessed an effect akin to bullet time. Often, upon reviewing the rewards, only a fleeting moment passed in reality. He turned his attention to the four individuals before him, first patting Strange on the shoulder, his voice resonating throughout the square. Stephen Strange, a name you are likely familiar with, has joined me at Camartage and has been training alongside you for the past few months. Undoubtedly, you have witnessed his magical prowess. To put it plainly, his mastery of the arcane arts has surpassed that of most of you. The assembled mages in the square nodded in agreement, for it was only recently that Strange triumphed over the formidable Master Mordo. Among the younger generation, perhaps only another prodigy, Caecilius, could rival him. Before the arrival of the new Sorcerer Supreme, this remarkable talent was the most formidable magical aptitude they had ever encountered. Thus, even though Strange has only been with us for 6 months, he has already been regarded as a formidable contender for the next Sorcerer Supreme. This is the highest acknowledgement they could bestow upon Strange. Observing the expressions of conviction on the faces of the assembled mages, Zuo Zhu nodded with satisfaction, deliberately overlooking the scowling Master Mordo, and continued, "Although I am now the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, I also serve as the head of the first superhero organization on Earth, Dawn. Therefore, I will not be present at Camartage at all times. Hence, I hereby officially appoint Strange as the acting Sorcerer Supreme, stationed at Camartage. For matters that are not of utmost importance, you shall consult Strange. Should he be unable to resolve them, then he may reach out to me. If I am unreachable, you may contact your former leader, Master Gui." Master Gui, initially a passive observer, interjected with a frown, "Wait, my dear fellow. I was planning to enjoy my retirement. Why am I still involved?" Gui furrowed his brow, discreetly silencing the surrounding noise, and addressed Zuo Zhu. "You must understand that over the years, in my quest to prolong my life, I have absorbed excessive dimensional energy, particularly from the dark dimension. As a result, my body has long been corroded by this dark power. It will not be long before this vessel can no longer endure, and my soul will have to depart from Earth. The future of this planet may rest upon you, as I find myself increasingly powerless." Zuo Zhu, fully aware of Gui's intentions, scoffed. "That excuse might fool that Navi Strange, but do you think I can be deceived by such reasoning? I am well aware that in the original timeline, you managed to persist for another decade. You have absorbed the energies of the dark dimension for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Do you truly believe that you have no means to halt the encroachment of this dark power? Do you expect me to believe that?" Gui, realizing Zuo Zhu's astuteness, let out a sigh. Alas, how could this successor peer into another's timeline and not be fooled even slightly? Nevertheless, he slowly began to explain. "Indeed, I can endure for a while longer, but my lifespan has long since been depleted. I am merely sustained by the ceaseless influx of dark energy, yet one day, I shall have to depart. If I continue to absorb this dark power, it is inevitable that Dormammu may eventually grow desperate and attempt to invade Earth." Zuo Zhu chose to disregard Gui's mention of Dormammu's potential incursion. Dormammu's desire to invade Earth has not arisen overnight. Even if the Ancient One ceases to draw upon dark powers, his invasion is merely a matter of time. With the ability to manipulate time, he harbors little apprehension regarding this eventuality. At worst, he could have Strange engage in a temporal loop, a task with which he is quite familiar. The assistant's focus is primarily on the issue of the Ancient One's lifespan, a sly smile creeping across his lips. "So, the lifespan has dwindled, has it? Merely a matter of vitality, easily remedied." A scroll materializes in the assistant's hands, unfurling towards the Ancient One. Secret Scroll, Mastery of Sorcery, restores 20 of vitality, disregarding level. Universally applicable. This means it can restore 20 of a normal individual's life force. Surely, the Supreme Sorcerer qualifies as well. In an instant, the Ancient One's depleted lifespan surged by 2 decades. There you have it. You need not draw upon dark powers anymore, and you can live an additional 20 years. Are you pleased? Surprised? Chapter 72. The Laborer and Ancient One. The Ancient One felt a surge of vitality within her. A mixture of astonishment and incredulity enveloped her. She was astonished that, after centuries of depletion, Zuo Zhu had the means to augment her life force by nearly 20 years. It is essential to note that the prolonged use of dark energy to extend life rendered conventional methods of rejuvenation utterly ineffective for her. Only energy of an equivalent or superior tier to the dark energy could restore her vitality. However, what Zuo Zhu presented restored 2 decades of her life force in an instant, indicating that its energy level undoubtedly surpassed that of Dormammu's dark energy. The very existence of such potent resources intensified the air of mystery surrounding Zuo Zhu. Truly, he was unfathomable. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the mastery of celestial arts was not as elevated as she presumed. The system's celestial arts could bypass level restrictions, forcibly restoring vitality. From the tiniest ant to the eternal deities, all could have 20 of their life force restored. It was a concept-level artifact. Simultaneously, the Ancient One felt a tinge of frustration. Zuo Zhu had presented such a precious item to restore her life force, clearly indicating that he intended for her to continue serving him. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. Though she had resigned herself to the inevitability of death, If she could continue to live in a tangible sense, who would willingly forsake their corporeal form for the ethereal existence of a wandering soul in pursuit of eternity? A complex smile graced the corners of the Ancient One's mouth. Since you have offered such a priceless treasure, to refuse would be to demonstrate my lack of appreciation. I shall remain on Earth for the time being. However, she added, you are the new Supreme Sorcerer now. I shall take a step back. Unless you are absent or face insurmountable challenges, I shall refrain from intervening. A smirk appeared on Zuo Zhu's lips. Of course, that is agreeable. You have devoted yourself to Camartage for millennia. For the next 20 years, barring unforeseen circumstances, you may relish your own life. With the Ancient One's support, her presence would seldom be required. Yet, contemplating the cool-down period for the celestial arts, Zuo Zhu could not help but feel a pang of regret. The system scrolls. The more extraordinary the ability, the longer the cool-down period. The celestial arts, capable of disregarding level restrictions to forcibly restore 20 of life force, had a cooldown of an entire year. With effects so remarkable, the cooldown was equally formidable. It was nearly equivalent to the cooldown of the celestial being of stasis. This was also the reason he seldom employed scrolls. Their extensive cooldowns relegated them to being mere trump cards. Once the Ancient One agreed to stay, she spoke no further, instead gesturing to lift the sound barrier around them. The four individuals who approached Zuo Zhu, though perplexed by the conversation between him and the Ancient One, refrained from inquiring, likely suspecting it pertained to the secrets of the Supreme Sorcerer's transition. The Ancient One stepped back, positioning herself behind Zuo Zhu, yielding the central position. From this day forth, she is no longer the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One. She is merely an ordinary sorceress. The sacred responsibility of Camartage has found a more worthy candidate. Zuo Zhu cast a glance at the three individuals aside from Strange and spoke with a measured tone, as the most distinguished young sorcerers of Camartage. You shall each assume the role of guardians of the three great sanctuaries and assist Strange with some fundamental tasks. Is that agreeable? Of course, Supreme Sorceress. The three responded without hesitation, nodding in affirmation. Zuo Zhu continued, thus, Strange shall remain at Camartage, Wang shall guard the sanctuary of Hong Kong. Mordo shall oversee the New York sanctuary, and Kaisalius shall protect the London sanctuary. The four nodded in acknowledgement of their assignments. Zuo Zhu proceeded. The responsibilities of guardianship are formidable. To better equip you for safeguarding the sanctuaries, I have decided to bestow upon you certain rewards. Strange, fully aware of what was to come, stepped back slightly. Having already received divine bestowal, he required no further gifts. The other three, though perplexed, remained silent. The words of the Supreme Sorceress held absolute authority, and their only option was to trust. Zuo Zhu first extended his hand toward the stout Wang, placing a finger upon his forehead, merging the essence of the Chari into his being. As a sorcerer, Wang assimilated the energy at a pace far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. He immediately felt the surge of newfound energy within him, as well as a novel ability beyond mere magic. This was energy that belonged solely to him, requiring no borrowing from the Lord of Dimensions. Suddenly, Wang's physique expanded threefold. The already robust figure transformed into a nearly 6-meter-tall giant. This spectacle astonished both Mordo and Kaisalius standing nearby. What sorcery is this to alter one's size so drastically? Even resizing clothing? They wondered why they were not privy to such magic. Moreover, the energy emanating from Wang felt utterly foreign, entirely unlike dimensional power. Wang gazed at Zuo Zhu with fervor, his giant form clasping his fists and booming. Thank you for your grace, Supreme Sorceress. Zuo Zhu smiled gently and then turned his attention to the other two. This is the reward I speak of, a power distinct from magic, my own divine bestowal. This endowment will grant you new abilities and allow you to wield magic using your personal energy without the need for borrowing. Not only Mordo and Kaisalius, but all sorcerers present gasped in astonishment. Soon after, they regarded the four standing before Zuo Zhu with envious eyes. Did this not imply that, in the future, these four could use magic without borrowing from the Lord of Dimensions, as long as they remained within the bounds of their bestowed energy? Such a notion was enough to make one's eyes burn with envy. The assembled sorcerers clutched their chests and stomped their feet, lamenting their lack of diligence. Wishing they too stood before the Supreme Sorceress. Observing the expressions of envy and regret on the faces of the crowd, Zuo Zhu's lips curled into a subtle, mischievous smile. This technique appears to be effective not only against the Hydra, but also proves remarkably useful in Camartage. After the crowd experienced the profound shock from the divine bestowal and the immense disappointment of being left out, Zuo Zhu, with a gentle smile, addressed them. Dear sorcerers, there is no need to feel disheartened. As the Supreme Sorcerer, I regard each of you as a vital pillar of Camartage, brimming with immense potential. The divine bestowal will surely not be limited to this occasion. However, even for me, bestowing such gifts is a considerable drain on my resources, making it impossible to grant all of you the divine favor at once. Therefore, I must prioritize those who have contributed significantly or possess exceptional talent. I hope you can understand. Understand indeed. The crowd eagerly nodded in response. Upon hearing that the divine bestowal would not be a singular event, and that as long as they exhibited talent and made contributions, opportunities would arise, everyone became invigorated as if they had received a surge of adrenaline. While they might not have much chance in terms of talent, contributions were within their reach. By diligently completing the tasks assigned by the Supreme Sorcerer, these ordinary sorcerers could potentially surpass the gifted ones. In time, they too could be recipients of the Supreme Sorcerer's divine favor. Observing the palpable fervor and devotion radiating from the crowd, Zuo Zhu's smile widened. Yes, continue to revere my power, yearn for my divine gifts. Create even greater value for me, until I inscribe upon you an inescapable mark of divine favor. Ha ha ha. Internally, Zuo Zhu reveled in a wicked laughter reminiscent of the Uchiha clan, while outwardly, he maintained an aura as warm as a spring breeze. Ancient One. Noticing how the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer had already garnered the Sorcerer's faith, which seemingly surpassed her own, fell into contemplation. Had she truly been too harsh on them in the past? Chapter 73. Subduing Cassius, certainly not. It was simply that Zuo Zhu had bestowed an abundance upon them. Zuo Zhu once again directed his hands towards Cassius and Modu. Upon realizing the divine effects granted to them, both awaited Zuo Zhu's blessing with sincere anticipation. As his fingers touched their foreheads, the essences of Si, Ninja God Tsukuyomi and Gongzi Tai were infused into the bodies of Cassius and Modu, respectively. Feeling the palpable surge of newfound power within, both became fervently exhilarated. However, the infusion of the ninja essence elicited distinctly different fervors in the two. Modu, akin to most mages, exhibited an ardent admiration for Zuo Zhu as the supreme mage. In contrast, Cassius's fervor stemmed from an insatiable pursuit of power. Zuo Zhu regarded him with a profound glance, his expression inscrutable. Cassius's fervent quest for power could serve well as a sharp blade in his arsenal. Well then, let us conclude today's gathering. You may return to your respective branches, Zuo Zhu announced. Yes, Supreme Mage. As Zuo Zhu dismissed the assembly, all but the mages of Camartage gradually departed for their own branches. Modu and Wang proceeded to the newly assigned sanctum bestowed upon them by Zuo Zhu. Meanwhile, Ancient One guided Strange to familiarize himself with the responsibilities befitting a proxy Supreme Mage. Ancient One was acutely aware that in the foreseeable future, the affairs of Camartage would predominantly be managed by Strange. In the square, the crowd soon dispersed. Yet, one individual remained, Cassius, who did not budge. Come with me, Mage Cassius, Zuo Zhu said with a slight smile, turning towards the quarters designated by Ancient One. Cassius promptly followed suit. Inside the room, one individual knelt in preparation of tea, while another lounged casually in a chair. The host sat nonchalantly, while the guest busied himself with the tea. Supreme Mage, please enjoy this tea, Cassius said respectfully, pouring a cup for Zuo Zhu before standing to the side. Observing Cassius's deft tea-making skills, Zuo Zhu pondered whether the art of tea was indeed one of Camartage's fundamental skills. Please, take a seat. After Cassius settled down, Zuo Zhu cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, I can discern your deep yearning for power. Is it due to the demise of your wife and daughter? Cassius's pupils constricted in surprise as he gazed at Zuo Zhu. How did you know? He quickly realized. Did Mage Ancient One inform you? He believed that only Ancient One and Modu, who had introduced him to the craft, were privy to such a matter. No other mage should have been aware. Sipping the fragrant tea, Zuo Zhu gently shook his head. No one has informed me. I am aware of the secret you harbor deep within, but it is merely because I sought to understand. Unlike Mage Ancient One, who, even if aware of certain truths, would refrain from intervention, I possess the ability to alter what I know, be it present, past, or future. Upon hearing Zuo Zhu's profound declaration, Cassius's emotions surged, his voice quivering with excitement. Do you mean to say you can change the past? If that is the case, can the fate of his deceased wife and daughter be altered? Zuo Zhu shook his head. The flicker of hope in Cassius' eyes visibly dimmed. Yet, Zuo Zhu's next words reignited that hope within him. I cannot change the past, but I can amend the regrets of the past, such as the loss of your wife and daughter. Cassius leaned forward, his hands bracing the table, his gaze fixed intently on Zuo Zhu, his tone urgent. You're not deceiving me, are you? Zuo Zhu merely cast a fleeting glance his way, remaining silent. Cassius quickly recognized his rudeness and hastened to apologize. I beg your pardon, esteemed mage. My manners were lacking, but I truly long for my wife and daughter. If you can bring them back, I would sacrifice everything for that. A smirk crept onto Zuo Zhu's lips as he seductively replied, Of course, I am the esteemed mage. I never lie. But what about you? Are you truly willing to sacrifice everything? Cassius' resolve hardened. Absolutely. Zuo Zhu continued to entice him. Even if it means you can never again stand in the light, even if your hands become stained with blood. Turning you against the world? Without hesitation, Cassius declared, For my wife and daughter, I would do all of this. Zuo Zhu nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I can promise to resurrect your wife and daughter, but your freedom will belong to me. Cassius hesitated for a moment before asking, I do not doubt you. But from what I understand, Kamartaj possesses no secret arts of resurrection. The Ancient One explicitly told me that my wife and daughter cannot be brought back. What method do you employ? Zuo Zhu was not surprised by Cassius' skepticism. The death of his wife and daughter had always been the heaviest burden on his heart. It would indeed be abnormal for him to accept Zuo Zhu's words without question. Zuo Zhu fell silent, his complexion growing pale, fissures beginning to form across his visage. The corpse of impurity. Once his body transformed into the corpse of impurity, Zuo Zhu extended his index finger to his forehead. In the next moment, brilliant blue-white lightning erupted from his fingertip, obliterating his own head. Cassius sprang to his feet, startled. What is happening? Why would the esteemed mage take his own life at the slightest disagreement? His death is inconsequential. But he has yet to fulfill his promise to resurrect my wife and daughter. Moreover, we are in the same room. If he dies, I would become Kamartaj's most wanted criminal. Before Cassius could devise a way to explain this to the other mages, he witnessed a paper-like substance coalescing in the air around the headless Zuo Zhu, and within moments, Zuo Zhu's head was completely restored. Cassius stared in wide-eyed astonishment as his heart raced. Zuo Zhu's facial fissures began to fade, returning to a normal, flesh and blood form. He calmly stated, Kamartaj possesses no secret arts of resurrection, and the Ancient One indeed cannot bring back your wife and daughter. But who said my method is a Kamartaj secret? Like a divine gift, resurrection from death is a unique ability of mine. Cassius was now utterly convinced that Zuo Zhu could indeed resurrect his wife and daughter. Without hesitation, he pledged his allegiance, saying, Supreme Sorcerer, I am willing to do anything for you, no matter how dark. Zuo Zhu sensed the nearly absolute loyalty emanating from Cassius, which brought him great satisfaction. You need not guard the London Sanctum any longer. From this day forth, you shall betray Kamartaj, join the Hydra in the shadows, and become a blade for the Hydra. Additionally, you will assemble a cadre of sorcerers for me within Hydra. Do you understand? Cassius looked up in astonishment. Realizing that the new Supreme Sorcerer was connected to the infamous Hydra, and their relationship appeared to be quite significant. However, he did not hesitate and immediately acquiesced, declaring, At your command, I shall no longer be a sorcerer of Kamartaj. I will be your blade within Hydra. This was splendid. He had recruited a magical prodigy, second only to Strange, for his dark faction, Hydra, with the powers of light and darkness firmly in his grasp. The chaos of the future would be determined solely by Zuo Zhu. Chapter 74, The New Ninja Card, King of the Blue Water. The ritual that grants your wife and daughter a second chance at life requires a considerable amount of preparation time and their DNA. First, prepare your wife and daughter's DNA. And once ready, take it to Washington, where you will be met by someone. Now, depart from Kamartaj. I will subsequently announce your defection from Kamartaj. Understood. I shall proceed at once. Cassius nodded respectfully and exited the room. Thus, the journey to Kamartaj, aided by the left assistant, reached a satisfactory conclusion. He had acquired everything he desired, whether it be the magic of Kamartaj or the sorcerers themselves. It had been a while since he had viewed the rewards for contact. Perhaps he could draw cards again. System, check the undiscovered contact rewards in the number of shards. Contacted A-class characters. Emil Blonsky Abomination, Cassius, Wong. Mordo, A-class shards, 40. Contacted B-class characters. Maria Hill, Zhao Hailuan, B-class shards, 20. Remaining shard quantity. S-class shards, 40. A-class shards, 70. B-class shards, 20. C-class shards, 5. The shards could be synthesized into one A-class and one B-class card. System, synthesize one A and one B card, respectively. The left assistant spoke casually, not particularly concerned about the outcome of the synthesis. Possessing 3 top-tier S-class cards, the enhancements from the A and B cards to his strength were primarily derived from the unique abilities bestowed by the ninja cards. However, obtaining special A and B cards that would truly astonish him was no simple feat. He was not some lucky sovereign. Acknowledged. Synthesizing. Congratulations. Host has obtained A-class card. Minato Namikaze's Youth. Congratulations. Host has obtained B-class card. Tsunade Legendary 3 Ninjas of Konoha. Oh, it's Minato and Tsunade. Wait. Holy moly. Minato and Tsunade. An A-class and a B-class card. What a surprise. This is what one calls a surprise. The left assistant, whose initial enthusiasm had waned, now widened his eyes in astonishment. The 4th Hokage, King of the Blue Water. The 5th Hokage, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Fusion. I must fuse them both. Initially intending to reserve the B card while fusing the A card, he now felt compelled to fuse both, as the powers of these 2 cards were immensely appealing to him. First, let us consider Minato. He brought with him 3 skills. Heavenly Soaring Swallow Dance Light Instant Shadow Zero style, which is essentially the Flying Thunder God Kunai technique, Gale Super Flash Void Spiral Bomb, the Great Spiral Bomb, and Spiral Heaven Light Extreme Sharp Slash Void Flash 1 style, the Flying Thunder God Super Great Spiral Bomb. Besides these 3 skills, or rather 2 skills and a combination ultimate move, Minato also granted the left assistant his extraordinary reflexes, enabling him to react to nearly any attack with remarkable sensitivity. Coupled with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could respond the instant an enemy launched an attack, teleporting behind them to counter. Commonly known as the anti-reverse dog. And then there's the B-class Tsunade. Do not underestimate Tsunade's B-class status. The enhancement of chakra she provides is nearly commensurate with that of an A-class, almost breaking the system's level restrictions. Furthermore, Tsunade's tremendous strength endows him with a pure power augmentation that even surpasses any A-class card he has acquired thus far. Yet, this is not the primary reason for Zuo Zhu's fusion with this B-class card. The most significant aspect is that this B-class Tsunade has granted him a 60-meter slug. Coupled with the one he previously summoned from the mysterious item, the two have merged into a single entity, resulting in a complete slug that now exceeds 100 meters in length. Zuo Zhu contemplated deeply. It appears that the items drawn from the system are not limited to characters and their weapons. Even summoning beasts can be repeatedly obtained. This implies that as long as he continues to draw slugs, one day he could achieve sizes akin to those in the original narrative, reaching thousands of meters in length. During the Great Ninja War, Tsunade and Sakura collectively summoned a slug that was merely 1/10 of its true form, approximately 100 meters, suggesting the true form is around 1,000 meters or more. Of course, this is not the crux of the matter. The crux lies in the fact that since slugs can be repeatedly acquired, it stands to reason that tailed beasts can be as well. There are quite a few ninja cards that possess tailed beasts. Therefore, the earlier dilemma of whether to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails or to directly consume the Ten Tails to evolve into the final divine tree fruit is no longer a concern. He wants them all. In fact, he desires not just one divine tree fruit, but as many as the system can provide. Perhaps in the end, he could evolve into a higher dimensional existence akin to that of the Tsutsuki god by continuously consuming divine tree fruits. Zuo Zhu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, filled with fervor for collecting ninja fragments. For all of this to materialize, he must first draw enough tailed beast ninja cards or uncover tailed beast mysterious items. How urgent! If only a mission or an opportunity to engage with high-level characters would arise at this moment. Missions, needless to say, offer both gold points and fragments, making them the optimal choice for drawing ninja cards. Engaging with high-level characters not only provides higher-level ninja fragments, but, with a stroke of luck, could lead to acquiring a tailed beast like the Nine Tails directly from a powerful figure akin to Ancient One. Alas, there are no missions at present. If one sincerely desires something, it will manifest in due time. However, Zuo Zhu's manifestation came rather swiftly. Just as he let out a sigh, his phone and the system's prompt sounded almost simultaneously. Phone ringtone. How can one cry? Everything will be all right. You are the one. Sunshine, Rainbow. Little White Horse. Routine multi-choice mission has been issued. Invasion of Asgard, Choice 1. Ignore the destruction and chaos wrought by the princes of the divine realm on Earth, and play the part of a timid turtle, watching it all unfold. Reward, 1,000 gold points, 10 C-class fragments, additional gain. The system's disdain. Choice 2. How can one allow others to slumber beside them? Eliminate all those who have invaded Earth from the divine realm and expel them from our world. Reward, 5,000 gold points, 20 A-grade fragments. Choice 3. Who gave you the audacity to wreak havoc on my Earth? Counterattack the divine realm, and let these arrogant deities know that humanity is not to be trifled with. Reward, 20,000 gold points, 40 S-grade fragments. Additional reward, a thumbs up from the system. Choosing Task 3, Zuo Zhu raised an eyebrow and selected it without hesitation. Task 3 selected. Rewards will be distributed upon completion. Although the danger level of this counterattack against the divine realm is quite high, Zuo Zhu has never been one to shy away from challenges. Fortune favors the bold. Caution is not in his nature. Moreover, equipped with numerous abilities and possessing a time crystal, he is confident that even Odin would be a worthy adversary. Chapter 75. The Qilin, shining beyond your grasp. He wished to seize this opportunity to gauge the true strength of the universe's top combatants. Could they truly possess the power to diminish him to a lower dimension? I refuse to believe it. At least, thus far, among all those he has encountered, excluding the Ancient One with whom he had never formally engaged, none from this Marvel universe had instilled a sense of danger within him. Odin, the God King. Only through trial can one ascertain capability. After concluding his system task, he finally retrieved his incessantly ringing phone and answered it. On the other end, Hill's voice resonated. Director, I apologize for the interruption, but the current situation has exceeded our expectations. It involves the legendary gods, and our Dawn members are nearing a loss of control. Upon hearing this, he recognized that Hill referred to the same matter as the mission issued by the system, the plot of Thor. Simply provide me with the coordinates, he replied coolly. In New Mexico. As Hill relayed the coordinates, he terminated the call, examined the appearance of the small town, and with a mere thought, conjured a shimmering portal before him. On the other side lay a ravaged town, embroiled in fierce conflict. He casually tossed a flying kunai into the corner of the room as a marker, then stepped through the portal, arriving on the other side. Frowning at the multitude of corpses strewn about, he discerned that among them were not only humans but also towering blue creatures, frost giants. He instantly recognized these blue-skinned, half-clad beings. Yet, in the original narrative, these creatures did not descend upon Earth. Was their presence here a consequence of the Dawn members' involvement, resulting in a deviation from Thor's storyline? His expression hardened as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield. The Asgardian god Thor was engaged in a fierce battle with the Destroyer and a colossal frost giant. The enraged Hulk was tearing through the frost giants, while Hawkeye and Natasha worked diligently to protect a group of townsfolk during their evacuation. Were these merely the 3 members of Dawn participating in this operation? Yet, contemplating further, it seemed reasonable. The supernatural incident initially revolved around a mere unliftable hammer, not necessitating the intervention of particularly formidable Dawn members. Dr. Banner's presence was presumably as a researcher. However, he had not anticipated that such a seemingly innocuous hammer would draw forth a god, along with the Destroyer from Asgard and numerous frost giants, catching Natasha and the others off guard. Even Hulk had been compelled to intervene. Otherwise, had the entire Dawn team been present, would these beings have dared to bully the less numerous? Nevertheless, it mattered little now. He had arrived, and here, they were but an assembly of insignificant ants. As he advanced toward the battlefield, ominous, heavy clouds began to gather above him, and blue-white lightning danced within the tumultuous sky. This spectacle immediately captured the attention of all, particularly Thor, who was locked in combat with the Destroyer and Lao Fei. Thor exclaimed, "What is happening? I was under the impression that I had summoned my full power." Before Thor could comprehend the situation, a dark figure with black hair beneath the ominous clouds slowly raised its right hand. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning began to converge above the left hand, culminating in the formation of a colossal lightning Kirin. Lightning release, Kirin. As Zuo Zhu's cold, thin lips parted, the ferocious roar of the thunderous Kirin descended with a thunderous crash, indiscriminately engulfing the chaotic battlefield. The heavens and earth seemed to be enveloped in the blinding white light of lightning, as the deep blue skin of the frost giants was scorched black in an instant, ultimately reduced to charred remains. Even Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, found himself dwarfed by the overwhelming presence of the lightning Kirin. Rendered to a mere passive defender against its might, a wave of frustration surged within Thor. Having been stripped of his divine power by his father Odin and reduced to a mortal, it was already a bitter pill to swallow when struck down by an electric gun. Now, having reclaimed Mjolnir and regained his status as the powerful god of thunder, he was still being overwhelmed by lightning. Was he not rendered a god in vain? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Forcing himself upright against the pressure of the Kirin and casting an infuriated glance at its instigator, with divine power surging within him, he summoned forth an even more ferocious bolt of thunder from his hammer, hurling it with all his might towards Zuo Zhu. Unfazed, Zuo Zhu joined his hands in a seal, and a portal materialized before him just as Thor's hammer sped towards him. The hammer flew directly into the portal, and the next moment, another portal appeared above Thor's head. In the blink of an eye, countless hammers emerged from the portal, burying the unsuspecting Thor beneath a mountain of his own weapons. This was the combination technique of the secret technique portal, known as the Aiken form, a most practical maneuver. Though Thor had been vanquished by his own hammer, this distraction successfully interrupted Zuo Zhu's Kirin. The dense clouds in the sky dissipated, and the myriad of lightning Kirins vanished as well. Nevertheless, only a handful of individuals remained standing on the battlefield, aside from Natasha and Hawkeye, who had been intentionally kept out of the Kirin's attack range by Zuo Zhu, along with the townsfolk behind them. Only 3 figures remained upright, 1 gray, 1 green, and 1 blue. The Destroyer, with its silver-gray exterior now nearly scorched to a dark hue, had sustained no significant damage thanks to its construction from URU metal and the augmentation of divine power. Zuo Zhu observed the Destroyer with keen interest. Was this the legendary armor crafted by Odin to combat the pantheon of gods? Quite intriguing. The green figure was none other than the Hulk, whose tough, resilient form had successfully withstood the Kirin's onslaught, now gazing at Zuo Zhu with a pitiful expression in his small green eyes. Hulk, a comrade, feeling rather wronged. Zuo Zhu, however, chose to disregard the Hulk's pleading gaze. After all, he had been foolishly close to those frost giants, nearly embracing one. And Zuo Zhu had little inclination to meticulously control the targets of the Kirin's attack. Thus, he simply encompassed the Hulk within its range, knowing full well that the Hulk could endure. Lastly, there remained the blue figure, the king of the frost giants, Lao Fei. His blood-red eyes scanned the countless charred corpses of his kin surrounding him, igniting an unfathomable fury within. How dare you slay my countless brethren? Such an offense is unforgivable. Your punishment should be nothing less than death. With a crackling sound, Lao Fei summoned blue frost with both hands, manifesting 2 5-meter-long frost blades. As he charged forward, the ground beneath him caved in, and he transformed into a blue shadow, lunging towards Zuo Zhu, his ice blades crossed, determined to sever Zuo Zhu's head from his shoulders. However, a smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Zuo Zhu's mouth. You wish to compete with me in speed? At the very instant the ice blades were about to strike him, Zuo Zhu hurled a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique, vanishing in a flash of golden light. You cannot catch the flash. In an instant, a golden shimmer appeared behind Lao Fei as a kunai pierced deeply into his back. Lao Fei, feeling the sharp pain, turned in disbelief to Zuo Zhu. How is it possible? How can there be such speed in Midgard? His formidable physique prevented the kunai from completely penetrating his heart, and despite the agony, he raised his right hand wielding the ice blade, intent on striking Zuo Zhu from behind. Yet, how could Zuo Zhu grant him such an opportunity? Humph. My greatest strength is not mere speed. I hope your insides are as resilient as your blue exterior. As he spoke, Zuo Zhu twisted the three-pronged kunai in Lao Fei's wound, exacerbating his injury, while his eyes glimmered with a six-pointed star. Activate Kagutsuchi. In the next moment, countless black flames erupted from within Lao Fei, piercing him in all directions, transforming him into a spiny porcupine. The frost giant, King Lao Fei, is out. Chapter 76. The Annihilation Strike of the Rainbow Bridge. As Amaterasu erupted within Lao Fei, even the formidable body of the frost giant king could not withstand the scorching black flames akin to the sun. Lao Fei was consumed before he had the chance to utter his final words, reduced to mere ashes. The once mighty ruler, who could exchange blows with Odin, thus met his end. The frost giant king was nothing more than this. Zuo Zhu remarked indifferently, casually discarding the kunai of the flying thunder god, melted by Amaterasu, onto Laufey's ashes. Without the ancient winter coffin, known as the Box of Frost, Lao Fei posed no threat to him. A humming sound resonated from behind. Zuo Zhu did not turn around but deftly sidestepped the golden beam aimed at him. The blood-red hexagram kaleidoscope enveloped in a circle of white turned as Zuo Zhu coldly regarded the assailant, the destroyer. Attempting to ambush me? Humph. My vision has no blind spots. As the wide-edged hexagram rotated, black flames ignited upon the destroyer. However, unlike his previous adversaries who were instantly reduced to ashes under Zuo Zhu's Amaterasu, the destroyer did not succumb to the flames. Instead, his silver-gray exterior shimmered with a transparent wave that dispersed the flames of Amaterasu. Oh, what is this? Zuo Zhu narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the destroyer. This was the first time Amaterasu, which could not kill in the world of shinobi, had faltered in his hands. The fact that it could withstand the flames of Amaterasu made this set of destroyer armor rather impressive. Well then, it shall now belong to me. Zuo Zhu's right eye transformed from the hexagram kaleidoscope into a triangular dart kaleidoscope, and he dashed toward the destroyer. The headpiece of the destroyer opened once more, unleashing searing rays directed at the approaching Zuo Zhu. Buzzing sounds filled the air. In the face of the clumsy assault from the destroyer, Zuo Zhu could not be bothered to use his intangibility. After evading a few rays with swift movements, he vanished and reappeared directly above the destroyer. Morata. Got you. Zuo Zhu pressed his hand firmly atop the destroyer's head, drawing it into the space of his right eye, the Kamui. Simultaneously, as the destroyer was absorbed into the Kamui space, Loki, who controlled the destroyer from Asgard, lost signal and was severed from the link with the destroyer. Loki sprang from his throne, his spear Gungnir crashing heavily against the ground, incredulously exclaiming, "How can this be? Not only have the frost giants been slaughtered, but even the destroyer is no match for that mere mortal." Cold sweat trickled down Loki's forehead. No, all he intended was to eliminate his brother. How did it escalate to this? First, the destroyer he dispatched was thwarted by two extraordinary mortals and a green monster, failing to kill Thor, and even allowing Thor to reclaim Mjolnir. It's fine, he still had a plan B. He had exchanged the artifact of the Frost Giant clan, the Box of Frost, allowing Lao Fei to lead others to Midgard, Earth, to assist the destroyer in slaying Thor. Lao Fei had consented, and Loki thought perhaps this time, there would be no unforeseen complications. With Loki's formidable strength, complemented by the destroyer, even the return of Thor wielding Mjolnir would pose no challenge. Furthermore, Plan B would allow him to achieve dual objectives. He intended to wait until Lao Fei had nearly exhausted Thor before using the destroyer to stealthily eliminate Lao Fei as well, subsequently employing the Bifrost to obliterate the realm of Jotunheim. With Thor eliminated, no one would be able to overshadow him. The demise of Lao Fei and the destruction of Jotunheim would significantly diminish the threat to Asgard. Such an outcome would be advantageous for both Asgard and himself. Upon Odin's awakening, he would undoubtedly regard Loki with newfound respect for ridding Asgard of the frost giants. The mere thought of this exhilarated Loki. Yet, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen events, and the appearance of that man shattered all his splendid visions. Consumed by fury, Loki momentarily lost his rationality. Simultaneously, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Since Lao Fei was already dead, why not directly utilize the Bifrost to annihilate Jotunheim? Without a king, Jotunheim would stand no chance against the Bifrost's devastating strike. The process was inconsequential, the result was paramount. However, prior to this, the meddlesome Midgardian and Thor must be eliminated. Without hesitation, Loki, armed with Gungnir, ambushed the reluctant Guardian Heimdall, who refused to follow his orders to unleash the Bifrost annihilation. He then activated the annihilation mode of the Bifrost, targeting the Azure planet of the Nine Realms. The superweapon was primed and ready. Meanwhile, on Earth, Lefty pondered how to reach Asgard. After all, his chosen mission was to counterattack Asgard, not merely to defeat the invaders. As he contemplated, a sudden surge of energy fluctuations in the sky alerted him, courtesy of his acute sensitivity. He looked up to see a vibrant beam descending from the heavens. Lefty's pupils dilated, and he swiftly unleashed numerous flying thunder god kunai, scattering them in all directions. Thanks to the fusion of the system, the young Minato's kunai, crafted from chakra, could be produced infinitely as long as he maintained an ample supply of chakra. In the next instant, the Bifrost beam, moving at the speed of light, struck the very spot where Lefty stood. A thunderous boom resounded as the ground, hit by the Bifrost, was instantly disintegrated into nothingness, creating a bottomless pit. Yet, Lefty had already transformed into a streak of golden light, dodging the Bifrost's assault by reappearing next to one of his kunai. Feeling the overwhelming energy from the beam, Lefty could not help but feel a twinge of fear. If struck, it would undoubtedly be painful. Indeed, this annihilation weapon from Asgard was formidable, beyond his abilities of phasing. Flying Thunder God, Edo Tensei, and magical Susano'o, he would struggle to withstand such devastating attacks. I possess merely 4 methods to counter the Bifrost. The thought is truly daunting. Lefty maintained an expressionless demeanor, moving deliberately among the scattered kunai, deftly evading the oncoming beams from the Bifrost. He has now devised a method to reach Asgard. Zuo Zhu glides like a phantom, each step a fleeting apparition, steadily approaching the hill where Thor resides with his hammer. With a gentle flick of his hand, the form of the thunder god's hammer, known as Mjolnir, is released, transforming countless hammers back into a solitary one, revealing Thor, who lies beneath, ensconced in a tranquil slumber. Mjolnir appears to sense Zuo Zhu's intentions towards its master, rising from Thor's side, its body crackling with lightning, warning Zuo Zhu to maintain his distance. Yet, Zuo Zhu remains undeterred, disregarding the hammer's admonition as he continues to draw near to Thor. I am Mjolnir. How dare I endure such insolence? The hammer erupts with a fierce surge of lightning, hurtling towards Zuo Zhu. However, in that fleeting moment, Zuo Zhu effortlessly absorbs it into the realm of divine majesty. Within this space, the Destroyer and Mjolnir stand in silent opposition, each severed from their master's connection. Zuo Zhu approaches Thor and delivers a resounding slap to his face. As Thor awakens, his eyes spring open, immediately ensnared by a pair of crimson orbs. Zuo Zhu employs Tsukuyami to seize control of Thor's mind. Extracting images of Asgard from his thoughts, he then hoists the dazed Thor and, empowered by the strength imparted by Tsunade, hurls him forward with great force. Suddenly, a portal materializes ahead, and the ethereal form of Thor is cast into it. A thunderous roar emanates from the other side of the portal, marking the abrupt disappearance of the Rainbow Bridge's beam on Earth. Following the vanishing light, Zuo Zhu steps through the portal, arriving at its opposite end. Asgard, the control terminal of the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, the controller of the bridge lies shattered, having been obliterated by the robust Thor, which also accounts for the abrupt cessation of the bridge's annihilating beam. Loki swallows hard, glancing at his brother, who has just demolished the controller. Then at the dark-haired man emerging from the portal. Forcing a smile, he remarks, Sir, perhaps we should discuss this. It is all a misunderstanding. Chapter 77, Counterattack on Asgard. Zuo Zhu gazed upon Loki's familiar visage, a gentle smile gracing his features. Before his journey through dimensions, he had harbored a fondness for this underappreciated god of stories, whose ultimate triumph surpassed all expectations. However, this Loki was not the god of tales he admired. In another universe, he had shared an unfortunate exchange with that very god. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a skeletal arm from Zuo Zhu's side extended, delivering a forceful slap that sent the eager Loki hurtling out of the control room of the Rainbow Bridge, soaring through the air for over 1,000 meters before crashing down heavily upon the bridge. Damn it, you dare strike my brother? Thor had just regained his footing when he witnessed Zuo Zhu's action against Loki. This sight ignited a fierce rage within the protective brother, prompting him to summon Mjolnir to confront the audacious assailant. No one, save for himself, would dare bully his brother. Yet, as he reached out, he found the air still and silent, devoid of Mjolnir's presence. It dawned on Thor that he could no longer sense its location. How could this be possible? Mjolnir was his sacred weapon. Even across countless planets, he should be able to summon it as long as he resided within this universe. Even without Mjolnir, I shall defeat you. Thor huffed, his confidence as the god of thunder undeterred by his prior encounter with Zuo Zhu's formidable power. Previously, he had been ambushed by a magical trick, causing his own hammer to knock him unconscious. It was not this mere mortal who had bested him. Thor, the god of thunder, would not be vanquished. I am Thor, god of thunder, for the glory of Asgard, he bellowed. raising his fist with unwavering determination as he charged towards Zuo Zhu. Is this fool for real? Zuo Zhu thought, rolling his eyes at the imbecile charging at him. With a single punch from his skeletal frame, he sent Thor flying away. Thud. 1,000 meters away on the Rainbow Bridge, Loki lay sprawled out, now accompanied by another foolish figure. Glancing at his brother, Loki felt a swell of relief and allowed a silly grin to surface. Hey, Loki. It's truly wonderful that you're all right. Due to the alteration of events, the 4 warriors of the Heavenly Palace had not ventured to Earth to assist Thor, leaving him unaware that it was Loki who sought his demise. Even when facing the Destroyer and the Frost Giants, Thor suspected a conspiracy between them but never doubted his own brother. What a fool. Loki turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of Thor's genuine, foolish face, unsure if he felt guilt or shame. How about we take you 2 brothers in for a cozy nap together? A chilling voice interjected, startling the 2 brothers, who were lost in their reunion. Each harboring differing emotions, they almost forgot that it was not the time for brotherly bonding. Their foremost priority was to confront the invaders. Thor and Loki sprang to their feet, their expressions serious as they turned to face the approaching intruders. Indeed, the roles have reversed dramatically. The left assistant has become an invader. However, this aligns perfectly with his intentions to launch a counteroffensive against Asgard, demonstrating to those haughty deities that humanity is not to be trifled with. Let the lesson begin with you 2, the left assistant murmured, casually tossing a flying kunai imbued with the power of the thunder god towards them. Whoosh! The kunai flew swiftly, yet for Thor and Loki it was far from sufficient. With their keen vision and reflexes, they effortlessly evaded the incoming projectile by splitting apart. Just as the kunai was between the brothers, the figure of the left assistant materialized, his hands pressing 2 azure orbs against the abdomens of Thor and Loki. Take this. Although the left assistant had not uttered a sound, the faint echo of Naruto's voice resonated in his ears. Was it an illusion? He hesitated momentarily before forcefully propelling the spiraling orbs from his hands. In an instant, the armor encasing Thor and Loki's abdomens was shredded by the spiraling energy, which then hurtled towards the distant celestial palace. Boom, boom. The resounding blasts reverberated as Thor and Loki were propelled violently into the structures of the celestial palace, their bodies crashing through its walls. The palace guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene, discovering their 2 princely figures in disarray. Loki, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his abdomen, propped himself up with Gungnir and shouted to the approaching guards, "We are under attack. Prepare for battle." Upon hearing his command, the guards swiftly encircled the 2 princes, assuming defensive positions. At that moment, the 4 warriors of the celestial palace arrived, accompanied by a multitude of guards. Thor, possessing a physique far superior to Loki's, was not as gravely affected and joyfully approached the 4 warriors, exclaiming, "Friends, your timing is impeccable." Sif, glancing at Thor with a hint of delight, eagerly approached her beloved and said, "It was Heimdall who warned us of your peril, prompting our swift response." As she spoke, Sif cast a complex glance at Loki. Initially, they had been informed that Loki had conspired with the Frost Giants to conspire against Thor, and their intent was to head to Midgard to aid him. Little did they expect Thor to return to Asgard and ally with Loki against the invaders from Midgard. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Thor remained oblivious to Sif's thoughts, believing that the 4 warriors had come to assist him against the Midgardian foes. With a serious expression, he turned his gaze towards the Rainbow Bridge and solemnly declared, "He is coming. We must prepare for battle." Heeding their prince's command, the warriors of Asgard swiftly assumed their battle stances, led by the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace, directing their focus towards the Rainbow Bridge. Loki, witnessing this scene, felt a deep melancholy wash over him. Even though he was the acting king, the people of Asgard would unhesitatingly follow Thor's lead rather than heed the commands of a Frost Giant's bastard. Snap! Loki, lost in thought, was roused as someone urged, "Loki, what are you thinking? You are the king now. Give the order. We await your command." Thor placed his left hand upon the shoulder of the silent Loki, bowing his head, while his right hand rested over his heart, seeking the king's command from Loki. Let the king issue his decree. The 4 warriors, witnessing Thor's demeanor, mirrored his gesture by striking their chests with their right hands, awaiting the king's orders with bated breath. Loki gazed at the multitude that looked upon him with approval, and an overwhelming urge to weep surged within him. 2 millennia had passed. He had longed for this day for exactly 2,000 years. He never aspired to be a king. He merely yearned for the recognition of all Asgardians. At long last, for the sake of a Midgardian, this day had arrived. A surge of indomitable spirit ignited within Loki, his gaze transformed into one of newfound confidence. He raised his right hand, the Gungnir pointing towards the Rainbow Bridge, his voice resonating. Asgardian warriors, form ranks and prepare to face the enemy. Charge! The Asgardian warriors on the ground lifted their spears, while the weapons of the Asgardian ships in the sky aimed toward the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. Thud! 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 The sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Zuo stepped over the threshold of the Rainbow Bridge, officially setting foot upon Asgardian soil. He cast a dispassionate glance at the thousands of Asgardian warriors, their spirits soaring, a smirk slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. You think to triumph over me with sheer numbers? How laughable. Zuo brought his hands together, forming a seal. In the next instant, from Zuo as the epicenter, duplicates of him began to emerge from all directions. Within mere moments, tens of thousands of Zuo surrounded the Asgardian army. Technique of the multiple would clone. Chapter 78. Annihilation of the Asgardian legion. Zuo Zhu stood with his arms crossed, casting a disdainful glance at King Loki, who led the Asgardian forces. Not only shall I overpower the weak with strength, but I shall also outnumber you with my legion. What will you do now, your majesty? The king of stories may be formidable, but alas, you are not. Upon witnessing the reversal of numerical advantage, Loki's heart sank momentarily before he regained his composure. He shouted, "Do not panic. This is merely an illusion. No one can create so many physical clones at once. Ignore those phantoms and seize the real body. We shall prevail." As the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, Loki understood the monumental energy required to produce thousands of clones simultaneously. Not only would it be impossible to manifest physical forms, but even the consumption of divine power for mere illusions would amount to astronomical figures. Even his mother, Frigga, a master of magic, could not achieve such feats. The ability to conjure illusions to this extent was already a testament to the opponent's prowess. Thus, Loki was confident that defeating the real body would cause the remaining illusions to dissipate. With that thought, Loki directed Gungnir towards Zuo Zhu's true form. Unleashing a golden beam of energy, Zuo Zhu effortlessly sidestepped, turning to Loki with a smirk. "Young Loki, do you truly believe this is mere illusion? Why not test your strength against my phantoms?" With a flick of his wrist, thousands of wooden clones, their eyes glowing red, activated the first phase of Susano'o, encasing themselves in protective armor. Simultaneously, the legion of wooden clones charged toward the Asgardian forces. The Asgardians possessed physical abilities threefold that of Earthlings, akin to a battalion of super soldiers, far surpassing even Captain America. This could indeed be described as a legion of super soldiers, capable of facing any cosmic power. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Zuo Zhu, whose clones presented an insurmountable disparity, even without employing any ninjutsu or magical attacks. The thousands of wooden clones, clad in Susano'o armor, barreled through the legion's energy beams and the artillery fire from Asgardian ships, delivering blows that felled foes with ease. Dozens of vessels in the sky were seized by numerous clones activating half-formed Susano'o, grasped firmly in their grasp. The entire confrontation concluded in less than 10 seconds. Even Loki and Thor found themselves overwhelmed, each pinned down by 4 clones, rendered immobile against the ground. This was a mere act of restraint by Zuo Zhu. Had he intended to kill, the battle would have ended even more swiftly. Setting aside the overwhelming ninjutsu, the mere act of unleashing a massive fireball from each of the thousands of clones would have been too much for the Asgardian warriors to withstand. It is crucial to note that Zuo Zhu's wooden clones were enhanced through magic. Aside from their chakra reserves, their power was significantly inferior to his true self. A single fireball could be the size of a house, while a colossal dragon fire could stretch the length of a train. Certainly, the clones possessed not only formidable ninjutsu but also terrifying physical prowess, inheriting the exceptional qualities of the numerous ninja cards they amalgamate. Each clone's raw strength rivals that of the Hulk. It would indeed be remarkable if Thor and Loki could escape the grasp of 4 Hulks. Observing the one-sided battlefield, Zuo Zhu leaned calmly against the wall behind him, the chakra within him gradually replenishing, even with his current chakra reserves. Producing tens of thousands of wood clones consumed approximately 1/3 of his energy. However, despite vanquishing an army of over 10,000 from Asgard, Zuo Zhu did not exhibit much joy. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the air, addressing 2 unseen figures. "Are you planning to watch in silence, waiting for me to completely conquer Asgard?" In an instant, Zuo Zhu's eyes transformed into the purple Rinnegan, fissures appearing across his visage. The chakra that had previously diminished now surged back to fullness, limited only by its maximum capacity rather than quantity. This marked his most powerful form, the undying, unyielding body of the impure world, embodying an infinite chakra mode. Moreover, the impure world body granted by the system, resembling that of a Beto, allowed him to unleash his full potential with perfect mastery. As Zuo Zhu's eyes became the Rinnegan, the air at the entrance of the celestial palace distorted, revealing 2 elegantly garbed figures, King Odin and Queen Frigga. "Welcome to Asgard, guest from Midgard." Frigga greeted Zuo Zhu with a gentle smile, maintaining her composure amidst the chaos. Odin, though stern and silent, did not reprimand Zuo Zhu. Instead, he sighed deeply as he observed his 2 sons and the Asgardian army, utterly subdued. It seemed Asgard had enjoyed a prolonged period of stability under his protection, yet over 10,000 palace guards had been effortlessly annihilated by a single individual. How could such a power maintain Asgard's safety? Nonetheless, Thor and Loki had each experienced growth. Thor, having lived among mortals in Midgard, had learned the essence of humility. Loki, after releasing his long-suppressed grievances, had rekindled the bond of brotherhood with Thor, standing alongside him in battle. Regrettably, despite their advancements, they were still far from shouldering the responsibilities of Asgard. Thor remained overly reliant on his hammer. Without it, his strength diminished significantly, resembling more a god of hammers than the god of thunder. Loki, while rich in strategy, was easily swayed by his emotions, often disregarding the consequences. As evidenced by his reckless dealings with the frost giants and his intention to utilize the Bifrost for a devastating attack, both had immense potential and ample room for growth. But Zuo Zhu could not afford to wait for their progress. Odin, with his wise, azure eye, fixed his gaze intently on Zuo Zhu, lost in thought. Zuo Zhu, however, did not lower his guard due to Frigga's amiable demeanor. He remained in the state of the impure world. He needed to be fully alert in the presence of Odin, whose power remained uncertain. Odin gazed at the poised left assistant, remaining silent for a moment before stepping forward, locking his gaze onto the peculiar violet eyes. With a voice imbued with immense authority, he slowly inquired, "Do you have a partner?" Left assistant had already extended his left hand, gripping the dark staff, prepared to disrupt Odin's divine power, while his right hand shimmered with crimson magical energy, ready to unleash a decisive strike. Upon hearing those words, he froze, utterly bewildered. "What did you say?" Left assistant questioned, doubting the reliability of his own hearing. Odin paid no heed to left assistant's aggressive stance, responding, "In fact, I have another daughter." Left assistant? Thor? Loki? Chapter 79. The unconventional Odin Thor was the first to break under the pressure from the four wooden replicas, struggling to lift his head as he shouted, "Father, when did you and Mother give birth to a sister for Loki and me? Why have you kept this from us?" He then turned to Loki, who was similarly pinned down, and laughed. "Hey, Loki, did you hear? We have a sister now. Haha, I've always wanted a sister, but alas, you are just a brother." Upon hearing Thor's words, Loki fell silent, casting a discreet glance at the composed Frigga, harboring thoughts entirely different from those of Thor. Unlike Thor, the ever-battling warrior, Loki had spent the most time by their mother's side, learning magic directly from her. If their mother were indeed pregnant, he would not have been oblivious to it, thus the so-called sister could not possibly be their mother's child. If she were not, then the truth was glaringly evident. It must be another illegitimate child Odin had picked up from somewhere. Wait, why did I say another? But Odin's next statement shattered the brother's speculation. "She is my and Frigga's eldest daughter, the goddess of death, Hela Odinson. She is the strongest being in Asgard, second only to me, possessing the entire power of Asgard, and she is quite beautiful. If you two were to unite, you would be the most esteemed prince of Asgard. And I would prepare a dowry that would surely satisfy you, little one. Would you consider it?" Before Loki could fully comprehend, Thor and Loki's eyes widened in disbelief. Thor exclaimed, "What do you mean she isn't a sister? I have an elder sister now? I am no longer the firstborn." Loki added, "So it truly is Mother's own flesh and blood. How infuriating. Why am I the only one who was picked up?" Loki stared at Odin, who resembled a lecherous matchmaker, feeling as though his image of Odin had shattered. "Wait, this is our first meeting. Moreover, I came to you. Why are you asking me if I have a partner and introducing your eldest daughter? Shouldn't you be furious and challenge me to a duel to reclaim the sacred dignity of Asgard?" Before Loki's mind could process the absurdity, the system spoke up first. Regular task, Invasion of Asgard. Task 3, counterattack completed. Rewards dispersing, 20,000 gold points, 40 S-class fragments, additional gain. System gives a thumbs up. Host has subdued the mighty Odin without a fight, making the once mighty king feel inadequate. In the face of the host's divine might, Odin offers compensation and his daughter. This system is truly impressed. Loki responded, "Wait, system, you too?" But soon, Loki regained his composure, realizing Odin's deeper intentions. With a faint glimmer in his eyes, he calmly stated, "You wish to use me as a means to restrain Hela, do you not?" Odin spoke grandly of princes and dowries, yet Loki, having witnessed Thor, Ragnarok, would not fall for this old trickster's schemes. Odin was merely coveting his strength, seeking to leverage it against Hela, for that formidable being was anything but benevolent. Had Hela known that the left assistant was chosen by Odin as her consort, she would likely have sought his demise immediately after Odin's passing. After being sealed for millennia by Odin, her animosity had reached an irreconcilable zenith. It was no wonder that Odin kept her imprisoned until the moment of his death, when the seal would finally be lifted, allowing her to re-enter the realm of the living. True to form, upon her release, Hela shattered her old weapon, Mjolnir, and cast her two brothers out of the spatial corridor of the Bifrost. Upon returning to Asgard, she swiftly vanquished 3 of the 4 warriors of the Valkyrie and a significant portion of Asgard's warriors. When Thor awakened his godly powers and returned, she even blinded one of his eyes, endowing him with the characteristic of the one-eyed king of Asgard. Ultimately, she compelled Thor to fulfill the prophecy of Ragnarok himself, forcing him to cast the crown of the fire giant Surtur into the eternal flame, thereby resurrecting Surtur to engage in a fierce conflict with Hela. Meanwhile, Loki and Thor seized the opportunity to lead the remaining half of the Asgardians to safety. Thus, the prophecy of Ragnarok was fulfilled, leading to the destruction of Asgard. The fate of Hela and Surtur remains uncertain, but it is highly probable that they met their end together. It is a pity that both are among the most formidable forces in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Either could easily overpower Thanos. Had Thor not been so obstinate and chosen to submit to Hela, perhaps the events following Avengers Infinity War would have never transpired. Given Hela's formidable nature, she would never idly stand by as Thanos attempted to invade Earth, one of the 9 realms under Asgard's dominion. It is conceivable that upon hearing of Thanos' intentions, she would have preemptively led an assault against him. To sum up, Hela is far too unpredictable. Moreover, such a person would never allow a man to dominate her. The left assistant's character, similarly, would not permit anyone to subjugate him. Their compatibility is fundamentally flawed. Should they engage romantically, it would likely result in constant conflict. Hence, I must decline. The left assistant regarded Odin with indifference. Unperturbed by the rejection, Odin smiled with a sense of assured victory. Are you truly not willing to reconsider? You must be aware of Hela's tale. Once she emerges, Asgard will undoubtedly be hers. By marrying her, you would essentially claim half of Asgard as your own. Would you not at least listen to the generous dowry I proposed before making your decision? Although the left assistant had firmly resolved not to partake in this precarious arrangement, he found himself intrigued by Odin's words. Do share, he prompted. Odin flashed a cunning smile and glanced at the eye of Agamotto hanging from the left assistant's chest, inquiring. Are you also interested in the Infinity Stones? The left assistant nodded in acknowledgement. What traveler would not desire the Infinity Stones? He even envisioned adorning all of them on his Susano'o. Odin continued, what if I were to tell you that among this dowry lies an Infinity Stone? I possess another one hidden in Midgard, which I could also grant you, along with the star maps to 2 more stones. Upon hearing Odin's words, Zuo Zhu inhaled sharply, suddenly feeling a desire for this bowl of soft rice. However, his formidable willpower enabled him to successfully suppress the impulse to acquiesce, and he coldly scoffed, you speak eloquently. Yet what you can truly offer me is merely the reality stone that you have sealed away. The space stone, which pertains to Midgard, is inherently mine since it has fallen to Earth, and it resides within my domain. I can acquire it whenever I wish. As for the locations of the other 2 stones, if I am not mistaken, you refer to the Power Stone and the Soul Stone, correct? I am already aware of their locations. Even without a star map, I shall find them in due course. Therefore, your majesty, this modest dowry fails to sway me. Odin nodded, understanding. I see, you require a greater incentive, I comprehend. Chapter 80. The offspring of the celestial beings on Earth. Zuo Zhu. Is this what I mean? Yet he remained silent, merely gazing at Odin, curious about what further surprises this old fellow might unveil. Odin, not one to keep secrets, states directly, the destroyer, I can bestow it upon you, granting you the authority to wield the destroyer armor. At these words, Zuo Zhu cast a sidelong glance at Odin, exclaiming, the destroyer armor? Your Majesty, Odin seems to have forgotten that the destroyer was already my trophy when it invaded Earth. However, Odin slowly shook his head, replying, no, you have merely acquired the destroyer, but you do not possess the right to utilize it, nor its true potential in armor form. Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu raised an eyebrow, dismissing the notion in his mind. Even if he could not personally employ the destroyer, he could simply melt it down and forge it anew into a form of his own design. In fact, he found the original appearance of the destroyer armor rather unsightly. As if sensing Zuo Zhu's thoughts, Odin let out a light laugh. Do not entertain such ideas, even if your black flames reach temperatures akin to the sun's core. They are still insufficient to melt down the destroyer armor. Oh, is that so? Zuo Zhu expressed skepticism. Although the destroyer had previously disrupted his Amaterasu, that had been accomplished while under Loki's control. He doubted that Amaterasu could not incinerate the destroyer in an uncontrolled state. The flames of Amaterasu are eternal. He could sustain them indefinitely. If 3 minutes proved inadequate, then 3 days, 3 months, 3 years, or even 30 years, eventually, he would succeed in melting it. Odin shook his head once more, a shadow crossing his gaze, as he solemnly declared, the destroyer armor is not as simple as you presume. It was forged by me to confront those beings. It is imbued with the blessings of the gods, and no means can completely obliterate it, neither you nor they. As he spoke, Odin fixed his intense gaze upon Zuo Zhu. The sole method to wield or destroy it lies in one power alone, Odin's power. In other words, without Odin's power, the destroyer is merely a decorative piece? Zuo Zhu furrowed his brow. It was no wonder that in the earlier Thor, when Thor acquired his hammer, he effortlessly shattered the destroyer. It was not due to Thor's superiority, but rather that the power of Odin suppressed the destroyer. Odin silently nodded, precisely. Zuo Zhu, understanding the implication, candidly uttered the name Odin wished to avoid. The destroyer armor you speak of was crafted for them, the celestial beings, correct? Odin's wounds were laid bare. His fists clenched tightly, and the air grew thick with tension. It was only when Frigga stepped forward to grasp Odin's hand that he regained his composure. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated once more. Frigga glanced at Zuo Zhu with exasperation. Child, I must say, your emotional intelligence is rather lacking. In the realm of the gods, we never speak that name. Ever since the once mighty Odin was brought to doubt his existence by the celestial beings, no one in the divine realm has dared to utter that name again. This name is taboo in the realm of the divine. Odin let out a heavy scoff, saying, Those despicable beings did not conquer me. Rather, they resorted to dishonorable tactics by overwhelming me all at once. In a one-on-one encounter, I would not necessarily fear them. Zuo Zhu cast a bewildered glance at Odin and remarked, But they are the pantheon. Since it is a group, how could one expect a solitary individual to face them? With your arrogance, they would undoubtedly gang up on you. Odin chuckled softly. After taking several deep breaths to suppress his increasingly clenched fists, he smirked coldly and said, Youngster, do not think the pantheon is unrelated to you. You may not yet realize that those beings left the seed of divinity in Midgard. Once the population of your realm reaches a certain threshold, it will absorb the life force of the entire planet and emerge from its cocoon. Thus, it is not just I who must face them. You too shall inevitably confront them, unless you are willing to forsake Midgard. Upon hearing this, Zuo Zhu fell silent. He nearly forgot that there was a seed of the pantheon on Earth as well, and within a decade, the population would reach sufficient numbers for its birth. The day it emerges will also herald the destruction of Earth. Having already considered Earth as his own possession, Zuo Zhu would certainly not stand idly by. Observing Zuo Zhu's silence, Odin's lips curled in satisfaction. He did not wish to overly diminish the young man's confidence, so he continued, Of course. Midgard is nominally still the territory of Asgard, and I shall not turn a blind eye to this matter, regardless of whether you agree to forge a bond with Hela. I will bestow upon you the destroyer armor, enabling you to master it completely. Will you truly be so benevolent? Zuo Zhu questioned, skeptical of the old man's good intentions. Since their first meeting, Odin had struck him more as a cunning trickster akin to Loki than the war god of myth. Thus, he instinctively perceived Odin's actions as having ulterior motives. Odin sighed, his tone somber. You do not understand. Throughout my life, I have never taken that decisive step, therefore, I remain one step short of them. Even though I wield the destroyer armor and have crossed the gap in power to slay one of them, I ultimately cannot stand against all of them. You, however, are different. I see no limits to your potential. I bestow this upon you because the destroyer armor can reach new heights in your hands. What I desire is not for you merely to withstand them, but to transcend them with the destroyer armor. By collecting the infinity stones, the pantheon will always represent a hurdle for you to surmount as you ascend to higher realms. The destroyer armor will expedite your progress. Odin's reasoning was straightforward, though he could not defeat this cosmic syndicate himself. He could choose a more promising young individual to vanquish them, the pantheon. Zuo Zhu's gaze remained defiant, showing no signs of concern at the mention of their existence. Instead, with the black staff in hand pointed directly at Odin, there was a palpable eagerness. I do not concern myself with the future. The future is something I shall address in due course. At present, there is only one matter of significance to me. You claim to have slain a celestial being, and I am inclined to test my own prowess against that assertion. Let us measure the distance between myself and them, starting with you. Do you still possess the ambition of your youth? Can you still wield your weapon, your majesty Odin? This time, Left Assist's visit to Asgard was merely one aspect of his mission. He had never forgotten another crucial objective. He sought to seize this opportunity to assess the disparity in strength between himself and the pinnacle of Marvel's might. He wished to discern whether the power of the Hokage was truly as fragile as it seemed within the Marvel universe. He had always believed that there is no inherently weak power, only humans are weak. Chapter 81, Zuo Zhu versus Odin. Upon hearing the last familiar phrase, Odin's single eye widened in shock. Zuo Zhu's defiant and fearless gaze, coupled with the weapon raised towards him, perfectly mirrored the memory of Hela. Both figures stood with such pride and unwavering courage. In the past, driven by the desire for power and the ambition to conquer the universe, Odin had commanded the Dwarf King to forge the Infinity Gauntlet, embarking on a quest to gather the scattered Infinity Stones throughout the cosmos. Yet, just as he was on the verge of completion, he was thwarted by the Celestial Assembly, despite his utmost efforts and the creation of the Destruction Armor. Powered by the strength of the gods, he was still defeated by them, his very essence nearly obliterated. Ultimately, it was Frigga who interceded on his behalf, leading to a pact with the Celestials, whereby Odin and Asgard would henceforth remain confined to the 9 realms, never to venture beyond. The Celestial Assembly then spared Odin and Asgard. However, the reasons behind this transformation were lost on Hela, who sensed a change in her father. His once ambitious spirit had vanished, replaced by a complacent acceptance of the status quo. Hela, reminiscent of Zuo Zhu in the present day, pointed the sword of night directly at him, her words echoing in his ears. Father, are you truly content to remain confined to the 9 realms? What has become of your once grand aspirations? Odin, You are unworthy to rule Asgard. Only I possess the capability to lead Asgard to greatness. Old man, if you choose to stagnate, why must you hinder my quest to expand Asgard's dominion? Without you, I can still lead my legion of the dead to carve a magnificent path. I refuse to reason with you further. You are not deserving of my words. If you wish to impede me, let your strength speak for itself. Hela's address shifted from father to a reluctance to utter even his name. In the end, she fell silent, her dark green eyes now filled solely with hatred, compelling him to seal her within her own domain, the realm of the dead. This was not merely due to Hela's animosity. It was also Odin's desire to spare her the hardships he had endured. Even clad in the destruction armor, he had faced utter defeat. Hela's stubbornness would only lead to her demise. Reflecting on these events, he pondered whether his decision had indeed been correct. What right did he have to determine Hela's fate? To justify her centuries-long confinement under the guise of protecting her? You bear a striking resemblance to her. Odin extended his hand, and Gungnir, held by Loki, instantly materialized in his grasp. The golden spear struck the ground with force, unleashing an overwhelming surge of divine power from within Odin. A thunderous boom resonated as golden waves of light swept across the arena, obliterating the wooden duplicates and sending all Asgardian warriors hurtling thousands of meters away. In an instant, the vast expanse of the celestial palace square was left with only Odin and Zuo Zhu. Odin's regal attire transformed into golden armor. His spear aimed directly at Zuo Zhu. Come forth, young one, and allow me to witness your strength. Zuo Zhu remained unmoved beneath the golden radiance, an invisible force isolating the waves of light within a meter of his presence. As Zuo Zhu gazed upon the majestic figure of Odin, a grin spread across his face. This is the image of the god king Odin that I had envisioned, not some loquacious old man. With that thought, Zuo Zhu vanished in an instant, reappearing atop Odin's head, his palm poised with the Bozakrak Reiche ready to strike down upon Odin's crown. Had he succeeded? No. It was a mere illusion. Zuo Zhu pressed Odin from head to toe, yet he struck nothing but a phantom. As Zuo Zhu's Reiche hit the ground, it instantly created a chasm 1,000 meters deep, illuminated by the pulsating crimson lightning. The longer the Bozakrak's thunder danced, the more potent its force became. The red lightning, having surged through Zuo Zhu's hands hundreds of times in its Reiche form, could have obliterated even the Hulk. Alas, he had charged for too long. Odin was already prepared, and his strike was in vain. Odin had long since retreated 1,000 meters away, raising his spear high. The Gungnir's nature guarantees a hit, he declared. Zuo Zhu watched the spear hurtling toward him, a sense of inevitability washing over him. However, he remained unperturbed, charging directly at Odin. In an instant, the spear pierced Zuo Zhu's heart. Yet, in a display of reciprocity, Odin's strike too was ill-fated. It was but a phantasm. Zuo Zhu's form shimmered as he thrust his dark staff into Odin's chest. Just as Zuo Zhu was about to make contact, his left side, including the dark staff, exploded in a violent eruption. The golden spear shattered Zuo Zhu's heart and returned to Odin's grasp. Odin slowly admonished, in battle, one must not only be aware of the opponent, but also their weapon, particularly those with unique attributes. They are not merely tools, but companions in combat. Just as my Gungnir guarantees a hit, if this strike does not land, the battle will never conclude. Other divine artifacts possess their own distinct characteristics. Zuo Zhu, observing the golden spear return to Odin's hand, nodded appreciatively. I am enlightened. As he spoke, Zuo Zhu summoned the Kusanagi sword with his right hand. Expressionless as he severed the corrupted tissue of his left side, which had been sluggishly healing due to the golden divine power. In mere seconds, having removed the portion, his impure body swiftly recovered from the wounds. Without delay, Zuo Zhu vanished once more, charging at Odin to engage in close combat. Odin remained stationary, his figure surrounded by flickering afterimages. The sound of clashing weapons echoed throughout the arena. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strikes had passed. Under Odin's deliberate guidance, Zuo Zhu's melee skills sharpened considerably. Previously, he had been overwhelmed. Although endowed with certain combat techniques from the ninja card, they had never been his own. Moreover, he had never truly utilized those techniques, let alone mastered them. Now, Odin provided an exemplary training partner. Zuo Zhu fervently absorbed Odin's combat prowess. And after half an hour of intense exchanges between the Kusanagi, sword, and Gungnir, he leaped back 1,000 meters. Crack! Despite the protective infusion of Zuo Zhu's chakra, the Kusanagi sword could no longer withstand the vast chasm in their power levels. It shattered under Gungnir's might. Zuo Zhu cast a glance at the old friend who had been with him since the days of Eagle's Wu, promptly storing the remaining hilt into his system space. The Kusanagi sword, a weapon of such caliber, has become insufficient for him at this stage. In lesser realms, it may suffice, but in high-tier confrontations, it pales in comparison to the sword of Susano'o. Odin, wielding Gungnir, chuckled, Young one, your weapon lacks prowess. Once this endeavor concludes, I shall request the Dwarf King to forge a true divine artifact tailored for you. What say you? I extend my gratitude in advance, Your Majesty, Zuo Zhu nodded. accepting the proposition without hesitation. However, recognizing the inadequacy of his current weapon, he resolved to forego further honing his melee skills. He was determined to adopt a more serious approach. Melee combat was merely a trivial path. Your Majesty, let us engage earnestly. A radiant blue aura enveloped Zuo Zhu, distorting the air around him, as an overwhelming pressure emanated from his being. The smile faded from Odin's face, simultaneously igniting a golden radiance around him. The figures of the two adversaries began to swell dramatically. From Zuo Zhu's core, a colossal blue giant surged forth, rising 300 meters into the sky, adorned with a violet luminescence that further augmented its size by another 300 meters. Manifest Susano'o. Unlike the typical Susano'o clad in tailed beasts, this time Zuo Zhu employed Sasuke's S-class Susano'o, enveloping Madara's S-class Susano'o within it. Yet, this was not the culmination. The formidable ocular prowess of S-class Obito surged into the manifestation of Susano'o, causing yet another expansion of 300 meters. Ultimately, the resonating sounds of unlocking the chakra gates echoed incessantly as the golden seraphim armor enveloped the formidable Susano'o. Thus, the 1,000-meter magical manifestation of Susano'o made its grand debut. Chapter 82. Ninjutsu vs. Rune of Lune. Young one, your strength is truly remarkable, far surpassing my own in my youth. A resounding voice echoed throughout the realm, as Odin transformed into a colossal figure standing 1,000 meters tall, facing Zuo Zhu. These two titans, bridging heaven and earth, instantaneously captivated the attention of all Asgard, eliciting gasps and cheers from countless Asgardians. The warriors of Asgard, who revered strength, felt no fear, only profound respect for the two formidable beings. Compared to His Majesty the God King, I still have much to learn. Zuo Zhu's voice, transmitted through Susano'o, resonated like thunder. This was not mere modesty. He sensed that Odin had not yet reached his full potential. The 1,000-meter stature was merely a reflection of Odin's intention to reach that height, not a limitation. There exists a fundamental distinction between the two. Yet, what did it matter? He was unafraid. With his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Zuo Zhu's three-colored Susano'o drew forth a blade measuring 700 meters. The sword, aimed at Odin, erupted with a fierce surge of crimson lightning. The red lightning danced along the blade, amplifying its terrifying aura, warping the very space around it. Thunder of Bozak, Susano'o blade. The crimson lightning clung to the sword, intensifying with each heartbeat. The longer it pulsed, the mightier the Susano'o strike became. Odin, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "The secret arts of Kamatakich? You wield them remarkably well. I must concede, young one, you are indeed a genius. Would you care to learn the magic of Asgard? Let us discuss that later." It is time for battle. Zuo Zhu, brimming with anticipation to revel in the clash, unleashed his formidable power. In an instant, the red blade cut through the air towards Odin. A crescent-shaped arc of crimson lightning, exceeding 1,000 meters, soared toward him. Odin, undeterred by the terrifying onslaught, wielded his Gungnir, extending over 1,500 meters, and countered with a diagonal thrust. With a resounding crack, the blade was deflected, soaring far into the distant mountains of Asgard, cleaving through dozens of peaks. Odin thought to himself, "I'm finished. Once this is over, Frigga will surely scold me to no end." Zuo Zhu paid no heed to such concerns. This was not Earth, and he could unleash his full power without fear of devastation. He hurled the long blade towards Odin, seizing the moment of distraction to allow Susano'o to begin forming seals. Despite Susano'o's towering height, the speed of the seals was swift enough to leave afterimages. Within a mere second, the seals were complete. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 colossal fire dragons, each exceeding 2,000 meters, erupted from Susano'o, charging towards Odin from 3 directions. Boom, boom, boom. The fire dragons collided with Odin, resulting in cataclysmic explosions that reverberated across an expanse exceeding 10,000 meters. The entire Celestial Palace Plaza and surrounding structures were reduced to rubble. Fortunately, Odin initially employed his divine powers to transport the Asgardian warriors 10,000 meters away. Subsequently, Frigga led them even further to safety, thus sparing them from the repercussions of the explosion. Nonetheless, even from a distance, Thor and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sky, which had turned a crimson hue from the fire dragon's detonation. Was this truly the caliber of combat among the most formidable beings? What then could their previous skirmishes be deemed child's play? Thor, who had once held confidence rivaling that of his father Odin, now comprehended the necessity of humility that his father had sought to instill in him. He realized, at this moment, just how far he remained from attaining the status of a true powerhouse. Loki's sentiments mirrored Thor's, steeped in a similar gloom. The self-proclaimed foremost sorcerer of the realms found himself yearning to shed that title in light of the overwhelming display before him. Observing the vast range of a magical attack that exceeded 10,000 meters, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy, as his own illusions barely reached a fraction of that distance. How could he possibly claim the title of the realm's foremost sorcerer? This strike had reverberated throughout Asgard. Yet only Zuo Zhu remained unperturbed. This attack was hardly sufficient to vanquish Odin. Indeed, in the next moment, the fiery explosion of the fire dragon began to rapidly distort and retract. In an instant, the endless flames in the air were absorbed into the 9 peculiar runes surrounding Odin. Zuo Zhu's pupils contracted. Were these the runes of Asgard? A magical script imbued with wondrous power. Odin's lips curled into a smirk as his piercing gaze fell upon Zuo Zhu. Boy, you initiated the magical assault first. Do not blame me for what follows. As Odin spoke, the 9 runes glimmered with the fire dragon's radiance, and in the next heartbeat, 9 fire dragons identical to the original surged forth from the runes, charging straight at Zuo Zhu Susano'o. What on earth? Using my own skills against me? In the past, he had always reflected others' attacks. This marked the first instance he encountered his own assault being rebuffed by another. The earlier incident with the rice phone did not count. However, Zuo Zhu remained composed, his right hand gripping his long blade, which began to shimmer as he slashed toward the 4 approaching fire dragons. The moment the ethereal blade made contact with the fire dragons, they were immediately distorted and consumed by the weapon. Divine might, Susano'o blade. The divine power was imbued within the Susano'o blade, capable of absorbing either the enemy or their attacks into the realm of divine might. As for the remaining 5 fire dragons descending from above and flanking him, Zuo Zhu maintained his composure. He raised his left hand skyward and forcefully pulled it downward, summoning a multitude of robust lightning bolts that promptly scattered the 5 fire dragons. This was a grand maneuver Zuo Zhu had prepared while unleashing his fire dragon technique, utilizing the intense heat generated by the explosion to rapidly elevate the ambient temperature, thus creating rising currents to form storm clouds. He could control the gathered thunder clouds in the sky to induce lightning strikes, and lightning release, Qilin, a Qilin, magnitudes larger than that encountered in New Mexico, suddenly emerged from the heavens. Its mere head surpassed 10,000 meters, and from Thor and the other's vantage point, it appeared as though the sky had been wholly overtaken by this colossal lightning beast. Loki was inexplicably struck by a sudden urge to laugh. Teasing his brother Thor beside him, Thor, it seems that not only is my status as the foremost mage of the 9 realms in jeopardy, but your title of Thunder God should also be reassessed. In comparison to this magnificent tempest unleashed, your so-called powers resemble mere flickers of electricity. Thor scowled, casting a resentful glance at Loki. I loathe you, Loki. It was not just Thor who felt this way. Even Odin's eyes twitched at the sight of the colossal, thunderous Qilin looming in the heavens. His concern was not merely for the immense aura it radiated, but rather for the potential devastation it could wreak upon their realm. Just moments prior, 3 fire dragons had obliterated the Celestial Palace's plaza and entrance. Should this creature descend, their sanctuary would undoubtedly require extensive reconstruction. What Odin could endure, Frigga could not. With a resolute gesture, Odin raised his hands, and 9 runic symbols began to swirl, transforming into a vast canopy stretching thousands of meters, pressing upward against the thunderous Qilin poised within the storm clouds. At that moment, the Qilin in the sky completed its charge, roaring with thunderous might as it plummeted earthward. Chapter 83, The Convergence of 9 Stars. The battle concludes. The Thunderbolt Qilin and the Celestial Veil remained locked in a fierce stalemate for a few moments, but ultimately, the Qilin succumbed, propelled skyward by the Celestial Veil. Moments later, the Qilin erupted in the heavens, illuminating the sky with a dazzling display of lightning. Countless clouds were dispersed by the unleashed bolts of energy. In the next instant, a torrential downpour engulfed the entirety of Asgard. Odin, his forehead lined with worry, was prepared to express his grievances to Zuo Zhu, urging him to be mindful of the surrounding structures during his assault, for the architecture of Asgard was exceedingly precious. However, as Odin turned, he found that the young man was already forming another seal. How audacious! Not only was he taking advantage of an elderly man, but he was also preparing his next strike while Odin was preoccupied with the previous one. Yet, it was too late for Odin to intervene. In the brief seconds he had spent trying to halt the Qilin, Zuo Zhu had already completed the incantation for his Susano'o. As the Susano'o clasped its hands together, Zuo Zhu proclaimed the name of his technique for the first time. Heavenly Barrier Trembling Star, Celestial Fire, Convergence of 9 Stars. A thunderous roar of wind reverberated throughout Asgard, making it sound as if the realm were ensconced within a colossal bellows. In the next heartbeat, the ominous thunderclouds were swept away by an overwhelming gust of wind, and a meteor several thousand meters in size, ignited by friction, plummeted from the sky. Zuo Zhu's chakra surged wildly, and a grin broke across his face. This was no mere summoning of small meteors as he had done on Earth. This was an immense meteor summoned directly from the outer cosmos of Asgard, several times larger than those found on Earth. Each one that struck would deliver a catastrophic blow, and there were 9 of these meteors. Bound together, they formed a breathtakingly destructive spectacle. The inhabitants of Asgard gazed upwards in a daze, their minds conjuring an outrageous thought. Had the twilight of the gods descended upon them? Even Odin's countenance grew grave as the Gungnir in his hand began to radiate a fierce golden light. Witnessing Odin's actions, Zuo Zhu's smile only widened, and his right eye transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, spinning wildly. Amaterasu, he exclaimed, as his gaze locked onto the meteor soaring thousands of meters above. The orange-red flames of friction ignited into fierce black flames. The first meteor's black flames, propelled by the currents of air, ignited the next, one after another, until all 9 meteors blazed with black fire. It was as though Asgard had been graced with 9 suns, causing the temperature to soar alarmingly. Were it not for the robust constitution of the Asgardians, many would have been charred to a crisp. Even those who managed to withstand the intense heat began to falter, their bodily moisture rapidly depleting as they collapsed to the ground, as if submitting to the 9 black suns above. Odin observed this with dismay. This was unacceptable. If his people fell to their knees before the meteors even struck, he would be left utterly powerless. Odin's right hand emanated an endless golden light as his spear pointed towards the approaching 9 meteors. Taking a deep breath, he launched it upward with great force. Whoosh! The spear transcended the speed of light, vanishing into a brilliant glow. The 9 dark flaming meteors remained intact, yet they inexplicably halted in midair. Crack! After several seconds of stillness, a sharp sound of shattering rang out. Like a chain reaction, one sound was followed by countless others, as all 9 colossal meteors exploded resoundingly, transforming into a cascade of dark flaming debris raining down. Though the meteors had shattered, their power diminished, the range of destruction broadened. Odin glared fiercely at his assistant, his empty hands quickly releasing numerous rune symbols, which soon filled the sky, blocking the deluge of dark flaming fragments. A catastrophe capable of obliterating all of Asgard was effortlessly mitigated under Odin's command. Yet, it did not seem entirely effortless. After releasing the multitude of rune symbols, Odin's towering figure rapidly shrank, ultimately returning to his usual form. Observing this, his assistant furrowed his brow and dispelled the various enhancements of his Susano'o, reverting to his normal state. Seeing Odin clutching his chest, panting heavily, the assistant harbored serious doubts that the old man was merely feigning weakness. Although he could not discern the precise condition of Odin's body, he felt an almost limitless divine power still residing within him, far more formidable than his own infinite chakra in his impure body. After all, the infinite chakra of his impure form had a limit to its power, while Odin's divine power was on an entirely different level. Odin suppressed the turmoil of divine energy within him, seemingly aware of the assistant's thoughts. Dismissing the dignity of the All-Father, he sat down on the battered ground and beckoned the assistant over to join him. The assistant swiftly traversed the vast distance, appearing beside Odin. Yet he chose not to sit. Odin, undeterred, regarded him with a sense of satisfaction. You remind me of my younger self. Powerful, calm, decisive, and unafraid of anything. The assistant cast a sidelong glance at the seated Odin and remarked coolly, Are you indirectly praising yourself, your majesty? This old fellow, seemingly complimenting himself, was indeed doing just that. Called out, Odin cleared his throat awkwardly. You young rascal. Don't you know not to interrupt when an elder is speaking? The assistant crossed his arms, looking down at Odin. Only the strong qualify as elders, but at present, you indeed fit that description, so please continue. Upon hearing this, Odin felt somewhat reassured. This young man was not only powerful but also gifted with sharp wit, truly a formidable character. Odin ceased his self-aggrandizement and began to elucidate the reason for his sudden cessation. You are curious as to why, despite possessing ample divine power, I abruptly halted and appeared weakened, correct? The assistant nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying Odin's words. Odin let out a sigh and continued. That is because my divine power has long surpassed its peak, yet my body has long since passed its prime. Zuo Zhu raised an eyebrow, bewildered. He only vaguely recalled that the deities of Asgard seemed to grow stronger with age. Indeed, Odin's next words confirmed his suspicion. Generally, the gods of Asgard experience an increase in divine power as they age. The older they become, the more formidable their powers. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced among the mightiest of gods. Most of the powerful deities of Asgard did not perish in battle but rather succumb to the overwhelming surge of divine power within them. While divine power knows no bounds, the physical form has its limitations. This is both a blessing and a curse. Zuo Zhu, perplexed, inquired, then why not simply release the excess divine power within you? Just as you did when you shattered my 9-star convergence with a single strike, which must have consumed a considerable amount of divine energy. If you were to unleash 100 or more strikes each day, wouldn't that deplete the surplus of divine power within you? Odin was rendered speechless, regarding Zuo Zhu as if he were a fool. Chapter 83. The solitude beneath the prosperity of Asgard clearing his throat. Odin intended to elucidate the nuances of divine power to his assistant. The magnitude of divine strength is not as straightforward as one might presume. Not only does the excessive use of divine energy risk inciting an internal upheaval, leading to a potential surge of power, but even if such a tumult does not occur, The method you propose for temporarily expelling surplus divine energy merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Consider, if I were to continuously release substantial amounts of divine energy daily, my already saturated body would inevitably develop new voids. This would create opportunities for fresh divine energy to infiltrate, further burdening my already strained vessel. Over time, rather than diminishing, my internal divine energy would proliferate. And what I might have been able to suppress for a decade could potentially overwhelm me within a mere year. Do you understand, young one? Oh, the assistant replied nonchalantly, nodding in acknowledgement. Ultimately, it boils down to your frail constitution, which cannot keep pace with the growth of divine power. Odin, do you realize how hurtful your words can be? A glint in Odin's eye signaled a mischievous thought, with a sly smile akin to that of a cunning fox. He proposed, if you truly wish to avoid a bond with Hela, I have a compromise. Should you agree to this proposal, I will still bestow upon you all that I previously promised. Initially, the assistant had intended to be content with merely securing free access to the destroyer armor. But upon hearing Odin's words, his spirits were suddenly lifted. Now you have my attention, your majesty. What is this proposal you speak of? Seeing the assistant's interest piqued, Odin felt a sense of triumph. This young man, who always appeared so nonchalant and detached, was clearly intrigued by the treasures at stake. Odin surveyed the dilapidated surroundings before inviting his assistant. This is not a fitting venue for our discussion. Your prowess has earned you the respect of all in Asgard. Let us converse at the banquet in the Hall of the Gods, where the citizens of Asgard would be eager to witness the visage of such a formidable figure. The assistant nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was a matter of courtesy to oblige Odin. Following in Odin's footsteps, they entered the resplendent halls of the palace. The opulent decorations of the hall were unparalleled by any earthly architecture. Upon reaching the banquet hall, they found that Queen Frigga had already arranged for the necessary provisions and exquisite wines. Unlike the social gatherings on Earth, the Asgardian feast boasted bounteous portions of succulent meats rather than delicate pastries or minuscule servings. The guests, with the exception of the ladies, were predominantly clad in armor. As Odin and his assistant stepped into the banquet hall, all eyes turned toward them, and in the next instant, the assembly erupted into the most exuberant applause. Even though the assistant stood as Odin's rival, the crowd lavished their cheers upon them without reservation. This fervor is uniquely Asgardian, a passion for the strong. Zuo Zhu raised a smile. To be honest, he rather enjoyed this atmosphere. There was no hypocrisy in the social interactions, only genuine cheers. Odin cast a discreet glance at Zuo Zhu's smile, feeling quite satisfied. Grasping Zuo Zhu's wrist, he led him toward the highest seat of the banquet. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Odin boldly took Zuo Zhu and seated them both upon the most exalted chairs. A gasp swept through the banquet hall. For only the most noble beings of Asgard were permitted to occupy such positions. Presently, only two individuals qualified to sit there, King Odin and Queen Frigga. Even the princes, Thor and Loki, lacked this privilege. Now, with His Majesty Odin introducing a newcomer to the elevated seat, it implied that this individual was regarded by Odin as even more esteemed than Prince Thor and Prince Loki. This revelation left everyone in disbelief. Yet, none dared to question it. As Odin had declared, Zuo Zhu earned the respect of the Asgardians through his prowess. Thus, while they found it astonishing, none felt that Zuo Zhu was unworthy. Even Thor and Loki below accepted him wholeheartedly. After all, he was a formidable being capable of sharing the spotlight with the King of Gods, making his presence there entirely justifiable. Once Odin and Zuo Zhu were seated, a maidservant poured them each a large cup of Asgardian mead. Odin raised his cup to Zuo Zhu, clinking them together before downing the contents in one gulp. Zuo Zhu gazed at the oversized wooden barrel, inhaling the rich aroma of the liquor, and followed suit, drinking it all in one go. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed from his stomach to the crown of his head, invigorating his spirit. Having never tasted such potent alcohol before, Zuo Zhu exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "This wine is exquisite." With the continuous melding of his being, his physique had significantly improved. The alcohol from Earth had long ceased to provoke any reaction in him. The Asgardian brew was indeed commendable, still igniting a fiery essence within him, worthy of even Stan Lee himself succumbing to its intoxication. Seeing Zuo Zhu's satisfaction, Odin chuckled. "What do you think? My governance has nurtured Asgard well, with its citizens and wine brimming with fervor and sincerity, united without any schemes. Compared to your Midgard, where a single planet is fragmented into hundreds of nations with perpetual warfare, would you not agree?" Listening to Odin's profound words, Zuo Zhu speared a piece of unfamiliar meat with his fork and savored it slowly before responding. "Asgard is indeed well protected under your watch, and compared to Earth, which has never ceased its internal strife, it enjoys far more peace and unity. However, it is precisely this excessive guardianship that has stunted Asgard's progress, even hinting at a regression. Asgard may appear prosperous and thriving, yet in truth, it is veering toward desolation. Am I correct, Your Majesty?" Upon arriving at the banquet, Zuo Zhu had sensed the presence of all the Asgardian warriors and gods in attendance. He discovered that aside from Odin, there was not a single deity of noteworthy stature among them. Thor, the god of thunder without his hammer, is already regarded as a T1 level entity beneath Odin. The disparity in strength is rather severe. Odin himself possesses at least the power to explode stars, yet Thor, despite being his progeny, lacks even the capability to shatter a planet's surface. At best, he can only be considered city-level in terms of destruction. Even with the addition of his hammer, he merely reaches the threshold of nation-level devastation. As for the four warriors of the Heavenly Palace, their power pales in comparison, with their divine energy being roughly equivalent to the chakra bestowed upon them by Thor's sea card. They struggle to even attain street-level destruction. The capabilities of these individuals are not to be underestimated. Had it not been for Odin, a mere wooden clone could easily annihilate them all. Ushering in the twilight of the gods. Chapter 84. The Prince of Asgard, strengthened after Odin was struck by Lazu's words. A profound weariness etched itself onto his aged visage. With a tone steeped in sorrow, he confided in Lazu, "You are indeed correct. The current state of Asgard is merely an illusion of prosperity, while in truth, it has long been on a downward trajectory. Alas, this is an inevitable plight. It is not that I wish to shield Asgard with utmost diligence, but rather that the gods of yore have departed for Valhalla, and the new generation of deities has yet to mature, leaving no one capable of bearing the weighty responsibilities. For now, I can only offer them temporary sanctuary beneath my wings. Even an old man such as I has burdens unspoken." Lazu, however, maintained an indifferent demeanor. "These matters are of no concern to me. The fate of Asgard is your affair. Speak of your terms." His interest lay solely in the benefits promised by Odin, not in the reasons behind Asgard's decline. Odin cast a glance at the unsympathetic young man beside him and decided to forego emotional appeals, opting instead to present his ultimate objective. "The terms are simple. I previously mentioned that you would forge a bond with Hela, thus you would be recognized as Asgard's most esteemed prince. I no longer require you to wed Hela, yet I shall still bestow upon you the title of Prince of Asgard, second only to the king, holding dominion over all of Asgard's armies, free from the king's commands. What say you?" Lazu's reaction was one of calm indifference. He did not express elation at the prospect. "The title of Prince of Asgard does sound appealing, but what is the price, your majesty?" Odin slowly raised a finger and stated, "I have but one request, not a demand, but a plea. In my absence, should Asgard find itself in peril, I hope you will extend your hand to assist in its salvation." Lazu, unfazed by Odin's words, posed a question, "And if the harbinger of that peril is your daughter, Hela?" Odin fell silent for a moment before lowering his gaze and answering gravely, "If her return can restore Asgard to its former glory, then that would be most desirable. However, if her presence brings forth devastation and catastrophic loss, I implore you to bring her to an end." Upon hearing this, Lazu did not rush to respond. Instead, he leisurely cut into the meat before him, contemplating the implications. The gains from agreement included the destruction armor, the title of prince, the reality gem, the space gem's ownership, and the star map indicating the locations of the soul and power gems. The costs of agreement involved potentially confronting the architects of Asgard's three great calamities, the death goddess Hela, the fire giant Surtur of Ragnarok, and the mad titan Thanos, the source of the infinite events. In essence, the stakes were not vastly disparate. The substantive interests coalesced around three principal figures. However, both Hela and Thanos, regardless of whether he acquiesced to Odin's request, would inevitably pose a threat to Earth. Thanos, in particular, was a looming menace, given the multiple infinity gems located on Earth. A confrontation was unavoidable. Lazu would never relinquish the infinity gems, thus Thanos must meet his end. Hela herself possesses immense strength. Should she reclaim dominion over Asgard, she would undoubtedly eschew Odin's laissez-faire approach towards the Nine Realms, opting instead to unify their powers. This entails conquering the Nine Realms and subsequently enlisting laborers to subjugate the cosmos. While she may disregard several realms, Earth is her territory, and it would be inconceivable to allow Hela to act with impunity. Thus, a confrontation with her becomes inevitable. As for Surtur, he is of little concern. This foolish creature, easily outmaneuvered even by the simple-minded Thor, can be easily dealt with by extinguishing the eternal flame and shattering his crown. He poses no significant threat. In summary, the benefits of this transaction outweigh the drawbacks. Zuo Zhu set aside his fork and extended his hand to Odin. "It is settled, your majesty." Odin's face broke into a genuine smile, long absent, as he clasped Zuo Zhu's hand. A month later, within the resplendent palace of the god of war, Zuo Zhu sat quietly upon the throne, his form radiating a deep crimson glow. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply, opening his eyes as the sanguine light gradually faded. The divine power had finally merged completely with his chakra. A month prior, following the agreement between Zuo Zhu and Odin, The latter eagerly announced Zuo Zhu's princely status at a grand feast. The arrival of a seemingly equal force to Odin should have been celebrated among the Asgardians. Consequently, Odin decreed a week-long revelry throughout Asgard, commemorated in Zuo Zhu's name, ensuring the populace was well aware of their new prince's existence. Upon the conclusion of the festivities, Odin escorted Zuo Zhu to the innermost sanctum of the treasury to finalize their arrangement. However, the initial gift presented to Zuo Zhu was neither the reality stone nor the means to wield the destroyer. Instead, it was another delightful surprise that accompanied his princely title. As the luminous portal in the depths of the treasury opened, the guardian armor of the destroyer was conspicuously absent, yet numerous orbs of light, varying in size and hue, floated within the pristine space. Odin explained that these were the divine essences left behind by Asgard's fallen deities throughout the ages. As the new prince, Zuo Zhu was afforded the privilege of selecting one of the primary divine essences for fusion. This bestowal of divine essence not only served as a boon accompanying Zuo Zhu's princely title, but also aimed to foster genuine recognition among the Asgardian populace towards their new ruler. An unfamiliar force is always less reassuring than one possessing their own divine essence. Naturally, Zuo Zhu graciously accepted this unexpected gift. The principal divine essences of Asgard, however, are limited in number, with only 3 remaining: the essence of light, the essence of darkness, and the essence of war. The former 2 can absorb the powers of light and darkness, respectively, and wield corresponding magical attacks, akin to Thor's thunderous might. Indeed, you heard correctly, it is magical power. Thor is, in truth, a genuine sorcerer, albeit one whose abilities have been relegated to close combat. However, given the Marvel Universe, this is entirely plausible. Even the formidable Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, has a penchant for engaging in close combat. However, Zuo Zhu possesses an ample array of magical offensive capabilities, rendering him largely indifferent to the divine attributes of light and darkness. Conversely, the divine attribute of the god of war is exceptionally suited to him. Unlike the previous 2 divine attributes, which are adorned with flamboyant spells, this one bestows a singular power, comprehensive enhancement of oneself. This ability, while undeniably potent, can also be perceived as rather ordinary. Should an average person attempt to merge with the god of war attribute, the likelihood of being overwhelmed is exceedingly high. Even if a common individual were to fortuitously succeed in the fusion, the god of war attribute would merely augment their physical form, potentially transforming them into a hulking figure akin to the Hulk, or, at worst, leaving them with the frail constitution reminiscent of Captain America. However, for someone already endowed with extraordinary strength, the fusion with the god of war attribute yields a vastly different outcome. Take Zuo Zhu, for instance. His already terrifying physical prowess experiences exponential growth, rendering him a veritable powerhouse. In terms of sheer physical strength, the Hulk, no matter how enraged, cannot hope to rival him unless he ascends to the realms of comic book evolution. Physically, Zuo Zhu has become a diminutive Superman. Yet, this is merely a secondary aspect. For Zuo Zhu seldom engages in close-quarters combat. The crux of the matter lies in the enhancement of the chakra within him. Originally, the chakra energy levels from the world of Naruto paled in comparison to the divine powers of Marvel. Zuo Zhu's ability to dominate deities such as Thor and hold his own against Odin is attributed to his remarkable output of chakra. His reservoir is not merely vast but astronomical, far surpassing that of Thor by hundreds of times. After all, when a quantity reaches a certain threshold, a qualitative transformation occurs. Now, following the amplification of the god of war attribute, the chakra within Zuo Zhu has been entirely transmuted to a level commensurate with divine power, even exhibiting characteristics that divine powers do not possess. He has dubbed this newfound energy divine chakra. This transformation enables him to unleash both ninjutsu and Susano'o with exponentially augmented potency. Previously, the full form of Susano'o unleashed the great dragonfire with a reach of 10,000 meters. Now, a single strike of the great dragonfire exceeds that range. Previously, Zuo Zhu needed to stack 3 forms of Susano'o to achieve a height of 1,000 meters. Now, any single complete form of Susano'o effortlessly attains that stature. Moreover, his defensive capabilities have ascended to an entirely new echelon. Where once he required the magical might of Kamartaj to achieve such strength, now merely activating Susano'o suffices. Chapter 85, The New S-Card, the direction of the divine tree cultivation currently, even if the formidable Tsunade from the ninja world were to confront Sasuke, who has only activated the first stage of his Susano'o skeleton, she would be unable to breach his defenses after an entire day of combat. Although the total amount of chakra within Sasuke remains unchanged, its quality has ascended to new heights. Previously, he had been deliberating whether to utilize the Ten Tails as a Jinchuriki to first obtain the power of the 6 paths or to directly evolve the Ten Tails into its ultimate divine tree form to bear chakra fruits that would elevate his own life level. Now he has made his choice. With his current prowess, it is highly likely that he has already surpassed the strength of 6 paths Madara. Thus, the urgency to acquire the power of the 6 paths has diminished. In comparison, The evolution of his own life level takes precedence. The fusion of divine power and chakra has consumed nearly a month. It is now time to relax and assess his gains, to draw cards. System. Review all the contact rewards I have yet to claim during this period. Received, querying. Encountered S-class character in this world, Thor. The God of Thunder, rewards distributed. 20 S-class shards, mysterious item 2 tails, again journey. Encountered S-class character in this world, Odin. King of the Gods, rewards distributed. 20 S-class shards, mysterious item 8 tails, ox demon. Encountered S-class characters in this world. Frigga, the goddess, Loki Odinson, the god of trickery. Laufey, king of the frost giants, rewards being distributed. 30 S-class shards, encountered A-class character in this world, Heimdall. Guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, rewards being distributed. 20 A-class shards, encountered B-class characters in this world, Sif, Vandal, Volstagg, Hogan. Rewards being distributed. 40 B-class shards. This time the rewards are categorized into 4 tiers. Each of the 2 extraordinary S-class characters, Thor and Odin, has granted me 20 S-class shards, while the ordinary S-class figures, Loki, his biological father, and his non-biological mother, each contributed 10 S-class shards. The A-class character, Heimdall, bestowed 20 A-class shards. And the 4 celestial lungs of the immortal palace. The harvest this time is quite satisfactory, particularly with the addition of 2-tailed beasts. The arrival of the 8 tails has directly advanced the 10 tails in the Kamui space to its 3rd stage, transforming it from a lean form into a muscular one. Of course, the cost was that the newly arrived 8 tails was nearly drained dry by the 10 tails, reduced to a Q version of itself. And it seems it will take quite some time to recover. However, this is of little consequence. The 8 tails is rather unattractive, and he seldom summons such a creature. The 2 tails, a blue cat, is far cuter and delightful to pet. Ahem. In summary, the 10 tails is now just one step away from achieving its final divine tree form, albeit it is the most arduous step. This step requires the roots of the divine tree to spread across an entire life planet and absorb the chakra of all its living beings, resulting in the formation of the ultimate chakra fruit. Though the Marvel universe lacks chakra, it is of little concern. Chakra is merely a combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. In this universe, ordinary individuals may lack chakra, yet they possess 2 fundamental attributes. Although the quantity may not rival that of the Naruto world, the sheer number of people prevails. With billions of inhabitants on Earth, it is sufficient for the 10 tails to produce the fruit of the god tree. However, this scenario is utterly hellish. Even if he is not deemed a virtuous person, he should not descend to such bestial depths to yield a single god tree fruit. Subjecting the underworld to a demand of billions is a thought that renders his efforts for Mother Earth's salvation utterly insufficient. This paragon of virtue resolutely refuses to resort to such malevolent means unless absolutely necessary. Ahem. Consequently, he is in urgent need of a planet that possesses both immense spiritual power and physical energy, yet does not invoke the slightest pang of conscience. Would you believe it? He actually thought of one. Moreover, this celestial body not only harbors these 2 forms of energy, but also boasts a scarcity of living beings. This planet is called Ego, the father of Star-Lord, that prolific deity of the celestial race. A planet imbued with both spiritual and life energy is nothing short of a divine breeding ground for the god tree. What could be more suitable for nurturing the 10 tails than a planet teeming with life, energy, and spiritual essence? As Zuo Zhu's thoughts culminated, a cruel smile crept upon his lips. Ego, how precarious. However, first and foremost, he must locate it. This planet is alive, not anchored to a fixed position, but rather roams the cosmos, making it more elusive than the power and soul stones. Yet, this challenge does not daunt him. If Ego is elusive, can Star-Lord be any harder to find? That child-eating patriarch is invariably salivating over every child, and naturally, he would not let Star-Lord slip through his fingers. Thus, locating Star-Lord is tantamount to discovering the bait for his celestial fishing expedition. It seems that Zuo Zhu is destined for interstellar travel. Nevertheless, before embarking on this journey, he ought to examine the treasures the system might bestow upon him. System, check my total points and ninja fragments. Querying, please hold. Total points and fragments. Gold points 43800, S-class fragments 150, A-class fragments 40, B-class fragments 40, C-class fragments 5. This expedition to Asgard has yielded abundant rewards. Besides Odin's gifts, he has directly acquired an S-class complete card. This marks Zuo Zhu's first time amassing a full S-class card in a single mission. One can only hope that such fortuitous occurrences become more frequent in the future. This time, the affluent Zuo Zhu is too lazy to beseech the various deities for blessings. He simply declares, System, synthesize an S-class card for me, along with an A-class card. Received, synthesizing. Congratulations, host has obtained S-class card. Pain Devapath, congratulations. Host has obtained A-class card. Kabuto Yakushi Half-Snake Cloak, These two cards. Zuo Zhu raised an eyebrow, feeling for the first time that the A-class card holds greater allure than the S-class card. He promptly proceeds to examine the new abilities bestowed upon him by the Half-Snake Cloak. The three abilities of the Half-Snake D are two serpent attack skills which hold little practical value for Sasuke. However, the ultimate technique, Impure World Reincarnation, is immensely appealing to him. This technique is undeniably invaluable. The renowned master of dreams, the Pharmacist D, earned this title not merely for the sake of it, but because he fulfilled the heartfelt wishes of many who longed to reunite with their loved ones. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, a significant portion of the high-ranking members of the Allied forces were able to reunite with their dearly departed through the Pharmacist D's Impure World Reincarnation. Is this not the essence of a dream master? Now that Sasuke has also mastered this technique, he could indeed become a Marvel-esque dream master, thereby indirectly influencing certain individuals. For instance, the likes of Kaecilius, and perhaps even the bereaved Tony Stark. However, there lies a minor complication. In the world of Naruto, as long as the soul is not sealed and exists in the Pure Land, it can be summoned back. Yet, this is within the Marvel Universe. The souls of those who have passed on Earth, aside from a few exceptional cases, are either in the custody of Mephisto or under the care of death. While Mephisto is not to be underestimated, even though he is the Lord of Hell, the protective array of the Sanctum on Earth prevents his true form from descending. As long as he does not manifest in his true form, Mephisto poses no real threat to him. Furthermore, as long as the confrontation does not take place in Hell, Mephisto's domain, even a true manifestation of his might, is not insurmountable for the current Sasuke. What truly instills fear is the possibility that the soul he wishes to summon may lie in the hands of another formidable entity, one of the five primordial gods, Death. Chapter 86. The new form of the Destroyer armor and the reality gem. This individual harbors an intense obsession with the souls of the deceased, daring to seize them from the clutches of death. Should his actions be discovered, the protective formations of Earth would be utterly futile. At that juncture, he would likely face the ultimate encounter with death itself. Thus, he resorts to utilizing the technique of Edo Tensei within the Marvel realm. But first, he must ascertain the whereabouts of the target's soul and whether he can contend with the consequences. Sighing in exasperation, Zuo Zhu feels powerless in this matter, as he remains far removed from the realm of death. After a moment of despondency, he recalls the abilities granted to him by another card, the S card of pain. Firstly, the enhancement of chakra is beyond discussion. Once integrated into his being, it will gradually transform into divine chakra. Both A and S share this characteristic. In terms of skills, the Deva path bestowed upon him is rather straightforward, essentially comprising the four abilities associated with the Rinnegan. Aside from the Shinra Tensei he has already acquired from Edo Tensei and the black rods obtained from the battle with Obito, the Deva path has provided him with two new, unassuming, yet potent skills. Universal pull, centered around himself, it generates a formidable gravitational force to draw in opponents, capable of attracting all things. Planetary devastation, this technique condenses chakra into a black sphere, controlling it to float above and attract all surrounding objects, ultimately sealing the target within. One is a control technique, the other is sealing technique, both of which are rather scarce for Zuo Zhu at present, particularly the latter. Aside from a few sealing techniques acquired from Kamartage, he has yet to possess any sealing skills from the Naruto universe. Given that planetary devastation is capable of sealing Kaguya, it undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable sealing techniques in the Naruto series. Magic pales in comparison to the potency of planetary devastation. With a decisive motion, Zuo Zhu rises from his throne, stretching his body that has remained idle for nearly a month, to facilitate the metamorphosis between divine power and chakra. He has sat upon this throne for an entire month. Even if his body can endure, the monotony has taken a toll on his spirit. However, such meticulousness is only necessary for the initial fusion. After experiencing the discomfort of the first attempt, subsequent endeavors will proceed more smoothly. The amalgamation of divine power and chakra will similarly allow chakra from future ninja cards to gradually assimilate into divine chakra within his being. Oh, there is one more detail to note. Upon merging with the essence of the god of war, the quantity of chakra within him will increase over time, akin to Odin's soul. However, this is of little consequence. The natural growth of divine power occurs at an exceedingly slow pace. To achieve a level of strength akin to Odin solely through the passage of time would require several millennia. By then, he would have likely consumed an unimaginable quantity of divine tree fruits. His life form would have evolved to a point beyond imagination, rendering the increment of divine power negligible. Here, the author merely indulges in verbosity. Descending from the lofty throne, Zuo Zhu finds the grand doors of the hall opening automatically. In the lengthy corridor outside, 2 rows of guards promptly bow in respectful acknowledgement. Your Highness. Zuo Zhu merely nods with nonchalance in response, continuing his path outward. As Zuo Zhu traversed the path, he was continuously greeted by the patrolling guards of the war god hall and passing maidens, leaving him quite perplexed. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that he finally exited the grand edifice, casting a glance back at the expansive 10-mile domain of the war god hall. He shook his head slightly. Odin, that old man, truly perplexes me. I seldom reside in Asgard. Why create such a vast dwelling for myself? Accompanied by so many guards and attendants? Does he perceive me as a materialistic individual? Yet, on the flip side, the beauty of the Asgardian maidens is indeed striking. Their allure captivating. Perhaps, in moments of leisure, returning here for an extended stay wouldn't be a hardship. Odin, the plan is in motion. Not only at the War God Hall, but throughout his journey, greetings abounded as he passed by the celestial palaces. Only upon reaching Odin's palace did the salutation cease. Zuo Zhu did not wait for the guards to announce his arrival. He boldly entered the palace. The two squads of guards stationed at the entrance exchanged glances, mutually lowering their heads, silently conceding. We saw nothing before the imposing golden throne. Odin stood, one hand gripping Gungnir and the other resting upon his brow, assuming an air of profundity. Frigga, seated gracefully to Odin's left, inclined her head slightly, offering Zuo Zhu a gentle smile and greeting him warmly. Your Highness. Zuo Zhu nodded in acknowledgement to Frigga, dismissing the pretentious Odin, and unceremoniously took a seat to Odin's right. You have arrived? Indeed. You ought not to enough of that, old man. Where is my destroyer armor? Odin's expression faltered. A glare directed at Zuo Zhu. Recently, with the addition of Zuo Zhu, a powerful prince, Odin's heavy heart had finally found some respite. He had hoped to share a jest, yet this youth displayed a complete lack of decorum. With a huff, Odin waved his hand, and a silver-gray ring floated towards Zuo Zhu. I have altered the permissions of Odin's power. You can now utilize it by infusing it with the power of the war god. Moreover, Frigga has, at your request, employed spatial magic to reshape its appearance. The destroyer armor now predominantly exists in the form of a ring, while its battle attire can be manifested through your own will. As Odin spoke, he shot Zuo Zhu a sidelong glance, his tone tinged with bitterness. Today's youth seemed to favor flamboyant designs. What was wrong with the former rugged elegance of the destroyer? And Frigga, too, devoted an entire fortnight to assist you in this transformation. It's been ages since anyone has shown me such attentiveness. Frigga, casting a knowing look at the increasingly childish Odin since Zuo Zhu's arrival, softly reassured him, do not heed his majesty's ramblings. This is but a trivial matter. Zuo Zhu casually adorned the floating ring onto his left middle finger and smiled at Frigga. Since the queen has said so, I shall refrain from expressing gratitude. However, rest assured, as a token of my appreciation, I shall ensure the well-being of my two nephews. At the very least, they shall live on in my future. Indeed. The nephews he referred to were none other than Thor and Loki. As the prince, Zuo Zhu stood second only to Odin in status, naturally placing him above Thor and Loki in the hierarchical order. The two now had to address him as uncle, an uncle in his 20s. Alongside his two nephews who had lived for over 1,000 years, how amusing it was to contemplate. Upon hearing Zuo Zhu's words, Odin and Frigga simultaneously displayed expressions of immense relief. The fact that their sons in this universe could survive was indeed the best outcome imaginable. Enough with the merriment. Old man, what about my reality stone? Zuo Zhu understood the joyous sentiments of the elderly couple, but his primary desire was to obtain his second infinity stone. Due to its unique properties, the time stone was not suitable for reckless usage, as carelessness could easily lead to temporal repercussions. Apart from the period during which he learned to wield the Eye of Agamotto, the time stone had essentially become a mere ornament for him, a trump card reserved for critical moments. In contrast, the reality stone was different. It could be employed with abandon without incurring severe consequences. At most, it might inadvertently alter a few trivial aspects of existence. Chapter 87, Ether Particles, the reality gem in hand in a buoyant mood. Odin paid no heed to Zuo Zhu's incessant jests of calling him an old man. With Gungnir firmly planted in the ground before the three, a crimson spatial portal gradually fissured open. Odin did not usher Zuo Zhu through this portal. Rather, he infused it with his golden divine power. The enormous stone seal within was cleaved apart by Odin's divine energy, revealing a swirling mass of dark red particles that captivated the attention of the trio. The ether particles, upon breaking free from their confinement, immediately sought to escape. Yet, before they could make a move, they were ensnared by the golden divine power, rendering them unable to flee. As the ether particles were drawn forth by Odin's divine might, Zuo Zhu's eyes widened in wonder. Without a shred of hesitation, he reached out with his bare hands toward the ether particles enveloped in golden energy. Odin's divine power did not impede Zuo Zhu's grasp. He effortlessly plunged his hand into the swirling mass of ether particles. The ether particles attempted to burrow into Zuo Zhu's palm, but an invisible force firmly restrained them just a centimeter from his hand, preventing their advance. Universal attraction, he declared, binding the ether particles within a fixed space through an immense gravitational pull. The stones must remain quietly obedient. Any erratic movement would be ill-advised. Zuo Zhu narrowed his eyes as crimson divine energy surged from his palm into the ether particles. Instantly, the myriad flowing red particles began to coalesce, ultimately crystallizing into a resplendent red gem amid a brilliant flash of light. The true form of the ether particles, the reality gem. Once the transformation into the reality gem was complete, Zuo Zhu released his grip on the gravitational control and divine power, directly clutching the gem with his bare hand. The radiant red light of the reality gem seeped through his fingers, and a powerful, unfamiliar energy began to surge wildly within him. Before arriving in the divine realm, such an overwhelming force might have caused him discomfort. However, having undergone a transcendence of divine essence, he found himself impervious to the gem's energy radiation. He even scorned the idea of suppressing the chaotic energy within him with chakra or divine power, allowing it to roam freely. Nevertheless, he was not fond of unruly children. Within his heart, he concentrated a minuscule black sphere, exerting tremendous pressure from all directions upon the reality gem nestled in his palm. Simultaneously, he coldly admonished, "Be quiet, or I shall seal you away eternally within the cold stone." The reality gem possessed a semblance of consciousness. It brimmed with boundless energy, yet its power would diminish significantly in the absence of a host. Zuo Zhu's threat of imprisoning it within the earth-shattering star was no mere jest. If no one intervened from the outside to liberate it, it would indeed be eternally confined. The reality gem, sensing the gravity in Zuo Zhu's words, ceased its mischief, its crimson glow receding as it settled quietly within his grasp. The obedient child. Zuo Zhu felt the submissive feedback emanating from the reality gem in his hand. With a thought, he tested the gem's ability to alter reality. In the next instant, a crimson light flowed over the gem, transforming its appearance into a dark red ring that adorned Zuo Zhu's right middle finger. Now, he found himself in a slow-motion scene. His left and right hands each adorned with a ring of a different hue. This was somewhat unfamiliar for Zuo Zhu, who had never been one to wear accessories. However, Frigga, beside him, gently laughed, remarking, "Your Highness, wearing these two unique rings only enhances your already handsome visage, adding a distinctive charm." Zuo Zhu did not perceive any increase in his allure, but given that even the goddess had complimented him, he refrained from altering the ring's forms. Observing Zuo Zhu successfully controlling the reality gem, Odin was not taken aback. For someone of Zuo Zhu's caliber, a single infinity gem was merely a trifle. Nevertheless, he cautioned, using 1 or 2 infinity gems is inconsequential, but once you exceed 3, it is advisable to refrain from using them simultaneously. He continued, to harness 6 gems, you must utilize a vessel, otherwise, your body cannot withstand the immense strain, even if you have previously employed the secrets of immortality. The simultaneous use of 6 infinity gems, without a vessel, places not just your body under stress, but your soul as well. After this warning, Odin smiled once more, adding, yet, you need not fret too much. As I previously mentioned, I am forging a unique artifact for you, and I have commissioned the Dwarven King to create it, a weapon capable of harnessing infinity gems. In the future, you may embed the infinity gems into this artifact. As long as you do not exceed its limits, the burden will be negligible. The Dwarven King is the finest blacksmith in the cosmos, as long as you do not destroy objects of equal caliber with the infinity gems. You should not encounter issues with exceeding the usage threshold. Zuo Zhu was taken aback. During their combat, Odin had casually mentioned this, and he had not taken it seriously. To his astonishment, Odin had indeed commissioned the Dwarven King to forge an artifact for him, one that could utilize infinity gems. This old man. Zuo Zhu smiled faintly. Thank you, old man. Odin feigned a stern expression. You are the Prince of Asgard. We are now family. Why express gratitude? Frigga helps you without thanks, and you thank me? Do you look down upon me? Zuo Zhu pouted slightly. Fine, I want to thank you then. I retract my previous statement. Odin, satisfied, nodded and continued. The crafting of your artifact is quite complex and will take some time. Why not rest in Asgard for a while? Zuo Zhu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No, since it requires more time, I will return for it later. I need to make a trip across the cosmos. The final step with the Ten Tails was imminent, and he was eager to have a thorough discussion with Star-Lord. Odin nodded slightly, choosing not to persuade further. With a wave of his hand, 2 golden orbs appeared. Since you are destined to venture into the cosmos, here are the coordinates for the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. You may as well explore this opportunity. Whether you can obtain them depends solely on your own prowess, particularly regarding the Soul Stone. Zuo Zhu understood the implication of Odin's final words, yet he did not dwell on it. The acquisition of the Soul Stone necessitates a soul-for-soul exchange, requiring one to sacrifice their dearest loved one for the Soul Stone. This condition is indeed harsh for an ordinary individual. However, regrettably, in this vast universe, Zuo Zhu had yet to encounter someone he truly cherished. If one were to insist, the only entity he held dear was his Naruto system. Surely, he could not forsake his system for the sake of a gem, could he? Regardless of the feasibility, he would never entertain such a notion. Thus, if the Soul Stone does not manifest, then the existence of the planet Warmir, where the Soul Stone resides, would be rendered unnecessary. Chapter 88. Returning to Earth, an unexpected visitor, he pondered how long it would take to obliterate a star with his current strength. Support the host, go for it. The system, rarely so proactive, cheered for Zuo Zhu, seemingly fearful that he might cast it off the precipice. Well, lingering here serves no purpose, so I shall take my leave. Should any matters arise, simply channel divine energy into this, and I shall come forth. Zuo Zhu casually placed a special kunai, modified with the secret arts of camouflage, upon the table. This unique kunai, an adaptation of the Flying Thunder God technique, had been enhanced from its original one-way teleportation function to include a sensing capability. By infusing energy into the kunai, the wielder could perceive events occurring in its vicinity, thus allowing for timely arrival. He had crafted several of these, intending to leave a pair on Earth, one for the Akatsuki base and another for Hydra. After all, it was prudent to maintain a layer of insurance for his own forces. He certainly did not wish to return from his journey to find himself a lone commander. After bidding farewell to Odin and Frigga, Zuo Zhu proceeded to the Asgardian hangar to retrieve a spacecraft. Though Asgard may appear antiquated at first glance, its technology was anything but inferior. In fact, one could assert that Asgard's spacecraft surpassed that of most civilizations in the cosmos in terms of advancement. This was primarily due to Asgard's martial culture, which fostered a lesser reliance on technology. After perusing the manual for a few minutes, Zuo Zhu felt he had nearly mastered the essentials. With a press of the ignition key, he initiated the launch sequence. Engaging the electronic handbrake, he shifted into fifth gear. Off he went. With a thunderous roar, the spacecraft burst forth, shattering the hangar's walls and colliding with a nearby structure before coming to a halt. Zuo Zhu emerged from the vessel, his expression darkened, as he waved away the celestial palace guards who had rushed over in response to the commotion. Subsequently, he opened a towering portal and effortlessly extracted the undamaged spacecraft from the debris, sending it through the gateway. Blast! It appeared that he lacked the aptitude for piloting. Navigating would have to rely on the ship's intelligent driving system. In truth, he could now traverse the cosmos freely, but being directionally challenged. Without the spacecraft's navigation and spatial jumps, by the time he located the two Infinity Stones and Star-Lord, Thanos might have already laid waste to Earth. The reason for his return to Earth was that his forthcoming journey through the universe might be prolonged. He needed to establish some contingencies on Earth first. As Zuo Zhu stepped through the portal, a red and gold armored figure was already surveying the spacecraft with keen interest. Upon seeing Zuo Zhu emerge, Tony Stark, clad in his battle suit, lifted his visor, his tone brimming with astonishment as he addressed Zuo Zhu. Good heavens, Zuo. Where did you acquire this spacecraft? This is no ordinary vessel. Its technological sophistication is remarkable. Zuo Zhu glanced at him, directly tossing the spacecraft's manual and a star map indicating the locations of the two Infinity Stones into his hands. I need to make a trip to the universe. The spacecraft was procured from Asgard. Please assist me in inputting these coordinates into the ship and set the intelligent voice system to bilingual, English and Chinese. Upon my return from the cosmos, this spacecraft shall belong to you. Originally intending to inquire in detail about the events transpiring in Asgard from Zuo Zhu, Tony suddenly deemed those matters inconsequential. A deal is a deal. He eagerly seized the manual and star chart, hastening to board the spacecraft. However, before Zuo Zhu could stray too far, the unmistakable sound of Tony's barking echoed from within the vessel. What the hell? Has that idiot really left it in fifth gear? Like Takumi Fujiwara. Zuo Zhu's expression darkened once more as he quickened his pace towards the base. That scoundrel, Tony. Zuo Zhu remained silent, resolutely advancing, disregarding the greetings from personnel along the way. This indifference caused Wanda, who had been eager to converse with Zuo Zhu upon his arrival, to halt in her tracks, unable to conceal her delight. The director seemed rather displeased at the moment. Perhaps it would be best to discuss the strange magical aura that had been permeating the base another time. With a grim demeanor, Zuo Zhu arrived at the door of his office. Just as he reached for the doorknob, he paused, raising an eyebrow. How intriguing. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he opened the door and stepped inside. Within the office, a middle-aged woman clad in the standard uniform of the Akatsuki base was engaged in cleaning. Upon noticing Zuo Zhu's entrance, she appeared startled, placing a hand over her mouth. You are the director, sir? I apologize. I am the new cleaning staff. During your absence, Commander Hill assigned me to tidy your office. Zuo Zhu cast a glance at her without responding, surveying his tidy office before slowly approaching the woman. Noticing his silence, her expression shifted to one of anxious explanation. Director, did I fail to meet your expectations in some way? I'm truly sorry. I can improve. Please don't dismiss me. I desperately need this job to support my family. As long as you don't fire me, I'm willing to do anything for you. Anything. Standing before the woman, Zuo Zhu looked down at her with an indifferent gaze, his voice growing colder. Anything you say? A glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes as she adjusted her blouse, exposing a hint of white, and replied with a wink, yes, anything can be. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice abruptly faltered. Zuo Zhu seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air, his tone chilling. Then tell me, Who sent you here? With desperation, the woman clawed at his arm, her voice barely a whisper. I am the cleaning staff assigned by Commander Hill. Still pretending? Oh. Crack. Zuo Zhu crushed her neck with a single motion. Yet, he did not relinquish his grip on her lifeless body. Instead, he gazed at the contorted expression on her face, which bore a peculiar grin. In the next moment, the woman's peculiar visage dissipated into a wisp of purple smoke, slipping through his fingers. Finally, a woman clad in a deep purple wizard's robe gathered several meters behind Zuo Zhu, bursting into an exaggerated laugh. Ha! Truly worthy of being called the Minister of Calamity, you are indeed not easily deceived. Zuo Zhu slowly turned to face the woman, whose appearance had transformed from that of an average-looking individual to a heavily made-up matron. With a peculiar tone, he remarked, I truly cannot fathom the aesthetic sense of you priestesses. You appear reasonably acceptable in your normal state, yet the moment you don the guise of a priestess, your beauty plummets several levels. Especially considering you are not particularly attractive to begin with, your current appearance is quite repulsive. Don't you agree, Agatha? Chapter 89. Agatha, Danger. Agatha's ostentatious smile abruptly faded upon hearing her name. Her expression turned icy, and with a flick of her dark fingers, violet energy surged at her fingertips. Inside the spacious minister's office, purple magical runes began to shimmer in all directions. It has been nearly a century since I last appeared. Yet the esteemed minister still recognizes my identity, truly remarkable. However, it is a pity that the minister has been rather careless. Unwittingly stepping into the trap, I meticulously prepared for a month. Ha ha ha. As Agatha finished her statement, her exaggerated smile reappeared, exuding confidence in her victory. The assistant, with one hand in his pocket, surveyed the floating purple runes adorning the walls, feeling a twinge of familiarity. It seemed he had encountered something similar in one of the mystical tomes from Kamartaj. Was it not a spell known as the basic defensive charm? A means of magic suppression? Magic suppression, indeed. The assistant clenched his fist, sensing a sluggishness in his inner power, its flow noticeably slowed. Observing his movement, Agatha's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. No need to test it, esteemed minister. I am aware that you possess other energy techniques beyond Kamartaj's magic. Thus, I have spent considerable time altering the effects of the basic defensive charm. Here. This spell not only prohibits the magical abilities of anyone other than the caster, but also renders other cosmic energies unusable. From the moment you stepped into this room, your fate was sealed. The assistant responded with a mere, oh, boom. A violet skeletal hand, akin to a streak of purple light, struck Agatha's face, sending her crashing through one of the walls and creating a sizable hole as she flew out. The assistant withdrew the skeletal arm of Susano'o, his feet slowly lifting off the ground. The energy of this universe may be inaccessible, but what does that have to do with my chakra? As Agatha burst into the minister's office, the alarm throughout the acolyte's base blared loudly. Flung into the base's hall, Agatha clumsily rose from the ground, her violet, bizarre wizard robe now tattered and resembling that of a beggar. Remaining at the base were two superheroes, Iron Man Tony Stark and Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff, along with a squad of armed special forces, all encircling Agatha. Tony, hovering in the air, scanned Agatha's visage, and a fraudulent profile was pulled up by J.A.R.V.I.S. Upon seeing this, Tony narrowed his eyes, aiming his repulsor at Agatha, and inquired, "This wandering lady, I don't recall issuing a keycard to a junkie. How did you gain access to the base, and what is your intention? We have no magical flower here." "A lady? A junkie? Me?" Agatha exclaimed, pointing at herself, nearly incensed by Tony's sharp tongue. At that moment, her disheveled appearance, heavily made up with smoky eyes, and her soiled hands indeed made her look like a desperate addict, initially struck by the sudden and mysterious powers of the left assistant, which not only sent her flying, but also disrupted her enchantments, leaving her frustrated after a month of toil. Now, upon hearing this inferior metal man's audacity to refer to himself as Ant, her fury surged within her. And with hands infused with purple magic, she forcefully pressed down onto the ground. Begone! The formidable purple energy erupted from the earth, sweeping outward in all directions. Contrary to Agatha's expectations, where she envisioned the surrounding minions being obliterated by her magic, the reality was starkly different. Aside from Tony, who was caught off guard and fell from the sky amid his cries, Wanda and the entire strike team stood resolute and unmoved. The scarlet chaos energy in Wanda's hands emanated to form a crimson shield, not only blocking the magic directed at her, but also that aimed at the strike team. As for Tony, the fact that she did not enhance Agatha's magic aimed at him with chaos energy was already a result of the left assistant guiding her out of her inner turmoil. Even though she had come to realize that Tony was not the true culprit behind her parents' demise, it would be disingenuous to claim she had completely let go of her grievances against him. After all, that missile was, to some extent, linked to him. And a decade's worth of hatred could not be so easily erased. With their greatest misunderstanding resolved, the remnants of animosity would have to be left to time to smooth over. Tony made no comment on Wanda's actions, quickly rising to his feet. He was acutely aware of the visible dissatisfaction emanating from the Maximoff siblings. Utilizing his resources, he swiftly uncovered the reasons behind their sentiments. Thus, he harbored a lingering sense of guilt towards the two siblings and, whenever possible, sought to care for and compensate them. Just like now, as Tony stood up. He instinctively positioned himself in front of Wanda. The left assistant, hands in pockets, floated out from the gaping hole in the office created by Agatha's entrance. Observing the peculiar atmosphere between Tony and Wanda with contemplative eyes, the two, devoid of maternal figures, could not continue in such an awkward manner. He certainly did not wish for his Dawn to suffer the same fate as the Avengers, fracturing into two factions due to internal strife. Dawn could only exist as a singular entity, an absolute collective under his command. Civil discord was not permissible in his realm. However, that matter would have to wait. The pressing issue of the old which required immediate attention. The left assistant's gaze returned to Agatha, who was now fixated on Wanda. Or more precisely, on the chaos energy in her hands. Agatha's eyes brimmed with avarice, intensely staring at the red glow, murmuring to herself, "What kind of power is this? Powerful, enigmatic, transcending all. I've never encountered such extraordinary magic. Who are you truly?" Ever since she sensed the chakra energy of the left assistant, her thoughts had been consumed with devising a plan to seize it. Consequently, Agatha spent an entire month at the Dawn base without realizing that she was in proximity to an even greater treasure than the left assistant. She felt an instinctive foreboding that if she could obtain it, everything she desired could be within her grasp, regardless of power, immortality, or her own son. Agatha unconsciously reached out her hand towards Wanda. In the next moment, with a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a dark arm fell to the ground in an instant. Agatha stared blankly at the long blade embedded before her, along with the severed arm that now lay on the ground, only then feeling the excruciating pain. With a cry of despair, Agatha extended her remaining hand towards the fallen limb, attempting to summon it back through magic. Yet, a black iron rod descended from above, firmly pinning the summoned arm back to the ground. In the next second, Agatha realized that the arm on the ground was beyond her control. Her magical powers rendered utterly ineffective. Magic suppression? Or perhaps a suppression without any incantation. How could this be possible? Is this magic? Even a magical suppression tool should bear an inscription. Before Agatha could process this bewilderment, several black rods shot towards her. The rods, approaching the speed of light, were beyond Agatha's ability to evade, and she was instantly pinned down by three of them, rendering her immobile on the ground. Furthermore, the rods penetrated her body, disrupting her internal magic, leaving her unable to cast any spells. It's over. Agatha's mind was consumed by a single thought. The game was up. The left assistant slowly reached out another black rod, floating towards Agatha, who was desperately trying to rise. Agatha was not weak, under prepared circumstances. Even the later Wanda had fallen into her trap. If it weren't for the overwhelming chaotic power, Wanda would have been completely drained by Agatha. However, unfortunately, Agatha's information was far too unequal compared to the left assistant, whose abilities countered her effectively. The binding magic that Agatha had painstakingly researched, designed to target all cosmic energies, was utterly ineffective against the chakra from another universe that the left assistant wielded. Moreover, the enormous magical power she had absorbed from countless witches over centuries could not be fully utilized against the left assistant, for she was a mage, while the left assistant was a versatile warrior. With the black rods, which served as instruments of magic suppression, the left assistant, if he wished, could render Agatha utterly defenseless. Just as he was doing now. Speed, strength, energy, and tactics overwhelmed her from every angle. What could Agatha possibly use to defend herself? The only reason she wasn't eliminated immediately was that the left assistant wished to test the effectiveness of the black rods in disrupting chakra and their impact on the energy of this world. The previous attempt in Odin had failed. Now was the perfect opportunity for a trial. The answer was clear. It worked perfectly. For him, this was excellent news, indicating that he had gained another method akin to sealing techniques. However, for Agatha, it was far from good news. With the experiment concluded, she was of no further use. The left assistant cast a detached glance at her, casually flicking the black rod towards Agatha's forehead, filled with despair. Whoosh. A true man never looks back at the outcome. And neither did the left assistant. Having made his move, he turned away. Yet, halfway through his turn, he paused, slowly redirecting his gaze back towards Agatha. The black rod did not, as Zuo Zhu had anticipated, pierce directly through Agatha's head. Instead, it halted before a woman adorned with a black veil and clad in a dark green gown, her features obscured from view. Chapter 90. The Five Deities. Death. The woman's visage remained obscured in shadows, yet the dark staff hovering before her gradually dissipated into nothingness, as if eroded by some invisible force. Show yourself, you elusive wretch. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Zuo Zhu's corporeal form slowly transformed into an ephemeral shadow and vanished from sight. In an instant, he materialized before the enigmatic woman. Wielding the Kusanagi sword embedded in the ground, he struck at the veil that concealed her countenance. Zuo Zhu's strike was swift. A streak of white light slicing through the air, yet it was effortlessly thwarted by the woman. What was most astonishing was that she defended against Zuo Zhu's lethal blow, capable of cleaving through a skyscraper with merely a single finger. Furthermore, when the Kusanagi sword made contact with her finger, it emitted not a sound. The feedback from the attack was a profound silence, as if he were cleaving through mere air. Humph, playing tricks, Zuo Zhu scoffed, unleashing a violent surge of lightning from the Kusanagi sword, significantly amplifying its lethality. Most importantly, the brilliance of the lightning illuminated the woman's true visage beneath the shadows. The upper half of her face was strikingly beautiful, while the lower half bore the grotesque semblance of a crimson skull. Zuo Zhu's scarlet eyes shrank to pinpricks, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, a sensation of unparalleled danger coursing through his entire being. Danger, danger, danger. Heeding his instincts, Zuo Zhu unhesitatingly relinquished the Kusanagi sword, becoming increasingly insubstantial. Divine might, etherealization. Had he transported himself into another realm? The woman regarded the ethereal Zuo Zhu with keen interest, as the Kusanagi sword in her grasp withered as if bereft of life. Indeed, it was a decay akin to that of life itself. Zuo Zhu never imagined he would witness such a bizarre scene upon a weapon. With a grave expression, Zuo Zhu fixed his gaze upon the woman, feeling for the first time that his life was no longer within his control. Even in his battles with Odin, though he lacked absolute confidence in victory, he felt assured of his chances for escape. Yet, in the presence of this woman, he possessed no hope of fleeing. This was none other than Death itself, one of the 5 deities of Marvel, the goddess of death. This was not the faux goddess of death, Hela, from Asgard. This entity was an ancient being governing all life and souls within the multiverse. It was Death incarnate. Death's dark green eyes bore into Zuo Zhu, and a captivating smile graced the skeletal lips. How Zuo Zhu perceived allure from that skeletal visage was beyond comprehension. Yet he felt as though Death's smile pierced his very heart. How could anyone embody such an aesthetic, igniting such fervor within him? His heart raced faster, the infatuation with Death surging ever stronger. It was as if, in that moment, he had encountered the love of his life, willing to sacrifice everything for just a smile from her. To Zuo Zhu, Death radiated an aura of divine light. Zuo Zhu could hardly restrain himself any longer. He could not suppress the dissolution of his ethereal form and reached out his hand. With a swift motion, Zuo Zhu's electrifying right hand plunged into his chest, mercilessly extracting his fiercely pulsating heart and crushing it with unrelenting force. The agony and void within his chest eclipsed any sensation of exhilaration. His formidable vitality allowed Zuo Zhu to endure for an extended duration even without a heart. Almost instantaneously, his body transformed into a decaying husk, and the heart he had lost was restored in an instant. The violent throbbing of his heart and the inexplicable thrill of impending death vanished into thin air. Death, somewhat astonished, cast a glance at Zuo Zhu's shattered heart and flicked a finger, reclaiming wisps of dark green energy from the remnants of the heart. My dear, how decisively you act. Yet, you are rather harsh on yourself, which stirs a sense of sympathy even in me, making you all the more intriguing. Zuo Zhu, devoid of expression, inhaled deeply. His eyes transformed into the violet of the Rinnegan as the black lines encircling it shifted to white, culminating in the emergence of intricate patterns upon his ocular orbs. This marked the first instance Zuo Zhu had unleashed the full extent of his ocular powers, the Rinnegan and the 4 variations of the Sharingan. Concurrently, within him, the Ten Tails began its process of merging with his essence. He was prepared to fight with all his might. An overwhelming wave of chakra emanated from Zuo Zhu, casting an immense pressure upon the scene. Except for Death, all present were unable to withstand this sudden onslaught of force, collapsing to their knees. The entire base trembled as if it were on the verge of collapse. Tony, listening to Jarvis's incessant warnings about exceeding pressure thresholds within his armor, turned pale. Zuo, just how powerful are you? Merely standing there is nearly enough to crush me, encased in this iron suit. He pondered the terrifying nature of the woman opposing Zuo Zhu, who warranted such earnestness from him. Tony felt as though his worldview was being dismantled, realizing for the first time how insignificant he truly was, and how narrow his understanding of this world had been. Just as Tony was about to succumb to the pressure, strands of crimson energy clung to his armor, absorbing much of the burden. He survived. Tony exhaled in relief, casting a complex gaze at Wanda, who extended her hand towards him, his lips pressed tight. Wanda. Meanwhile, Death remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by the pressure radiating from Zuo Zhu, even taking the time to observe Wanda, who was desperately shielding everyone in the base with her crimson energy. The power of chaos is still somewhat immature in its application. However, the little girl possesses commendable willpower, Death remarked, before shifting her attention back to Zuo Zhu, whose hair was gradually turning white, and who bore numerous black tomo. With a slight parting of her lips, she declared, My dear, Even if you were to unleash all your hidden powers now, to me, you would still be merely an ordinary human. If I wished to bring you harm, you would have long since returned to my embrace. Therefore, relinquish the power you are currently merging with. I can sense that for you. It is not as simple as mere integration, he cautioned. Do not squander this opportunity. Upon hearing these words, Zuo Zhu took a deep, contemplative glance at death, ultimately sighing in resignation as he severed his connection with the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He understood that death's words held truth. Even if he were to fuse with the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki, acquiring the powers of the Six Paths, he would merely be an exceptionally strong ordinary individual in the face of one of the five divine beings, death. Zuo Zhu reached out to halt Wanda and Tony, who were eager to approach following the dissipating pressure. His eyes, once adorned with multiple mesmerizing pupils, reverted to their ordinary, pitch-black state. He inquired of death, might I ask, what brings the goddess of death to this humble little earth? Surely it cannot be merely to entice me into becoming your servant? He had no desire to end up like a certain Thanos from a parallel universe, reduced to a sycophant of the goddess of death. Death's smile was radiant and warm as she gently replied, of course not. The allure you perceive is merely a whimsical fancy of mine, a spontaneous act. Success is desirable. Yet failure bears no consequence. She then turned slowly to gaze at Agatha, who had remained silent and bowed her head since Death's arrival. With delicate fingers, she lifted Agatha's chin and declared, I have come here for her, my beloved, Agatha. Zuo Zhu, what on earth is this? Chapter 91. The redemption of Death. Zuo Zhu's expression twisted in disbelief at the notion of death. Before his demise, his impressions of Marvel were limited to the Loki and WandaVision series. Then, he found himself unexpectedly transported through a mobile device. To his astonishment, the Marvel universe had become increasingly bizarre. The combination of the goddess of death and Agatha as lovers presented an eccentric taste he had not anticipated. He had thought that the love triangle involving Deadpool, Thanos, and death was outrageous enough. Yet here he was confronted with something even grander. Had Marvel truly devolved to such absurdity for the sake of political correctness? Zuo Zhu found it incomprehensible, yet he respected it. To clarify, his respect was directed towards the goddess of death, not Marvel itself. After all, the goddess of death stood before him. Failing to show her respect would be quite unwise. The goddess of death paid no heed to the slander directed at her by the little fellow before her. Having lived countless years and experienced a myriad of events, she understood that sometimes love transcends gender. It is merely a feeling. Moreover, she herself did not adhere to the concept of gender. The appellation goddess of death was primarily bestowed upon her because most who beheld her desired a flawless female form, leading to the eventual adoption of this title. Her true name was simply Death. Little one, Agatha does deserve punishment, yet she should not perish at this moment. Shall we grant her a reprieve this time? Although the goddess of death framed it as a question, it felt more like a proclamation to Zuo Zhu. As someone who had always delivered pronouncements as minister Zuo Zhu, and Zuo the supreme mage, could he truly endure this? Yes, he could. Zuo Zhu, displaying his awareness, nodded in agreement. Since you have spoken, it is certainly acceptable. However, given that she has ambushed me and left my base in disarray, should you not consider some form of compensation for her actions as your beloved? Agatha, positioned behind the goddess of death, abruptly raised her head, glaring at the shameless Zuo Zhu, caught between indignation and silence. This scoundrel. She had merely cast a spell in the office. No damage was caused by anyone else. It was he who had wreaked havoc, yet he now dared to turn the tables, engaging in negotiations. It must be noted that this little fellow possessed remarkable audacity. The goddess of death, her gaze sultry and beguiling, emanated an allure of mortality. As if she might consume Zuo Zhu in the next heartbeat. Zuo Zhu placed his hand over his heart, unperturbed by the perilous glances of the goddess of death, prepared to shatter his own heart at a moment's notice. Seeing his lack of fear, the goddess of death withdrew her gaze in disinterest and stated flatly, Speak, little one. What is it you desire? It seems you have designs on me already. Zuo Zhu did not shy away. He nodded directly, Indeed. I have recently acquired a new ability that allows me to resurrect the deceased, but I require the summoning of their souls. As you are the deity governing all souls, I believe it is prudent to seek your consent first. The goddess of death remained silent, yet nearby, the orphan Tony and Wanda, who dared not interrupt their esteemed conversation, widened their eyes in astonishment. Unable to contain himself, Tony exclaimed, Zuo, are you speaking the truth? Wanda, without uttering a word, gazed at Zuo Zhu with eyes filled with hope. Zuo Zhu glanced back at the two individuals, offering no words, merely nodding in silence. Wanda's tears cascaded down her cheeks in an instant, while Tony collapsed onto the ground. How wonderful! The smile that had lingered on the lips of the goddess of death vanished as she gazed intently at Zuo Zhu for a prolonged moment before speaking. Though I oversee countless souls, each one is akin to a child to me. I cherish them both in life and in death. You now wish to take them from my side. Do you truly believe that is feasible? The goddess of death regarded Zuo Zhu quietly, who remained unresponsive. If she were to deny him, he would have no recourse. In essence, Zuo Zhu was engaging in a moral coercion. Death bore no obligation to pay the price for Agatha. Her power enabled her to easily claim Agatha, leaving him powerless. Yet, Zuo Zhu was wagering on the lofty morality of the goddess of death. After all, while death may sound fearsome in the realm of comics, her presence is often rather gentle. The air hung heavy for a long while, and amidst the differing emotions of all present, Death finally spoke again. Little one, I can permit you to temporarily bring back some souls, but you must not employ your means to ensure their everlasting existence. They may live out the time they are owed, but then they must return to my embrace. Do you understand? Zuo Zhu, sensing the favorable turn, replied, I understand. The souls I summon will live out their rightful lives, after which I shall not interfere with their fate. They will return to your embrace. The goddess of death nodded gently, her skeletal chin revealing a smile once more. Agatha's matter is now settled. Let us discuss other matters. Zuo Zhu inquired. I sense that you have also become the guardian of this planet. If I am not mistaken, your predecessor was aligned with eternity. Little one, I find you quite intriguing. Would you care to come with me, follow me, and I assure you, you shan't regret it, she proposed. Zuo Zhu swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back. Ah, dear goddess of death, I believe that is unnecessary. I am still young and not ready to return to your embrace just yet. Perhaps we should leave it at that. Following death would mean the end of his existence. Death, slightly disappointed, shook her head. However, since you are unwilling at this moment, so be it. As she spoke, she suddenly drew close to Zuo Zhu, kissing his cheek with a swiftness that left him no time to react. A dark green mark, wholly disregarding his mortal form, sank into his soul. Zuo Zhu was taken aback, but offered no futile resistance. Death stepped back, reappearing beside Agatha with a light laugh. Little one, this is my gift to you. When faced with an insurmountable presence, you can activate my mark, and I shall safeguard your soul. However, correspondingly, your soul must remain to accompany your sister. I eagerly await your use of it, little one. With that, the goddess of death's words faded, a gentle breeze swept through, and both she and Agatha vanished from sight. Zuo Zhu released his body of tainted earth, caressing his tingling cheek, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Is this redemption through death? Is it a blessing or a curse? Perhaps it leans towards a blessing. If he were to encounter an entity beyond his capacity to contend with, the goddess of death could serve as a strategic advantage. At the very least, his soul endures, offering him a chance for resurgence. Contact established with one of the singular deities of the multiverse, the goddess of death, reward being dispensed. 100 S-rank fragments, mysterious item reincarnation technique, truly worthy of the title. Goddess of death. It is remarkable that upon initial contact, the individual bore no rank insignia and yet revealed a complete card. However, what the goddess of death unveiled was a resurrection spell. Is this truly correct?